The two students in the front row were playing and laughing, but Wang Yan was lying on the table with a depressed look on his face. It has been a week since he traveled to this world. He went from being confused and excited at first to gradually becoming helpless. The historical process of this world is similar to that of the previous life, but after the Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties, it took a completely different trajectory due to the invasion of ferocious beasts. About 400 years ago, countless space cracks suddenly appeared, and ferocious beasts poured out and slaughtered crazily, causing great suffering to the living beings. After 100 years of brutal fighting, humans gradually turned the situation around by relying on a technique called soul contract, using tamed spirit beasts to fight against ferocious beasts. Eventually, humans drove out the ferocious beasts and established a civilization centered around beast tamers. Nowadays, being a beast tamer is not only everyone's dream, but also a shortcut to the upper class. However, Wang Yan's talent was hopelessly poor. His soul strength was only 0.7, and his physical attribute was only 3 points, which was far from the minimum standard. Even though he came from a wealthy family, he could only reluctantly contract the lowest level spirit beast. With a thought, he summoned the spiritual beast, the grass snake. The snake was green all over, like a piece of jade, with watery eyes. It wrapped itself around his wrist and licked it with its tongue, looking obedient. What else can you do besides getting my hands wet? Wang Yan sighed helplessly. Obviously, the grass snake's weak attributes were not its fault, but its own qualifications were too poor. There are still 2 months before university starts, which means there are only 2 test opportunities left. If I can't pass, I can forget about becoming a beast master. Wang Yan sighed to the sky, his heart filled with despair. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. The fair trade system is ready. Start activating. Wang Yan was stunned for a moment, then tried to open the system with great anticipation. A translucent light screen appeared in front of him, showing his detailed attributes. Soul strength, 0.8/222, slowly recovering. Seeing the column of soul strength, his heart moved. The time and space storm he experienced during the journey may have consumed most of his soul power. Otherwise, it should be as high as 222 points after full recovery. Although the current attributes are disappointing, a glimmer of hope ignites in Wang Yan's heart. He stared at the system's function interface and silently encouraged himself. Although everything is terrible with this system in hand, I will definitely be able to turn things around. In order to test the system's functionality, he boldly tried to use his hemorrhoids as a transaction. Unexpectedly, the system really worked. Get 1 point. The sudden cool feeling made Wang Yan shudder, and then he realized that he might have found a loophole to crack the system. He quickly and tentatively continued to place an order. Exchange the dirt and dead skin on your body, as well as the toxins and impurities in your body. Obtain 233 points. Wang Yan suddenly felt his body become extremely light, as if the huge mountain pressing on him had been lifted away. He excitedly opened the system store, and the first item that caught his eye made his eyes widen. True dragon blood? Wang Yan stared at the description of true dragon's blood in the system store, and his heartbeat accelerated as if he was struck by lightning. This blood can actually change the bloodline of the spiritual beast, making it possible for it to evolve into a real dragon. The Chinese people claim to be descendants of the dragon, and now they are actually related to the dragon. Wang Yan suppressed his excitement and continued to browse the store, his eyes then falling on other items. There are many strengthening items in the store, many of which can directly improve the level or quality of spirit beasts. Seeing these incredible functions, Wang Yan's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. If outsiders knew about these things, the whole world would probably fall into madness. Old Wang, did you eat too much today? Zhang Wei, his deskmate, noticed Wang Yan's abnormality and couldn't help teasing him. It's okay, I'm going home first. Wang Yan waved his hand perfunctorily, then picked up his school bag and left. After returning home, he locked the door and immediately summoned the grass snake Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing seemed to sense the breath of the real dragon's blood and stared at the test tube for a long time, its big watery eyes full of desire. It intimately wrapped its arms around Wang Yan's wrist and rubbed it gently with its head. Drink it and work hard to evolve. Wang Yan placed the test tube in front of Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing went in without hesitation and licked the bright red liquid clean. The next change made Wang Yan dumbfounded. In just half a minute, Xiaoqing grew from the size of a chopstick to a snake with a diameter of 6 centimeters and a body length of more than 3 meters. Its body is greener, its head is rounder, and its eyes have a touch of agility. The most amazing thing is that 4 sharp fangs sprouted from its mouth. Before Wang Yan could react, Xiaoqing suddenly bit his finger. Wang Yan instinctively thought he was going to be devoured, but the next moment he felt a cold breath pouring into his body, and the depression in his chest disappeared instantly. Wang Yan opened the system panel to check the attributes. The feedback skill improved Wang Yan's basic physical attributes, and Longwei could suppress ferocious beasts of the same quality or below, and even make them surrender. Wang Yan was shocked beyond measure. Not only did Xiaoqing's quality leap to the leader level, but he also possessed incredible skills that completely exceeded his expectations. This evolutionary feedback has significantly improved Wang Yan's physical fitness. Due to the elimination of toxins and the feedback of blood, his long-term ailments completely disappeared, and his attributes doubled. Comfortable, Wang Yan stretched his muscles and felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. The days of being weak and sick for many years were gone forever. He recalled that his previous life was poisoned and barely lived until the signing of the contract before passing away. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he took advantage of this body. Considering Xiaoqing's growth needs, Wang Yan asked the nanny, Sister Zhou, to purchase the flesh and blood of the 3rd-level beast. After the delivery, Xiaoqing ate the highly nutritious flesh and blood gracefully, and her level quickly increased. In just a few days, Xiaoqing reached the 1st level and 5 stars, and Wang Yan was fully prepared for the upcoming 2nd college entrance examination. He kept a close eye on Xiaoqing's level, with a clear goal, to achieve an A-level rating and win a rare reward. As the time is approaching, Wang Yan is full of confidence in the future. He knows that with Xiaoqing's support and Longwei, his road to counterattack has just begun. The 2nd test came as scheduled. Wang Yan drove a Dongfeng supercar worth 88.88 million yuan and parked it steadily in front of the examination room. The combination of luxury car and handsome guy immediately attracted countless eyes. Several girls even couldn't help but come forward to ask for contact information. TSK, it turns out to be that sickly guy from the Wang family. Someone in the crowd mocked in a low voice, which aroused a wave of echoes. I remember he was only at 3 o'clock the last time his physical fitness was tested. He couldn't even stand up in the morning. Ha, someone sneered. That's right, he's no match for our brother Chow, who has a physical fitness of 8 and is as strong as a bull. These sarcasms naturally did not escape Wang Yan's ears. If it were the old Wang Yan, he would just leave quietly and not bother with them. But now, he sneered, closed the car door casually, and walked up to the few people with a calm pace. Poor bastard, Wang Yan spat out 2 words coldly. What did you say? The man called Brother Chow couldn't believe that Wang Yan, who had always been weak, dared to openly challenge him. Oh, 3 poor bastards. Wang Yan glanced at them with disdain and said in a nonchalant tone. Brother Chow was furious and snorted. My physical fitness is 8 points. Why do you have to laugh at me? I have money. Wang Yan was unmoved. My spirit beast Geodude is a level 1 5-star. Brother Chow emphasized his own assets once again. Wang Yan showed a playful smile. I am handsome. You. Brother Chow was choked and speechless. He watched Wang Yan walk away, shaking with anger. He will definitely not pass the exam. If he passes, I will eat 3 pounds of shit live. Wang Yan was too lazy to pay attention to these boring provocations and went straight into the examination room. After checking the attributes, it was the practical test. The content of this test is to fight with fierce beasts. You can pass the test by killing 10 first-level 1-star fierce beasts. If you challenge fierce beasts of higher levels, there will be additional rewards. The higher the level, the richer the reward. The practical test was held in a circular arena, surrounded by a full house of candidates' parents and spectators. Inside the arena, the 6th-level Beastmaster Wang Guangyao served as the invigilator, responsible for preventing cheating and ensuring the safety of the candidates. Hey, the eldest young master comes to take the exam in person, Wang Guangyao said jokingly. Uncle San, I will definitely pass this time. Wang Yan responded with a smile. The invigilator was his uncle, who had taken special care of him since he was a child. I'm a son of the Wang family. How can I be bad? Wang Guangyao patted Wang Yan on the shoulder, and when no one was paying attention, he stuffed a watered jade radish into his collar and whispered, The 1st level is the cross-country rabbits. Throw this radish out and they won't kick you. Wang Yan was deeply moved, but he didn't let him off. Come on, 3rd uncle. I can do it on my own. At the beginning of the first level, 10 wild rabbits jumped towards Wang Yan. These cute beasts had extremely strong hind legs and could severely injure a person with one kick. Wang Yan was not panicked at all and summoned the spirit beast Xiaoqing. The green Xiaoqing attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. However, what was even more shocking was that the 10 rabbits suddenly fell to the ground and trembled. Xiaoqing crawled over slowly and swallowed all the rabbits, one at a time. In just half a minute, all 10 rabbits were eaten up, and Xiaoqing burped with a look of satisfaction. There was a dead silence in the room, followed by a burst of shocked discussion. What's wrong with these rabbits? They just lie down and don't move. Wang Guangyao was also stunned for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. I really underestimated you. At the beginning of the second level, a group of digging rats appeared in the examination room. These first-level, 2-star beasts are good at digging holes and drilling into the ground at a very fast speed. Wang Guangyao briefly introduced them and let them go, seeming to have full confidence in Wang Yan. I understand. Wang Yan nodded slightly, with confidence in his eyes. He knew that Xiaoqing's leadership qualities were enough to suppress these low-level beasts, and there was no need to worry about any accidents. As soon as the 10 digging rats appeared, they felt the pressure from Xiaoqing and all lay on the ground trembling. One of the timid ones even peed. Xiaoqing avoided it with disdain and swallowed the other 9 in one go. Are you still picky about food? Wang Yan shook his head helplessly and stepped on the timid mole to death. In the next few levels, Xiaoqing easily passed them with the pressure of the leader's quality. The first level 3-star wild dog, the first level 4-star pig, and the first level 5-star firefox were all suppressed and unable to move, allowing Xiaoqing to devour them. The whole process was smooth, and Xiaoqing passed the 5 levels almost unimpeded. Wang Yan looked calm on the field, but the audience in the stands were already furious. Some people angrily accused Wang Yan of cheating, and even the invigilator Wang Guangyao was scolded. Shut up! Wang Guangyao shouted angrily, and the pressure of the 6th-level Beastmaster instantly shocked the whole audience. The noisy stands suddenly became quiet, and no one dared to speak again. Whether there is cheating or not is up to me. Wang Guangyao looked around with a fierce look. You are all talking nonsense here. Come down and fight me if you have the guts. The people in the stands were so frightened by his words that they lowered their heads one after another, not even having the courage to look at each other. Seeing this, Wang Yan sighed. Uncle San, don't be angry. I'll take care of it next. Wang Guangyao raised his eyebrows and stepped aside, wanting to see how his nephew, who had always been low-key, would deal with these accusations. Wang Yan stood in the middle of the field, speaking calmly. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger, and a lot of gossip can melt gold. If you don't believe me, then just try it. If any spirit beast below the 2nd level can defeat me, I will admit that I cheated. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the crowd. You said that. The charming voice was mixed with a bit of sarcasm. Wang Yan turned around and saw that it was actually his ex-girlfriend, Li Yiliang. Li Yiliang is the 56th daughter of the Li family. She seduced her predecessor just to steal the Wang family's business secrets, but she turned against her predecessor after failing to steal her. She abandoned her predecessor and slandered her everywhere. Now, she obviously came to pick a fight with an old grudge. In that case, let's have a fight. Li Yiling walked to the center of the field and summoned her spirit beast, a 2nd-level, 3-star armored wild boar. As soon as the armored wild boar appeared, the audience in the stands went wild again. The armored wild boar was an elite spiritual beast with extremely high defense, strong attack power, and a violent temperament. Even the Beastmaster had difficulty in fully controlling it. This woman is really scheming. Wang Guangyao's face darkened. He knew that no matter what the result of this competition was, it would push Wang Yan to the forefront. However, what no one expected was that the armored wild boar actually lay directly on the ground the moment it saw Xiaoqing, and crawled towards Xiaoqing whining like a dog. Then, it gently nudged Xiaoqing's tail with its nose, looking extremely flattering. What's going on? Li Yijing was shocked. The behavior of the armored wild boar was completely beyond common sense. Xiaoqing behaved very coolly and just neighed a few times. The armored wild boar immediately stood up, but not to fight, but to smash its fangs into the ground and broke them. Then, it stood up and put itself in a posture that would allow it to be eaten, waiting obediently for Xiaoqing to take action. The stands were completely silent, and everyone was stunned. Xiaoqing swallowed the armored wild boar gracefully, while Li Iliang suffered a severe backlash because her soul contract was forcibly terminated, and she vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Wang Yan sighed and rubbed Xiaoqing's smooth head, his tone full of doting. You are getting more and more greedy. Xiaoqing shyly wrapped her tail around Wang Yan's legs, looking playful and cute. You! Li Yijing pointed at Wang Yan weakly. She was so angry that she spit out blood again and fainted completely. The scene in front of them was so shocking that it was beyond words. The elite armored wild boar actually offered itself to Xiaoqing's mouth, and even positioned itself to be swallowed. All the audience were stunned, unable to believe that this was real. If it were someone else, some people might suspect that they were acting together, but that would be absolutely impossible for Li Yijing. After all, she dumped Wang Yan and spread rumors about him being incompetent, even insulting all the men in the Wang family and implying that the Wang family had a small population. This statement completely angered the Wang family, and what followed was a war that shocked Minghu province for a while. The Li family suffered a devastating blow in this storm. 90% of their business empire collapsed, the population dropped by 70%, and even their immediate family members suffered heavy casualties. If the old man of the Li family had not come to apologize, and if there had not been mediation by multiple parties, the Li family would have been completely eradicated. With such a deep hatred, it is impossible for Li Iliang to join hands with Wang Yan to commit fraud at this time. What's more, the fear and anger on her face, as well as the blood she vomited due to the backlash of the contract, were enough to prove the truth of the matter. The audience in the stands were talking about it. Some could not hide their excitement, and many had complicated looks. If the examination room had not banned the use of communication devices, this shocking news would have spread throughout Minghu province. This is really weird. Did I travel through time? Even the well-informed Wang Guangyao found it unbelievable. He casually summoned a leader-quality Mushua spirit fox to verify his guess. As soon as Mu Xuelinghu appeared, it trembled and went straight into Wang Guangyao's arms, shaking like a sieve. It didn't even have the courage to look at Xiaoqing and squeaked in fear. Long way. That's long way. Wang Guangyao frowned. Long way? Xiaoqing is just a leader-quality spirit beast. You are also a leader. What are you afraid of? The fox shuddered and replied, the dragon power on it is the breath of a real dragon. Even if it is weak, it is definitely not comparable to an ordinary leader. It seems that my nephew has really got a great opportunity. Wang Guangyao took the fox spirit back into the contract space thoughtfully, and an excited smile gradually appeared on his face. He suddenly turned to the stands and shouted, who else? Come down and fight him if you have the guts. Just shut up. Wang Yan rushed over and covered Wang Guangyao's mouth, wishing he could drag this troublesome uncle away immediately. Okay, I won't say any more. Wang Guangyao smacked his lips, but still showed off his power. Since no one dares to challenge me, I declare that Wang Yan's practical test is rated as Grade A, top. The entire stand fell into an eerie silence. Even the noisy discussions disappeared. Everyone was digesting this fact in their hearts. The video and audio recordings of the practical test will be sealed and released after the test. Wang Yan opened the car door and prepared to leave before the news spread. However, as soon as he opened the car door, he saw a pair of long legs. Why are you in my car? Wang Yan looked at Yuan and Ming helplessly, with a hint of headache in his tone. Yuan and Ming is his neighbor, childhood sweetheart, and the most beautiful girl in class. She is cute and well-behaved, a perfect girlfriend. But in Wang Yan's eyes, she is just a beauty in class. He is now focused on becoming stronger and has no interest in love. Of course, it's the key Uncle Wang gave me. Yuan Mei smiled and shook the keychain in her hand. On it were not only the keys to Wang Yan's 3 cars, but also the keys to his rented house and the keys to his hometown. By the way, my chest has been a little painful recently. It's okay if I don't touch it, but it hurts when I touch it. What should I do? Yuan Mei blinked and came over with a serious look on her face. Wang Yan glanced at her and replied unhappily, then don't touch it. Brother, am I sick? Yuan Mei continued to ask. Prostatitis. Wang Yan said lazily. After the two argued for a while, Wang Yan finally got rid of Yuan Mei and drove away. His mind was full of plans for the future. His goal was to become the strongest beastmaster and never let anything hold him back. As for feelings and family inheritance, it will not be too late to consider them when you become stronger in the future. Wang Yan sighed helplessly, letting Yuan Mei drive while he sat in the passenger seat. He couldn't wait to know what the reward for this practical test was. There are very few people who can obtain the A-class superior evaluation when graduating from high school. Killing 10 ordinary second-level 5-star beasts is already the limit, and cultivating elite quality spirit beasts requires huge investment. Ordinary families simply cannot afford these expenses, and even wealthy people have to try their luck to acquire suitable skills. However, Wang Yan was blessed with unique advantages. His Xiaoqing not only had the extraordinary skill of repaying the debate, but could also easily suppress beasts of the same level through dragon power. This unparalleled advantage made his success almost inevitable. Injecting soul energy into the reward space, a storage space of 1 cubic meter appeared in front of Wang Yan. The reward items were neatly arranged, and each one made his eyes light up. Imperial Library, a first-floor key. Allows you to enter the first floor of the Imperial Library and obtain a martial arts secret book for free. Oriental God Wolfberry. Rare medicinal material, can increase 5 to 10 points of physical fitness. Toxicity accumulates, so use with caution. Soul Fragment Powder. Can increase soul strength by 0.1 points. Upper limit is 2 points. Extremely rare. Energy Shield Type 3. Can defend against attacks from level 3 elite beasts for 10 minutes. A core technology product. Soul Crystal Soul Thorn. A precious item that allows you to directly learn the soul technique, Soul Thorn. Wang Yan checked these rewards one by one and became more and more excited. These props were not only rare but also priceless, especially the Eastern Divine Qi, which made him have a bold idea in his mind, using the system to exchange the toxins of the spiritual medicine for points. I'm such a genius. Wang Yan couldn't help but applaud his own wit. He put the Oriental God Qi into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. It was sweet and tasted just like raisins. After a while, the physical fitness on the attribute panel increased by 8 points. System. Exchange all impurities and toxins in the body. Get 12 points. Wang Yan secretly congratulated himself for being right. This method not only stacked attributes like crazy, but also avoided the side effects of toxin accumulation. Then, he used Soul Fragments Powder and Soul Crystalled Soul Thorn. When the powder turned into light spots and was absorbed into the body, Wang Yan felt a warmth deep in his soul. After the Soul Thorn skill was engraved into his mind, the improvement in Wang Yan's combat effectiveness became even more obvious. The attribute panel is updated as follows. The higher the soul strength of the target, the greater the power. Xiaoqing's gratitude has increased Wang Yan's physical fitness several times. Now he feels strong enough to kill a cow with one punch. He did not rush to use the Energy Shield and Imperial Library key, but opened the website of the Beast Tamer Association, planning to buy more spiritual medicine to replenish his physical fitness. However, when he saw the price, Wang Yan could not help but swear. Oriental Divine Qi, 660,000. Six-eyed Flying Fish, 880,000. Are you robbing money? Wang Yan couldn't help but curse. Not only were these elixirs ridiculously expensive, many of them were also toxic. But for Wang Yan, toxicity was not a problem at all. He has a system that allows him to exchange toxins for points. As long as he has enough money, he can use all these elixirs. Money is not the problem. The problem is how to buy more. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Yan's eyes, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Hearing Wang Yan sigh, Yuan Mei asked casually. A fish is sold for 880,000 yuan. It's outrageous. Wang Yan shook his head. Is 880,000 still expensive? Your car is worth more than 80 million. Yuan Mei pouted. Think about it from another angle. Every time you drive out, it's like you're carrying 100 fish. How cool. I can understand riding a fish, but what the hell is driving a fish? Wang Yan muttered, and suddenly realized that he was no longer the poor boy in his previous life. He was now the only son of the Wang family, and a mere 800,000 yuan couldn't even buy a tire. So he took out his cell phone and called his father Wang Yuanwen, telling him his reasonable demands. The result was predictable. The talks fell through. Wang Yuanwen put forward harsh conditions. If he got engaged to Yuan Mei this year, he would give him 10 million yuan. If they got married at the end of the year, he would directly transfer 10% of the shares of the Wang family's enterprise. If they had a child, he would retire immediately and hand over the full power of the Wang family to Wang Yan. Wang Yan decisively refused. His goal was to become the world's strongest beastmaster. So how could he let his love life get in the way? Wang Yuanwen was so angry that he slammed the table and said, "From this month on, Your pocket money will be reduced to 500,000. I want to see how you survive." Listening to his father's roar on the phone, Wang Yan calmly hung up the phone and threw the phone aside. He chuckled. "You are so ridiculous, my old baby. 500,000 is 500,000. Can a grown man starve to death? Brother, tell me the truth, am I pretty?" Yuan Mei suddenly stepped on the brakes, turned her head, and stared at Wang Yan and asked, "Pretty like a fairy?" Wang Yan answered casually, "Then why don't you marry me? You know, that's not what I want." "I understand, you just don't like my small breasts," Yuan Mei said angrily. "It's not that I dislike you, it's that you simply don't have it." Wang Yan rubbed his temple helplessly. "You." Yuan Mei's face flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and vented her anger on the car. With a roar, the sports car sped away like a wild horse. She finished the journey that should have taken more than 10 minutes in less than 5 minutes. The car door was pushed open suddenly, and Wang Yan staggered and almost fell to his knees. He gritted his teeth and swore that he would never let Yuan Mei drive again. Never. After returning home, Wang Yan quickly closed the door and opened the Empire Library website. He would use the key to choose a martial art that suits him. The website displayed numerous martial arts, some traditional and some modern, and each one was full of appeal. His eyes stopped at Spicy Palm. The description of this martial art looked quite impressive. When you first practice it, it is as spicy as a breeze on your face. When you have mastered it, it is like lava splashing. When you have mastered it, it is like a mountain collapse and the earth splits, killing people everywhere. The comment section is full of 5-star reviews. Men must learn this. It beautifies the skin, replenishes energy, and improves the body shape, and can also make the chest muscles bigger. After practicing it, my long-standing stomach problems have been cured. A 120-year-old man can look 30 years younger after learning it. The corners of Wang Yan's mouth twitched. He clicked on the detailed training method. His face turned from white to red, and from red to purple. Finally, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell? You can practice martial arts by soaking your hands in chilly water. Although he thought it was ridiculous, he still gave it a 5-star rating. After all, he couldn't be cheated alone. Putting Spicy Palm aside, Wang Yan replanned his improvement plan. He sold several sports cars and some luxury goods and invested all the funds in buying elixirs. He knew that his goal was to reach 100 points in physical attributes so that he could contract a higher quality spirit beast. With the help of the system, he successfully improved his physical attributes and exchanged the toxins of the elixir for points. This miraculous method of improvement made his body gradually stronger, and he even reached the threshold of a contracted leader-quality spirit beast. That night, Wang Yan was lying in bed and had a dream. He dreamed of a beautiful woman who was cold yet passionate. However, the dream was broken, and when he woke up, he found a familiar emerald-green snake shadow on his chest. "Hiss!" Xiaoqing raised her head and gently licked his chest with her tongue. There was a dazed look in her round snake eyes. Wang Yan sighed and rubbed its head. "It would be great if you were a girl. We could help each other and never betray each other." Xiaoqing seemed to understand and curled up beside him with satisfaction. Wang Yan turned off the light helplessly and went to sleep, thinking about his plans for tomorrow. The sun slowly rose, and a new day arrived again. Wang Yan drove his only remaining supercar to the Beast Tamer Union. He kept only this one of the 3 cars and sold the other 2 to raise money. This made him realize a fact even more clearly. Most luxury goods are IQ taxes, expensive when bought and half off when sold. A world where technology and spiritual practice coexist is indeed much more interesting than a single development model. Wang Yan stood in the hall, looking at the neatly arranged automatic task machines in front of him with satisfaction. These machines can help Beastmasters check and accept tasks, and even the verification after completing the task is mostly done through them. The tasks of the Beastmaster Union are divided into 3 categories. Killing tasks. Low threshold, small rewards, but can be accepted repeatedly. Collection missions, issued by alchemists and refiners from major forces. They are difficult and offer generous rewards, but usually require a deposit. Special missions. There are many kinds of missions, and sometimes they come with special conditions. Wang Yan took a quick look and found that there were more than 70 killing missions within a radius of 100 miles. He finally chose a mission called Sweep Away Gangs and Eliminate Crocodiles, the goal of which was to kill 103rd-level ordinary beasts, grassland crocodiles. The grassland crocodile is one of the overlords in the wilderness. It is ferocious and moves in groups. They devour everything. and even the third-level elite beasts are unwilling to be their enemies. Such a group has seriously affected the ecological balance, so the Federation issued a killing mission. Driving a supercar, Wang Yan sped through the wilderness. After more than 2 hours, he finally saw his target. Groups of prairie crocodiles, their ferocious teeth flashing coldly in the sun, are besieging a group of stupid turtles. The tortoise shells were thick, but they were like paper in front of the prairie crocodiles. They were easily torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. The oppressive feeling of hundreds of grassland crocodiles was overwhelming, and even Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a chill. No wonder the reward is so high. Without support, even a level 4 Beastmaster may not be able to leave alive. Wang Yan sighed and decisively summoned Xiaoqing. As the dragon's might unfolded, the ferocious grassland crocodiles suddenly became docile, crawling on the ground, with all their murderous intent gone. Xiaoqing was obviously not going to be polite. It gracefully crawled towards the 2 nearest grassland crocodiles and opened its mouth to swallow them in one gulp. After eating, Xiaoqing lazily lay on the ground, with no interest in continuing the fight. Wang Yan looked at Xiaoqing speechlessly. "That's it? You won't move after you're full?" Turning his head to look at the group of grassland crocodiles that were still lying on the ground, Wang Yan sighed and decided to take action himself. He walked towards the nearest grassland crocodile with a cool step and raised his hand to slap it. Bang! The sound was deep but crisp, and the skull of the grassland crocodile was cracked directly. What made Wang Yan laugh and cry even more was that the grassland crocodile actually shed tears as big as beans, and its body twitched, looking like it was crying. Is it really crying? Wang Yan stared at it, with a complex emotion surging in his heart. The grassland crocodile did cry. It was the king of this group of grassland crocodiles, and its fighting power was comparable to that of a second-level elite beast, but now its skull was smashed by a human, and it also felt a pain it had never experienced before, spicy. That palm strike not only shattered its skull, but also allowed the scorching heat to permeate its entire body. Its eyes and nose were burning, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. As the overlord of the grassland, it never thought that it would be injured in such a humiliating way. Wang Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the cry of the grassland crocodile. He rubbed his slightly numb palms and said with emotion, "This spicy palm is actually quite useful." What a pleasant surprise. In the next few hours, Wang Yan, with his 80-point physique and the power of his spicy palm, worked with Xiaoqing to easily kill more than half of the targets. The grassland crocodiles were unable to resist the dragon's might and could only let Wang Yan slaughter them. After clearing the mission targets, Wang Yan sorted the remaining crocodile carcasses and loaded them into the system space, preparing to return to the Federation to collect the reward. The more the prairie crocodile king thought about it, the sadder and more upset he became. The burning sensation brought by the spicy palm kept stimulating his nerves, causing tears to flow like springs. Wang Yan put his hands on his hips and commented confidently, "Good fellow, I seem to have discovered the real magic of the spicy palm. During a fight, give the enemy a slap and they will burst into tears. When the accomplices see this scene, their momentum collapses instantly and their fighting power plummets. This martial art is simply invincible." After confirming La Zhang's potential, Wang Yan began to think about how to deal with the group of grassland crocodiles lying on the ground in front of him. He suddenly had an idea and planned to use the newly learned soul technique to conduct an experiment. With a thought, an invisible soul stimulus shot out and accurately hit a grassland crocodile. The prairie crocodile's eyes changed from fear to emptiness. Its soul shattered instantly, and its 600-pound body was no longer alive. Seeing the result in front of him, Wang Yan couldn't help but be shocked by the terrifying power of the soul technique. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind. "I must become stronger, so strong that no one can threaten my life." Wang Yan then used his soul skills and the dagger in his hand to eliminate the grassland crocodiles one by one. It took him more than 2 hours to kill more than 300 prairie crocodiles and more than 400 turtles. At first he was slow at work, but after becoming more proficient, he could basically do one at a time. After the hunt, he began to sort out the spoils. Among the 800 third-level beasts, he unexpectedly obtained 5 soul fragments powder. This rare item is a controlled resource and is very valuable. If it were sold, it could fetch at least tens of millions. But for Wang Yan, these powders are the best way to increase the strength of his soul. Not bad, another good harvest. Wang Yan was collecting the spoils with satisfaction when he suddenly thought of a bold idea. Could he redeem points for the beasts he killed through the system? Exchange all these grassland crocodiles and stupid turtles. He gave the order tentatively. Obtained 2,301 points. Wang Yan was so excited when he heard the notification tone that he trembled all over. Holy crap, it actually works. I got it now. After confirming the exchange rules, Wang Yan was very excited. He realized that this efficient and stable way to earn points could be his advantage. Adding the previous 340 points, his total score reached 2,641 points. He then spent some of his points to exchange for 5 soul fragments particles, increasing his soul strength to 2.7 points. In the next few days, Wang Yan continued to hunt low-level beasts in the wilderness, avoiding targets above level 4. On the morning of the 3rd day, his soul strength finally broke through the 2-point mark, officially becoming a level 2 Beastmaster. In the system store, Wang Yan exchanged a 2nd-level spirit crystal and quickly raised Xiaoqing's level to the 2nd level, 1-star level. This time, Xiaoqing has 2 new skills to choose from. Pump, strengthen the tail strength and bone hardness and increase the attack power. Entangle, strengthen the muscle twisting force and improve the binding and control ability. Wang Yan chose pull. Without hesitation, battle efficiency comes first. Besides, Xiaoqing is already clingy enough. If she clings me again, how can I sleep? After selecting the skill, Xiaoqing's body glowed with a faint light, and the tail was particularly bright and dazzling. After the light gradually faded, Xiaoqing quickly wrapped around Wang Yan's arm and rubbed his face affectionately with her head. Am I crazy? Wang Yan sighed, and the scene from his dream that night appeared in his mind. He shook his head suddenly, throwing away this absurd idea. I am not Su Xian. I will never play with snakes. Xiaoqing's combat power increased significantly as her skills were upgraded. With one lash of her tail, a level 3 spirit beast would either die or be crippled, and she could even easily kill a target lower than level 3. Wang Yan looked at Xiaoqing's performance and exclaimed in admiration. The leader's quality is really not exaggerated. Let's go. Keep fighting for a better tomorrow. Wang Yan shouted towards the morning light and started a new round of hunting plan with high morale. Xiaoqing's efficiency in killing enemies increased sharply, and Wang Yan became a completely hands-off boss. When encountering a group of ferocious beasts, Xiaoqing first used the dragon's might to scare them, and then whipped them so hard that they flew away like balls. The scene was violent and clean. Wang Yan stood leisurely by, concentrating on practicing the spicy palm. The more he practiced this martial art, the more he felt it was amazing, but it also brought him many inconveniences. He couldn't eat with his martial arts hands, and he couldn't rub his eyes or pick his nose. Asked why he knew all this, he naturally remembered it after crying from the spicy food several times. Let's go to the next place. Wang Yan exchanged all the corpses of ferocious beasts on the ground for points, wrapped Xiaoqing around his waist, and drove back on the road. After this period of actual combat, Wang Yan found that the system's fairness principle was indeed worthy of its name. Whether it was the beasts he hunted, the spiritual medicines he collected, or the ores he dug, as long as they were obtained through his efforts, they could be exchanged for points. In this way, the accumulation of points became very efficient. After a few days of hard work, he had accumulated 4,200 points. He planned to use this amount to improve the quality of new spirit beasts he would contract in the future, and he might also use it on Ruan Mei. Although I always say that she is troublesome, this girl is the only one who has never disliked me. Thinking of this, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Wang Yan's lips. Oh, life is so boring. He sighed, stepped on the accelerator, and continued on his way. The car sped past, and soon there was a faint cry for help from the front. Wang Yan frowned slightly and adjusted his direction to approach. What came into view was a small team being surrounded by hundreds of evil jackals and other ferocious beasts. The evil jackal is not only ferocious, but also extremely cunning. It never confronts its enemies head-on, but instead focuses on attacking the weak points of its target's defenses, and is even notorious for this. The driver, the fat man, and a female team member have all gotten out of the car and summoned the spirit beasts to guard the last line of defense. The battle was extremely brutal. Their spirit beasts were already wounded, and the number of ferocious beasts was still increasing. To make matters worse, several armored wild boars and ferocious jackals appeared in the herd. How could the armored wild boars and ferocious jackals be mixed up with the evil jackals? Could it be a tide of beasts? The fat man's face changed drastically, and he and his teammates looked at each other. There was despair in each other's eyes. At the same time, Wang Yan stopped the car, released a small reconnaissance drone to take pictures of the herd, and sent the information to the Beast Tamers Association. More than 600 low-level ferocious beasts. Well, not a big problem. He muttered to himself as he drove closer. As expected, Shaoqing's dragon might instantly suppress the entire scene. Hundreds of evil jackals, armored wild boars, and ferocious jackals all lay on the ground, without even the slightest thought of resistance. Some of the ferocious beasts even wagged their tails in a flattering manner, which was simply against their biological instincts. Wang Yan drifted the car and parked it in front of the three people. He opened the door, held the roof with one hand, and smiled at them. "Are you okay?" The fat man was the first to react, and he quickly bowed to express his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, we would never be lucky enough today. Hurry up and get in the car. Don't waste time." Wang Yan waved his hand and asked, "Is your car still drivable?" The driver smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's broken, a crappy Meta car. It's good for nothing except fuel economy. If you buy one next time, I'll write your last name crookedly." Wang Yan was speechless. "Write it sideways? May I ask your name?" "Tian." "Wang Yan." The three of them squeezed into Wang Yan's car. Wang Yan stepped on the accelerator, and the supercar sped away like a wild horse. The ferocious beast in front was smashed into meat paste. The fat man in the car couldn't help but sigh. This lifesaver is not only a spirit beast, but also a great driver. Wang Yan ignored the flattery and said seriously, "Try not to move around and wait until we leave this area." "Understood." The driver nodded immediately. The car sped away from the beast herd, but Wang Yan still felt a little uneasy. These beasts are of various types and have no food chain constraints. This is obviously a sign of a beast tide. The Federation must send someone to investigate as soon as possible. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes becoming more determined. Although the wilderness is full of dangers, the more dangerous the place is, the more it can hone my strength. Dongfeng is still powerful. If Santian had been hit like this, it would have probably fallen apart. Fatty Zhang leaned back in his seat, gasping for breath and muttering, trying to ease his tension with a joke. Wang Yan smiled faintly. There are still more than 100 kilometers to the safe zone, and it will take at most 2 hours to arrive. Just stay calm. The atmosphere in the car relaxed a little, but the piercing alarm sounded again. Wang Yan's eyes swept across the car radar, and the dense red dots on the display screen surged like a tide. His expression instantly turned cold. Behind us, in front of us, even on both sides, Zhang Liang's eyes widened and his voice changed. "We are surrounded. Something is wrong. This is not an ordinary beast riot. It is definitely a commanded action." Wang Yan spoke in a deep voice, his eyes focused. A terrible possibility emerged in his mind, a beast tide. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth and said with an unpleasant expression, "Among these beasts, there must be a leader with high intelligence, or that thing." "Aobama!" Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaomei exclaimed, "No way. If it's this, then this time it's really over." Wang Yan's face darkened a bit. He certainly knew the horror of the Aoba horse. Although this elite beast was not a leader, it could command a large number of ordinary beasts with its bewitching ability. Among the ferocious beasts rushing in from all directions at this moment, there are those from level 1 to level 4, and they have obviously completely lost their minds. "Is your car still running?" Wang Yan asked sullenly. Zhang Liang sighed. "I guess not." "Get in the car," Wang Yan said directly. He didn't have time to think more and had to ensure everyone's safety first. The three of them quickly got in the car. Wang Yan started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and the Dongfeng supercar roared violently, directly knocking away dozens of evil jackals and stupid turtles. However, the atmosphere in the car became more and more depressing, and the red dots on the car radar continued to increase rapidly. Zhang Liang tightly grasped the armrest of the chair and asked through gritted teeth, "What should I do next?" Wang Yan was silent for a moment, then reached out and activated the Energy Shield Type 3. A translucent light curtain instantly enveloped the entire vehicle, protecting the four of them. "Hold the shield first, and hold out as long as possible," Wang Yan whispered, but he had already started thinking quickly in his mind. The shield could only last for 10 minutes at most, and within these 10 minutes, he had to come up with a way to break the impasse. The roar of the beast was getting closer and closer, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Zhang Xiaomei nervously clenched the weapon in her hand. What can I do in 10 minutes? Wang Yan took a deep breath, his eyes showing a hint of ruthlessness. Let's give it a try. Either let Xiaoqing forcibly break through to the third level, or bet my life on it in exchange for the system's help. Zhang Liang and Zhang Depeng didn't understand what he was saying, but they could both feel his determination. Outside the car, dense swarms of ferocious beasts had already swarmed to the edge of the shield, beating the translucent barrier frantically, making a harsh impact sound. I hope there will be a miracle, Wang Yan murmured softly, clenching his fists quietly. Wang Yan looked at the poisonous fog gradually dissipating in the distance, his heart calm but complicated. He knew that this success was not only due to luck, but also the inevitable result of Xiaoqing's improvement in strength. But the road ahead was still long. Wang Yan quickly cleaned up the mess and looked at the messy battlefield. Hundreds of beasts were lying dead, and the air was filled with the residual smell of poisonous fog. He took a deep breath, turned around, and said to his companions, "Let's go, it's not safe here anymore." Zhang Liang looked admiring. "Brother Wang, this time it's really thanks to you, otherwise we would be dead." "You're welcome. Next time you encounter this situation, remember to run away in advance." Wang Yan snorted coldly, walked to the side of the car, and checked the damage. Although the car body was dented and the glass was almost completely shattered, the engine could still start. Wang Yan patted the door of the cab and said, "It can still be driven. Let's retreat to a safe area first." The car started, and the four of them were on the road again. Although the atmosphere was a little more relaxed, everyone knew in their hearts that the battle just now was just a precursor. The abnormality of the beast's activities indicates that a greater threat is approaching. Zhang Depeng couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, do you think this is a sign of a beast tide?" Wang Yan nodded slightly. "It's almost certain. I will report the situation to the Beast Tamers Association, but you have to be careful too. If it's really a beast tide, I'm afraid the whole area will not be at peace." Zhang Xiaomei pondered for a moment and said seriously, "No matter what, today's incident is all thanks to you. I owe you my life." Wang Yan waved his hand. "We are all human beings. It is only natural for us to help each other. But next, I have more important things to do." Zhang Liang nodded. "No matter what, we will remember this kindness. If you need help in the future, feel free to ask." Wang Yan smiled and said, "I hope that the next time we meet, it won't be in such a dangerous situation." The car bumped along the way and finally arrived at the safe zone. After bidding farewell to the three people, Wang Yan immediately went to the Beast Tamers Association to report the unusual movements of the Aoba horse and the fierce beasts. At the same time, he already had a plan in mind. "I can't be careless when contracting a second spirit beast," Wang Yan said to himself. "Xiaoqing is a leader, and the second spirit beast must not be weaker than it." He thought of the old man. The Wang family had enough resources, and the old man was the real boss of the family. As long as he could convince him, it would not be difficult to get a leader-quality spirit beast. But Wang Yan thought of the old man's eagle-like eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I guess he will be scolded again. After leaving the Beastmaster Association, Wang Yan took a deep breath and looked up at the distant sky. The beast tide is coming. I must become stronger. Xiaoqing is already a leader, and next, my goal is to reach a higher level. He clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. For the second spirit beast, I want the strongest one. Wang Yan stared at the colorful parrot, his face full of surprise. "Are you the owner?" The parrot crunched the nuts, glanced up at him, and said in a sharp and somewhat ruffian voice, "Why? Do you look down on birds? I'm the chief recommender of this store, and no one knows more about spirit animals than me." Wang Yan scratched his head helplessly, feeling a little amused and helpless. "Okay, then tell me, is there any more special spiritual beast here that is suitable for me to use?" The parrot shook its head, holding a nut in the corner of its mouth, and seemed to be satisfied with Wang Yan's attitude. "TSK, you seem to be quite sensible. Listen carefully, I am well informed. If you want a spirit beast that can take into account combat, flexibility, and defense, the most suitable one in the whole venue is none other than the Wind-Wing Blade Falcon." When Wang Yan heard the name, he immediately became interested. Wind-Wing Blade Falcon. What's so special about it? The parrot proudly raised the feathers on its head. The Wind-Wing Blade Falcon is an extremely rare leader-level spirit beast. It is extremely fast, and its wings are as sharp as knives. It can accurately snipe targets from the air and is also good at using wind elements to launch large-scale attacks. Attack, defense, speed, and flexibility are all online. What about the price? Wang Yan frowned, feeling a little unsure. Hey, don't think about buying it with your pocket money. This bird is a top-notch product. The price tag is 80 million, and it's still 7,800 even with a discount. The parrot crunched while nibbling on another nut, as if trying to scare Wang Yan. Wang Yan's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but mutter, "At this price, I can't buy an entire street. If you can't afford it, don't talk so as not to waste my saliva." The parrot rolled its eyes and patted the pile of dried fruits with its wings. If you want a cheap one, choose an ordinary quality Earth-type spirit beast. It has a thick skin and is durable. It will only cost 1 million or 800,000. Wang Yin glared at it and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm here to buy a spirit beast, not to listen to your nonsense. Can you give me a discount?" The parrot clicked its tongue twice. "Our prices are fair, so bargaining is useless." But it lowered its head mysteriously and moved closer to Wang Yan. "We just received a batch of goods that look a bit strange. Normally, we won't sell them, but if you like them, I can give you a discount." Wang Yan raised his eyebrows. "What kind of stuff? Take me to see it." The parrot turned around proudly and pointed its wing to the depths of the store. "Follow me. These are not ordinary things." Wang Yan followed the parrot to the back of the store and saw a closed incubator with a row of spirit beast eggs quietly placed inside. The shells of the eggs showed various strange patterns, some of which glowed faintly, while others looked as delicate as if they had been carved. "Where did these eggs come from?" Wang Yan asked. The origin is confidential." The parrot chuckled. "But I can tell you that these eggs were all found during a special ruins exploration. The species of the spirit beasts inside are unknown, but based on the aura, they are at least elite quality." "Unknown spiritual beast?" Wang Yin frowned slightly. "How dare you sell such a mysterious thing? You know nothing." The parrot stamped its feet. "The spirit beast eggs we bought are just for hope. It doesn't matter if it's a lucky find or a gamble. These eggs are the treasures of our store. I like you, so I'll give you a friendly price of 3 million each." 3 million? Wang Yan's eyes lit up. He was indeed a little wary of unknown spirit beasts, but the price of 3 million was already cheap compared to other spirit beasts. If he could really hatch a leader-level spirit beast, he would make a fortune. "What do you say?" The parrot looked at him proudly. "Buy it or not?" Wang Yan thought for a moment. His eyes swept across the spirit beast eggs and finally stopped on an egg that glowed with a light green light. "This is it." The parrot nodded. "Good vision. This egg has the most special scent. I wish you good luck." Wang Yan walked out of the store, holding the spirit beast egg, feeling both hopeful and anxious. "I hope you won't let me down," he whispered. He knew that the road ahead was still long, and this spirit beast egg might become his most important helper. Chapter 14, Macaw. It's not a spiritual beast with a little bit of dragon energy, nor is it a creature with just a name. It's the real king of ferocious beasts. The parrot was talking a lot, but suddenly stopped in the middle of his speech. It saw a pair of eyes full of suspicion and scrutiny. The parrot hesitated for a few seconds, then tentatively said, "Well, I'm the owner. Do you believe me?" "Yes, I believe it." Wang Yin nodded, his expression very serious. "I changed my mind. I want to buy a macaw. It has to be within 1 meter of my body, and it has to be able to speak human language." Parrot. "If he is within 1 meter and can speak human language, why not just call him by his name?" The parrot was silent for a full half-minute, then turned its head to look behind it and screamed heartbreakingly, "Boss, someone wants to buy your bird." As the parrot shouted, there was immediately a sound of thump, 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 footsteps approaching. The owner finally came out. He was 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a big waist. The arms that showed outside his half-sleeves were as thick as Wang Yan's thighs. His thick, black beard was scraggly and his hair was greasy and frizzy. Although he looked very sloppy, his eyes were bright and sharp. "You want the bird?" The shop owner looked Wang Yan up and down, and his brows slowly frowned. "Great, make an offer." Wang Yan nodded and said, "Macaw, an elite spirit beast, good at close combat. It has a nimble body, powerful attacks, and good defense, and is one of the top elite spirit beasts." Wang Yan originally planned to buy a leader, but after seeing this macaw, he immediately changed his mind. Not only because its IQ is comparable to that of humans, but also because of the 2 skills it has learned on its own. Name macaw. Quality, elite. Level. First level 5-star. Attribute, gold. Upgrade, requires a fully mature Vajra Bodhi seed. Quality skills, bone strengthening. Elite skill that greatly strengthens bone hardness, enhances bone defense, and the attack power of claws and beak. First level skills, heart-tearing claws. Attack the target 3 times in a row. As a melee-type spirit beast, the macaw not only has powerful talents, but also has 2 very good skills. Especially the elite skill bone strengthening, which is perfect. The macaw's main means of attack are its beak and claws, both of which are made of bones. Elite skills strengthen bone hardness, improving both defense and attack power, achieving the best of both worlds. Such a spiritual beast that is very good at fighting and smart should have been bought a long time ago. The reason why it was left here is a bit tragic. The more powerful a creature is, the more restrictions it will face. This is an immutable law of nature. For example, the tiger, a creature known as the king of beasts, has always had its population controlled within a very small range, and it has even been on the verge of extinction many times. Macaws are no exception. Elite quality, with talents comparable to those of a leader, and good reproductive ability. When the number reaches a certain level, it will have an enormous impact on the current spirit beast market, and even the stalemate between humans and ferocious beasts will be broken. Think about it, with 20 points of physical attribute, you could form a contract, and your combat power is only slightly weaker than that of the leader. What a horrible scene it would be if every soldier of the Yanhuang Empire had one. However, this situation is destined not to happen because the materials needed to upgrade the macaw are extremely scarce. Vajra Bodhi, a precious elixir produced from the space crack, Vajra realm, can greatly strengthen bones without any toxic side effects. During the 400 years, countless space cracks appeared. Some were filled with ferocious beasts, some were empty and dead, and some were rich in some kind of spiritual medicine or mineral. Of course, most of them are ferocious beasts, elixirs, and minerals coexisting. For example, Vajra realm. Because of the Vajra Bodhi, the ferocious beast in the space crack has super high defense and a brutal and violent temperament. Every time they discover the enemy, they rush forward in a swarm and never stop until they tear the enemy into pieces. His extremely high defense and strong physique made the top leaders of the Yanhuang Empire feel very difficult to deal with. With the strength of the empire, it is not impossible to destroy the Vajra realm, but paying such a huge price just to snatch some elixirs is a bit of a loss. So the top leaders of the empire changed their strategy and tamed the ferocious beasts of the Vajra realm into spiritual beasts. After training them, they let these spiritual beasts search for Vajra Bodhi. In this way, the Yanhuang Empire had a stable collection channel. However, because the plan lasted for too short a time, Vajra Bodhi was rarely circulated outside, and only those who made outstanding contributions to the military region and the Beast Tamer Association were eligible to purchase it. In this way, the macaw's path was blocked. If nothing unexpected happened, it would probably never reach the second level. Vajra Bodhi is a precious elixir produced in the Vajra realm and is a controlled item. Without Vajra Bodhi, this bird will not be able to upgrade until it dies. Have you thought about occupying a contract slot for it? The sturdy man stared at Wang Yan and spoke word by word. Since I chose it, there must be a reason for it. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Wang Yan smiled and reached out to touch the macaw's head. Boss, someone touched your bird. The macaw tilted its head to the side and said very unhappily. So, confident? It seems you're not an ordinary person. The sturdy man ignored the macaw and looked at Wang Yan again. The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. Is your last name? Wang. My name is Wang Yan. I see. The sturdy man nodded. Young master of the Wang family, no wonder you are so confident. I give you this bird. Please also say hello to your father for me. Wang Yan nodded and grabbed the macaw over. There is no need to ask too much. This shop owner must have a past relationship with my dad, or have received favor from him. The affairs of the previous generation should be resolved by the previous generation, and Wang Yan doesn't want to get involved. Boss, you don't want your bird anymore? The macaw looked pitiful. It tried to struggle out, but Wang Yan was too strong, and it couldn't break free after trying for a long time. His father is the richest man in Minghu province, and his uncle is the commander of the military region of Minghu province. If even he can't get the Vajra Bodhi, your life will be completely ruined. The sturdy man waved his hands and said, take good care of it. This silly bird is good in everything except its bad mouth. Well, thank you very much. Wang Yan nodded, turned, and left. After coming out of the loving pet breeding base, the macaw's sad look immediately disappeared. He jumped onto Wang Yan's shoulder, tilted his head, and asked, "Brother, can you really get the Vajrabodhi? What do you want with the Rudraksh? I have something better." Wang Yan chuckled and closed the car door. Chapter 15. Becoming Stronger. Is there anything better than the Rudraksh? You are such a boaster. The macaw sneered, jumped under the windshield, and used its claws to pick at small objects nearby. Whether it's bragging or not, you'll know later. As Wang Yan spoke, he mobilized his soul energy to depict the spell. The minimum requirement to be called a Beastmaster is to carve a soul contract on one's own. Generally speaking, as long as the soul strength reaches 1 point, you can do it after practicing a few times. Wang Yan's previous incarnation had very poor qualifications, and when he contracted Shaoqing, he still relied on his third uncle Wang Guangyao for help. Coming? It took more than 10 seconds to complete the carving of the soul contract. Wang Yan pointed to the spell that was emitting a faint light and motioned the macaw to go in. The macaw did not refuse. A spiritual animal like it was destined to never grow up, and the best outcome for it was to be a housekeeper in the store. Although he didn't admit it, the macaw was still very grateful to Wang Yan. Even if I can't help it upgrade to the 2nd level, you are about the same size as a chicken, and you are silly, so I will call you G-Air. Chicken 2. Hearing Wang Yan's call, the macaw was stunned for a moment, then became furious. You are the second-rate one. Your whole family is second-rate one. While cursing, he also pecked at Wang Yan's head. However, although it was angry, it did not lose its mind. It just messed up Wang Yan's hair. Oh, don't want to call me G-Air? Wang Yan spent 200 points to redeem 2nd-level spirit crystal, threw it up lightly, and caught it steadily. As if it had sensed something, the macaw stared at the 2nd-order spirit crystal with its eyes and kept raising and lowering its head following Wang Yan's movements. Then, after going back and forth several times, Wang Yan threw it towards the macaw. "Boss, I'm your 2nd son." The macaw took the spirit crystal and rubbed it on Wang Yan's face as if to please him. The spirit crystal is as big as its head. If it swallows it, it will probably choke to death. I have to say that the system service is quite considerate. The macaw pecked it, and the spirit crystal turned into a cloud of mist and went into its 7 orifices. Oh! The macaw made strange noises from its mouth, and it was obvious that the silly bird had watched the movie with the shop owner. I kind of regret it. Wang Yan rubbed his temple. His intuition told him that this bird might not only have a bad mouth, but also have a normal brain. The macaw upgraded very quickly, and after about 10 seconds, 2 options appeared on the panel. Wing blade. Use wings as blades to tear the target apart. Strong wind. Flapping wings quickly, forming a strong wind. After a little thought, Wang Yan chose wing blade. Since it's a melee type of spirit beast, just go all the way. 4 group attacks, Shaoqing is enough, and the macaw can be trained to be an assassin. Bang! The macaw cried for 2 minutes, and finally Wang Yan, who could no longer bear it, slapped it on the car window. After being slapped, G-Air became much more obedient and laid down on the side dejectedly. Wang Yan ignored it. This stupid bird was just pretending. After getting the 2nd spiritual beast, the next step is to buy some spiritual medicine to improve its attributes. The Oriental Divine, Qi, strengthens the physical attributes. The 6-eyed flying fish strengthens the agility attributes, and the dragon horn root strengthens the strength attributes. And other miscellaneous tonics, I bought a lot of them. The old man's inheritance will eventually be handed over to Wang Yuanwen, and when Wang Yuanwen retires, he will hand over the Wang family business to Wang Yan. Rounding it off, it means you spend your own money. Don't feel sorry. After parking the car from his hometown at the door, Wang Yan returned to his room and locked the door. After buying such a large number of elixirs, it's time to improve my strength to a new level. In addition, Shaoqing and Jir also need to go a step further. Bloodline Advanced Stone requires 500 points to redeem. Wang Yan currently has 10,000 points and can redeem up to 20 stones. After Shaoqing was summoned, she immediately wrapped her tail around Wang Yan's thighs and rubbed her head gently against his chest. Oh, what a pretty little snake. The macaw blew a rogue whistle and tilted his head and asked, "Boss, are you planning to have a human-animal relationship? Hey, handsome little parrot, do you want to starve for 3 days?" Wang Yan glanced at it and said lightly, "I was wrong, boss. Although macaws have a bad mouth, they are very good at admitting their mistakes. As for whether it will change, Wang Yan does not hold any expectations. The purchased elixir will take at least half an hour to be delivered, so Wang Yan plans to upgrade the macaw to leader quality first. Eat this! Wang Yan threw the bloodline advancement stone over, and the macaw's eyes widened. Although he didn't admit it, he felt in his heart that Wang Yan was like his biological father. No, closer than my own father. After a light peck, the bloodline advancement stone immediately turned into mist and penetrated into the 7 orifices. Almost visibly, the macaw's body swells, its claws become sharper, and its feathers become fuller. Boss, are there any more? I feel like if I have 2 more at most, I can advance to become a leader. The macaw stared at Wang Yan, its eyes full of desire. Wang Yan gave it too many surprises. He helped it upgrade to the 2nd level without the use of Vajra Bodhi. That would have been fine, but now he actually had a way to temper its bloodline. If there were enough of that thing, just now, it could even transform into the legendary Bird King. Oh no, its transformation into a phoenix. 2? Even though I'm so poor that I only have money left, I still have this thing. Wang Yan smiled and threw 2 bloodline advancement stones over. Bang! Bang! The macaw is indeed a melee-type spirit beast with a very fast reaction speed. The bird's sharp beak pecked twice like lightning, precise and sharp. G-air was shaking wildly and expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 seconds, it was more than 3 times its original size. The claws and beak are sharper, reflecting a cold light under the sunlight. The feathers on its head are like sharp swords piercing the sky, and the edges of its wings are like blades cutting through the void. Mighty and domineering, full of murderous intent. This is an assassin. Although it is flashy, there is no doubt that it is powerful. Looking at the macaw after it advanced to become the leader, Wang Yan felt that evolution was really a wonderful thing. He was so mean before, but now he is so handsome. However, Wang Yan was wrong in the end. Although the appearance has changed dramatically, it is still essentially the same bird. Boss, your G-air has become stronger. The macaw jumped up and down, twisting its butt and speaking to Wang Yan. I'm tired. Go dark and destroy me. Wang Yan covered his face, deeply regretting naming this silly bird G-air. From now on, your name is Jinzi. If you dare to mention those 2 words again, I will cut off your food rations for 3 days. Wang Yan glared at the macaw and said viciously. Chapter 16, Blood of the Phoenix. Okay, calling me Jinzi is not bad either. The macaw nodded, being unusually well-behaved. Well, as long as you hang out with me, you will have everything you want, and I will never let you down. Wang Yan snorted and opened the panel to check Jinzi's new skills. Feather Enhancement. Leader skill greatly enhances feather flexibility, strengthens body defense, increases wing attack power, and reduces air resistance. Jinzi is indeed a melee pet, the best among the elites. All his skills are born for combat, and none of them are rubbish. Boss, do you still have that thing? I feel like I have untapped potential. Maybe I can advance once more. Jinzi was so excited that he kept chattering, jumping up and down, and whispering in Wang Yan's ear. No hurry, take a rest and let Xiaoqing try first. Wang Yan touched Jinzi's smooth little head. Under Jinzi's control, the feathers became very soft, almost like silk and very comfortable. Okay. Jinzi nodded, jumped onto the bookshelf, pulled out a book about a human-snake love affair with his claws, and read it with great interest. Can you read? Wang Yan was a little surprised. It was amazing that the bird could speak human language. If it could recognize Chinese characters, it would be the top bird. I can't read, but I can understand the illustrations. Jinzi said very seriously. Illustration? Wang Yan was stunned for a moment. The memories he inherited from his previous life were not complete. Some trivial things were missing, such as the contents of the books on the bookshelf. Turning his head to take a look, Wang Yan was surprised. It was really an insert picture. This stupid bird is not only mean, but also quite lewd. Wang Yan sighed, exchanged for 10 bloodline tempering stones, and handed them to Xiaoqing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiaoqing licked Wang Yan's face a few times, opened her mouth and swallowed 5 at once, then curled up on the bed and didn't move. Boss, I need 5 too. Looking at the remaining bloodline tempering stone, Jinzi said cautiously. Well, it's yours. Wang Yan nodded, and Jinzi immediately put down the illustrated book and ran over. The 2 spirit beasts advanced very quickly, and it was all completed in less than 3 minutes. Name Jiao Snake, Little Green. Quality. Lord requires 5 bloodlines. Qilong, Horned Dragon, Ichthyosaur Panlong. Level. Level 3, 1 star. Attribute. Poison. Upgrade. Requires the flesh and blood of a third-level ferocious beast or other energy-rich substances. Quality skills. Return feedback. Elite skill. Accumulates its own strength to return to the master, improving the 3 basic attributes of strength, agility, and physique. The amount of improvement depends on the number of times it returns and its own quality and level. Dragon Might. Leader skill. Suppresses ferocious beasts and souls whose quality is not higher than its own, and has a certain chance of making them surrender. Unity. Lord skill. The Beast Master can use all the skills of the Spirit Beast, and the energy consumed is borne by the Spirit Beast. First level skills. Bite. Bite the target. Second level skills. Pump. Strengthens the tail strength and the hardness of the skin and bones. Level 3 skills. Toxic Breath. Spray poison forward and enter the target's body through breathing. Name Xin Yao Gold. Quality. Lord requires 5 bloodlines. Phoenix, Chu, Cuckoo, Blue Luan, and Swan. Level. Level 2, 1 star. Attribute, Gold. Upgrade. Requires various types of nuts rich in nutrients. Quality skills. Bone Strengthening. Elite skill that greatly strengthens bone hardness, enhances bone defense, and the attack power of claws and beak. Feather Enhancement. Leader skill greatly enhances feather flexibility, strengthens body defense, increases wing attack power, and reduces air resistance. Eagle Eye. Lord skill murderous aura condenses into 1 point, causing a deterrent effect on the enemy. First level skills. Heart-Tearing Claws. Attack the target 3 times in a row. Second level skills. Wing Blade. Use wings as blades to tear the target apart. After advancing from leaders to lords, Xiaoqing and Jinzi both gained new skills, and their evolutionary path was temporarily stuck. Xiaoqing absorbed the dragon blood squeezed out of Wang Yan's body, and his natural evolutionary direction was to become a real dragon. However, the amount of dragon blood is too small. If one wants to advance from a lord to a king, one needs the blood of 5 other types of dragons. Wang Yan had anticipated this a long time ago. How could the divine dragon and the myths and legends of the previous life, which possessed the power to reach heaven and earth, complete its transformation so easily? But what he didn't expect was that Jin Zi's bloodline was not much worse than Xiaoqing's. On the road to becoming a king, he also needed 5 kinds of phoenix bloodlines. No wonder I don't have any useless skills. It turns out I have the blood of the phoenix flowing in my body. Wang Yan exclaimed, feeling that he was extremely lucky. Of course, the main credit still goes to the system. If it weren't for the help of the system, Jinzi would be stuck at the first level 5-star elite quality until he died of old age. There is nothing much to say about Jinzi's Lord skill. It can be regarded as a control skill and is very useful for assassins. Xiaoqing's skills are very interesting, allowing Wang Yan to use its skills unconditionally. Of course, not all skills can be used, so forget about using the tail to whip. Not long enough and too fragile. Xiaoqing's appearance did not change much after she advanced to become a lord, except that her figure became more slender. Jinzi gained weight again, and his body size was about the same as a half-grown rooster. Not bad, not bad. I should be able to be in the top 3 among this class of students. Wang Yan muttered to himself and felt that it was okay. Fortunately, no one heard what he said, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood. For a high school graduate, it is amazing to own a high-quality spiritual beast. If he can successfully train it to the 2nd level, even if he cannot get first place among college freshmen, he will definitely be out of the top 3. As for the leader, let's talk about it after the soul contract is upgraded to level 3. Even the worst boss pet can beat all the newcomers to a pulp. If you have the right skills, it is easy to challenge the 3rd-year seniors. Wang Yan possesses 2 Lord-quality spirit beasts. Even his seniors who graduated from university can't do anything to him, and even some teachers have to admit defeat. The only way to defeat him is to rely on soul magic and soul strength. Sending Jinzi and Xiaoqing aside to play, Wang Yan picked up the illustrated book and began to read it with great interest. Although the plot is poor, the details are well described, and the illustrations are extremely wonderful. Time passed quickly, and more than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The elixir ordered by Wang Yan was finally delivered. Oriental Magic Goji, 20 pieces. 6-eyed Flying Fish, 73. Dragonhorn Root, 56 PCS. So many elixirs should be enough. Wang Yan stuffed 20 Oriental Divine Wolf Berries into his mouth and exchanged them for the system before the toxins began to accumulate. Chapter 17, Guaranteed Profit. Obtained 233 points. If 20 Oriental Magic Wolf Berries are swallowed in one breath, the body will not be able to break them down quickly, so more toxins will naturally accumulate. Fortunately, Wang Yan has a system, otherwise this bite would be wasted. After taking the Oriental Shinchi, his physical attributes grew rapidly and then steadily stopped at 100 points. I clearly feel like there is still a lot of medicinal power that has not been digested, but I just can't continue to improve. As he expected, ordinary elixirs do have their limits. After the Oriental Magic Wolfberry is the Dragon Horn Root, which is a bit like ginseng, but as crispy as radish. When you bite it, the juice splashes in your mouth, and it tastes very good. After eating 30 Dragon Horn Roots in a row, Wang Yan's strength attribute increased from 37 points to 100 points, and then the same situation as his physique attribute appeared. Put the remaining 26 Dragon Horn Roots aside and feed them to Jinzi when he comes back. The six-eyed flying fish is about 10 centimeters in size and as thick as a little finger. This kind of fish is tender meat and is usually eaten raw after being pickled, which preserves the effect without losing the taste. Wang Yan didn't have time to process it, nor did he care about the loss of nutrients, so he removed the internal organs and stewed it in a big pot. The fish is delicious and the soup is rich and fragrant, both of which are rare delicacies. Wang Yan ate and drank, and after finishing half the pot, his agility attribute was full. As for the rest, Xiaoqing naturally accepted it all. The man and the snake, who had eaten and drunk their fill, lay on the bed, their faces full of happiness. After Jinzi came back, he ate a few Dragon Horn Roots and dozed off beside him. The physique of a Lord-quality spiritual beast is very strong and can completely resist the toxicity of these spiritual medicines. Therefore, there is no need to worry about toxins accumulating in their bodies. Time flies, and there are only 10 days left before school starts. After all 3 exams are over, qualified students can start filling out their applications, while those who failed can only find other ways out. A few dozen meters away from the classroom, I could hear the noise coming from inside. Looking inside, I saw a few people gathered together discussing excitedly, while a few others were packing up their things with dejected looks on their faces. One classroom, 2 worlds. Lao Wang, that's awesome. Desk mate Zhang Wei suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slapped Wang Yan hard on the shoulder. Judging from his proud look, he must have done well in the exam. She actually made that bitch Li Yiliang so angry that she vomited blood. She is indeed worthy of being Zhang Wei's desk mate. Mefkakaka. Zhang Wei laughed wildly towards the sky, which attracted a series of eye rolls. You are too narrow-minded and have too bad a temper. You can't stand any pressure. Wang Yan sighed and silently took 2 steps to the side. Is contagious, and he wants to be a normal person. Come on, you ate someone else's elite spirit beast alive and still say that I'm petty. Fortunately, Li Yiliang is not here, otherwise, When Zhang Wei reached this point, he suddenly shut his mouth and his expression became awkward. Wang Yan followed his gaze and found Li Yiliang standing not far away with a livid face. Your body has recovered well. When will you let the newly contracted spirit beast out to play with? Wang Yan chuckled and greeted him like an old friend. If you didn't know about the conflict between the 2 people, you would think that Wang Yan was concerned about Li Yijing's health. But to Li Yiliang's ears, it was just naked ridicule. As expected, after hearing Wang Yan's words, Li Yiliang's body began to tremble uncontrollably with anger. Parkinson's? Zhang Wei was not a good guy either. Seeing Li Yiliang's look, he taunted her. I suggest you work in the cafeteria. The boss will definitely like it. You. Li Yijing's body had not yet fully recovered. At this time, she was bullied by Wang Yan and Zhang Wei. She felt so angry that her eyes went dark and she passed out. Seeing Li Yiliang faint, the woman next to her suddenly became anxious. You 2 grown men are fighting with a woman. Are you still men? What does it have to do with you whether I'm a man or not? If you want to know whether I'm a man or not, come on, let's get a room, and I'll show you what a real man is. Zhang Wei sneered and pretended to take the woman to a hotel. However, before he caught her, he heard a scream from the woman. It's indecent assault. It's hooliganism. Help. The sound was sharp and piercing, similar to the sound of pigs waiting to be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. Zhang Wei's face changed, and he knew he was in trouble. You talk to her about reason, and she talks to you about men and women. You talk to her about equality, and she says she is a disadvantaged group. If you meet a shrew like this, she will act unreasonably and will argue even when she is unreasonable. Sure enough, after hearing the woman's words, all the students around turned their heads to look over here, and a few who liked to join in the fun also walked over quickly. It's him! It's him! The more people there were, the more excited the woman became. She grabbed Zhang Wei's clothes and started to make a scene. However, just as Zhang Wei's face became increasingly ugly and he was about to take action, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. You fat woman, you are as thick as a jar but not as tall as a jar, and your entire body is just waste except for your butt. Which pigpen collapsed and let you out? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see what kind of person you are? Who? As if her pain point had been touched, the woman screamed and immediately locked onto the target. It was a parrot the size of a rooster, with eyes as bright as lightning and an extremely handsome appearance. But each word it said was harsher than the last, piercing the woman's false self-esteem like a steel needle. You what? Jeansy interrupted her and continued to mock her. If I were you, I would stay at home honestly, so as not to take up 2 seats when I go out to take the bus. You. The woman was so angry that she was shaking all over and pointed at the gold for a long time without being able to speak. Just when she was about to burst into cursing, a figure appeared in her sight, and she felt like she saw a savior. A chow. Come here quickly, someone is bullying your girlfriend. Hearing the woman's words, the man named Ko paused and turned around with a cold face. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, Wang Yan was immediately happy. It turns out that it was Brother Chow who had laughed at Wang Yan before the exam. I remember you said that if Wang Yan could pass the level, you would eat 3 pounds of shit live. Now Wang Yan not only passed the level, but also got a top-level A rating. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Zhang Wei was just looking for trouble and threw the shrew aside. After hearing Zhang Wei's words, everyone around started to make a noise. What's the point of a shrew cursing in the streets? It's more fun to eat shit live. Brother Chow's face turned pale, and he cursed his girlfriend in his heart. Although breaking your promise and getting fat may make people despise you, it is still much better than eating shit. However, Brother Chow did not want to admit defeat, so he decided to make another bet with Wang Yan. If you win, all the previous things will be settled. If you lose, the most you can get is an extra 3 pounds. Guaranteed profit? 0. 2. Chapter 18. Decent people. I admit that I said that, and I admit that I don't want to keep my promise. Brother Chow looked at Wang Yan and said word by word, I'll make another bet with you. If I win, everything that happened before will be written off. If I lose, then kneel down and call me daddy. Jeansy's voice sounded, and although it was very insulting, Brother Chow felt relieved. Calling dad is better than eating 6 kilograms. Tell me, what are you comparing? Wang Yan also became interested and wanted to see if Brother Chow would really kneel down and call him daddy. The two of us will fight with bare hands, without using spirit beasts or soul magic. Brother Chow looked at Wang Yan with a very serious expression. He knew that Wang Yan would definitely agree, just like the elite spirit beast that killed Li Yijing in front of thousands of people in the practical test not long ago. Good. Sure enough, Wang Yan agreed. However, before Brother Chow could get ready, a crisp sound exploded in his ears. Then, there was a burning pain. Brother Chow was stunned and didn't react at all. A solid slap in the face completely destroyed his self-confidence. This is just bare hands. What if they hold weapons? What if they use soul magic? What's more, Wang Yan also has a spiritual beast that can kill elites in seconds. Brother Chow stood there in a daze. As the scenes of him once laughing at Wang Yan kept flashing through his mind. If it were me, would I be as generous as Wang Yan? Brother Chow cried, 3 parts of guilt, 7 parts of regret, and the remaining 90 parts were all bitterness. Plop! Brother Chow was kneeling on the ground. His tears had soaked the front of his clothes. Looking at the backs of Wang Yan and Zhang Wei leaving, Brother Chow finally couldn't help but burst into tears. It's too spicy. Hey, Brother Chow is a decent man. Glancing at Brother Chow, who was kneeling on the ground crying heartbreakingly, Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, Brother Chow must not be able to bear the pain of failure and had to kneel down as promised. Dignity and commitment are constantly struggling, and in the end one can only cry bitterly. As the culprit, Wang Yan naturally knew why Brother Chow was like this. A slap on the face stimulated the tear glands and mucus glands in the nasal cavity to continuously secrete fluid, resulting in the current situation. Don't ask why Wang Yan knows it so clearly. Wang Yan, come to my office. As soon as I entered the classroom, the head teacher appeared out of nowhere. Wang Yan nodded and followed the head teacher to the office. I opened the door and saw 3 people sitting inside. One of them was wearing a military uniform and was sipping tea calmly. The other 2 glared at each other, their eyes meeting in the air, almost creating sparks. Uncle Luo? Wang Yin greeted the man in military uniform. He was his second Uncle Wang Yi's secretary and bodyguard, and also the person his second uncle trusted the most. This time he came, probably on behalf of his second uncle. Don't be so formal. I'm just an ordinary admissions director now. Luo Zhu waved his hand and said with a smile. These 2 are Yu Wenhao from Capital University and Wu Liqiang from Minghu First University. You got the evaluation of grade A upper in the practical test. The 3 of us are here to invite you. Luo Zhu raised his eyebrows at Wang Yin, meaning that he could take the opportunity to negotiate terms. Hello, teachers. I am Wang Yin. Wang Yin nodded and understood what he meant. Hello, teachers. I'm the boss's G heir. Jinzi suddenly interrupted and said something, looking very mean. Before Yuan Hao and Wu Liqiang could say anything, a green shadow appeared out of nowhere, and the gold instantly stuck to the reinforced glass 3 meters away. Wang Yin felt a little painful as he slowly slid down with his arms and legs spread out. There is no doubt that this was done by Shaoqing. Perhaps it couldn't bear to watch it anymore, or perhaps it was annoyed by it, so it just lashed its tail and flew away. This is the Black Bird. Luo Zhu is worthy of being the secretary and bodyguard of the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District. He has a very sharp eye and can see through Jin Zi's true colors at a glance. Mysterious bird? Lord quality? Phoenix bloodline? Also, how did he contract a second spirit beast? Could it be that the soul contract has been upgraded to level 3? Yuan Hao and Wu Liqiang looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Reaching level 3 right after graduating from high school and possessing a spirit beast of Lord quality, this is more than just genius. Although they were very surprised how Wang Yin survived the blood backlash when signing the contract, they believed that Luo Zhu would not be wrong. Wait, if this is the Blackbird, then whoever blew it away just now. Yuan Hao and Wu Liqiang looked at each other again, and suddenly there was a storm in their hearts. The one who can blow away a lord with the blood of the phoenix must be at least a lord, and his blood will not be worse than that of the phoenix. Thinking of the armored wild boar that dared not resist even when being swallowed in the practical test, as well as the scene of many ordinary ferocious beasts lying on the ground shivering, a common idea emerged in the 2 people's minds. That snake? Could it be a dragon? Hiss! The 2 of them gasped. 1 dragon species and 1 phoenix species, 2 lore-quality spirit beasts, and they went to a chicken feather university and were directly issued a diploma. We need to explain the situation in detail to the principal. Yuan Hao said very seriously. Please. Wang Yan nodded, indicating that he could wait. Come and sit down. Luo Zhu patted the seat next to him and said, Uncle Luo, what does second uncle want you to do? Are you recruiting me into the army? No. Luo Zhu shook his head and continued. The commander asked me to come here to force the others to show their cards. The levels of these 2 universities are similar, so naturally I will go to the one with better conditions. I see. Wang Yin nodded, feeling that his second uncle was more thoughtful. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yuan Hao and Wu Liqiang finally came back. Let's get straight to the point. Yuan Hao paused for a moment, then continued. If you apply to Capital University, you will get 1,000 credits per month, priority in resources, and all areas of the library will be open to the public. You will also be taught in person by the principal, who is a level 10 Beastmaster. After Yuan Hao finished speaking, it was Wu Liqiang's turn. The conditions at Minghu First University are similar. You get 1,000 credits per month and can enter the Soul Nurturing Ground once a year for free. In addition, the principal promised to give you a moon beast after your soul contract reaches level 6. After hearing what the 2 said, Wang Yin did not rush to agree, but asked, What is in the library of Capital University? What are the soul-raising land and the moon beast? The library of Capital University is the first floor of the Imperial Library, where all the martial arts of the entire Yinhuang Empire are stored. The Soul Nurturing Land is a space crack. Several level 10 Beastmasters worked together to clean it up and used it as a secret place for cultivation. It is very suitable for practicing soul skills and is also very beneficial for improving soul strength. The moon beast is a special spirit beast with Yin attributes. It is good at healing and is stronger than the wood attribute. Luo Zhu answered Wang Yan's question clearly, and then he stopped talking. Chapter 19, Free-Range Chicken. Just explain it clearly. Wang Yan will make his own choice. His task is to try his best to gain benefits for Wang Yan, but looking at the current situation, it seems that this is no longer necessary. Uncle Luo, which school do you think is better for me? Wang Yan asked. It depends on your needs. If you want to improve your own strength, go to Capital University. The president is a true martial arts master. With his personal guidance, you can avoid many detours. Luo Zhu paused for a moment and continued. If you want to improve your soul strength, choose Minghu No. 1 University. The special energy in the soul-raising land recovers very slowly. In order to maintain sustainable development, there are only 3 places available each year. The moon beast is not an ordinary spirit beast either. It can protect your safety to a great extent. I see. Wang Yan nodded, having already made up his mind. He doesn't need to work too hard on martial arts. Shaoqing will help him improve 3 basic attributes. Medicinal herbs that are highly poisonous to others are very tonic to him. When fighting against the enemy, if you just stand there and let the opponent hit you without being able to break your defense, is there any need to practice martial arts? In addition, Wang Yan can also use Shaoqing's skills, which greatly increases his combat effectiveness. In this situation, you just need to find a way to increase the strength of your soul, and everything else is just a passing cloud. I'm going to Minghu First University. Wang Yan stated his choice. Wu Liqiang smiled widely, while Yuan Hao sighed helplessly. With Luo Zhu watching, no one dared to play tricks. Of course, there is no need to resort to tricks at top universities like Capital University and Minghu First University. In this case, I can only wish classmate Wang Yan's martial arts to flourish, and he will ascend to the holy throne. Yuan Hao bowed to Wang Yan and turned to leave. I'm leaving too. Remember to say hello to your father for me. Oh, by the way, after meeting the principal, you... Having said that, Luo Zhu's expression suddenly became conflicted. After hesitating for about 10 seconds, he didn't finish his words, just waved his hand and left. Wang Yan? What's going on? I don't know what to say. Is it easy to get hit by bricks when walking at night? Don't you know that it's easy to get bit by a dog when going out? Wang Yan was worried in his heart, feeling that the president of Minghu First University was not an easy person to get along with. Get ready. We'll set off in 3 days. Wu Liqiang patted Wang Yan on the shoulder and smiled happily. His soul contract had reached level 3 before he even entered school. His 2 spirit beasts were Dragon and Phoenix, and their quality was above that of a lord. This level has already surpassed many third-year students. If you cultivate it seriously, you will surely be able to ascend to the holy throne in the future. In addition, his identity can also provide great help. My father is a leading businessman in Minghu Province, and my uncle is the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military Region. You don't have to worry about money or engage in intrigue. And with the protection of the principal and teachers, all you have to do is focus on improving the strength of your soul. It is difficult to find such a student even with a lantern. So how could Wu Liqiang not be happy? Wang Yan responded and left with the wilted gold. Minghu First University is located in Haixian City, about 2,000 kilometers away from here. Ferocious beasts are everywhere and monsters are rampant. Even if the military district conducts regular cleanups, there will still be many ferocious beasts wandering on the road. Therefore, before the start of each school year, each university will send admissions directors and teachers to bring the admitted candidates back to school. At the same time, in order to reduce the waste of manpower and material resources, only 5 universities in the entire Yanhuang Empire were qualified to recruit students across provinces, and they were also divided into regions. Capital University, for example, can only recruit students in the entire northern area. 3 days is neither long nor short. Wang Yan discovered a problem. He seemed to have been cheated. So, you're a free-range chicken? Wang Yan looked at the gold, his eyes full of scrutiny. When I first saw Jinzi jumping around, I thought it didn't like flying or that the space indoors was too small and not suitable for flying. But later I found out that it simply couldn't fly. Boss, I can actually fly, but I can't fly far or high. Golden Z spread his wings and pretended to be helpless, but in fact he felt extremely guilty. As the saying goes, no gold is pure and no one is perfect. The same goes for birds. It has extremely high defense and attack power, as well as agile body movements and good speed. If it could fly, it would be incredible. Although it has advanced to become a lord through blood tempering, its essence is still a macaw. Unless it devours the blood of 5 phoenix-type beasts and completely evolves into a phoenix, it will be impossible to fly. The total distance is no more than 50 meters, which is worse than a rooster. Don't tell people you are a phoenix when you go out. It's too embarrassing. Wang Yan covered his face, feeling a little unable to look straight. A bird that cannot fly is like a fish that cannot swim. Ridiculous. But then again, it seems that ostriches and penguins can't fly either. Forget it. It's just a free-range chicken. It's no big deal. Wang Yan sighed and rubbed Xiaoqing's head that popped out from her clothes. Both spirit beasts didn't like being locked in the special space of the soul contract. So Wang Yan carried a school bag and let Xiaoqing curl up most of her body. Gold is easy, just run on the ground. There is another person who will be here soon. After seeing Wang Yan, Wu Liqiang said with a smile. There are not many new students this time, only more than 200 people, and they can all be accommodated in a few buses. Wang Yan was naturally arranged to sit at the front, together with the admissions director, Wu Liqiang. To put it cruelly, in Wu Liqiang's opinion, all people combined are not as important as Wang Yan. If they encounter danger, Wu Liqiang will take Wang Yan away first, and the others can only stay where they are and leave it to fate. The Yanhuang Empire is in great need of strong people. New space cracks appear every day, and countless crises arise every day. Without enough strong people to suppress it, the empire will soon fall apart. Sorry, there's a traffic jam on the road. A shout came from not far away. Wang Yan looked up and found that it was Zhang Wei. Your grades are such that you can hardly get into a second-tier university. Why are you here? Wang Yan asked doubtfully. Zhang Wei only received a B-level upper evaluation in this practical test, and even in the second university, he was ranked at the bottom. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to enter the first university. No way. We are just lucky. Zhang Wei winked and said, my spirit beast has been upgraded to the second level, and I got a very good skill that can quickly restore the spirit beast's energy. So cool. Wang Yan was very surprised. He was extremely lucky to have acquired this skill when he was at the second level. Of course. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Zhang Wei snorted with great pride and waved his hand to summon out his spirit beast. This is a hen, covered with white feathers and as fat as a ball. After being summoned, the hen looked at Zhang Wei lovingly, raised her butt and laid an egg. Clack! As if to show off, the hen fluttered its wings and looked a little proud. Wang Yan, Wu Liqiang. Many students. It is normal for a hen to lay eggs, but for some reason, Wang Yan always felt like something was wrong. Chapter 20 Lying is not a good thing. Without waiting for Wang Yan to react, Jinzi moved closer. It lifted its wings and stroked the crest on its head, then moved its butt slightly, looking very showy. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Jinzi, and I'm the boss's prostitute. Whoosh! Bang! A sharp sound suddenly rang out, and Jinzi's body disappeared out of thin air. When it reappeared, it had already been buried on the big tree next to it. Wang Yan, Wu Liqiang, many students. With a helpless sigh, Wang Yan took the gold down from the tree and threw it on the roof of the car. I have to say, this guy is really tough. After Xiaoqing advanced to become a lord, he lashed out with his tail, and the elite beasts of the same level were instantly turned into a pool of mud, and the leader was also seriously injured and dying. Jinzi was hit twice, but apart from looking a little embarrassed, he was unharmed. Jinzi jumped down with fluttering wings and came to the hen, pretending to be very cool. May I meet this beautiful lady? Cluck! The hen glanced at it, stuck out her butt and laid another egg. Wang Yan, Zhang Wei, Lao Wang, I feel like your bird doesn't seem quite. Zhang Wei was silent for a long time, not knowing how to describe it, but Wang Yan understood what he wanted to express. The thing I regret most in my life is signing a contract with it. I have a hunch that my reputation will be ruined by it. Wang Yan covered his face, feeling extremely painful. This is the first time I've seen a spiritual animal that can speak human language. Lao Wang, how much did you pay for this bird? It's free. The boss gave it to me. Zhang Wei. Although I don't know where the gold came from, by referring to the speed at which it was blown away and the depth at which it was embedded in the tree trunk, I can roughly estimate how powerful Xiaoqing's attack is. But even with such a terrifying attack, Jinzi was like a normal bird. God knows how strong its body is. Hurry up and get in the car. Hurry up and get in the car. Wu Liqiang really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. One of them looked like a human, while the other one was laying eggs with its butt sticking up. It was too disgusting to the eyes. Okay. Zhang Wei nodded and bowed, then quickly put the old hen away. Sadness is inevitable, so why should I be so devoted? Youth is bound to leave regrets. Jin Zi sighed and jumped onto Wang Yan's shoulder. Boss, your bird is heartbroken. Wang Yan. After everyone got on the bus, the driver set off. The destination is more than 1,000 kilometers away, and it will take almost 20 hours to drive. Wang Yan dozed off in his chair, while Jinzi was jumping around in the carriage. Hello, beautiful lady. Jinzi raised his head and stared at the outline of the girl's body that was squeezed out by her clothes. Hello. The girl stroked Jinzi's head with a smile, picked it up, and put it on her lap. Such a well-behaved and beautiful girl. There should be a lot of people chasing after you. Feeling the girl's touch, Jinzi squinted his eyes comfortably. No, I haven't had a boyfriend yet. The girl sighed, looking very lonely. I have changed 5 best friends in 3 years, but I have never even touched a man's hand. Maybe I am not good enough, unlike her, who can always get the favor of boys. Or maybe my breasts are too big, they all like girls with small breasts. Oh really? Telling lies is not a good thing for children. Jinzi put his head into the girl's clothes on her chest and picked out a thick round cushion. As it moved, the girl's breast changed from E to A and then deflated. Girl, looking at the sponge pad in Jinzi's mouth, and then looking at her own breasts, one larger than the other, the girl's fair face turned pale instantly. Go to hell? The angry scream was filled with murderous intent, and Wang Yan was so frightened that he jumped up from his seat. Pooh! Wang Yan shouted angrily, took out a dagger from his arms, and threw it in the direction where the murderous intent came from. Whoosh! Up to 100 points of strength give this dagger extremely strong penetrating power. If it hits, even the body of a 3rd-level beast will be torn apart. Wang Yan's reaction was too quick and too intense. Zhang Wei, who was standing next to him, didn't even have time to react before the strong wind cut a tiny cut on the tip of his nose. Given the physical fitness of these students, everyone in the path, including the screaming girl, would be pierced by the dagger and die. Fortunately, the situation was not that bad. A green tail stretched out from the school bag and blocked the dagger flying in the air. Bite! The sound is crisp, with a faint echo. Wang Yan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If Xiaoqing hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been in big trouble this time. What happened? Zhang Wei looked at Wang Yan beside him and then at the dagger on the ground, his face confused. Before he knew what was happening, he heard Wang Yan suddenly shout, and then a strong wind blew past his eyes. Zhang Wei felt his nose was a little itchy, so he touched it subconsciously and found blood. What the hell is going on? I was just taking a nap. Is the world ending? Nothing, just a fly that was annoying. Wu Liqiang retracted his outstretched hand into his sleeve, and the more he looked at Wang Yan, the more satisfied he felt. With such vigilance, we will surely be able to gain a foothold in this crisis-ridden world. Thank you, teacher. Wang Yan said this with great gratitude. He saw Wu Liqiang's actions. If Xiaoqing had not blocked the dagger, Wu Liqiang would have taken action as well. In addition, Wu Liqiang suppressed the storm with a casual remark and forcibly put the blame on the girl. Although it's a bit unfair, this is the best way to deal with it under the current circumstances. Wang Yan sighed and planned to give the girl some compensation in the future, so as not to let her bear the blame for nothing. Boss, I was wrong. Jinzi lowered his head, his eyes darting around. Obviously, it has not really realized its mistake, or it has realized its mistake, but has no intention of correcting it. You will be fined 2 days' rations. Boss, I was wrong. Please don't do that. Jinzi screamed, wrapped his wings around Wang Yan's calves, and cried loudly. Unfortunately, Wang Yan didn't buy it at all. Who was he trying to fool with just thunder, but no rain? Wang Yan snorted coldly and planned to put the gold into the contract space. But at this moment, a wonderful idea suddenly popped into his mind. What's the point of howling? Since you are crying, just cry sincerely. So Wang Yan rubbed Jinzi's eyes with his fingers. Jinzi. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and Jinzi really cried this time. I cried until I was hoarse and was heartbroken. Wu Liqiang. Wu Liqiang was very upset. He didn't know why, but he always felt that recruiting Wang Yan into Minghu No. 1 University might not be a good thing. This kid is indeed a rare genius. His soul contract reached level 3 when he graduated from high school, and he also owns 2 Lord-quality spirit beasts. But he is also very good at causing trouble. When he enters school, the teachers and the principal will have trouble living in peace. Chapter 21, The Crisis Arrives. Wait, I'm just an admissions director. What does his trouble have to do with me? That's the principal and his teacher's business. Wu Liqiang muttered, and his mood instantly became beautiful. The time in the car was boring. After the initial excitement, as the sky gradually darkened, everyone began to feel drowsy. The moon disappeared into the darkness, and a few stars cast their faint light on the earth. The wilderness was dead silent, with only the rustling sound of tires rubbing against the ground spreading around. The car's ceiling and sound insulation effects are excellent. The noise inside and the roar of the engine are all firmly blocked. In addition, the military district would clear this road every once in a while. Theoretically, the chance of them encountering ferocious beasts was infinitely close to 0. However, theories are just theories after all. In this wilderness full of dangers, many things cannot be treated according to common sense. Wang Yan, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes and took in everything around him at once. The driver stood straight and looked forward. Wu Liqiang looked serious and frowned. Jinzi stood under the windshield, his body motionless. Even Xiaoqing, who was usually lazy, poked her head out of her school bag. There is no doubt that something happened, and it was not an ordinary thing. There are ferocious beasts, more than 5,000 in number, and they are still increasing. Wu Liqiang glanced at Wang Yan and said, "Coming for us?" 9 out of 10. Hearing Wu Liqiang's words, Wang Yan frowned. Unless you deviate from the route or the ferocious beasts migrate, it is basically impossible to encounter a large-scale gathering of ferocious beasts on this road. In addition, it was already late at night, so it was almost certain that the beast was specifically looking for them. Turn on the lights and fire flares. Everyone prepare for battle. Without any time to think, Wu Liqiang sounded the alarm, and everyone was awakened. Wang Yan didn't actually take the more than 5,000 ferocious beasts seriously. As soon as Xiaoqing's dragon power appeared, both ordinary and elite beings had to lie prone on the ground. Even the leader's combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. But Wang Yan didn't plan to do so for the time being. He suspected that these ferocious beasts were controlled by someone. If the culprit is not found out, there will still be 5,000 left even if 5,000 are killed. It will be endless and very annoying. Don't attack your dragon spirit beast to avoid alerting the enemy. Wu Liqiang gave this instruction, and he and Wang Yan had the same idea. He watched the practical test video over a dozen times and knew that Xiaoqing should have skills like might or domain. In addition, they have been advanced to the Lord quality. As long as Xiaoqing takes action, these ferocious beasts will not be a concern at all. The enemy did not choose to fight head-on, but instead controlled ferocious beasts to attack, obviously without the certainty of victory. Therefore, using Xiaoqing as a trump card may be able to turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. Of course, it would be better if the guess was wrong. There is no mastermind behind this. It's just a simple gathering of ferocious beasts. Wu Liqiang and the driver killed the high-level ferocious beasts and let the students practice with the rest. What's wrong? What happened? After the alarm sounded, the carriage immediately became noisy. Most of the students looked panicked, but a few were calmly observing the situation outside. Wu Liqiang took in everyone's reactions and wrote down a few of the calmer ones. Although he is not as good as Wang Yan, he may become a backbone force if he is trained well. Ah! As the ferocious beast continued to approach, a low roar finally reached my ears. Although these students are young, they are geniuses with wisdom, courage, and perseverance to be admitted to Minghu No. 1 University. In less than half a minute, they were ready for battle. Several elite spirit beasts and hundreds of ordinary spirit beasts densely surrounded the car. You will kill all those elites later, leaving no one alive. Wang Yan said in a low voice, and Jinzi nodded to indicate that he understood. The leader was dealt with by the director of education, Wu Liqiang, and the driver, and the ordinary beasts were dealt with by the students. The remaining elites posed too great a threat to the students and needed to be cleared out first. As the ferocious beast continued to approach, the atmosphere became more tense. The students were full of fighting spirit and couldn't wait to start fighting. Begin the fight! Wu Liqiang shouted loudly, and the battle started immediately. Hundreds of spiritual beasts engaged in close combat with the ferocious beasts that swarmed over, and Jinzi's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Like dawn tearing through the darkness, and like thunder shattering the clouds. Jinzi spread his wings, and dozens of ferocious beasts died tragically behind him. Sharp and fierce, elegant and handsome. Gold is like a dancer on the edge of a knife, and also like an assassin in the dark. In an instant, the enemies died. Roar! A dull roar came from the herd, and an armored rhinoceros locked onto the gold and rushed over madly. The armored rhinoceros is bulky, and once it charges, it can only move forward and is almost unable to change direction. But its defense is extremely strong, and its attack power is also very terrifying. There are almost no ferocious beasts among the leaders that can fight it head-on. TSK, you reckless man. Seeing the armored rhinoceros rushing towards him, Jinzi sneered and lowered his head to peck a hole in the head of the monkey at his feet. Not to mention that he is one level higher. Even if they are both leaders, gold can kill this idiot. Dual wielding and swinging, the figure flashes. Gold is like a ghost. Every time it appears, at least 2 ferocious beasts are killed. Beast, let me meet you. The armored rhinoceros made too much noise and was quickly spotted by the driver. As the roar came out, a gorilla with a fiery red body was summoned out and punched the armored rhinoceros. Wu Liqiang was not idle either. He and 3 beasts tied down 2 leading beasts, and the battle became stalemate. Old Wang, I feel like something is not right. Zhang Wei had his back against Wang Yan, with a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. The fighting power of the spirit beast he contracted was very poor, and its first-level skills were also more auxiliary, so the prototype of the current system was developed. With the assistance of spirit beasts, you fight on your own. Although humans are far less powerful than spirit beasts, as long as they can hold their opponents back, they can then wait for their companions to deal with them before coming to help them. Of course, you can also choose to grind the enemy to death. During the practical exam, he relied on this trick to get a top B rating. Play it safe and steady, focus on defense, and never fight back unless you are absolutely sure. He fought 10 first-level 1-star beasts for 10 minutes. It took him half an hour to fight 10 first-level 2-star ferocious beasts. It took him 2 hours to fight 10 first-level 3-star beasts. The audience in the stands were drowsy, and Wang Guangyao was so angry that he almost cursed. What's wrong? Wang Yan kicked a leopard that rushed towards him away and cut off the side of the duck's head. This is a 4th-level duck. I wonder how it would taste like if it were made into roast duck. Tell me, is this possible? We are not unlucky to encounter these ferocious beasts. These beasts are targeting us. Well, you guessed it right. Wang Yan nodded and chopped off the head of the other duck. Chapter 22, 5,000 Ferocious Beasts. Is it true? I'm just guessing. Zhang Wei screamed, his face full of disbelief. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. You guessed it right. Wang Yan sighed and cut off the head of the 3rd duck. Among this group of ferocious beasts, there seem to be too many ducks. Take care to protect yourself. There are too many ferocious beasts. I may not be able to take care of you. Wang Yan glanced around and took in all the battles. The driver restrained one of the leading beasts, and the admissions director Wu Liqiang restrained 2 of the leading beasts. Jinzi was rampaging like a killing god, and many elite beasts had their heads crushed or their necks chopped off before they even had a chance to react. More than 200 students fought against ordinary ferocious beasts, and several teams were formed in the fierce fighting. It has to be said that the students who are able to be admitted to Minghu First University have top qualities in all aspects. Take your time and proceed step by step. The injured or exhausted are protected, and those with strong defenses are at the front. Although it seemed a bit awkward and clumsy in the beginning, as time went by, the cooperation between everyone became more and more proficient. Hundreds of ferocious beasts were killed, but not a single student or spiritual beast died. Is that the first place in this exam? A 3rd-level beast couldn't even survive a single round in front of him. Several students saw Wang Yan and couldn't help but sigh. There are no weaklings who can get a top-level A rating. The companion next to him took a few deep breaths and said, whether it's the spirit beast or the martial arts, they are both top-notch. Where is his spirit beast? Why do we only see him fighting? Have you not noticed that up to now, there is not a single elite beast among the beasts that have attacked us? With a number of over 5,000 against less than 300 humans, the huge gap brought even greater pressure. Even though the driver and Wu Liqiang held back the 3 leaders, and Jinzi blocked the elites from approaching, more than 200 students still began to suffer casualties. Screams were heard as a wolf-like beast broke through the defense line and tore off a large piece of flesh from a student's chest. Blood gushed out, bodies fell to the ground, and the first dead person finally appeared. The number of ferocious beasts is decreasing, and the human defense line is becoming more and more shaky. As time went by, when several spirit beasts that were good at defense died, the real crisis arrived. The sound of flesh tearing, bones breaking, and shrill screams. The entire battlefield began to turn into a meat grinder, with ferocious beasts or humans dying every moment. Why? Sighing helplessly, Wang Yan's mind moved, and the dragon's might spread around. Vast, magnificent, and majestic. This is the aura of the king of ferocious beasts, an absolutely invincible strongman of the same level and quality. As Long Wei appeared, the originally ferocious and cruel beasts all lay on the ground and trembled. Some of the lower-level ones were so scared that they shit and pissed themselves, while the higher-level ones wagged their tails cautiously. Seeing the sudden changes in the ferocious beasts, many students were horrified. It's Wang Yan! It's Wang Yan who took action! Someone shouted, and the scene of Wang Yan and Li Yijing fighting appeared in everyone's mind, and the others immediately understood. Kill! Kill all these damn beasts! Angry roars rang out one after another, and even those students who were exhausted and fell down tried their best to stand up. One side is exhausted, the other side is standing still. Because of Wang Yan's actions, the situation that was almost a mutual destruction was reversed, and the balance of victory began to tilt toward humans. At a glance, the only ferocious beasts still able to stand were the three leaders fighting the driver and Wu Liqiang. The dragon's might is vast, sweeping in all directions. The three leading beasts were not lying on the ground trembling like the ordinary and elite ones, but their combat effectiveness was suppressed by at least 50%. Under the fierce attack of Wu Liqiang and the driver, he was soon seriously injured and beaten to death. Thanks to you this time. Wu Liqiang wiped the blood off his face, and his wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. Leader against leader, unless there is bloodline and racial suppression, the battle cannot be resolved in a short time. But his battle with the leader of the ferocious beasts was a different story. A beast master, an ordinary spirit beast, and an elite spirit beast joined forces to deal with the leader of the ferocious beasts. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife, and they were lingering on the edge of death every minute and every second. In addition, there are many elites around. If it weren't for Wang Yan, he would have been in trouble this time. If I can be of any use to you in the future, I will die for you. Several student representatives came over and said with great gratitude. Wang Yan single-handedly held back all the elite beasts, and at the critical moment, suppressed the remaining ordinary and leader beasts. Such terrifying strength shocked everyone. We are all classmates, no need to be so polite. Wang Yan nodded and looked towards the darkness ahead. His intuition told him that the crisis was not completely resolved. The real enemy, the opportunity, soon appeared. Sure enough, along with an evil and crazy laugh, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. Next came a ferocious head with the word king engraved in black, and a huge, strong, and powerful body. This is a tiger-type spirit beast, the best among its kind and level. Blood-eyed demon tiger, you are a member of the Brotherhood of Destruction. The driver screamed, his face full of disbelief. Not bad, not bad. You have quite a good eye. I am the 72nd earthly fiend, earthly demon star. The evil voice sounded again, and it was the blood-eyed, demonic tiger who spoke. Are you a human or an animal? Wang Yan shouted coldly, his brows twisted into big knots. This spirit beast gave him a very strange feeling. It was ferocious, cruel, crazy, and chaotic. No matter how you looked at it, it must be a ferocious beast. But after it appeared, it did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, it spoke in human language and called itself the Earth Demon Star. Does it matter whether you are a human or an animal? In this world where the strong prey on the weak, both humans and animals are just struggling to survive. The Demon Star laughed sinisterly, as if he was trying to teach Wang Yan the principles of life. This is a member of the Brotherhood of Destruction. He used a spell to transfer his soul into the body of a vicious beast in order to steal the beast's power. Wu Liqiang took 2 steps forward, protecting Wang Yan behind him. The Brotherhood of Destruction is an evil organization against humanity. It has 4 divisions: the Big Dipper, the Southern Dipper, the 36 celestial stars, and the 72 earthly stars. The Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper are mysterious and have been hiding in the dark, while the 36 celestial stars and the 72 earthly stars are wreaking havoc everywhere. The power of the Brotherhood of Destruction spreads all over the world. Currently, We only know that the strength of the 36 heavenly stars is at the king level, while the 72 earthly stars are weaker, with the highest level only being the Lord. So they are a bunch of psychopaths who want to destroy the world. Wang Yan nodded and said sarcastically, I thought a big shot had come, but it turned out to be just a small fry. You're just pretending to be so great. Chapter 23, Earth Demon Star. Oh, stupid human, you only know how to talk. The demon star sneered, with murderous intent in his blood-red pupils. The more advanced the organism, the more difficult it is to improve. Like the macaw, when it reaches the first stage, it needs the Vajra Bodhi from the Vajra realm. Subsequent upgrades are becoming more and more difficult. These are just the elites. What about the leaders and lords? Or even a more powerful king? At this stage, Xiaoqing and Jinzi need huge amounts of energy to upgrade their star level each time. If the system hadn't solved the biggest hurdle of rank, they would probably be stuck at level 2 for a long time. The blood-eyed demonic tiger, as a spiritual beast of lord quality, is naturally no exception. Although his combat power is extremely strong, he is only at level 5 and 5 stars. I don't know how much resources and energy I will need to upgrade to level 6. Having said that, it is enough to deal with 2 bosses and a low-level lord. Yuan D. The Earth Demon Star roared, and the lord's aura spread around. The next moment, the gorilla's body went limp, and he almost fell to his knees. Wu Liqiang's spirit beast was not in a much better condition. Its pupils suddenly contracted, and the hair on its neck stood up. The lord's oppression of the chief was so terrifying that it was a little unexpected. The 7th-level leader had almost no power to resist the 5th-level lord. Little chicken, have you thought about how to die? Moxing didn't even bother to look at the 2 leaders and turned to challenge Jinzi. Little chicken, are you calling me? Jinzi was stunned for a moment and looked around and found that it seemed to be the only one who fit the image of little chicken. You are the little chicken, your whole family is little chickens. Jinzi screamed. His body turned into lightning, and he instantly arrived in front of the Earth Demon Star. Laugh! Sharp and sharp, like a blade tearing the skin of the Earth Demon Star. After 2 consecutive evolutions, from an elite to a lord, Jinzi's attributes and skills have been strengthened to an exaggerated level. Among creatures of the same grade and level, only the absolute king, the dragon, can suppress it. With one move, a cut was immediately made on the Earth Demon Star's neck. Bright red blood gushed out, staining a large area of the ground red. It lasted for less than 2 seconds, and the flesh and blood on the wound healed quickly. Little chicken, I admit that you are very strong. But in many cases, the size of the body also represents the strength of the combat power. The Earth Demon Star laughed grimly, with a mocking expression on his face. With the same attack, the wounds I inflict are dozens of times greater than yours. Your hit on me is painless, but my hit on you can tear you in half. What can you use? Before Moxing finished speaking, a green shadow flashed by, followed by a crisp sound. Bang! This attack was fast, sudden, fierce, and cruel. Moxing felt a sharp pain, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Who? The Earth Demon Star roared, and his blood-red eyes stared at Wang Yan's position. Another lord? Or a dragonborn? Xiaoqing was no longer hiding, and the aura of a true dragon spread out, shocking the Earth Demon Star so much that his eyelids twitched. The dragon is the true, invincible king. There is no other spiritual beast of the same rank and quality that can compare with it. Even the extremely rare god species and demon species in legends are somewhat inferior to dragon species. If you were also at level 5, I would leave without hesitation, but you are only at level 3. The demon star suppressed his shock and said with a fierce smile, I'll give you a chance. Leave here, and I won't pursue what happened just now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hearing what Moxing said, Xiaoqing hissed twice, and an emotion called disdain revealed in his big round eyes. You're looking for death. Although Xiaoqing couldn't speak, Moxing still understood what it meant. In a rage, he actually rushed forward. Hiss! Seeing the Earth Demon Star taking action, Xiaoqing naturally did not show any weakness. The slender tail tore through the air and instantly arrived in front of the Earth Demon Star. Bang! The sound was dull and harsh, bringing a huge impact. The demon star was knocked to the side. His nose collapsed. One of his eyes popped out, and he looked very miserable. Xiaoqing was not at ease either. The scales on his tail flew off, revealing the flesh underneath. The end exploded directly, and the pale white bones were exposed to the air. Seeing Xiaoqing's appearance, Wang Yan felt distressed. But not only could he not get past it, he had to stay away from it. The battle between the two lords, even the aftermath, could severely injure him. Now going there would be of no use except causing trouble for Xiaoqing. Damn it! Wang Yan clenched his fists, hating the evil of the Earth Demon Star and angry at his own incompetence. Ah! Hiss! Roars and hisses sounded almost at the same time, and the two lords fought again. The Earth Demon Star bit Xiaoqing's tail hard, and Xiaoqing wrapped it with his body. At the same time, Xiaoqing's mouth was not idle either. Green poisonous mist sprayed towards the Earth Demon Star, and four fangs popped out and pierced into its neck fiercely. In the current situation, Xiaoqing seems to have the upper hand. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaoqing will kill the Earth Demon Star at the cost of being seriously injured. However, the reality is often much more cruel than one might imagine. After knowing that he was facing a situation where he was sure to die, Earth Demon Star immediately decided to fight to the death. It's not that easy to kill me. Ha ha ha, let's die together. A wild laugh came from the tiger's mouth. No one knew what kind of skills the Earth Demon Star used. Its body began to expand rapidly, and it actually stretched Xiaoqing's body apart. Swish! Swish! The sound of cloth tearing came from the front. The scales on Xiaoqing's body kept breaking, and cuts were gradually appearing on her strong body. If this continues, Xiaoqing's body will be broken into several pieces, and even if she is lucky enough to survive, it will be difficult for her to fully recover. Without any hesitation, Wang Yan forcibly took Xiaoqing back to the special space of the soul contract. Oh, that's it? Where's your pride? Where's your courage? Gone! The Earth Demon Star laughed grimly. Black energy surged around him, and his body was still expanding. I won't joke about its life. The worst that can happen is death. Wang Yan had a blank expression on his face, but he was mentally prepared to escape. If he doesn't take action to stop it, Xiaoqing will have a chance to die, and then he will have to face the Earth Demon Star head-on. If he takes Xiaoqing away, he will also have to fight against the Earth Demon Star head-on. The ending is the same, so why let Xiaoqing die in vain? Of course, there is another reason hidden deep in my heart. Xiaoqing has his blood flowing in her body, and is the only relative he has in this strange world. He hopes Xiaoqing can survive and live with him. Hey, what a deep love between master and servant. The Earth Demon Star made a strange TSK sound with a mocking look on his face. If it was that little chicken, would you make the same choice? 02. Chapter 24 Phoenix. Hearing its words, the gold next to it didn't say anything, but its little ears pricked up quietly. It is very smart and is an outlier among the macaw species. Its intelligence is no less than that of ordinary people. It knew that it was a latecomer, and its status in Wang Yan's heart was definitely not as high as Xiaoqing's. Therefore, it never competed with Xiaoqing, nor was it jealous. Even if it was hit by Xiaoqing, it would not care. Of course, the main reason is that we can't win. But no matter what, Jinzi actually also longs for care and love, and longs to have the same status as Xiaoqing. Of course, from the moment it signed a contract with me, it became my most loyal partner. It can sacrifice its life to protect me, and I will do my best to protect it. Wang Yan answered decisively, without any hesitation. The sound entered Jinzi's ears, causing the crown hair on his head to shake uncontrollably. Well said, since you want to try your best, I'll give you this chance. The Earth Demon Star roared and pounced towards Wang Yan. It has to be said that the Earth Demon Star is a very powerful enemy. Be brave and decisive, and don't drag your feet. If you find that you are unable to defeat the opponent, change your strategy immediately. The reason I spoke to Wang Yan just now was just to delay time and allow myself to adapt to the surging power. At this moment, the Earth Demon Star had already decided to kill Wang Yan, a spiritual beast with two lord qualities. One is of dragon species, and the other is of phoenix species. Once they grow up, I am afraid they will at least be top-notch experts like the Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper. No! Seeing the Demon Star attacking, Wu Liqiang and Zhang Wei couldn't help but scream. One is a junior who is promising, and the other is a childhood friend and deskmate. In times of crisis, it is easier for them to reveal their emotions. Hearing the voice next to his ear and looking at the Earth Demon Star rushing towards him, Wang Yan's face showed no joy or sadness. He began to call on the system in his heart, using his life in exchange for a chance to escape. However, at this moment, a colorful shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Like a moth to a flame, brave, decisive, and fearless. At the same time, a clear cry appeared out of nowhere, echoing throughout the wilderness. Cry! Wang Yan looked at the familiar figure in the light, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Elegant and colorful. It seems as if branches are growing on the crown feathers on its head, its wings spread out like waves. Its majestic waist is as thick as the earth, and its sharp claws are as sharp as swords. And on the slender feathers behind him, flames that could distort space were burning fiercely. This is the king of birds, the legendary auspicious sign, the phoenix. The demon star pounced on Wang Yan. At this critical moment of life and death, Jinzi resolutely chose to burn his blood and use his life to save Wang Yan. Brilliant beauty, fleeting moment. There is no such thing as worth it or not, only a firm and resolute choice. Feathers flying all over the sky. Countless five-colored lights gathered behind Jinzi and then turned into sharp swords shooting towards the Earth Demon Star. The forces of the five elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining. Tearing, condensing, eroding, burning, assimilating. 5 different forces exploded at the same time, instantly severely damaging the Earth Demon Star. You're crazy. If you burn your blood, you will degenerate into an ordinary beast, even worse than a sparrow. The Earth Demon Star roared madly, his face full of disbelief. However, what awaited it was not a slowdown of the attack, but a blazing white light. Golden sword chi. The light condensed and turned into a sharp blade, instantly piercing through the Earth Demon Star's forehead. Boom! The huge body fell, splashing countless dust. The brilliant 5-colored light in the sky was like a burnout flame, with only a little residue falling to the ground. Wang Yan reached out to catch the gold, his eyes misting over. Boss, your bird is broken. Jinzi said something weakly and then fell into a coma. Don't worry, I'm here. You won't break down. Wang Yan took back the gold and the soul contract, his face already filled with murderous intent. I swear that I will wipe out the Brotherhood of Destruction and destroy all the forces related to them. Boom! Snap! Thunder suddenly exploded, and dark clouds covered the sky without anyone noticing. The pale electric light shone on Wang Yan's face, making him look hideous and terrifying. No one spoke, but silently helped their injured companion back to the car. This battle was extremely brutal, with more than 30 of the 200 students dead and more than 100 seriously injured, almost all of them wounded. More than 50% of the spirit beasts died in the battle, and those who survived only had one breath left. The driver and Wu Liqiang's spirit beast were seriously injured and needed urgent treatment. Even Wang Yan's 2 spirit beasts were seriously injured and one was dying. Fortunately, the soul contract is extremely beneficial to the recovery of the spirit beast. Even if it cannot be restored, it can prevent it from further deterioration. For Wang Yan, as long as Jinzi is not dead, nothing else matters. What if it drops to the first level? What if it returns to ordinary quality? Just a few points. It won't take long before Wang Yan can turn the golden chick into a phoenix, making it thick, hard, and long again. The atmosphere in the car was heavy and no one spoke. Only a few students who were good at healing silently treated the wounds of everyone. Dark, bleak, and raining heavily. This battle hung like a shadow over everyone's mind. If you can't get through it, it will be a nightmare that you can't get rid of for the rest of your life. If you can get through it, you will be on the step to becoming a strong person. They can only break through this level by themselves. No one can help them. In comparison, Wang Yan was much calmer. After a careful inspection, Wang Yan found that Jinzi was not in danger of life, and he was completely relieved. After I return, I will apply for a batch of supplies from the school. Wu Liqiang patted Wang Yan on the shoulder and said, "Thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, all of us would have died. I'm just trying to protect myself." Wang Yan shook his head and said, "You could have chosen to leave unscathed, but you stayed anyway. If you need help in the future, just let me know. I think other students will be willing to do their best for you." Wu Liqiang smiled and looked behind Wang Yan. Following his gaze, Wang Yan discovered that his classmates' eyes were full of admiration and gratitude, which made his cold and hard heart move. In the previous life, he was alone and helpless, competing with wild beasts for food, competing with humans for profit, and competing with heaven and earth for his life. In order to survive, his heart has long been as cold as ice. and he only considers himself in everything. In the end, it's all nonsense and a dream. In this life, I have parents and relatives who love me, a cute spirit beast that follows me, a quirky neighbor sister, and a silly childhood classmate. It's much happier than the previous life. Wang Yan looked ahead. It was raining heavily and the cold wind was howling. His heart, however, continued to beat, as hot as fire. Chapter 25, Destroy Dad. The rest of the journey went smoothly. The scattered ferocious beasts posed no threat, and everyone arrived at Minghu No. 1 University safely. Because the admissions director Wu Liqiang had sent the message back in advance, when everyone arrived, they saw 3 full medical teams welcoming them at the gate. Those who needed treatment received treatment, and those who needed rest received rest, and everything was arranged in less than half an hour. By noon the next day, the compensation had arrived. Wang Yan didn't know what the others were, but his compensation was pretty good. 10,000 credits and a chance to enter the soul-nurturing land. According to Luo Zhu, there are only 3 places in the soul-nurturing land every year. Now he has taken up 2 of them. I wonder how many people will be jealous of him. Wang Yan didn't care about those people. He deserved the spot and had a clear conscience. The use of credits is the same as that of points in the system store. It is a special currency used to exchange for some regulated items. Xiaoqing's injuries were not serious, and she recovered after a little treatment. Because of the burning of Gold's blood, its quality degraded from lore to ordinary, but its level did not change, and it was still stage 2, 3 stars. These are all minor issues and will soon return to Lord quality. Because the incident on the demonic Earth star caused such a big stir, the school's top brass were all in a meeting, and coupled with some other things, the official start of school was postponed by half a month. Wang Yan was bored, so he logged onto the website of Minghu First University to see what he could exchange his credits for. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. There are really many precious items. There are all kinds of energy-rich elixirs, various cutting-edge technological products, and many ingredients suitable for feeding spiritual beasts. Of course, what attracts Wang Yan the most is naturally something that can enhance the strength of the soul. Soul fragments. After the death of a level 5 or higher beast, there is a small chance that this item will condense. After use, it can increase soul strength by 0.3 points, with an upper limit of 5 points. This thing is ridiculously expensive, requiring 1,000 credits to exchange for one. If it were something else, Wang Yan might still hesitate. But he doesn't feel sorry for things that can increase the strength of his soul. I bought 6 at once, and with the ones that recover on their own, I should be able to reach 5 points within a month, and the soul contract can also be upgraded to level 4. Wang Yan used the remaining credits to buy the flesh and blood of high-level spiritual beasts and energy-rich nuts. Xiaoqing and Jinzi contributed a lot in this battle, so we need to reward them well. Haixian City is close to the sea and has an abundant variety of seafood, hence the name. As for why it is not called Seafood Market, Jianbingguozi Province, Rujiamo City, Donkey Meat Fire Market, Teppanyaki City, Mutton Kebab Autonomous Region. Doesn't it sound strange? What do you want? Inside the cafeteria, in front of a fish and meat stall, the boss had a kind face, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and asked with a smile. The knife is not long, but very wide. When raised above the head, it can completely block the sun. Let's have a Spanish mackerel, a silver pomfret, and a spotted sea bass. Deep fry the Spanish mackerel and stew it in the old soup. Steam the silver pomfret with some chopped green onions. Braise the spotted sea bass. Remember not to add Sichuan peppercorns or Sichuan peppercorns. These were his favorite fish in his previous life. With his appetite, 1 fish would be enough, but now he had to add Jinzi and Xiaoqing and order more to avoid not having enough. As for the money, the old man's bank card is still in his hands. If you have money, spend it as you like. Anyway, it's your money after rounding off. Do you want live fish or dead fish? It must be a live fish. Huh? $2 for a live fish and $5 for a dead fish? What the hell? Wang Yan looked at the price carefully and wondered if he was blind. Live fish is 2 yuan per caddy, and dead fish is 5 yuan per caddy. Either his eyes are sick or the boss is sick in the brain. For me, dead fish are easier to deal with. The boss said with a smile. Are you sick? Dead fish are easier to handle. Shouldn't they be cheaper? I think you clearly don't want the fish to live. Wang Yan muttered to himself and decisively chose the live fish. After finding a place to sit down, Wang Yan and Xiaoqing waited for the boss to cook, but Jinzi couldn't sit still and looked around. Soon, it found its target, a charming woman with a big vision. How big is it? She can easily feed 4 children. Unlike Yuan Mei, she would probably have to go to the kitchen and cook 2 dishes while cursing as soon as her child was born. My beautiful lady, please allow me to introduce myself. Jinzi shook the feathers on his, but and gently stroked the feathers on his head with his wings, looking very showy. My name is Jinzi. I am the most beloved spirit beast of the most powerful genius in the past 400 years. I am a descendant of the Phoenix family and have a huge fortune. I wonder if I could get to know you. That's really interesting. Is it because your master doesn't dare to chat with you that he sent you here? The woman looked around but did not find anyone who might be the owner of the gold. No. Jinzi shook her head. I once read your magazine. You were so beautiful and charming, just like a beam of light shining into my heart. I couldn't help but fall for you. I missed you every moment and almost beat myself to death. This is fate. I guess it can be said that we met each other through fighting. Jinzi was flirting with girls over there, while Wang Yan was looking around bored. At this moment, he had no idea how much trouble that stupid bird had caused him. Old Wang, what are you doing? My classmate Zhang Wei sat next to me, holding the old hen. Wait for the food. Wang Yan said this and looked at the gold not far away. Zhang Wei followed his gaze. His expression instantly turned from bright to dark, and he couldn't help but blurt out, fuck. What's wrong? Is that woman powerful? Wang Yan asked with some confusion. He saw nothing strange, nor did he perceive any threat, except that he was broad-minded. If Zhang Wei hadn't recognized the wrong person, then it meant that the other party was even more powerful than he imagined. It's not a question of how powerful you are. Zhang Wei swallowed his saliva, glanced around, and said stealthily in a low voice, This is the most untouchable woman in Minghu No. 1 University. She's a senior this year. In the past 3 years, she has had a new boyfriend every year and has changed 3 boyfriends in total in 3 years. It doesn't seem like a big deal. At most, it's just getting tired of the old and loving the new. After hearing Zhang Wei's words, Wang Yan felt even stranger. That's not the point. The problem is that she ended up dating her boyfriend's father every time she fell in love. She was nicknamed Dad Destroyer. Zhang Wei patted Wang Yan on the shoulder with a complicated expression on his face. Uncle Wang is probably in trouble. Wang Yan? God damn it, Dad. Why not call him Thanos? Snap your fingers and randomly make half of the dads disappear? You are the owner of this bird, right? Just as Wang Yan and Zhang Wei were whispering, Dad came to the door. No, it was Miaba who came to the door. Chapter 26. First meeting with the principal. No, I don't recognize it. You got the wrong person. Wang Yan's head shook like a rattle, leaving Jinzi confused. Where is the deep love between master and servant? What about the love and affection you promised us? It's only been a few minutes, and you're already pretending not to know me? Boss! Jinzi subconsciously wanted to shout, but at this moment, a light bulb went off in his mind. This woman can't even afford to offend the boss. What are you doing with that frown, boss? Look at you. Jinzi mocked Wang Yan rudely, as if he really didn't know him. And you? The woman looked at Zhang Wei and asked. I'm an orphan. Zhang Wei spoke decisively. After a 2-second pause, he added, He is also an orphan. Wang Yan. Okay, stop pretending. Your deeds have long been spread throughout the university. As the only son of the Wang family, your elders hold the absolute power of speech in the military and business circles of Minghu province. This year's super genius has contracted 2 Lord Spirit beasts, the dragon and the phoenix. As long as you don't die midway, you will definitely be able to ascend to the holy throne. The woman chuckled, and as she moved, the situation gradually opened up. You are not bad either. This is a very rare skill among auxiliary spirit beasts. If you cultivate it well, many big guys will compete for you in the future. Well, I appreciate your words. Wang Yan nodded and winked at Jinzi, who immediately jumped out of the woman's arms. What a boring man. But sister, I'm not in a hurry. We will meet again. The woman threw a coquettish glance at Wang Yan, then turned and left swaying her body. TSK. Uncle Wang is so lucky to have such a good figure. Looking at the woman's back, Zhang Wei quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. First, I feel so disappointed in my parents, and then I feel so disappointed in myself for not being a father. You think too much. I won't go home for a year. Wang Yan rolled his eyes, looked down at the gold on the table, and asked, Tell me, what did you find? Although Jinzi seems a bit mean, he is not stupid at all. Wang Yan even suspects that his IQ is a little higher than Zhang Wei's. He approached the woman so proactively, and in all likelihood he discovered something. Boss, that woman is very special. She has a mixture of the auras of many special spirit beasts. It's very faint, but also very pure. I sensed an aura that resonates with my own blood. After Jin Z explained it, Wang Yan suddenly understood. His body was mixed with the auras of many spirit beasts, one of which could even resonate with Gold's bloodline. It must be the blood of the phoenix. Interesting, really interesting. I was just wondering where to find the phoenix bloodline, but I didn't expect it to be delivered to my doorstep. A smile appeared on Wang Yan's lips. He changed his mind and decided to have some fun with this Mieba and see what trick she had. Not long after the woman left, the boss prepared 3 servings of fish. I have to say that although this boss is not mentally normal, his craftsmanship is still very good. The rich aroma flows between the lips and teeth, and even attracts a greedy cat. Wang Yan would naturally not be stingy with such a well-behaved and cute little thing. He picked out the fish bones and gave them to the cat, while he, Jinzi, and Xiaoqing ate all the meat and drank up the soup. After eating and drinking, Wang Yan wiped his mouth with the cat and walked towards the principal's office. Before that, the admissions director Wu Liqiang called him and asked him to meet with the principal to discuss important matters. Recalling Luo Zhu's conflicted expression when he mentioned the principal, Wang Yan began to feel uneasy. His intuition told him that this principal might not be an easy person to get along with. But then again, Wang Yan is a decent man who has done nothing wrong and has nothing to fear. The principal can't just find a reason to beat him up. Wang Yan arrived at the principal's office neither hurriedly nor slowly. At this moment, a man just came out from inside. He was about 20 years old, thin, with a gloomy expression. When he saw Wang Yan, there was a murderous look in his eyes. Wang Yan had a blank expression on his face. He resisted the urge to attack and dodged to the side. He didn't know this man's identity, nor did he know what grudge he had against him, but the murderous intent towards him alone gave Wang Yan sufficient reason to kill him. Knock, knock, knock. Come. Watching the other person's back gradually disappearing, Wang Yan knocked on the door, and immediately a gentle female voice came from inside. When I pushed the door open, the principal just raised his head. Seeing that familiar face, Wang Yan couldn't help but shout out, "Second aunt?" No, it's not second aunt. Second aunt died in the war many years ago, and second aunt had a teardrop mole under her left eye, but she doesn't have one. Wang Yan's mind raced. He now understood why Luo Zhu had such a conflicted expression. It wasn't because the principal was difficult to get along with, but it was all about his second aunt. If nothing unexpected happens, they are most likely sisters. You guessed right. I am indeed your second aunt's biological sister. You can call me Aunt. The principal waved his hand and motioned Wang Yan to sit down next to him. Thanks to you this time, otherwise we would be in big trouble. Not only would we lose a large number of outstanding students, but we would also be plotted against by the Brotherhood of Destruction. It's all as it should be. I'm just protecting myself. Wang Yan was very modest and did not take credit for himself. By the way, what happened to this attack? In the previous Beast Tide, I always felt something was not right. This Beast Tide is just a cover. The Brotherhood of Destruction's goal is the Molten Land. Molten Land? Wang Yan was very confused when he heard the principal's words. The first time he heard this name, his intuition told him, "Forget it, I didn't realize it. My intuition just now is wrong." The Molten Land is a secret place controlled by the Minghu Provincial Military District. It is rich in molten ore, which can be used to manufacture armor and weapons. It is the lifeblood of the military district and the place your second uncle values the most. There are not many such secret places, and only major forces can control them. For example, the soul-nurturing land of Minghu First University and the Wanling Forest of the Beast Tamer Association. The principal pondered for a moment and continued. The members of the Brotherhood of Destruction are all human souls with beast bodies, and they can control low-level beasts to a certain extent. They launched the Beast Tide, ostensibly to attack various towns, but their main goal is the Molten Fire Land. Once the Molten Fire Land is lost, the military region of Minghu Province will be cut off from its lifeline, and its strength will decline significantly, making it unable to continue to maintain the stability of various urban areas. At that time, the entire Minghu Province will be in a passive position. I see. Wang Yan nodded and understood what was going on. In this battle, even the usually elusive Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper appeared. After a fierce battle, the Brotherhood of Destruction was repelled, and a small number of them were killed. This is considered a phased victory. At this point, the principal paused and asked, "What are your plans next?" "I plan to go to the soul-nurturing land to increase my strength as quickly as possible. If it weren't for the gold burning my bloodline this time, I would probably have died at the hands of the Earth Demon Star. A mere Earth Demon Star has such terrifying strength. If it were the Big Dipper or the Southern Dipper, I wouldn't even be qualified to fight back. Wang Yan raised his head, his eyes determined. The feeling of powerlessness when facing the Earth Demon Star deeply hurt his heart. Wang Yan wants to become the strongest and gain the power to protect himself. It's indeed a good choice. The principal nodded and waved his hand. 2 white flowers appeared out of thin air. This is the key to enter the soul-nurturing land. When you reach the entrance of the soul-nurturing land, crush it and you can be teleported in. Thank you, Annie. Wang Yan reached out to take the key and seemed to remember something and asked, I just ran into someone when I went out, and he seemed to have a problem with me. Of the 3 places this year, one was originally intended for him, but you killed the Earth Demon Star and protected the lives of hundreds of students. At this stage, the soul-nurturing land has the greatest improvement, so I gave the place to you. The principal waved his hand and said, Don't worry, this is my territory. No one dares to say anything. Understood. The following conversation was nothing more than some family matters. The principal asked a lot of questions about his second uncle. Wang Yan didn't know much, so he was vague and evasive about most of the questions. When I came out of the office, it was already dark. Wang Yan did not waste time. The eggs that had been idle for the past half-month were almost hatched, and he did not want to delay any longer. After watching Wang Yan leave, the principal took out his cell phone. The soul and the body fit perfectly, without any signs of rejection. No smell of decay was detected, and it is not one of those half-dead old things. It can be basically confirmed that the soul has not been tampered with. It should just have obtained some kind of opportunity. Thanks a lot. What's the point of just talking? Why don't you treat me to a meal? The Brotherhood of Destruction has started to stir again recently. We'll talk about it later when we have the chance. Chapter 27, Black Claw Ghost. On the way to the entrance of the soul-nurturing land, Wang Yan called Luo Zhu and figured out the relationship involved. Second aunt and the principal are twin sisters, and both of them fell in love with second uncle. In a war more than 10 years ago, my second aunt was ambushed and killed by the villains of the Brotherhood of Destruction. Since then, my second uncle has completely given up all his love and made revenge his life goal. Over the years, countless enemies have died at the hands of my uncle, and his heart has grown colder with each battle. The principal wanted to help the second uncle find his way, but was rejected every time, and the situation remained at a stalemate. As the bodyguard and secretary of his second uncle, Luo Zhu actually wanted the 2 of them to be together, but his second uncle was too stubborn and didn't give the principal any chance. They are all miserable people. Wang Yan sighed and couldn't help but sigh. What is love in this world? It makes people promise to be together for life and death. How sad. How lamentable. The entrance to the soul-nurturing ground is behind the office building, and the principal, a level 10 beast tamer, is in charge. Unless 3 of the Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper come, no one can get close. Wang Yan crushed the key in his hand, and accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, his body immediately disappeared without a trace. The teleportation process was very peaceful. When the dizziness in his mind disappeared, Wang Yan found that he had arrived in another place. Dark and gloomy. There were no animals, no plants, no wind, no sun, moon, or stars. There was a special substance in the air, which was hard to describe, but it made Wang Yan feel very comfortable. A place for nurturing souls. It is indeed a place for nurturing souls. Wang Yan exclaimed. He felt that the strength of his soul had been improved. Although it was very small, it was extremely real. Xiaoqing and Jinzi were summoned out, and the 2 little guys looked around, seeming very curious. Boss, what is this place? It feels so comfortable. Jinzi dug a hole in the ground with his claws. He didn't know what he was looking for. He just wanted to dig a hole. Such an ordinary action should not cause any accidents. However, reality is always unexpected. A white shadow emerged from the pit and slowly drilled out. Fuck! Jinzi screamed and flapped his wings to try to cut the thing in half, but something even more horrifying happened. The golden wings seemed to pass through a phantom and did not cause any harm. What is this? Looking at the white shadow coming out of the pit, Wang Yan immediately frowned. 1/2 meter tall, all white, it floated aimlessly in the air, seemingly having no desire to attack them. This thing looks just like the ghost in Western ghost stories in the past. It is completely useless except for scaring cowards. Xiaoqing opened her mouth and spit out a poisonous mist. The same situation happened to Jinzi. The white ghost seemed to be non-existent, and the poisonous mist passed directly through it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiaoqing was very confused and pulled the tail out of the bag, intending to hit it, but was stopped by Wang Yan. This is a soul body. You cannot touch or attack it. After saying this, Wang Yan directly released a soul thorn. As expected, as soon as the soul thorn formed by soul energy touched the ghost, the latter immediately turned into a wisp of white smoke and dissipated without leaving any trace. At the same time, Wang Yan felt that the soul energy he had consumed was recovering rapidly, and he was fully recovered in less than 10 seconds. In addition to this, he even felt that his soul energy had increased slightly. It's such a great place. Wang Yan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He now knew what this soul-nurturing place was like. Martial arts are useless, spirit beasts are useless. Only soul magic can cause damage to ghosts. Because of the special nature of this place, the consumed soul energy can be quickly restored, and the upper limit of soul strength will be increased to a certain extent. To put it simply, this is a holy place for practicing soul arts. Thinking of this, Wang Yan suddenly became excited. If he stays here for a year, his soul strength will at least recover to more than 50 points, right? It would take some time to upgrade Jinzi and Xiaoqing. If there were any of the guys from Earth Demon Star, one would be killed, and if there were two, a pair would be killed. Even if there were 10 or 8 of them at once, Wang Yan would not care. Without rushing to let Jinzi continue digging the hole, Wang Yan walked forward with the 2 spirit beasts and soon encountered several wandering ghosts. It turned out that what was dug out from the pit was purely a coincidence. Ghosts have no substance and can travel through most substances. If I had not dug a hole, but chosen to cut down a tree, I might have encountered a ghost. After shooting a few ghosts to death, Wang Yan moved forward in a certain direction. Keep using soul magic and keep killing ghosts. In just 2 hours, Wang Yan's soul strength actually increased by 0.1 points. This improvement is achieved while maintaining a relative balance of soul energy. If you fight for 10 hours a day, your soul strength will be guaranteed to be 0.5 points at a minimum. 10 days will be 5 points, and 100 days will be 50 points. After staying in the soul-nurturing land for a year, Wang Yan's soul strength can reach 200 points, which is the level of a 10th level Beastmaster. What is this place? This is fucking heaven. Of course, it's just a thought. If it were so easy to reach level 10, the Yanhuang Empire would have been invincible long ago. As he moved forward, Wang Yan soon discovered another kind of ghost. Compared to the previous silly and cute stuff, this ghost has a pair of black claws. Obviously, it will attack. You too, back off. Spirit beasts cannot touch ghosts, but ghosts can 99% touch them. This may involve things like changes between reality and illusion. If there is no choice, Wang Yan will let Xiaoqing and Jinzi take the risk. But now, there is no need. The soul thorn was invisible and intangible, and it instantly fell on the black claw ghost. As expected, this thing is not on the same level as the previous ghost. Not only is its soul more powerful, it can also fight back against the enemy. Ouch! The black claw ghost opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Wang Yan only felt his mind was in a trance, and the ghost thing had actually appeared in front of him. Not good. The situation was critical. Jinzi and Xiaoqing were too far away and might not be able to stop it. Wang Yan wanted to dodge, but his body's reaction speed was far slower than the ghost's. In this situation, the only option is to fight hard. The second soul thorn landed on the black claw ghost, and its illusory body began to fluctuate violently, as if it was about to lose its form. Wang Yan didn't dare to waste any time and released another soul thorn. Swish! The black claw ghost finally dissipated, but its sharp claws also fell on Wang Yan. There was no pain at all, just a moment of weakness and trance. There is no doubt that although the black claw ghost appears to have a physical body, it is essentially a soul. After being attacked by it, the soul will be severely consumed and fall into weakness. Once the soul energy is unable to resist the attack of the black claw ghost, it will completely collapse. It looks like there is no fluctuation at all, but the danger is even worse than the fight between spirit beasts and martial arts. Wang Yan wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. If he encountered this kind of black claw ghost again, he must deal with it as soon as possible without any hesitation. Boss, look what I found! The sound of gold came from the side. Wang Yan turned his head and found that it was holding a gold in its mouth. Increases soul strength by 0.3, capped at 5 points. It is useless to Wang Yan now, but he can sell it for money or exchange it for credits. Of course, Wang Yan has another choice, which is to exchange it to the system. Fuck. You are such a shady shop. We agreed on a fair trade system, 500 points for exchanging pellets, but you only give me 400 points for recycling fragments? Hearing the system prompt, Wang Yan couldn't help but swear. After cursing for 10 minutes without any response, Wang Yan stopped. In fact, the system is quite fair. Although it is a bit tricky, it is much better than some services that offer 70% off. Take diamonds, for example. You buy them for 100,000, but no one wants them if you sell them for 10,000. Chapter 28 Fierce Battle. There were not many Black Claw ghosts. After killing more than 30 ordinary ghosts in a row, I saw the second one. This time Wang Yan was much more cautious. He released the Soul Thorn from a long distance and successfully killed the Black Claw ghost before it arrived. No soul fragments were dropped, which means I was just lucky last time. Wang Yan was not disappointed. As long as he killed more people, the probability would increase. If there's only a 1% chance of it dropping, killing 100 of them would be equivalent to 100%, wouldn't it? Except for eating and necessary rest time, Wang Yan has been fighting all the time. An unknown amount of time had passed, but Wang Yan's soul strength had finally reached 5 points, and he had gathered all the points needed to upgrade his gold to Lord quality. Not only that, during Wang Yan's battle, Jinzi kept eating and drinking. Various energy-rich nuts supplemented its nutrition, successfully allowing it to reach level 2 5 stars from level 2 4 stars. It cost 300 points to redeem it, and with a faint glow, Gold finally reached the 3rd level and 1 star, and gained new skills. Control the power of Gold Essence, and condense it into sword energy, causing huge damage to the enemy. Control the golden energy, attach it to the feathers, and cause damage to enemies in range. The 2 skills, one for single target and the other for group attack, have both appeared in the battle with the Earth Demon Star. At that time, Jinzi's blood burned, and he transformed into a phoenix in a short time. The flying feathers in the sky seriously injured the Earth Demon Star, and the golden sword energy killed him. However, unlike that time, the flying feathers in the sky now can only control the golden essence, rather than the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. After all, Gold is just a Lord-quality blackbird, not a real phoenix. There is no need to think at all, just choose. Jinzi is an assassin. Since we chose to train it in this direction from the beginning, there is no need to give up halfway. Clues can be seen in the battle with the Earth Demon Star. Among the same grade and level beasts, Gold almost crushes other ferocious beasts. The only shortcoming is that it is too small. Facing a ferocious beast as huge as the Earth Demon Star, it cannot cause fatal damage. The golden sword energy just makes up for this disadvantage. As it grows, the amount of golden sword energy it can control becomes more and more and becomes stronger and stronger. So what if I'm small? The golden sword energy shot through directly. Well, boss, your bird has gotten stronger again. Feeling the power surging in his body, Jinzi fluttered his wings and jumped around, looking very excited. Deduct 3 days' rations from you. Boss, I was wrong. What? Wang Yan sighed and wondered whether he should stew the gold. This silly bird admitted his mistake decisively and refused to change, which gave him a headache. Wang Yan was having a blast killing people in the soul-nourishing land. His soul strength was steadily increasing, and his points were increasing. Outside, the principal was a little anxious. There is a limit to the improvement of humans in the soul-nurturing land. Each time you enter, you can only improve by 50% at most. Wang Yan's level is level 3, and his soul strength is 3 points. Even if you do nothing, 10 days is enough, but now half a month has passed. The principal was very conflicted because Wang Yan was Wang Yi's only nephew. How would she explain if something happened to him? Don't panic too much. This kid is extremely talented. The laws that apply to ordinary people don't apply to him. Just wait a little longer, and there will be no problem. Admissions Director Wu Liqiang has great confidence in Wang Yan. A high school student who just graduated has contracted 2 Lord-quality spirit beasts. This is a unique thing in the past 400 years. If it weren't for the threat of Wang Yi, the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District, he would have been captured and studied long ago. In the soul-nurturing place, Wang Yan opened the attribute panel and felt very satisfied. Soul strength increased from 3 points to 18 points, and the soul contract reached level 5. As long as you add 2 more points, you can contract a 3rd spirit beast. If it were an ordinary person, He would not be able to withstand the sudden increase in soul strength at this moment. But Wang Yan is different. The upper limit of his soul strength is 222 points, so it doesn't matter even if he stays here for a few months. However, Wang Yan also discovered a problem during this period. That is, there seemed to be fewer and fewer ghosts in the soul-nurturing land. At the beginning, you can see at least 10 ordinary ghosts in half an hour, and at least 3 Black Claw ghosts in a day. As time went by, the Black Claw ghosts became almost extinct, and the number of ordinary ghosts also decreased dramatically. He wandered around for more than half an hour, but didn't find any. This is very confusing. Is there a limit here? Wang Yan remembered what Luo Zhu said, that there were only 3 places available in the soul-nurturing land every year. It was probably not that the principle deliberately prevented the places from being used, but that the soul energy in this place recovered too slowly and could only sustain the consumption of 3 ordinary beastmasters. As a result, he killed crazily here and consumed the energy of 3 people by himself. To put it simply, this year's share of the soul-nourishing land has been used up. If you still want to use it, you have to wait until next year. According to the law of conservation of energy, energy does not appear out of thin air, nor does it disappear out of thin air. Instead, it is transformed from one form to another or transferred from one object to another. In this case, the soul energy in the soul-raising land must have a source. If I can find it. Wang Yan licked his lips, and a light called greed burst out of his eyes. It doesn't need to be too much. As long as he can increase his soul strength by 2 points, he can contract a 3rd spirit beast. At that time, his combat effectiveness would increase sharply, and if he met a fellow like the Earth Demon Star again, Wang Yan would be able to beat him to death. So the question is, how can we find the source of soul energy? Wang Yan thought for a while and found another problem, which was how to leave here. Under normal circumstances, when the soul's strength temporarily reaches its limit, it will be expelled. But Wang Yan is still a long way from his limit, and he will not reach it even if he stays for another year. If he had enough soul energy, he would definitely choose to stay here forever. But now, not only is his soul energy becoming increasingly scarce, but the food and fresh water he has are also running out. Looks like I have to find a way to leave. Wang Yan murmured, and just as he was about to continue searching, Jinzi next to him suddenly shouted, "Who?" "Hey," as expected of a phoenix bloodline, your perception is really sharp. A gentle and charming voice came from not far away. Wang Yan looked up and found that it was Mieba. "How did you get in?" Wang Yan asked subconsciously and immediately realized how he got in. He must have used the key. There are 3 places for the soul-nurturing land every year. He has 2 of them, and the other one is in the hands of someone else. "Hey, you recovered so quickly." Looking at Jin Zi's appearance, a hint of surprise appeared on Mieba's charming face. He turned to look at Wang Yan, and his eyes gradually revealed scrutiny. "Brother, you really surprised me." I don't know why, but when Mieba's gaze fell on him, Wang Yan actually felt danger. Yes, it is dangerous. It was like being stared at by a ferocious beast. There was no murderous intent, but the mere scrutiny made him instinctively straighten his body. "Who are you?" Wang Yan took out 2 daggers from a storage bag engraved with space magic spells and was ready for battle in a moment. Ever since he got the system, he has been in a gaming mentality. With the help of the system, you are above all other living beings. As long as you don't commit suicide, reaching the top is almost inevitable. Even when facing such terrifying monsters as the Earth Demon Star, Wang Yan still wanted to use the system to train Xiaoqing and Jinzi. However, at this moment, Wang Yan finally became serious. Because the spirit beast that destroyed my father is no weaker than him. This is Cheng Huang. Wang Yan's face was solemn. He didn't expect that he would see a powerful and precious species of divine beast not long after entering Minghu First University, the classic of mountains and seas. Overseas Western Classic Records. The country of the white people is to the north of Longyu, with white bodies and long hair. There is a Huang, which looks like a fox with a horn on its back. If you ride it, you can live for 2,000 years. Cheng Huang looks like a fox with horns on its back. Legend has it that if you ride on its back, you can add 2,000 years to your life. Like the 9-tailed fox, Cheng Huang is also an auspicious beast in Chinese mythology. Anyone who has anything to do with Chinese mythology must be a lord at best. For auspicious beasts like Cheng Huang, the upper limit is unimaginably high. Wang Yan didn't know how strong Cheng Huang was, but seeing how Jin Zi and Xiaoqing looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, he definitely couldn't be that weak. Such pure dragon blood is really rare. The blood of this chick is slightly inferior. It should be a branch of the Phoenix clan. Mieba licked his lips with a charming and seductive look that made Wang Yan's heart flutter. Gorgeous but not coquettish, charming but not flirtatious. Sister is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, but it's a pity. Wang Yan hesitated to speak, which immediately aroused Mieba's interest. What a pity! It's a pity that I haven't tasted my sister's flavor. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Mieba was stunned for a moment, followed by a burst of laughter. The waves are surging, the flowers are shaking, and the beauty is beyond words. However, Wang Yan was not only not immersed in it, but became more vigilant. This woman is very scary and is definitely not as simple as she appears. There was a hint of coldness in Wang Yan's eyes, and he was ready to take action at any time. However, before he could make any move, Mieba's figure disappeared out of thin air. No, it's not disappearing, it's just going too fast. Bang! A dull sound echoed around, and Wang Yan was hit hard in the chest, causing him to take 3 steps back uncontrollably. Hey, my brother is so hard. What I like most is a hard man. Mieba's face was full of smiles, without revealing any murderous intent. But the more this happened, the more dangerous Wang Yan felt. Damn it, what on earth is it about me that attracts you? Can't I change? Wang Yan cursed angrily, steadied his body, and immediately pounced on him. You have to fight anyway. Passive counterattack is not as good as active attack. I like a tough brother like you, who always makes me cry out in pain. Sister, can you find someone else? I am still a virgin. The sharp dagger stabbed towards Mieba's chest. If it hit, at least the 2 children would have no food left. Wang Yan is very ruthless, and Mieba is no ordinary character either. The slender fingers danced like a butterfly, flicking on the side of the dagger one after another. The force of a single impact is not huge, but when dozens of times are superimposed on each other, Wang Yan felt that his arm was hit by a hammer. The terrifying force surged upstream, paralyzing Wang Yan's hands and causing his weapon to fly out of his hands. Chapter 29. More intense battle. Brother, no. After knocking down Wang Yan's dagger, Mieba did not continue to attack, but instead made teasing remarks. Over there, Jinzi, Xiaoqing, and Cheng Huang had already started fighting. The battle was very stalemate and would not end in a short time. The dagger was only 3 meters away, but Wang Yan didn't dare to move at all. This woman is too fast. If she moves a little, she will be hit head-on. You are a virgin, and I am also single. We can have a deep conversation. As Mieba spoke, she tucked the hair on her forehead behind her ears. I wonder how many men would fall for her gentle look. But Wang Yan's chest and arms were aching now, and all he wanted to do was beat this woman up, so he had no time to indulge in her beauty. Does being single from birth mean you'll be single after giving birth? The child's father is black. Wang Yan sneered, then suddenly realized it shouldn't be a black man, because black men will disappear immediately when they know their girlfriends are pregnant, and won't even wait until the baby is born. You, bastard, how dare you insult me with the lowly word of a silent slave? Hearing Wang Yan's words, Mieba's face instantly turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his bright eyes. Any normal woman would be angry if insulted like this. It's like comparing a pure goddess to a chicken. It's considered generous of the goddess not to bring down divine punishment. So you can get angry too. Wang Yan restrained himself a little, as he also felt that what he had just said was too much. Let me teach you what respect is. As soon as he finished speaking, Mieba rushed over. The slender thighs were like steel whips, lashing the air with a shriek. If an ordinary beastmaster were to be hit by this blow, he would die instantly. Fortunately, Wang Yan is not an ordinary person. His strength, agility, and physique have all reached 100 points, so it is not a problem for him to withstand it. Bang! Wang Yan took a step back and blocked Mieba's attack. That's not all. His hands trembled and instantly changed from a strong and fierce state to a swimming fish, stroking along the calf upwards. You! Mieba screamed and tried to pull her legs out, but Wang Yan's hands seemed to be covered with suction cups, holding her tightly. Scorching, like a burning flame. The pain was like an electric current surging. As Wang Yan raised his hands, Mieba couldn't help but tremble, and a blush gradually appeared on his fair face. She had never experienced this kind of burning feeling before, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Wang Yan saw Mieba's reaction clearly. As the saying goes, strike while she's ill, kill her. Wang Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he pressed hard on the vital acupoints. A scream came out from Mieba's lips, carrying an indescribable meaning. Mieba was shaking uncontrollably, and his body went limp for a moment. Wang Yan succeeded in one strike, showing no mercy. He put his fingers together and made a fist, then smashed it hard. Bang! The force was so great that the mountain was smashed into a hill. But Mieba was not an ordinary character either. He had an extremely strong body. When the power of this punch was almost exhausted, he actually bounced Wang Yan's hand back. Why is it so playful? Wang Yan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he cried out that something was wrong. Sure enough, because of this negligence, Mieba actually broke free from his restraints and retreated more than 10 meters. Pervert! Mieba yelled angrily, his face red as if bleeding. She has been in the industry for many years, but this is the first time she has seen someone as difficult and shameless as Wang Yan. But she will soon understand that there is no most shameless, only more shameless. What is shameless? This is called shameless. Pervert? Wang Yan rubbed his hands like a fly, and his expression suddenly became wild. This woman's body is extremely strong, and her martial arts skills are better than his. In addition, the fighting power of the spirit beast Cheng Huang is also ridiculously strong. It is impossible to defeat it without using some special means. Come on, little bitch. Wang Yan laughed wickedly, and his whole demeanor suddenly changed. Look at my dragon gripper. Look at me, black tiger, tearing out my heart. Heart-destroying palm, baby-crying punch. As the saying goes, a tree without bark is doomed to die, and a person without shame is invincible. When Wang Yan decided not to be a human being, the situation in which he was originally being suppressed and beaten immediately reversed. Wang Yan's tactics were shameless and had no bottom line, and he beat Mieba back step by step, causing him terribly pain. His clothes were torn, and his skin was covered with marks. Those are the swollen patches left behind after the spicy air invades the body, and they will be metabolized away soon. Slut. Mieba was breathing heavily and could not speak clearly. What do you mean by me? Try this trick. Take out your hand from your pocket. Swish. Wang Yan grabbed the clothes and pulled them hard. The next moment, the dark clouds covering the towering mountains disappeared instantly. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. It is a beautiful sight. Fuck. Wang Yan swallowed his saliva and felt a little hungry. If this is true, I will eat it all. Ah, you pervert. I'm going to fight you. The severely injured, Mieba let out a shrill scream and completely ignored his injuries and rushed towards Wang Yan. There is a saying that goes, when a woman becomes cruel, men have no chance of survival. Blinded by hatred, Mieba completely abandoned his sense of shame and actually used the same tactics as Wang Yan. Bang, bang, bang. Swish. The sharp nails tore the shirt apart, leaving 3 bloody marks on the chest. The sturdy leather belt was broken, and a hole was torn in the pants. Crazy woman, do you want me to be childless? Wang Yan cursed angrily, but before he could fight back, Mieba kicked him. The kick was powerful and extremely fierce. If it were somewhere else, Wang Yan would choose to fight back and then take advantage of the situation to counterattack. But not here. A man should protect his younger brother and not let him get hurt in any way. His stomach contracted, dissipating most of the force of the kick, and then he straightened his waist and pushed it back forcefully. Brother, you have a lot of capital. Mieba licked his lips, his face full of ferocity. I'll take your capital today to prevent you from causing trouble everywhere. Inside the office, the principal had a worried look on his face, his brows twisted into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. Most people will reach their limit in 10 days at most, and will be automatically teleported out. Wang Yan has been in there for a month, and there has been no movement at all. This is the only child of the Wang family and Wang Yi's nephew, so there must not be any mistakes made. Therefore, the principal decided to take him out by force. His hands fluttered like butterflies, and magical spells emerged in the air. After working for about 30 seconds, a light suddenly flashed in the principal's eyes. Found it! As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him immediately distorted, and 2 naked people were pushed out and started fighting fiercely. Chapter 30, I smelled it. Go to hell? Mieba rode on Wang Yan's stomach and punched him in the face continuously. Wang Yan did not give up resistance and kept thrusting his body, trying to break free from Mieba's control. Both of them were fighting desperately, with no other thoughts in their minds. But when the principal saw this scene, it was a different story. Mieba's body was covered with red palm prints, His hair was messy, his eyes were red, and tears kept flowing down his face. Wang Yan was pressed down, his waist was thrusting wildly, and his body was covered with scratches. Do young people nowadays spend so much money on entertainment? The principal muttered and walked out of the office, silently. I didn't see anything. You guys continue, you guys continue. Bang! The door closed, and the two people were immediately awakened. Just when they were confused and didn't know what to do next, the door was opened again. The principal stuck his head in and asked stealthily, Do you want a set? No, equistos. Oh. The principal nodded and closed the door again. At this point, there is not much point in continuing to fight. The physical fitness of the two men is about the same. Although Mieba's martial arts is stronger, it is not easy to kill Wang Yan. If the stalemate continues, something serious might happen. I said 123, let's stop at the same time. Wang Yan said with a serious expression. Good. Mieba agreed immediately. 1, 2, 3, bang, bang, bang. No one stopped, but the fight became more intense. The principal was listening outside the door and couldn't help but sigh. Young people have such great physical strength. After about half an hour, the two men were finally tired of fighting. Mieba wiped his hand lightly, and the whole set of clothes appeared out of thin air. Without hiding anything, he put on the clothes in front of Wang Yan. I have seen everything I should and shouldn't see, and touched everything I should and shouldn't touch. The only thing missing is rubbing the insides. There is no need to cover it. Seeing a woman so generous, Wang Yan naturally wouldn't be shy. You shameless pervert, next time we meet, I will kill you. Mieba snorted coldly and reached out to open the door. However, before leaving, she suddenly turned her head and said something with an unclear tone. Remember, my name is Bai Ningxin. You can call me whatever you want. Wang Yan threw the shoes over. He has never suffered such a big loss since his rebirth. It's so humiliating to be ridden on and beaten by a woman. If this were to be told to others, my reputation would be ruined. Wang Yan was so angry that he was about to chase after the woman and fight her again when the principal walked in. He looked Wang Yan up and down carefully, making a strange tsk sound from his mouth with a look of mockery on his face. Boy, I didn't realize you have such a great body. Aunt, stop kidding. Didn't you see that I suffered such a big loss? I almost died at the hands of that woman. Wang Yan was so angry that he couldn't fight back, couldn't run away, and no one responded when he was scolded. He was simply invincible. Don't be so ungrateful. If you take her down, you can save yourself 100 years of hard work. The principal curled his lips and sat down on the sofa next to him. Come on, don't forget her nickname. I'm afraid my dad is in danger. Wang Yan snorted. He had dated 3 boyfriends, and each time they went after their fathers. He didn't want to be the 4th one. Ha! You stupid boy. You believe whatever others say. Hearing Wang Yan's words, the principal couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you know what a person will do when he cannot get what he wants and turns love into hatred? I've been seeking for nothing. Love turns to hate. Wang Yan murmured, and a bunch of words suddenly popped up in his mind. Angry out of shame, spreading rumors and slander, slandering, raping first, and then killing, killing first, and then raping. What the hell? What on earth did I do? Wang Yan covered his face with his hands, unable to believe it. I had lost all my clothes, and I was still thinking about fighting. What is Liu Xiaohui? Wang Yan is a true gentleman. That girl has very strict upbringing. Ordinary men can't even get half a meter away from her. You're grabbing and touching her. TSK. The principal let out a strange laugh. Young man, that's not possible. You didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity. I'm just a woman. I can still become an invincible strongman with my own strength. 100 years less of struggle? In 10 years, I can be 200 years less than others. Wang Yan snorted coldly, not caring about what the principal said at all. With the system in hand, as long as you don't do stupid things, you will definitely reach the top. People who have eaten are more likely to be hungry. It's understandable that a virgin like you, who has never experienced the taste of a woman, would say such a thing. Wang Yan's eyebrows twitched, and he said provocatively, Oh, I really haven't eaten it. What about you? Principal, I smelled it. Wang Yan? Although he didn't know what this smelling was specifically about, seeing the principal's somewhat angry expression, Wang Yan decisively changed the subject. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Wang Yan sighed and prepared to leave. When the space is switched, the soul contract forcibly takes the spirit beast back, so there is no need to worry about Jinzi and Xiaoqing. as they are both staying inside obediently. I have to say that the soul contract is truly the greatest invention in the past 400 years, bar none. It is stable, convenient, and has multiple functions. The best part is that it can upgrade automatically. Don't leave so quickly. I have something to tell you. The principal patted the seat next to him and motioned for Wang Yan to sit down first. According to the normal plan, the freshman ranking competition would have taken place right after you came out of the soul nurturing ground, but it was pushed back for half a month. If it's not held soon, I think those old guys will impeach me. Freshman ranking competition? What's it for? To get first place and show off? To make a bunch of dissatisfied people give me trouble? Or to attract a bunch of narrow-minded people to try to get me to join them? And if I don't agree, they will find ways to make trouble for me. Wang Yan curled his lips. He was not interested in this kind of crappy competition. With a system in hand, steady and cautious progress is the best strategy. He didn't dare mention the matter of the soul-nurturing land. His intuition told him that the wandering souls and the reduction of soul energy must be related to him. If you don't say it, you can still get away with it. But if you say it, you might get a beating. The rewards for the freshman qualifying competition are very generous. The principal looked at Wang Yan and said meaningfully, "A treasure that increases the strength of the soul, a spiritual medicine that breaks the shackles of 100 basic attributes, a spiritual beast of leader quality. I'll sign up for the glory of the school, and to bring honor to my aunt. I will definitely win first place." Wang Yan's eyes sparkled. The reward was too tempting. A little trouble was nothing. Anyone who tried to snatch it from him would be killed. Principal, that's it? Chapter 31, Freshman Qualifying Tournament. Where is your moral integrity? Where is your bottom line? The principal shook his head helplessly. This kid was too realistic. He was the typical person who would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. If you didn't put the benefits on the table, don't expect him to move. I'm doing this to improve my strength. Without strength, how can I protect myself, let alone my family and my aunt? Wang Yan said with a smug look on his face, shamelessly. Qualifying starts tomorrow. Don't forget to attend on time. The principal rolled his eyes and signaled Wang Yan to leave. Okay, I will definitely take first place and live up to my aunt's trust. Wang Yan saluted and walked out the door with a heroic and confident look. This kid, looking at Wang Yan's departing back, the principal couldn't help but smile. Although it's a bit mean, it's also quite interesting. After half a minute of silence, the principal began to carve spells in the air. Wang Yan has stayed in the soul-nurturing land for such a long time and has not been expelled. There must be something abnormal. She needs to check it carefully to prevent this from happening again. The space was opened, and the perception went deeper into it, and the principal's brows gradually twisted into a knot. Apart from the fact that the soul energy in the air was almost exhausted, she didn't notice anything unusual. I brought Bai Ningxin out less than half an hour after she went in. The soul energy inside must have been completely absorbed by Wang Yan. One person absorbed the amount of 3 people, but he hasn't reached the upper limit. This kid really has a lot of secrets. The principal murmured, without any intention of spying. Wang Yan is Wang Yi's biological nephew, so if you round it off, he can also be considered her nephew. As a level 10 Beastmaster, it would be embarrassing to tell others about the opportunity of spying on his juniors. The soul energy in the soul-nurturing land is enough to create a level 10 beast tamer. After so many years of use in accordance with the principle of sustainable development, more than 80% of the energy is still retained. The principal hesitated for a while, and finally made a decision. Forget it. Now that we have encountered such a genius, the soul-nurturing land should play its true role. When the critical moment comes, I will lend him a helping hand and create a level 10 Beastmaster for our Yanhuang Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, the alien space in front of him began to distort continuously, and in less than 2 minutes it collapsed inward into a walnut-sized crystal. This is the true appearance of a soul-nurturing place. After coming out of the principal's office, Bai Ningxin raised her hand, and a big-head fish appeared out of thin air in her palm. Did you get it? Bai Ningxin asked. The blood of the phoenix is in hand, but something went wrong with the dragon blood. I feel fear, a fear that comes from the bloodline. The big-head fish hesitated for a few seconds and answered. Fear? You are the sky-swallowing Kuan, able to devour everything. What else can make you afraid? Bai Ningxin frowned and asked in confusion. One of the legendary gods who possess the power to create the world is a real dragon. The blood of that snake scares me, so it must be his blood. True dragon bloodline? Interesting. Hearing what Tunshin Kuan said, by Ningxin smiled. My big brother, you really surprised me. The rules of the freshman ranking competition are very simple. 2 or more freshmen form a team and hunt ferocious beasts in a specific area. Ferocious beasts of different levels and qualities have different scores and are finally ranked according to their scores. In addition to these ordinary ferocious beasts roaming around, there are also many elite and leader quality ferocious beasts deployed, and there are even a few lords. These high-quality ferocious beasts are trapped within a certain range, and there will be no danger as long as you don't get close. The locator dropped after killing can be exchanged for a huge amount of points. The points of an elite are more than those of 10 ordinary beasts. The rewards are so generous. I don't ask for the top 10. I'll be satisfied if I can get into the top 100. Zhang Wei's mouth was drooling and his eyes were full of desire. Because they had to form a team, Wang Yan pulled Zhang Wei over to make up the numbers. A last-place player, and a supporting spirit beast at that, would definitely be at the bottom of the list in such a competition. But for Wang Yan, there was no problem at all in dragging Zhang Wei up. First place, Soul Crystal, 5,000 credits. Second place, Wrinkled Papaya, for 1,000 credits. Third place, Armored Rhinoceros Cub, 3,000 credits. Fourth to 10th place, Elite Spirit Beast Cub, 2,000 credits. 11th to 100th place, Elite Spirit Beast Cub, 1,000 credits. What is a Soul Crystal? And that Wrinkled Papaya, is it for breast enlargement? Zhang Wei pondered for a long time and felt that the most precious one seemed to be the third place Armored Rhinoceros Cub. Soul crystals can increase the strength of the soul, and wrinkled papayas can strengthen the physique. The preciousness of these two cannot be compared to a mere chief cub. Wang Yan explained it to Zhang Wei. Whether it is the soul crystal or the wrinkled papaya, they are both rare and precious things. Soul fragments are not so bad. They can occasionally be bought on the black market for a high price. But soul crystals and wrinkled papayas are absolutely controlled items. Except for a few top universities, the 5 major military regions, and the Beast Tamers Association, anyone who dares to sell them will die. The principal took out these 2 things not only to urge the freshmen to work hard, but also to tempt him. After all, among all the freshmen, he was the only one who could use the soul crystals and wrinkled papayas, and giving them to others would be a sheer waste. Because of the relationship between the Brotherhood of Destruction and the Beast Tide, this group of students suffered heavy losses, with nearly 30% dying at the hands of the beasts. Those who can survive, in addition to being lucky, are also stronger than previous generations. It is extremely difficult to come out on top in such a competition. Of course, that was only for the average freshman. In Wang Yan's opinion, not taking first place was extremely difficult. This ranking match will be held in the Wanxiang Mirror. You will not really die if you are killed, but the injuries you suffer inside will be fed back to your main body according to a certain ratio. The Wanxiang Mirror is a treasure of Minghu First University. It contains a special space that can store living things. After several generations of principal's efforts, many spells were carved on it, which can display many different functions. At present, projecting the new soul into it is just a trivial one among them. The game begins. As the principal finished speaking, everyone felt dizzy, and when they woke up, they had already entered the Wanxiang Mirror. It's really amazing. Wang Yan opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Over the course of 400 years, countless space cracks appeared. Humans developed many techniques in their fights with ferocious beasts and also gained a great understanding of the mysteries of space. Opening up space, blocking space, and transferring space, these kinds of abilities are not difficult. What really surprised Wang Yan was soul projection. With this ability, exploring new space cracks will be much safer. Although the energy will be fed back to the body in a certain proportion after death, it is still better than real death. Chapter 32, Blazing Wind. As soon as I entered the Wanxiang Mirror, a voice sounded in my ears. In addition, there is a map slowly falling. Kill a level 1, 1-star beast, and get 1 point. Kill the first level, 2-star beast, and get 2 points. Kill the second level 1-star beast, and get 10 points. Kill the second level, 2-star beast, and get 20 points. The higher the level, the more points you get. In addition, the score of elites is 10 times that of ordinary ones, and the score of leaders is 10 times that of elites. Killing a leader is equivalent to killing 100 ordinary ones. As for the Lord's score, it increased to a terrifying level. Killing one is equivalent to killing 10,000 ordinary ferocious beasts. There weren't many markings on the map, except for a few lines of unknown meaning and 6 blood red dots. If nothing unexpected happens, There should be a Lord-quality ferocious beast at each of these 6 points. After killing the beast, it will drop a locator. Using the locator to redeem points is a wonderful idea. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. He had an idea, a very bold idea. If successful, he would pocket all the rewards for the top 3 places. Lao Wang, where are we going? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to kill a leader. Zhang Wei has great confidence in Wang Yan. Although they were almost wiped out by the Earth Demon Star, don't forget that he is a lord who is far from being comparable to a leader. There's no need to waste time. Let's go and take down these 6 lords first. After saying this, Wang Yan walked towards the nearest red dot. What? No need to waste time? When Zhang Wei heard Wang Yan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. 2 people going to deal with a lord must be crazy. However, based on his understanding of Wang Yan, this guy has always been stubborn and will not easily change his mind once he has made up his mind. Forget it. I'm just here to make up the numbers. The worst that can happen is that I die. Zhang Wei muttered to himself and quickly followed. He didn't know that Xiaoqing and Jinzi had fully recovered. Otherwise, they would definitely be more confident than Wang Yan. The space inside the Wanxiang mirror is very large, and there are countless ferocious beasts. The 2 walked less than 50 meters when they saw a ferocious beast in a big pit. That's right, it's a lump. Countless ants gathered into a ball, performing some evil ritual. These ants are the size of peanuts and are bright red in color. The huge claws and fangs kept rubbing against each other, making a harsh, sizzling sound. Army ants! Zhang Wei screamed in surprise. He recognized this ferocious beast. Army ants? Wang Yan thought of a certain kind of ant in his previous life. Wherever it passed, all people and animals died and no grass grew. All edible things were eaten up, leaving only bare earth. Yes, it is the army ants. Although they are of ordinary quality, they are more dangerous than more than 90% of the leaders. Zhang Wei's face was serious, his voice was low, and his body slowly backed away. Each time the army ants go out, there are tens of thousands of them. They are highly resistant to fire and toxins and are extremely difficult to deal with. I suggest you retreat immediately and don't follow them. Zhang Wei's words came to an abrupt halt, and his expression gradually became dull. Xiaoqing opened his mouth and spit out a poisonous mist, and those powerful army ants began to die in large numbers. In less than 10 seconds, the huge ant ball turned into a red carpet, and all the ants died. Wang Yan, what did you just say? Zhang Wei, nothing. Oh. Wang Yan nodded and continued walking forward, while Jinzi took the locator over. Although there are a lot of army ants, the scores on the locator are not calculated individually, but they are treated as a whole. A first level 3-star beast is worth 3 points for a normal one, 30 points for an elite one, and 300 points for a leader one. The score on this locator is 300, which is equivalent to a first level 3-star leader beast. The army ants, which are very scary to ordinary people, are even worse than garbage under Wang Yan. The 2 continued to move forward, and no matter whether they were ordinary or elite, they could not stop him. Outside the Wanxiang mirror, all the teachers and students in the school were watching this grand event. Countless images flashed, most of which lasted for a very short time and switched away after the battle was over. But there were a few teams that broadcast the entire process live, and Wang Yan and Zhang Wei were among them. Is this the owner of the Dragon Seed? As expected of Commander Wang Yi's nephew, he is indeed very powerful. A teacher nodded, and with just a few words, attributed Wang Yan's efforts and systematic cultivation to Wang Yi. I have to say, the licking skills are amazing. Dragon species are indeed powerful. The giant turtle's defense is the best among the leaders, but it couldn't withstand it and was killed instantly. Yes, the power of dragon species is obvious to all. Even the god species and the devil species are slightly inferior. However, it is too difficult to cultivate dragon species. In addition, dragon species are arrogant by nature and would rather die than recognize their master. Otherwise, as descendants of dragons, we would have dominated the world long ago. Be content. Although the dragon species is arrogant, at least they are willing to communicate with us. Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? That king-quality dragon species ate more than 18,000 bears in the Tsarist kingdom, left a pile of shit, and then flew to Mount Tai to settle down. It also promised to help us train spirit beasts. The Tsarist kingdom has protested many times. Who can we go to for justice? Yes, who should I go and talk to? Haha! The teacher's conversation deviated further and further from dragon species to the world situation, and from the world situation to the 400 years of war. Finally, a profound conclusion was drawn. The Yin Empire is so fucking awesome. Old Wang, are we really going to deal with this thing? Is it too late for me to run now? In the Wanxiang mirror, Zhang Wei looked at the ferocious beast in front of him, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The same thing happened to the old hand in my arms. She was so scared that she almost rolled her eyes. The monster's name is Chifengbio, nicknamed the three-headed dog. 2 meters tall, all black. There are 3 heads on the thick neck, with the attributes of wind, fire, and poison respectively. His eyes were bloodshot, and his canine teeth were ferocious. At this time, Chifengbio was lying on the ground and sleeping, with sticky saliva flowing down the corners of his mouth. It stinks, it's burnt, it's in pieces. The combat power provided by the 3 attributes is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3. The only Lord-quality beasts that can gain the upper hand in a head-on confrontation with Chifengbio are the top few. For example, the divine beast species, the god species, and the demon species. Of course, if there is no head-on confrontation, Chifengbio's winning rate will be average. As the saying goes, there is gain and loss. Strong combat capability will inevitably lead to deficiencies in certain aspects. If everything were strong, it would have flooded long ago. Perhaps it's because of the difficulty in advancement, or perhaps it's because of the low reproductive capacity. Chifengbio's weakest point is his brain. My IQ is often offline and needs to be recharged occasionally. When facing Chifengbio, a strategy with a little technical content can make it run around in circles. Chapter 33. Does the Wang family really have absolute power? Although his IQ is low, Chifengbio's fighting ability is still very strong. This Chifengbio is at level 3, similar to Jinzi and Shaoqing. If it's a one-on-one fight, it should be able to hold out for a while. Boss, let me do it. It's a good opportunity to practice. Jinzi rubbed his wings back and forth, as if he was ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work, and he was eager to give it a try. The skill of Golden Sword energy makes up for Jinzi's lack of size, allowing it to fight against large and ferocious beasts. At this moment, it urgently needs a battle to eliminate the shadow left by the Earth Demon Star and move forward again towards the King of Birds. Golden Sword Chi, Jinzi roared angrily, and a bright light gathered in front of him and instantly fell on Chifengbio's butt. Ouch! A shrill scream was heard, and the severe pain woke Chifengbio up. 6 blood-red eyes instantly locked onto the attacker. The battle began a bird and a dog, and it was very fierce. Jinzi's sword energy missed the target, but it was very effective. When Chifengbio was constipated, he would definitely remember Jinzi's help. After all, if one eye is not enough, there is another eye as a backup. Fuck, it's really Xiao Dao pulling the ass. I'm really surprised. I have to stay away from this stupid bird in the future to avoid being hurt by mistake. Zhang Wei's face was solemn. He recalled going to the hospital to have a hemorrhoidectomy 2 years ago, and he couldn't help but spray all over the doctor's face. Although he was not the one who was hurt, he could feel the pain and shame. As both are lords, Jinzi and Chifengbio are equally capable, and for a while neither can do anything to the other. Ferocious beasts like Chifengbio have low IQ, so we can set up traps and lure it over. But Jinzi was in urgent need of proving himself, so Wang Yan did not stop him. It doesn't matter if I can't beat him. I still have Shaoqing. Shaoqing is not afraid of any kind of ferocious beasts of the same rank and quality. Outside the Wanxiang mirror, the teachers looked at each other in bewilderment. This child, has he always been so stubborn? Although Chifengbio's brain is not very good, his fighting ability is not bad at all. Such an arrogant boy is probably going to suffer a lot. A teacher in black snorted coldly and looked at Wang Yan with disgust in his eyes. Even if he loses, your disciple won't be able to get first place. No means no. Even if the people before him have failed, he can't. Admissions director Wu Liqiang sneered and looked at the old man in black, as if he was an idiot. Wu Liqiang, you must be tired of living. The old man in black smashed the armrest with one punch and stood up suddenly. He looked like he could attack at any time. Although Wu Liqiang is not as strong as him, he is very courageous. Kill me if you have the guts, or shut up. Wu Liqiang glanced at him, too lazy to waste any more time. I advise you to be honest. Wang, he is unreasonable. If something happens to Wang Yan, he won't investigate at all. All possible targets will be killed on the spot. And Wang Yuan one, if you want to eat cabbage that costs hundreds of yuan per pound and meat that costs tens of thousands of yuan per pound every day for the next few decades, if you want to be hunted every day, you might as well give it a try. Damn it. Can the Wang family really cover up everything? The old man in black cursed angrily, and his face turned ashen in an instant. In Minghu province, the Wang family really has absolute power. The principal's voice came from the side, startling the old man in black so much that he trembled all over. There was indifference on the beautiful face, and countless soul spells around her were flashing with faint light. As if inspired by the principal's mood, these spells trembled slightly and actually enveloped an area of 100 meters on their own. If you defeat him by legitimate means, the Wang family won't say anything. Even if you kill Wang Yan, someone will stand up for you. But if you dare to do something despicable and shameless... The principal didn't continue, but the meaning was self-evident. There are more good people in this world, but there are also many scumbags. You are competing with him normally, but he is plotting against you. You play tricks on him, and he talks to you about the code of conduct. How to repay kindness when you repay evil with kindness. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay evil with justice. Okay, my disciple will definitely defeat him fairly. I just hope that you elders won't get too impatient when the time comes. The old man in black snorted coldly and suppressed his murderous intent in his heart. The Yanhuang Empire is full of powerful people, and Minghu #1 University, as the best university in Minghu province, is naturally the same. In addition to the principal, there are 2 other level 10 beastmasters in charge. The old man in black is named Lu Sherbin. He has a sinister and cruel personality. Because he lost the competition for the position of principal 10 years ago, he holds a grudge and opposes him everywhere. Wang Yan saved hundreds of freshmen, so the principal took away the place that was originally intended for his disciple. In addition, because of Wang Yan's identity, Lu Sherbin felt resentful and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Narrow-minded, despicable, and unworthy of any great task. The principal looked up at the sky and saw a figure in black moving quickly, heading towards where Qi Fengbiao was. Fuck, that's awesome. Looking at Jinzi, who was fighting fiercely with the big guy Qi Fengbiao and was not at a disadvantage at all, Zhang Wei couldn't help but swear. So strong. It's so powerful. The blazing white golden sword energy was extremely sharp, and the attack angle was also extremely tricky. Although Qi Fengbiao was strong, he was beaten back step by step under Jinzi's endless attacks, and blood continued to flow out of dozens of wounds. As lords, both at the 3rd level, the combat capabilities of Qi Fengbiao and Jinzi are almost the same. But in terms of IQ, Qi Fengbiao was completely suppressed by Jinzi. One is at the bottom among the ferocious beasts, and the other is smarter than Zhang Wei. How can they be compared? The sword energy flew out and tore Qi Fengbiao's ear, but Jinzi still had the energy to talk. Wei Gu, pay attention to hygiene. Zhang Wei. Fuck Viagra. Wang Yan couldn't help laughing, while Zhang Wei looked confused. Due to the deviation of history, the world has not had the kind of special medicine that was developed to treat heart disease and later became popular all over the world because of its side effects. But Zhang Wei understood the words pay attention to hygiene. Bang! Jinzi was accidentally hit by Qi Fengbiao's tail, which was followed by a series of unexplained combos. Although Qi Fengbiao's brain isn't very good, his fighting instincts are not bad at all. Turning his head, 3 big mouths opened at the same time. Fierce fire, wind blades, poison, and finally sharp claws. If it were a spiritual beast with a physical body, it would be seriously injured even if it didn't die. But Jinzi was quite resistant to blows and only suffered minor injuries. Silly dog, quite fierce. Jinzi's body was like a meteor and instantly rushed 50 meters away. Its feathers were disheveled, and it was covered in dust. The crest feathers on its head were bitten off, making it look a bit bald. Ha! Machine gun hairstyle. Zhang Wei laughed wildly, while Jinzi was very confused. What is a machine gun hairstyle? It's just thump. Chapter 34, the show begins. Jinzi. Stupid dog. I'm going to fight you. Jinzi cursed angrily and rushed towards Qi Fengbiao. Although the previous battle seemed very intense, Jinzi had never given his all. After the battle with Qi Fengbiao, it can almost figure out what level it is at. In addition to being ridiculed by Zhang Wei, Jinzi decided to end the fight immediately so that he could fight Zhang Wei to the death. However, at this moment, a dull roar suddenly occurred, accompanied by the violent shaking of the earth, and countless ferocious beasts actually rushed towards this side. What's going on? Wang Yan turned his head and found that in front of the many ferocious beasts, a huge lizard covered with scales was staring at him, with murderous intent in its cold vertical pupils. It was a ground ankylosaur, leader quality. Following behind were ferocious lizard-like beasts, which must have been controlled by it. Among the ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts of leader quality, a small number will possess special skills. For example, deterrence and command. Xiaoqing's skill is deterrence, which can frighten ferocious beasts within a certain range and make them lose their combat effectiveness. The skill of this ankylosaurus should be command and control of low-level ferocious beasts of the same species. Although Qifeng Biao is a lord, he has many spells engraved on his body. Not only can he not stay away from this place, but his aura as a lord has also been suppressed to the limit. Unless you get within 3 meters of Qifeng Biao, you won't be able to sense its breath. The ankylosaurus seemed to understand this and attacked with a large group of ferocious beasts. There are only 2 people in this school who have a grudge against me. One is by Ningxin, and the other is the man whose soul cultivation land quota I snatched away. Bai Ningxin's spirit beast is a lord-quality Qinghuang, and she probably doesn't like stuff like the ground ankylosaurus. In this way, the cause and effect are clear. Wang Yan looked in the direction of the ankylosaurus, with no expression of joy or sadness on his face. He had seen such a scene before, and it was child's play compared to the one on the demonic planet. There is no need to take any action at all. Once the dragon's might is released, all the ferocious beasts will lie prone on the ground. Even if he could control the beasts, what would that matter? As long as he hadn't gone completely crazy, he would be suppressed by the dragon's might. Wang Yan's idea is correct, but reality is often unexpected. Just where Jinzi and Qifeng Biao were fighting, a giant creature rushed out of the ground and knocked them both away. Jinzi, fuck, Qifeng Biao, Kristan. The giant creature was about 10 meters long, with hard bone armor all over its body, and its tail was like an iron whip with circles around it. The protruding mouth is full of sharp teeth, and sharp claws are hidden under the body. This is the ankylosaurus, a lord beast that looks like an armadillo. The iron ankylosaurus and the ground ankylosaurus are ferocious beasts of the same category. Although their names contain the word dragon, they have nothing to do with dragons. After the iron-armored dragon emerged from the ground, it did not attack Qifeng Biao or Jinzi, but instead locked its sights on Wang Yan. There is no doubt that it is aimed at Wang Yan. I didn't expect there would be so many troubles in a freshman ranking competition. Alas, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. I don't want to cause trouble, but trouble finds me on its own. Wang Yan sighed, feeling extremely annoyed. Boom! The noise was getting louder and louder. The vibrations were getting more and more violent, and thousands of ferocious beasts were now within 100 meters. Wang Yan glanced over there, and the invisible dragon might spread around, and the ferocious beast in the front immediately fell to the ground. The ones in front stopped, and the ones behind caught up, and the ferocious beast suddenly became a mess. All the ferocious beasts, including the leader-quality ground ankylosaurus, turned into rolling gourds. Wang Yan was too lazy to deal with these guys, so he summoned Xiaoqing out and stepped back. With his strength, he can kill ordinary beasts instantly, and an elite one with 3 moves at most. The leader can maneuver around, and with luck, both sides can be defeated. As for the Lord, he'd better forget about it. Are you scared? Wang Yan had just retreated less than 10 meters when a sinister voice suddenly rang out. The black clothes were covered in dust, and there was a tear on the right hip. His hair was messy, his nose was bleeding, and there was a little leak when he spoke. Obviously, this guy was riding on a ferocious beast just now. Because Wang Yan released the dragon's power, the beast suddenly fell down and knocked him down badly. I have a fear of giants. Wang Yan glanced at him and silently took a few steps back. Giant phobia? The man was stunned for a moment and seemed not to react. I'm afraid of big idiots like you, so I have to stay away from you. Because idiocy is contagious, and I don't want to be like you. Wang Yan stepped back a few meters again and tightened his clothes. You're looking for death. After hearing Wang Yan's words, the man finally reacted. His swollen face was distorted and hideous. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He originally came for Wang Yan and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Hearing Wang Yan's words, he became even more furious. Go! Kill that snake! The man shouted angrily and rushed towards Wang Yan. At the same time, The armadillo-like ankylosaur also set its sights on Xiaoqing. Chifengbio fights against Jinzi, Taijialong fights against Xiaoqing, and the man in black fights against Wang Yan. The battle is about to begin. Outside the Wanxiang mirror, many teachers and students were filled with surprise. What's going on? Wasn't the Iron Dragon trapped in the spell? Why did it escape? And why is it being controlled? Wu Liqiang stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Although the Wanxiang mirror is controlled by the principal, other school leaders and teachers can enter and exit freely. It's actually not difficult at all if you want to make some adjustments in it. Thinking of this, Wu Liqiang immediately turned his head and looked at Lu Shibin. Oh! Seeing Wu Liqiang's murderous gaze, Lu Shibin showed a sarcastic smile. There was no admission, no denial, but everything was self-evident. You were able to deceive my perception, unlock the spell on the Iron Armored Dragon, and even guide it to fight. It seems that you have not been idle these years. Such a big thing happened right under his nose. But the principal was not angry at all. Instead, he remained very calm. She knew how powerful Wang Yan was. A mere third-level blazing wind Biao and Iron Armored Dragon could not do anything to that guy. As for Lu Shibin's disciples, let's not even talk about them. Wang Yan was able to fight with a genius like Bai Ningxin so effectively, and he was simply not something that Lu Shibin's disciples could contend with. You don't seem worried at all? Lu Shibin frowned. The principal's reaction made him feel that something was wrong. He went over everything in his mind and didn't find any omissions, so he came to the conclusion that the principal was just pretending to be calm. The show is about to begin. Great, the show is about to begin. The principal nodded, his tone meaningful. Chapter 35, Angered to Death. Bang! The man in black flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. This guy brags a lot, but his fighting ability is a bit disappointing. He didn't even have time to withstand a single move from Wang Yan and was completely defeated. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. I thought I could have a good fight with you, but I didn't expect you to be a silver-plated spearhead. Wang Yan shook his head, missing the fierce battle with Bai Ningxin. Although I was always at a disadvantage, it was still a great experience. Impossible. Why are you so strong? Absolutely impossible. The black-clothed man had an expression of disbelief on his face. I have lived with the Ankylosaurus since I was a child. I used a secret technique to merge my blood with its. This is how I was able to sign a contract with it after I became an adult, prevent my blood from being eroded, and gain 20% of its power. I risked my life to get to this point. How come you are so strong? How come? The man in black had a ferocious look on his face, looking like a madman. He couldn't accept such an outcome. His efforts were no match for a casual attack from others. How cruel. Why? My father is the richest man in Minghu province, and my uncle is the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District. Why do you say that? Wang Yan sneered. This guy is simply too weak. Poor strength and poor mentality. It was just a loss. Is it necessary to do this? A truly strong person is never one who wins every battle, but one who can bravely stand up and continue fighting every time he fails. You. The man in black was so angry at Wang Yan that he almost fainted. He pointed at Wang Yan for a long time and finally managed to say, if you have the ability, don't rely on your family. Not relying on my family? No problem. Wang Yan stepped closer. I have 2 Lord-quality spirit beasts, 1 dragon, and 1 phoenix. I am highly skilled in martial arts and can defeat you with 1 move. I am more handsome than you, and I have a childhood sweetheart. I am richer than you and can spend my money however I want. Every word was like a hammer hitting my heart. If I could still hold on before, now there is no need to struggle. Crushed from all sides, no chance of recovery at all. You poof. The man in black pointed at Wang Yan, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell down limply. This guy couldn't bear such a heavy blow and was actually angered to death. Are all young people today so fragile? Wang Yan sighed, looking innocent. He didn't do anything, just threw a punch and talked about his family background and what he owned. Alas, he is young, but he has a pretty bad temper. The man in black died, his body turned into stars of light and disappeared, and his spirit beast, the Ankylosaurus, also dissipated. Without the control of the leader, the surrounding ferocious beasts no longer actively attack. Wang Yan put away his dragon power, and they began to flee in a panic. The black-clothed man's plan was actually very rigorous. He used a method that Wang Yan didn't know about to break the spell on the Lord's beast, the Iron Armored Dragon, and lure it here to restrain Wang Yan's spirit beast. They controlled many low-level ferocious beasts to surround the battle area and gang up on Wang Yan to prevent him from escaping. However, he underestimated the strength of Shaoqing and Jinzi and also looked down on Wang Yan. Especially for Wang Yan, he would never have thought that he could be so strong. Clean, simple, and direct, he was defeated in one move, leaving him no room for resistance. All plans were shattered, coupled with Wang Yan's squeeze. It may take a lifetime to heal from just a dozen seconds. After the death of the man in black, the Lord-quality armored dragon immediately became restless. Although its IQ is not as high as that of humans, it is much better than a fool like Qi Fengbiao. The iron ankylosaurus felt that something was wrong, as if danger was approaching. Sure enough, when it decided to run away immediately, Qi Fengbiao fell heavily to the ground with a shrill scream. Jinzi burst out with all his strength and quickly killed Qi Fengbiao. One is a dragon and the other is a phoenix. They can't beat any armored dragon no matter which one they face, let alone a group fight. The iron ankylosaurus didn't last long before it was killed by the joint efforts of Jinzi and Shaoqing. At this point, only 4 of the 6 lords remained. Wang Yan was not too upset after the 2 powerful lords were killed, but Zhang Wei was so scared that he was speechless. Once upon a time, Wang Yan was as weak as a little girl. It hasn't been long since he turned into a macho man. Zhang Wei sighed in his heart and looked down at the old hen in his arms. Clack! The old hen looked at Zhang Wei lovingly and laid an egg with her, but raised. Zhang Wei, let's go to the next target. Wang Yan called out and headed for the nearest location on the map. In the square, the man in black suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, his face turned pale, and his mind was in chaos. After being defeated by one move and being so angry at Wang Yan's words that he vomited blood, the man in black had murderous intent in his heart and turned his head to look around, trying to find Wang Yan. Once found, given his vengeful character, he would certainly attack. Seeing this situation, Lu Shirbin immediately teleported his disciple to his side. It's not that he is magnanimous or has thought it through, but he is afraid that the principal will take action. In such a public place, if someone disregards the rules and attacks other freshmen, the principal can easily shoot him to death. Judging from one's own experience, if he were the principal, he would definitely not let the enemy's disciples go. The man in black only felt a flash before his eyes and appeared in another place the next second. Teacher, the man in black shouted, and finally could no longer endure the grievances in his heart. He threw himself into Lu Shirbin's arms and started crying. Don't worry, I won't let him go. I will cut him into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Lu Shirbin's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he had already sentenced Wang Yan to death in his heart. He prepared for several years and secured a place in the soul-nurturing land for the man in black to help him increase the strength of his soul. Break the spell that the principal is currently using to restrict the Ankylosaurus, and use the bloodline of the leader-quality spirit beast Ankylosaurus as a guide to deceive the Ankylosaurus for a short period of time, making it think that the Ankylosaurus is its offspring. In this way, the iron-armored dragon can attack other lords, and both sides will suffer losses in the end, and the man in black will benefit. The improvement of the soul-nurturing land, plus the rewards from the freshman ranking competition, are enough for the man in black to digest for a long time. However, no one expected that a Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway and Wang Yan would actually snatch away the spot in the soul-nurturing land. The man in black was so angry that he immediately decided to take action during the freshman ranking competition. When a person decides to commit suicide, there will often be someone who pops up to help him go further and further on the road to death. Before the freshman qualifying match began, the man in black met Bai Ningxin, who gave him a compass, saying that it could locate Wang Yan's location. Although he was very curious as to why Wang Yan had a conflict with Bai Ningxin, the man in black was so blinded by hatred at this point that he had no time to care about so many things. He rode on an Ankylosaurus and, with a group of younger brothers, went to seek revenge in a mighty manner, but ended up being angered to death. The man in black can be described as someone who is not good enough but always fails. Compared with Wang Yan, he is a complete waste. Chapter 36, Tall Tree. The 6 Lord-quality ferocious beasts were restricted to 6 different places, and it would take some time to get there. But Wang Yan was not in a hurry. The freshman ranking competition lasted for 24 hours, so he could just kill them slowly. Old Wang, tell me the truth. Are you invincible? Zhang Wei suddenly asked with a very serious expression. The battle not long ago shocked him greatly. A beast of Lord quality just died like that? Or two died at once? I'm afraid even senior students in the senior year may not be able to achieve such strength. Wang Yan is only in the first grade now. How will he spend the remaining 4 years? Are you afraid that you will make your teacher cry as soon as you graduate? At most, I am invincible among the freshmen. The seniors are still very strong. There are some that I cannot beat. Wang Yan thought of the white, soft, big, round, elastic, and tender pink. Bah! He thought of the abominable father killer, Bai Ningxin. That crazy woman was so cruel that I still feel pain all over my body. But then again, why is her spirit beast able to reach Lord quality? To sign a contract with a spirit beast, one must possess a physique that can resist blood erosion and assimilation. Ordinary quality requires 5 points, elite quality requires 20 points, and leader quality requires 100 points. The quality of the Lord is even more terrifying, requiring a full 600 points of physical attributes. Unless one is like Wang Yan, who finds ways to continuously improve the quality of the spirit beast after signing the contract, not only will he not be eroded and assimilated by the spirit beast bloodline, but he will be able to gain huge benefits instead. But the problem is, the quality of a spiritual beast is fixed at birth. So how did Bai Ningxin do it? Have you mastered some secret technique that can improve the quality of spiritual beasts? Or have you used some special spiritual medicine? Wang Yan was very confused, but soon thought of other things. The changes in myself have probably attracted the attention of some people. No one has asked about it until now. Maybe they are investigating secretly, or maybe they were stopped. The principal knew Bai Ningxin's background, but was not surprised at all. It was obvious that a spirit beast of Lord quality was not enough to attract her, and the secret was also open to her. In this case, the truth is revealed. The quality of spiritual beasts can be improved, but the method is in the hands of very few people. Wang Yan guessed that this method would most likely require very strong power or status. Either it is very difficult, or the conditions required are very harsh. It is so difficult that only a level 10 Beastmaster can barely do it, and the conditions are so harsh that ordinary forces cannot meet them. But then again, what does this have to do with me? I'm just a quiet, handsome man. Wang Yan put the thoughts in his mind aside and continued to move forward. The map of the Wangxianjing is very large, and there are quite a few new students. Although the attacks by the Brotherhood of Destruction and the Beast Tide resulted in the tragic deaths of a considerable number of freshmen, more than 10,000 survived. With so many people gathered together, friction is inevitable. This is, of course, part of the game. There are only 6 Lord-quality beasts and 50 leaders. There are even more elites, numbering over 300. The rest are various ordinary ferocious beasts. Except for Wang Yan, no one dared to mess with the Lord-quality beast. Although the leader is powerful, if we cooperate well and use some strategies, we may still have a chance. Elite beasts are the most frequent areas for fighting and slaughter. Less than 2 hours have passed since the start of the competition, and hundreds of freshmen have already died tragically at the hands of others. As time went on, the fighting became more and more brutal. Because the locator can be snatched, the final result is that several powerful teams will join forces, clear the obstacles, and then fight. This was the case in previous competitions, but with Wang Yan's participation this time, the situation is hard to say. 2 Lord-quality spirit beasts are simply an insurmountable chasm for the freshmen at this stage. Unless the same Lord comes out to contain us, it will be meaningless no matter how many of them come. Wang Yan had lived 2 lives, so naturally he had thought of this possibility a long time ago. One of the reasons why he went to cause trouble for those Lord beasts was to prevent this kind of thing from happening. If all the Lord's beasts are dead, then even if more leaders come, it will be useless. As for the new contracted spirit beast, are you kidding? It is basically impossible for them to even contract a leader, let alone a lord. The 3rd lord is a tree, a very rare plant-based beast. It has strong defense, terrible attack, and amazing speed. Its only weakness is that it cannot move. Old Wang, what is this? It was the first time Zhang Wei saw such a thing, and he couldn't help but ask. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a tall tree. Wang Yan replied, Tall tree? Well, tall trees because there are people hanging on them? Wang Yan's tone was very confident because he had failed advanced mathematics many times, which was terrible. In his previous life, Wang Yan was lonely and helpless. The hardships he experienced in his childhood made him work harder than other children of his age. However, many times, the results of hard work are far inferior to talent. Life will deceive you, teammates will betray you, women will seduce you, but advanced mathematics will not. If you don't know how to do it, you won't be able to do it no matter how hard you try. The big tree in front is about 10 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves, and is extremely thick. Countless corpses hung at the ends of the branches, swaying in the breeze, looking as if they were struggling. If they were outside, Wang Yan might feel a little compassion and try to save them to see if there was still a chance for them to survive. But here, you can remove the eggs. All people are projections of the soul, and after death, they turn into starlight and disappear. Corpse? Bait. Let me give it a try. Zhang Wei said something. Obviously, he also noticed the problem. He patted the old hen gently on the back, and the hen immediately raised her, but laid an egg. Go! Zhang Wei swung his arm and threw it at the nearest corpse. The white egg drew an arc in the air and quickly approached the tree. The next second, the person, who seemed to be still alive, suddenly broke into pieces, forming a big mouth that swallowed the egg. My goodness, that's disgusting. Zhang Wei frowned and looked very ugly. The so-called corpse is actually an organ similar to that of a carnivorous plant. It looks like a human in disguise, but when it opens its mouth, it reveals a big mouth full of sharp teeth. Once bitten, even the leader finds it difficult to break free. If it's just a mouth, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with. But the tree was filled with corpses, at least 200. Without remote means, as many as go there will die. It's up to you. Wang Yan winked at Jin Zi, who immediately understood. Golden sword chi. The blazing white light quickly condensed into a sharp sword, which stabbed fiercely at the flower. Jin Zi's move was extremely fierce and pierced the flower immediately. It's inserted into the center of the flower. Jin Zi's casual words made Wang Yan almost choke to death with a mouthful of saliva. God, you've penetrated my prickly heart. Can't you be serious? If you say that, people will think I'm an old pervert. Wang Yan was a little annoyed. This silly bird was going too far and was a disgrace to his bright and majestic image. Isn't it? Jin Zi tilted his head, his eyes full of contempt. Wang Yan. Chapter 37. What a smart guy. You lost all your clothes in a fight, and you still say you're not an old pervert. Jin Zi sneered. It finally understood that although Wang Yan pretended to be serious, he was essentially the same kind of person. The difference is that she is really sexy, while Wang Yan is just shy. Okay, I admit it. I am a pervert, but I need to reiterate one thing. I am not old. Wang Yan coughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. He has built up a pure and innocent persona for many years, but suddenly his identity is exposed. How can he face the people of Jiangdong? After fighting with Chifengbiao and Taijialong, Jin Zi has fully understood his own strength, so he is naturally more adept at dealing with Gao Shu. The golden sword energy was flying, able to pierce a flower each time. Gao Shu was trembling violently after being shot and wanted to attack Jin Zi, but because the distance was too far, he could only fall down helplessly. This battle was uneventful, but the cost was a bit high. After shooting, Jin Zi was almost exhausted, powerless all over, and the whole bird was listless. Boss, your bird! Jin Zi subconsciously wanted to say something, but when he saw Wang Yan's threatening look, he immediately swallowed his words. If you continue to be naughty, you will probably go hungry at night. After following Wang Yan, Jin Zi finally experienced what it meant to live a life of luxury and what it meant to be alive. The storage bag was filled with all kinds of nuts. You could eat whatever you wanted without even blinking an eye. It's okay for it to be naughty sometimes, but if it makes Wang Yan angry, it won't be able to eat its favorite thing. Let's go next one. Seeing that Jin Zi was so obedient, Wang Yan nodded with great satisfaction. Of the 6 Lord Beasts, half are still left. Not counting other things, the scores of these 3 locators alone are over 3 million. Unless the remaining 3 lords are killed, even if all the elites and leaders in the Wanxiang Mirror are gathered together, the score will not be able to catch up. As for the ferocious beasts of ordinary quality, their efficiency is too low. A level 3, 5-star beast is only worth 500 points, and you need to kill 6,000 of them to be on par with 3 level 3, 1-star overlords. Therefore, the most correct strategy is to kill people and snatch the locator. Wang Yan did not intend to compete with those people. The points of 6 lords were enough for him to maintain absolute advantage. Of course, Wang Yan was not the type to avoid competition. The freshman ranking competition itself was a fight. There was no right or wrong. If he wanted to take all the rewards for the top 3 places, he would have to use some tricks. As a time traveler, Wang Yan is familiar with all types of works and knows the routines in them like the back of his hand. This time he planned to imitate the protagonist in a classic novel, selling locators. Kill the 6 Lord Beasts and sell the locator to others, so that you can pocket the rewards for the top 3 places. All Wang Yan wanted was the soul crystal and the wrinkled papaya, leaving the credits to a few buyers. After all, they've spent money, so we can't let them go back empty-handed. I'm so smart. Wang Yan clapped his hands, extremely impressed with his own IQ. Soul crystal, as the name suggests, is much better than soul fragments. It might be able to increase his soul strength to 20 points in a short period of time. At that time, you can contract a 3rd spirit beast. Wrinkled papaya can break the shackles of 100 basic attributes, making his body harder and more endurance-enhancing. Next time I meet that crazy woman by Ningxin, I won't be beaten so badly. Boss, someone is approaching. Jinzi suddenly spoke in his ear, making Wang Yan alert. The man in black is already dead. Who would bother him? Not long after Wang Yan's wait, the other party finally came in front of him. The man was about 20 years old, riding a large spotted dog, and was so tired that his tongue was sticking out. Woof, woof, woof. The man was panting and barked 3 times in half a minute. Wang Yan was confused. What's going on? Teeth connected to teeth? Human and dog swap souls? Is rabies being transmitted from dogs to humans? Woof, woof, Wang Yan. After breathing for more than 10 seconds and speaking again, Wang Yan finally understood what he wanted to say. Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Wang Yan took out a bottle of water and handed it over. He always felt that this person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Wang Yan, something big happened. The man drank half a bottle of water before he came to his senses. Except for the person you saved, all the freshmen have united. They planned to eliminate you first and then have a fair competition. We disagreed, so we were targeted. We went through untold hardships, and dozens of people died before we got out. As he spoke, his eyes turned red and tears flowed uncontrollably. Is there anything else? Hearing this person's words, Wang Yan frowned, and a hint of murderous intent gradually emerged in his heart. No wonder he looked familiar. He was the freshman who fought against the Earth Demon Star with him. Lead the way. I want to see who gave them the courage. Wang Yan snorted coldly and made the decision without much thought. After all, these people were comrades who had fought together, and Wang Yan felt very happy with their admiring and grateful eyes. Furthermore, they did not choose to betray when faced with the pressure of tens of thousands of enemies, which shows the quality of these freshmen. Wang Yan decided to rescue them. On the one hand, these people suffered misfortune because of him, and on the other hand, he also wanted to see the level of his peers. Will that Wang Yan really come? Does it matter whether he comes or not? Now all the teachers and students in the school are watching this game. If he comes, he will definitely die. If he doesn't come, he will definitely die. The difference is just being besieged or being besieged. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand you? You can't even understand Chinese? Are you still a Yinhuang person? Am I expelled from the country? A group of people were talking, and the freshman surrounded by them had a look of anger on his face. Anyone who is treated like a monkey will get angry. What's more than half of the original 200 people were killed. This is intolerable. Let's fight them. A handsome boy shouted angrily and pretended to fight to the death. But as soon as he raised his leg, he was pushed down. Less than 100 people fighting against at least 2,000 people. What can you use to fight? Just stay still? What should we do? Should we just watch Wang Yan being deceived by the traitor? What else? If there is any chance of getting out, I will not wait here to die. Meaningless sacrifice is very stupid. We will act after Wang Yan arrives. Don't forget his 2 spirit beasts. They can kill the Lord Quality Earth Demon Star with 1 move. Yes, as long as Wang Yan arrives, we will be saved. Kill these scumbags and make them lose face so that they can never hold their heads up again. The older boy raised his head, hope rekindled in his heart. Chapter 38, A Lot of Trouble. Interesting, this freshman ranking competition is so interesting. What on earth did he do to make more than 10,000 freshmen unite? This Wang Yan is dead. If he can hold on until the end of the game, I will find a dinosaur girl to confess my love to. I suggest you livestream yourself doing a handstand while having diarrhea. Even though it's embarrassing, it's better than losing happiness for the rest of your life. A real man should keep his promise. If he says he will confess his love to Dinosaur Girl, he will definitely confess his love to Dinosaur Girl. The changes in the Wanxiang mirror were beyond everyone's expectations. No one could have imagined that a group of people who had only met each other a few times would unite to deal with a freshman. Maybe it's out of jealousy, or maybe it's some other reason. But the current situation seems to be developing in an uncontrollable direction. Are these old guys planning to provoke me? The principal sneered, murderous intent gradually rising in his heart. Minghu First University has 3 level 10 Beastmasters. Lon Bowen is an old scholar who basically doesn't care about the school. The principal was transferred from the military region, and Lu Sherbin is an old man in the school. Therefore, although the principal is more capable, in the eyes of many teachers she is just an outsider, and they support Lu Sherbin more in their hearts. The principal has the support of the Minghu Provincial Military Region. These people dare not act recklessly openly, so they act secretly. In front, Lu Sherbin broke the Iron Armored Dragon's restraints, and behind, more than 10,000 freshmen united to deal with Wang Yan. The filthiness of it cannot be described in just a few words. Since you guys want to play, then play big. The principal snorted coldly, and hundreds of spells appeared around him, then shattered one by one. At the same time, 3 consecutive deafening roars sounded in the Wanxiang mirror. All the restrictions on the Lord's beast disappeared. Almost there, just ahead. The freshman who was leading the way was running out of breath, with a worried look on his face. But Wang Yan felt something was not right. Why does his tone sound a little cheerful? Brothers, Wang Yan is here. We are saved. From about 50 or 60 meters away, the man began to shout. The voice is loud and full of energy. Just ahead. Puff. The man turned around and seemed to want to continue speaking. But the next moment, the sharp dagger pierced his heart. Doubt, resentment, sudden realization, regret. The expression on his face eventually turned into relief. When death came, he seemed to have figured it out. There will be no good end for those who betray. Jinzi, Shaoqing, kill them all. There is no need for negotiation, and no matter what the other party's purpose is, since he is lured here in this way, he must have malicious intentions. Golden Sword Qi. Hearing Wang Yan's order, Jinzi and Shaoqing immediately rushed into the crowd. For 2 lords to deal with a group of freshmen is like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Even if I stood there and let them hit me, I wouldn't be hurt at all. Ah! The shrill screams were endless as large groups of freshmen fell down. In less than a minute, they turned into specks of light and disappeared. Why are there only so few people? Wang Yan frowned. The total number was only about 2,500, which was far less than the expected 10,000 people. Wang Yan quickly head southeast. They are trying to untie the restraints on the Lord's beast. These people are abandoned. They are staying here just to hold you back. A roar came from the survivor's mouth, and Wang Yan reacted immediately. With 2 Lord-quality spirit beasts by their side, it would be useless even if all the freshmen united. Even if Wang Yan couldn't kill them all, he could still leave easily. But what if it is the same Lord Beast? As long as Shaoqing and Jinzi were held back, Wang Yan could be killed even if it cost him a pile of human lives. As for whether the ferocious beast will cooperate obediently, the answer is almost certain. Mentally retarded creatures like Qi Fengbiao are extremely rare among ferocious beasts. Although Lord-quality ferocious beasts are not as good as humans, they can also carry out simple communication. With the addition of some special means, it is not difficult to induce or manipulate them to fight. Just think about the armored dragon before, and you will know that in front of a real big shot, a Lord-quality ferocious beast is just like that. The reason why humans have become the most powerful overlord on Earth, in addition to powerful military force, is more due to their wisdom. It's just a freshman ranking competition. Why is there so much trouble? Wang Yan was too tired to complain. His intuition told him that it was most likely related to the principal. Except for the 200 or so people he had saved, almost all the freshmen united to deal with him. It was simply unbelievable. We are all freshmen and don't know each other, so why should we bother him? There must be someone behind the scenes who can influence the future direction of Minghu First University. The other party went to great lengths to attack him in this much-anticipated freshman ranking competition. Perhaps their target was not him, but the principal. Intrigues, deceptions, and every possible means to gain power and influence. Wang Yan was just suffering from an undeserved disaster. After all, he has never hidden his identity, and a simple check will reveal his relationship with the principal. Damn it, don't let me know who it is, or I'll kill one if there's one, and a pair if there are 2. Even if I have to kill all the school leaders, I'm going to get my revenge. Wang Yan was furious. It had only been a few months since his rebirth, and he was already being plotted against? This is intolerable. I can tolerate my uncle, but I cannot tolerate my aunt. The principal might become his aunt in the future, adding a new member to the Wang family and making her one of his own. How can you bear the pain when your own people are bullied? You are not allowed to participate in the next battle. Go to the place where Chief Feng Biao is imprisoned and wait. I will come to you after I have dealt with it. After Wang Yan finished, he immediately went to look for the nearest Lord Beast. Those freshmen are not a concern, although they cannot all be killed. If Wang Yan wants to escape, no one can stop him. With an agility of 100 points, which is 20 times that of an ordinary person, Wang Yan runs as gracefully as the wind. A bunch of freshmen who don't even have a cheat want to catch up with him? No way. Under normal circumstances, the 3 Lord-quality ferocious beasts would not pose a big threat to Wang Yan. Xiaoqing and Jinzi just need to join forces and kill them one by one. What Wang Yan is afraid of now is whether those people will use some means to unite the 3 Lord Beasts. Even if it's 3 against 2, Xiaoqing and Jinzi will not necessarily lose, but don't forget that there are more than 10,000 freshmen. A huge crowd of them surrounded them, and even an Iron Man would be smashed into pieces. The nearest lord was a ferocious beast similar to a gorilla, 3 meters tall and completely black. When Wang Yan arrived, the untied gorilla was playing with feces. It's a bit gross, but it's normal. In Wang Yan's previous life, there were many cases of chimpanzees throwing feces at people in the zoo. There was even a strange case where a baby chimpanzee was fed feces by a big chimpanzee in public. Chapter 39 Freshman Qualifying Tournament Speed Edition. Boss, can we change it? Seeing the chimpanzee not far ahead, Jinzi asked in a very troubled tone. That pile of shit is 2 times bigger than it. If you get hit by it, you will definitely be disgusted to death. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like Jinzi, Xiaoqing was also a little reluctant. The long and slender tail wrapped around Wang Yan's thighs, and its big round eyes were full of begging. We are running out of time. We must kill it as quickly as possible. Oh well. Jinzi sighed and could only rush forward. Whoosh. Sure enough, the moment the gold approached, the gorilla swung its arms violently and threw the shit directly at it. Fast, accurate, ruthless. If Jinzi hadn't been on guard all the time, he would have been covered in it. I'll fight you. He narrowly avoided the gorilla's attack, but the smell was going into his nose like crazy. Jinzi suddenly became furious and started to talk nonsense while attacking. This gorilla is very strong, but only slightly stronger than Jinzi and Xiaoqing. Not long after, he died tragically at the hands of Jinzi's sword. Wang Yan did not stop, put away the locator, and rushed to the second lord. Kill the beast and hurry on your way. The lord ran away, hurrying on his way, tracking, catching up. After rushing, they finally found the target 20 miles away from the original location. Along with them, there are more than 30 new students. What's going on? How did he get here so quickly? When they saw Wang Yan appear, the group of people suddenly panicked. According to the original plan, they would use some method to untie the restraints on the Lord's beast and use a long-prepared spell to guide it, making the beast mistakenly believe that they and others are its offspring. Then, the important part came. Several newborns who were mistakenly identified as offspring by the ferocious beast rushed to Wang Yan to die, thus triggering a fight. But what they never expected was that when they arrived, the restraints on the beast had been undone by someone unknown. After a flurry of activity, and at the cost of more than 100 deaths, they finally managed to temporarily control the beast. But then, something even more unimaginable happened. Wang Yan actually arrived at this time. Kill! Without saying a word, Wang Yan directly ordered Jinzi and Xiaoqing to take action. The battle broke out, and more than 30 freshmen did not even last half a minute before they died in the aftermath of the battle between the 3 lords. 2 against 1. The dragon and the phoenix joined forces, and the ferocious beast was unable to cause any trouble and soon died tragically on the spot. At this point, Wang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. What the fuck? Wang Yan cursed angrily. He felt like he was playing a racing game. Freshman Qualifying Speed Edition. Regardless of any side quests, and ignoring the NPCs and monsters on the way, you should kill the final boss as quickly as possible. What a plot. What a scenery. As for the fun of the game, there is much better fun than this. Boss, shall we continue? Jinzi took a breath and asked. It was also very tired, and its feathers were all messy. But the situation is now in chaos. If Wang Yan intends to solve all the troubles at once, it can only obey. Go on, I'm so tired. Let me take a rest first. Wang Yan couldn't help but want to curse, The fast version was not fun at all, and he would definitely not play it this way next time. To be honest, I feel like these people may not be in their right minds. Jinzi used his mouth to tidy up his feathers while saying, "The Wanxiang mirror is so big. As long as we are determined to escape, they will not be able to find us." Shit. Before he could finish his words, Jinzi couldn't help but swear. Wang Yan turned his head and saw a huge centipede running towards him. After looking at each other, both man and bird got the answer from each other's eyes. Run! Without any hesitation, Wang Yan started running for his life. For creatures of the same product and level, size often represents combat effectiveness. The centipede was really too big, and Jinzi and Xiaoqing had consumed a lot of their energy, so they were losing more than they were winning in the fight. Furthermore, Wang Yan didn't believe that those people could really completely control the Lord Beast. It probably won't be long before the centipede bites them to death. Xiaoqing was curled up in the school bag, Jinzi was lying on his head, and Wang Yan wished his parents could give him a few more legs so that he could run faster. Pustules, do you dare to stop and fight to the death? If you run away when you meet, what kind of man are you? Hearing angry curses coming from behind, Wang Yan did not stop and immediately cursed back. Whether I am a man or not, you can ask your mother to try and find out. If you have the ability, chase her yourself. What's the point of riding a ferocious beast? Alpaca, stop right there. Damn jungler, don't chase me if you dare. Wang Yan ran away while cursing, while the one behind him chased him while cursing. The two groups were cursing at each other, and all the teachers and students outside the Wanxiang mirror were stunned. They didn't expect that Wang Yan would be so strong. He rampaged all the way, killing more than 2,000 freshmen with indescribable efficiency, and even challenged 2 Lord Beasts in a row. They didn't expect that Wang Yan could run so cleanly and efficiently. Without saying a word, he ran away. Of course, they didn't expect that Wang Yan was also an expert at swearing. Daring and fighting, smart and clever, and not pretentious. Through some details, the traitor's flaws were discovered. After knowing the other party's purpose, he immediately changed his plan and killed the 2 Lord Beasts. When he found that the enemy was chasing him, he did not choose to fight head-on, but ran away directly. He is brave and resourceful, knows when to advance and retreat, and doesn't show off. He has contracted 2 Lord-quality spirit beasts, and his physical fitness is far superior to that of students at this stage. Not bad, he's a talent. As long as he is trained well, he will definitely become the pillar of our Yinhuang Empire in the future. An old man with gray hair and a long beard nodded, seeming very satisfied. The principal next to him couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Teacher Lon, what do you think of my previous conditions? There are more and more spatial cracks, and the Brotherhood of Destruction is constantly causing trouble. We can't waste our strength on internal strife. Lon Bowen frowned, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally made a decision. I agree to your conditions. I will help you solve your problems after the freshman qualifying competition is over. The future of Minghu No. 1 University will be decided by you, and I will fully support you. I hope you will not let me down. You watch me grow up. Have you ever made any mistakes in the general direction over the years? If they're not pushing me too hard, I also hope that this can be resolved peacefully. The principal sighed, his expression very helpless. But the situation is like this. I have no right to choose. There are still too few strong people in the human race. Otherwise, hope everything goes well. Lamboan murmured, his eyes cast into the air. In the picture, Wang Yan is about to be caught up. Chapter 40, Expulsion from School. Run, keep. The giant centipede behind him was getting closer and closer, and the roar was getting louder and louder. Wang Yan took the time to turn his head and take a look. This man was not very old and should have been full of youth and positivity, but his face was full of sinister and ruthless looks. No matter how you looked at him, he looked sinister and cruel. Idiot! After saying this casually, Wang Yan continued to run. Although this centipede is very fast, it will take at least 5 minutes to catch up with him. 5 minutes is neither long nor short. It is enough for Jinzi and Xiaoqing to recover some strength. After running wildly for a while again, Wang Yan slowly stopped. It's not that Jinzi and Xiaoqing recovered, but that the centipede had broken free from control. Sizzle! There was a piercing sound, not sure if it was a scream or friction. The centipede's huge body twisted to the side, directly knocking the person on its back to the ground. Boom! After the violent vibration, rays of light exploded. The freshman who was chasing Wang Yan died without even having time to scream. Poor creature. You want to control a power that does not belong to you. The final result can only be annihilation. Wang Yan sighed, as if he was talking about this freshman, but also seemed to be talking about himself. Sizzle! The sharp hissing sound rang out again, and the centipede stared at Wang Yan intently, ready to attack at any time. As a ferocious beast of lord quality, although its IQ is far inferior to that of Jinzi, it is much stronger than Qi Fengbiao. Looking at Wang Yan's two spirit beasts in front of it, it instinctively sensed the danger and had already planned to escape. Pretending to be ready to attack at any time is just to scare the enemy and prevent yourself from being suddenly attacked. Boss, it's scared. Jinzi had a sharp eye and immediately noticed the centipede's intention. It's normal. They are both third-level leaders. It's okay for them to fight 1 against 2, but the opponents are Dragon and Phoenix respectively. Not to mention that it is just a weak centipede. Even if the 100-eyed demon lord, the centipede monster in Journey to the West, came, it would have to flee in panic. But the centipede didn't know that Jinzi and Xiaoqing were almost at the end of their strength. Too much energy was consumed, and it will take a while to recover. Otherwise, Wang Yan would not have run away with the two of them and would have killed the centipede long ago. God is merciful. Be kind to others, and they will be kind to me. Helping others is helping yourself. Infinite, heavenly, venerable, good men, all the gods are with me. Wang Yan said a lot of things that he didn't even believe, which made Jinzi beside him look confused. Isn't this letter too complicated? If I believe in one more person, there will be one more god to bless me. I won't lose anything, so why not do it? Wang Yan glanced at Jinzi and said righteously, "It seems that's the truth." Jinzi scratched his head with his wings, feeling like something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yan began to slowly retreat, trying not to show any movements that might indicate an aggressive intention. Seeing Wang Yan's expression, Centipede immediately understood what he meant. I was already very wary, not to mention that the other party was taking the initiative to give in. The centipede's huge body also began to retreat, and soon it put some distance between itself and the target. At this point, Wang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. Why were there so many unexpected things happening in a freshman ranking match? Isn't it better to just kill the ferocious beasts honestly? Why do humans hurt each other? 5 of the 6 Lord Beasts died, and 1 escaped, and the remaining beasts and the newborns were completely defeated. Without corresponding combat power, facing Jinzi and Xiaoqing would only be a massacre. With 7 or 8 hours left before the end of the competition, Wang Yan returned to the place where Qi Fengbiao was imprisoned and found the only dozens of remaining freshmen. After some discussion, Wang Yan selected 2 representatives and gave the locators of the ferocious beasts to 3 and 2 lords respectively. In this way, no one can shake the 1st and 2nd place. Wang Yan, what are your plans next? Wait until the time is up? Of course not. Wang Yan laughed grimly. No matter what the reason is, since you choose to go against me, you must bear the consequences. There was an evil charm in the coldness and cruelty hidden in the hideousness, which made the freshmen around him shiver. Jinzi covered the bird's face with his wings and thought to himself, this guy is showing off again. Outside the Wanxiang mirror, all the teachers and students were horrified, and a few of them had ashen faces, as if their father had died. In the picture, Jinzi and Xiaoqing are like tigers entering a flock of sheep, killing all around. 2 Lord-quality spirit beasts against more than 10,000 freshmen. With such a horrific numerical disparity, freshmen should have an overwhelming advantage. However, the reality was just the opposite. They couldn't even break through Jinzi and Xiaoqing's defenses, and large groups of people died every minute and every second. There are more than 20,000 people participating in the freshman ranking competition this time. But if the trend continues, I am afraid that less than 1,000 will survive until the end of time. Asshole? What an asshole. Such a cruel and tyrannical person will definitely bring countless disasters to our Yinhuang Empire in the future. A teacher who looked to be in his 40s stood up suddenly, his blood boiling with anger, his face as red as a monkey's butt. I propose that he be disqualified from the competition and expelled from school immediately. Yes, that's too much. He should be expelled from school. Those who can be admitted to Minghu First University are not ordinary people. They are either geniuses or powerful and rich. Among them, nearly 20% of the freshmen have close relationships with the school teachers. Because of Wang Yan's crazy killing, these teachers were outraged. After all, only those who survived can be ranked, and those who died will have nothing. Even if you kill 6 Lord Beasts, you will still get nothing if you don't hold on to the end. I don't think so. An old voice sounded, neither hurried nor slow, neither humble nor arrogant. When they heard this, everyone fell silent. The speaker was Lon Bowen, one of the 3 level 10 Beastmasters at Minghu First University. Old scholar, old good man, old confused, old naughty boy, old immoral. Rambo has many nicknames, many of which are even slanderous. But it is undeniable that he is also the strongest and most authoritative person in Minghu No. 1 University. Even in the entire Yanhuang Empire, he is one of the top few people. At this time, Lamboan spoke, and even if he was angry, he had to endure it. Teacher Lon, are you going to protect this villain? Lu Shirbin couldn't help but speak. He hated Wang Yan to the core and wished he could tear him into pieces. If you insult others, you will be insulted. If you kill others, you will be killed. He is just fighting back with the same method that others used against him. Why are you angry? Lamboan glanced around, and none of those who were shouting dared to look him in the eye. The scene before him was just like those keyboard dogs in Wang Yan's previous life. They barked wildly and spat slurs on the internet, making unreasonable arguments, but when they were asked to give their residential addresses and names, they were silent. It's not that they know they are wrong, but they are afraid of being beaten. Chapter 41. Action. Wrong is wrong. It won't become right just because there are more people. When they united, this result was doomed. Not only them, but you as well. Rambo was hinting at something, and all the teachers lowered their heads, not knowing whether they were thinking or simply out of fear. Of course, there are always idiots at any time and in any place. Even if he is very powerful, he will still act like an idiot when necessary. Teacher, I don't think so. Lu Shirbin snorted, his expression very indignant. 3 people make a tiger, and a lot of gossip can melt gold. When everyone pronounces it wrong, the pronunciation of Chinese will change. There is no comparison between one person and 20,000 people. They can be completely sacrificed. You're right. There really is no comparison. Lon Bowen looked at the students he taught without any emotion. The Yanhuang Empire is in great need of strong men. A mere 20,000 useless people can be completely sacrificed. As soon as the words fell, they exploded in my ears like thunder. All the teachers, including Lu Shirbin, raised their heads and looked at Lamboan. They couldn't believe that the oldest teacher at Minghu First University, a highly respected level 10 Beastmaster, would actually say such a thing. The lives of 20,000 new students are not as good as the lives of one Wang Yan. Seeing everyone's horrified expressions, Lamboan did not continue speaking, but raised his head and looked at the crazy killing on the screen. There was complete silence. Some people are reflecting, some are silent, some are angry, and some are full of murderous intent. But no matter what, the ending is set. Out of more than 20,000 freshmen, only 871 survived until the end of the competition. The top 3 were taken by Wang Yan's people, 9 were in the top 10, and 47 were in the top 50. This freshman ranking competition can be called the biggest tragedy in the history of Minghu No. 1 University, and it is also known as the most exciting game. It was just a qualifying match, but 5 of the 6 Lord Beasts died, and 1 was scared away. Of more than 20,000 newborns, less than 1,000 survived. This qualifying round also proved to everyone the importance of the strong. In front of Wang Yan, the 20,000 freshmen were like chickens and dogs, without any ability to fight back. Just as Lamboan said, the Yanhuang Empire is in great need of strong people. It is worth it to exchange the lives of 20,000 useless people for a genius. Wang Yan slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. This battle was truly exhilarating. He was numb to the killing of more than 10,000 freshmen. The result was pretty good. Only a few escaped, while most were killed by Jinzi and Shaoqing. A bunch of trash. Wang Yan's voice was not concealed at all and reached the ears of many freshmen. There was no anger, only fear. They were afraid of being killed by Wang Yan. The brutality and cruelty, the cold-blooded massacre, made them wonder if they were in hell. Seeing that no one dared to say anything, Wang Yan was too lazy to continue being angry with them. He glanced around and soon saw the man in black standing behind Lu Shirbin. Wang Yan's expression gradually became ferocious, and suddenly he opened his mouth and shouted, "Useless! How dare you fight me to the death?" Wang Yan suddenly spoke, scaring many freshmen so much that they almost jumped up. The man in black, who was named, felt his legs go limp, and he fell to his knees. He was seriously injured by Wang Yan's attack and died of vomiting blood because of a few words, which made him extremely angry. But after seeing Wang Yan fighting alone against tens of thousands of people in a fierce battle, he was completely scared. A Lord-quality spirit beast could easily slaughter tens of thousands of people. If it is a spiritual beast that has mastered multiple range attack skills, it will be more efficient to kill. The man in black is very conceited, but he is nothing in front of Jinzi and Shaoqing. If I fight Wang Yan alone, I will definitely die. As a man, why should you be afraid of failure? Without conspiracy and tricks, don't you even have the courage to stand up? Wang Yan's face was full of contempt. What a waste. You. The man in black was shaking with anger. He wanted to go down and fight Wang Yan to the death, but the fear in his heart took root in the ground, and he did not move at all no matter how he struggled. Oh, that's it? Where's your courage? Where's your pride? Why do you have to be a coward instead of a good person? I think it's useless to keep that thing in your crotch, so just cut it off. If you go for the surgery now, you can still make it in time for the next semester. Wang Yan has a very vicious mouth and spews all kinds of dirty words. He wanted to kill the man in black in front of everyone and get to the bottom of this matter. It wasn't that Wang Yan was impulsive, nor was he crazy, but he received a message from the principal, asking him to cooperate with the action. As for the purpose, Wang Yan roughly guessed it. What a shameless little thief. Wang Yan's insults made Lu Shibin's face look uglier and uglier. After all, he was one of the 3 level 10 Beastmasters at Minghu First University. Wang Yan was getting more and more excessive, and even scolded him. The dignity of the strong cannot be violated. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Shibin grinned grimly and decided to take action immediately. However, just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. He didn't know when an invisible barrier appeared around his body, trapping him inside. Is this the soul crystal? Teacher, Lu Shibin's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't imagine that Lamboan would actually deal with him. And the first move he made was a killing move. We can't waste our energy on useless internal strife. Go with peace of mind. Your wife, children, and all your relatives will be with you soon. There was no expression of joy or sadness on Lamboan's face, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. It's true that he is a good guy, but that doesn't mean he can't see the situation clearly. Lu Shibin is a narrow-minded person who is vindictive, selfish, greedy, cruel, and ruthless. The situation faced by the Yanhuang Empire was so difficult, but he still wanted to kill Wang Yan for his own selfish reasons. Keeping such people will only bring endless troubles. Rather than letting him restrain the internal strongmen and affect the growth of the younger generation, it is better to cut the Gordian knot and kill him directly. If you want me to die, don't even think about living well. Lu Shibin screamed wildly, and his expression instantly became ferocious. The principal is at least 1 level stronger than him, and Lamboan is even more unfathomable. If the two join forces, he will surely die. But having said that, it doesn't mean he has no room to resist. Since I am destined to die, I will drag everyone to die with me. Wangshu, do it! Lamboan shouted loudly, and the principal, who had been prepared, immediately followed. Brilliant light continued to bloom, and countless soul rituals emerged in the air. The next moment, a dazzling light enveloped the entire Minghu First University. It lasted for less than half a second and immediately converged inward at an indescribable speed. Boom! Violent explosions continued to ring out, but the terrifying power did not dissipate at all and was all compressed within the soul crystal wall. Chapter 42, I Reject. The principal and Lamboan acted too suddenly, catching Lu Shibin off guard. By the time he decided to fight to the death, the battle was over. Not only him, but the teachers around him also didn't react at all. In less than 2 seconds, a level 10 Beastmaster from Minghu University was gone. Wang Yan was not able to participate in a battle of this level, and he couldn't even withstand a little bit of the aftermath. Therefore, he decided to move away immediately to avoid any unnecessary disaster. As for the man in black, he's just a waste. Who has time to care about him? After turning a few corners and arriving near the dormitory, Wang Yan suddenly stopped. About 10 meters ahead, a woman was approaching. She has a pretty face and delicate skin. The slender thighs are hidden by the loose pants, and the slender waist is covered by the windbreaker. Every step she takes sways her body gracefully. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have imagined that a woman who dressed so conservatively could have such a hot body. If you marry a woman like this, she'll suffer from kidney failure within 3 days. Jinzi whispered in Wang Yan's ear, "Boss, calm down. I'm afraid your body can't take it. Only children would say they can't handle it. Adults have already prepared kidney treasures." Wang Yan stared at Bai Ningxin intently. The scene was so big that he couldn't extricate himself for a moment. Bah! The hatred is as deep as the sea, irreconcilable. How can I get rid of the hatred of being ridden on and beaten up if I don't beat her up so hard that her breasts explode? I didn't expect that you, despite your young age, could be so ruthless. You killed more than 10,000 freshmen. Bai Ningxin looked Wang Yan up and down, her beautiful eyes moving like waves. A woman with a good figure and good looks is simply a beauty on earth. However, Wang Yan's mind is now full of improving his strength, and his only thought towards Bai Ningxin is revenge. It's not impossible to do other things, but you have to beat him first. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. Since they dare to join forces against me, they will naturally have to bear the consequences. Wang Yan snorted. This woman was simply a lunatic. He didn't want to have too much contact with Bai Ningxin unless necessary. 3 days passed in a flash. The school unrest had been resolved, and the rewards had been distributed. As agreed, the soul crystal of the first place and the wrinkled papaya of the second place were taken away by Wang Yan, and the credits were left to them to solve on their own. Wang Yan took all the third-place reward for himself. However, there was a slight change in the reward. The leader-quality armored rhinoceros cub turned into a dog. What is this? Looking at the little kid crying in the box, Wang Yan felt a little annoyed. This is the cub of Chi Fengbiao with leader quality. Because it was not time for Chi Fengbiao to be born yet, he was killed by Jinzi. This premature cub was malnourished and his quality dropped from lord to leader. For Wang Yan, quality is not important. In fact, the leader is much better than the lord. Signing a contract with the lord's spirit beast requires 600 points of physical fitness to resist blood assimilation, while the leader only needs 100 points. But looking at the puppy in the box, Wang Yan felt very resistant. On the one hand, Chi Fengbiao's IQ is too touching. On the other hand, this little thing looks a bit, After checking the properties, Wang Yan became even more resistant. Name Biao. Quality, leader. Level 1, 1 star. Attribute, wind. Upgrade. Requires the flesh and blood of a first-level ferocious beast or other energy-rich substances. Quality skills. Wings of wind. Elite skill that greatly increases movement speed in windy places. Son of the wind. Leader skill, control the power of wind. Continuously generate tornadoes around yourself. Reduce damage from all directions, and prevent enemies from approaching. First-level skills. Oh. God damn it, Husky. Why does he look so stupid? Is Chi Fengbiao attacked by Husky? And what's wrong with this skill? Oh. Wang Yan was too tired to complain because he was born prematurely and only inherited Chi Fengbiao's wind attribute. Apart from running fast, it's useless. Wait, running fast? Wang Yan patted his head. What he lacked now was a spirit beast that could take him away. Of the same grade and level, Xiaoqing is invincible in single combat, and Jinzi's combat power is also ridiculously strong. The only thing they lack is mobility. Xiaoqing's movement speed is not as fast as his. Gold cannot fly, and he is small in size. His short-term burst is very terrifying, but his endurance is very poor. In this way, this stupid dog is a perfect match for him. But even so, Wang Yan was still very resistant. The contract slot is extremely valuable, and one soul contract is added each time at level 1, 3, 6, and 10. In other words, even a level 10 Beastmaster who stands at the pinnacle of this world can only own 4 spirit beasts at most. Xiaoqing is a dragon, Jinzi is a phoenix, and Biao is a bad seed. No, I can't contract this idiot. 1 piece of gold is enough to bear, and adding a husky to it, I will go crazy. Wang Yan rubbed his temples, thinking about the type of the 3rd spirit beast. The principal promised to give him a moon beast when he reaches level 6. Let's take a look at the properties of the moon beast first. If it's really as Luo Zhu said, then contract the moon beast. If it doesn't meet the requirements, then change to something else. As for this Biao, damn, this name is too difficult to pronounce. From now on, you will be called Foolish. Wang Yan muttered to himself and gave the puppy a name. Oh my! Fan Tong didn't understand what Wang Yan said and just kept shouting. Its stomach looks empty, so it must be hungry. Wang Yan opened the website of the Beast Tamers Association typed in the words dog and fiery wind beast, and bought one copy of all the top 10 selling products. You can do whatever you want if you have money. Don't know what to eat? Then try them one by one. Wang Yan decided to keep Fan Tong as a pet and mount. Without signing the contract, the soul cannot be stored in the space of the soul contract. If you suffer a fatal injury, you will not be able to stabilize the injury, let alone recover slowly. In addition, not signing a contract is very dangerous for the Beastmaster, and he may be backfired if he is not careful. After waiting for about half an hour, I finally got the ordered items. The strong men in this world are all proficient in space magic, and since Wang Yan is a big customer, they directly opened the space channel and sent it over. After giving all the food to the rice bucket to taste, Wang Yan found that the little things still preferred to drink milk, especially the milk of high-level spirit beasts, which it gobbled up voraciously, as if someone was snatching it from it. Because he drank too fast and choked on his nostrils, the glutton still didn't stop. Looking at its dirty appearance, Wang Yan sighed helplessly. The more you watch, the more stupid it becomes, and the more hopeless it becomes. Qi Fengbiao's IQ is already very impressive, and now he's a husky. Simply invincible. Chapter 43, Doesn't Your Conscience Hurt? Ferocious beasts live in the wilderness, competing for food with their own kind and for life with the heaven and earth, and their ability to survive is extremely strong. Fan Tong was just a premature baby, but he was able to absorb nutrients from the milk of a 5th-level spirit beast and develop at a speed that Wang Yan could not imagine. In less than 2 minutes, Fan Tong's tightly closed eyes actually opened. Boy, I guessed it right. Looking at Fan Tong's little eyes full of wisdom, Wang Yan couldn't help but gasp. I don't know what a touching story happened between Qi Fengbiao and the husky, which actually left behind such a wise fruit of love. Oh my! The fan bucket cried a few times and crawled over stumblingly. Wang Yan was the first creature it saw when it opened its eyes, and naturally, it was regarded as its mother. As for why the mother didn't feed the baby, why she didn't hold it in her arms, why her eyes were full of resistance when she looked at it. Not to mention that Fan Tong is just a kid now. Even if he grows up, he won't be able to understand it with his IQ. Why? Sighing helplessly, Wang Yan put the rice bucket on his legs and gently stroked its soft fur. Feeling the caress of mom, the baby hummed comfortably and soon fell asleep. It's okay to be a little stupid. Maybe you'll become smart when you grow up. Wang Yan muttered to himself and took out the gains from this freshman ranking competition. Soul Crystal Small. After the death of a rank 7 or higher beast, there is a small chance that this crystal will condense. After use, it can increase soul strength by 1 point, with an upper limit of 30 points. Wrinkled Papaya. A rare elixir from the Giantwood realm that can strengthen physical attributes by 10 to 20 points. This herb is toxic. Repeated use will cause toxin accumulation and greatly reduce the efficacy of the medicine. After being consumed by pregnant females, it can stimulate secondary development of the mammary glands and speed up milk production. Note, it cannot enlarge breasts. It cannot enlarge breasts. It cannot enlarge breasts. What a pity, otherwise I would have left it for Yuan Mei to eat. Wang Yan sighed, and Yuan Mei's airport appeared in his mind, followed by Ningxin's pattern. The gap is so big that I can't bear to look at it. Use the soul crystal and wrinkled papaya and exchange the toxins for the system. Obtain 222 points. The wrinkled papaya is highly toxic, and if one's physical constitution is not up to standard, one can easily be poisoned to death. Wang Yan has the assistance of the system, so as long as he doesn't die instantly, he can eat as much of this thing as he can. Of course, it's just a thought. Just look at the origin marked in the description, and you will know how rare this thing is. Generally, freshmen have to accumulate at least 1 year's worth of credits to exchange for one, and they also have to spend a lot of time trying to get rid of toxins in their bodies. Wang Yan doesn't need to worry about the toxins accumulating in his body, but he also has no good way to quickly obtain such precious resources. Rest for a while first, and upgrade Jinzi and Shaoqing to the 4th level first. After carefully placing the lunch bucket into the insulated box, Wang Yan was about to take a nap when the phone suddenly rang. I don't know why, but when Wang Yan saw the word Grandpa on the caller ID, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. No reason, just pure intuition. Sure enough, the moment the call was connected, curses rang out immediately. You little bastard, can't you just be quiet? It's only been a few days, and you've already stripped a girl's clothes? The old man from the Bai family has even come to our house. How can I explain this to you? Facing the old man's scolding, Wang Yan didn't dare to say a word. If the old man knew that he was the one who was beaten and stripped, it would probably not be as simple as a scolding. 10 minutes later, the cursing stopped, and there was dead silence on the phone. Just when Wang Yan was wondering if there was a problem with the signal, the old man's sneaky voice sounded again. "Boy, tell me the truth. Did you really take off the girl's clothes?" Wang Yan responded, wondering why the old man's tone suddenly became like that of a thief. But before he could figure out what was going on, the old man started laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha! After 50 years, I finally got my revenge. Old bastard, you wanted the teacher to complain about me back then. You never thought that your cabbages would be eaten by my pigs. Wang, I'm going to fight you." There was a burst of noise coming from the phone, and Wang Yan was confused. What the hell? Two old naughty boys? It's quite fun. Wait, something seems to be wrong. Wang Yan's head buzzed, and he thought of something very bad. If Grandpa and the old man of the Bai family had known each other for a long time, this guy is not here to call for punishment, but to form a marriage alliance. According to the principal, Bai Ningxin had very strict parents. She stripped the girl's clothes, grabbed and touched her, and almost rubbed her insides. In this case, there are only two possibilities. Either be beaten to death by Bai Ningxin, or marry Bai Ningxin home. If it is a normal situation, the former is more likely. But in the current situation, the old man of the Bai family has known my grandfather for decades, and they are very familiar with each other. It's over. Is it true that my life can't be freed from that crazy bitch? Wang Yan held his head with both hands, and the pink and attractive image appeared in his mind. No, it was Bai Ningxin's fierce and brutal appearance. No, absolutely not. Women will only make me lose my fighting spirit and dull my sword. My goal is to become the strongest, and I must not lose my mind in the arms of gentleness. Wang Yan had a firm goal in mind, but he couldn't help but drool. Slurp. So tempting. Bah, that's so infuriating. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm hanging up now if nothing else. Wang Yan sighed and said, "Boy, work hard and try to give me a great-grandson next year." "What the hell are you hugging?" Wang Yan cursed in his heart, and just as he was about to hang up the phone, an idea suddenly came to his mind. "Grandpa, don't worry. I will spend your pension money well. I will never go home until it's all spent." "Son thief, doesn't your conscience hurt?" Wang Yan threw the phone aside and was in a very happy mood. "Old man, you are far from being able to fight him." Wang Yan became completely famous for causing so many troubles right after the school started. All the teachers and students in the school knew that Wang Yan possessed two Lord-quality spirit beasts, a dragon and a phoenix. They also knew that he was ruthless and killed people as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, without mercy. Every time he went out, the freshmen would lower their heads and quicken their pace away when they saw him, while the senior students would cast curious glances at him. It was obvious that they were very interested in this junior brother who was killing like crazy in the freshman qualifying match, and even extended an olive branch to him. Wang Yan found it troublesome and bought a house in the teacher's residential area to avoid being harassed. Why don't you spend so much money and save it for your grandpa's retirement? Chapter 44, Moon Beast. Time passed quickly, and with the uninterrupted supply of large amounts of high-level ferocious beast flesh and nuts, Xiaoqing and Jinzi finally reached the 3rd level and 5 stars. After spending 1,000 points to exchange for 2 pieces, Xiaoqing advanced first with a faint glow, and 2 skills appeared. The scales transform into blades and fly towards the target. Sprays out a large amount of highly toxic liquid, which splashes around and gradually vaporizes after hitting the target or landing. The first skill is very interesting. It can be used for both single and group attacks, but it requires consuming scales on the body. If Xiaoqing uses it too much, he might become bald. The second one is considered an enhanced version of the poisonous breath, with a larger range and stronger toxicity. If you use this skill in the freshman ranking match, the battle will be over in a short time. Without thinking, just choose Poison Explosion. Jinzi's skills are all good, and they also have the difference between single target and group attack. The golden essence is condensed in the wings, which can be long or short, big or small. The golden essence condenses in the feathers around the body and can be transformed into a sharp sword and shot out. Both skills are very cool, and Wang Yan decisively chose the former. The golden sword has more explosive power than endurance, but the sword wings make up for it to a great extent. The golden essence condensed on the wings, like 2 sharp swords. In addition to the sharpness of the golden essence, It is also enhanced by the strength of the golden body. With this skill, Jinzi will no longer become sluggish after fighting at full strength for 2 or 3 times like before. Now it can beat 10 people alone. Xiaoqing and Jinzi have both made great progress, and Fanong is not bad either. It's a pity that because there is no contract, the skills of the glutton are random. Hey, I was right to reject this idiot. If I had chosen it, my life would have been ruined. Looking at the bumpy wooden tabletop and the 2 chairs with broken legs, Wang Yan wondered whether he should stew the rice bucket. During this period, in addition to feeding the 3 little ones, he would occasionally cook something. Every time the meal was served, no matter what it was, the glutton would eat it all. Wang Yan felt a mysterious confidence in his heart, thinking that his cooking skills were pretty good. But after tasting it himself, he found that the rice bucket was just edible. There is an old saying, being able to eat is a blessing, and eating well is wisdom. Xiaoqing has a big appetite and is a glutton, so most families cannot afford to feed her. Fortunately, the 2 little guys are not picky about food and eat everything. But the problem is that the glutton is a little too picky about food. Vegetables, meat, steamed buns, everything, even wood. In just 1 month, Wang Yan changed 3 beds. When Wang Yan called to reserve a bed for the 4th time, the tone of the person on the other end changed, and he even exclaimed, "Brother, you have good waist strength. This thing has such a low IQ. I've beaten it and scolded it, but it just won't learn its lesson. What can I do?" Looking at the glutton gnawing on the table leg in front of him, Wang Yan felt as heavy as if he had been fucked by a dog. After thinking about it, he finally dialed a mysterious number. "Hey, can you euthanize your pet?" "No, it's not sick. I just want it to die." Beep, beep, beep. Before I could finish my sentence, the other party hung up the phone and cursed me as a lunatic. Big eater. As if he noticed that Wang Yan was in a very bad mood, he ran over and licked Wang Yan's hand a few times. Forget it. It's just a few beds and tables. I'm the eldest son of the Wang family. I'm not short of money." Wang Yan sighed, whistled at the rice bucket, and gestured to shake hands with it. It turns out that huskies have some really weird brain circuits. The handshake action had been repeated hundreds of times, but it did not form a conditioned reflex. Instead, it turned around and put Gooden in Wang Yan's hands. Wang Yan? Looking at Fan Tong's hopeful eyes, Wang Yan became furious and bent his fingers to flick at Gooden. Ouch! A shrill scream came from the dog's mouth, and the idiot with tears in his eyes crawled under the sofa trembling. While it feels good, Wang Yan patted his chest contentedly. He almost had a heart attack because of the gluttony he had suffered recently. I successfully won back a game and felt refreshed. Keep an eye on it. Don't let this idiot eat the TV too. Wang Yan gave Jinzi a few instructions before changing his clothes and going out. As strength increases, the recovery of soul strength also speeds up a lot. The soul contract has been upgraded to level 6, and the 3rd column has been opened. It is time to go to the principal to see what the moon beast is. The teacher's residential area is not far from the office building, only about 10 minutes away. I knocked on the door gently and found that there was another woman besides the principal. The almond eyes are full of spring, pink and attractive. At first glance, it looked like a flower bud about to bloom, waiting for him to peel it open layer by layer. Let me introduce you. This is Suyu, my closest comrade in arms, and also a teacher at the school. The moon beast I promised to give you before is her daughter. As the principal spoke, he pointed to the sofa next to him and motioned for Wang Yan to sit down. Ah, daughter. Hearing the principal's words, Wang Yan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This Suyu is actually a spirit beast and also a teacher in the school? She looks like she is only about 16 or 17 years old, but she already has a child? This boy looks so dishonest. Suyu looked Wang Yan up and down and said, "Although you are Wang Shu's nephew, you still have to call me teacher." "Hello, teacher." Hearing Suyu's words, Wang Yan bowed respectfully. As the saying goes, dampness can be cured by opening the channels to release fluids and relieve heat. Respecting teachers and honoring learning are virtues accumulated over 5,000 years of culture in the Yan Huang Empire. Seeing Wang Yan being so well-behaved, Suyu nodded with great satisfaction. As his palms opened and closed, a small furry creature appeared out of thin air. "What is this, little bastard?" Looking at what Suyu was holding, Wang Yan asked subconsciously. But after he said this, he realized something was wrong. This little guy was most likely the legendary moon beast. The moon beast is also known as the moon rabbit. It's okay to call it a little bunny. Suyu gently stroked the little creature's soft fur and said, The favorite food of our Moon Beast clan is the moonlight, followed by various energy-rich vegetables and fruits. I hope you treat her well, and don't let down the reputation of our Moon Beast clan. Well, leave everything to me. I'm sure you'll be surprised when we meet next time. Wang Yan agreed immediately. No matter what, he had to give face to the principal. Even if this little bastard was trash, Wang Yan would train her. He carefully took the little rabbit from Su Yu's hands and opened the attribute panel at the same time. Moon Beast. Leader. Level 2, 1 star. Negative. A variety of energy-rich fruits or vegetables are needed. Elite skill. Attracts moonlight and quickly restores one's own energy. Leader skill. Absorbs the surrounding energy and quickly heals itself. Use the dew prepared by the moon to quickly restore your energy. The sprouts cultivated using energy can quickly heal one's own injuries. Fuck. Seeing the little rabbit's attributes, Wang Yan almost jumped up. What is a wet nurse? This is called a wet nurse. It is hard to find a spiritual beast that can restore energy and heal injuries. Moon beasts have no combat skills, but the help they provide far exceeds that of ordinary combat spirit beasts. With the support of the Moon Beast, Jinzi and Xiaoqing's endurance is greatly improved, and they have no problem fighting 7 or 8 consecutive battles. Great! I will definitely take good care of it. Wang Yan rubbed his face on the rabbit's soft fur and liked it very much. Give her a name? From now on, she will be your most loyal partner. I hope she will not disappoint us. Su Yu looked at the little rabbit and said reluctantly, Just call her Xiaoya. I will never let her suffer any harm while I am here. Wang Yan patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Well, I hope so. Su Yu nodded and said nothing more. She had finished doing everything that needed to be said, and now the principal had something to say. Half a month later, the Minghu Provincial Military District will open the Molten Land. The principal was interrupted by Wang Yan before he could finish his words. Can I not go? There are so many problems in a freshman ranking match. If I go to the Molten Land, there will be chaos. Wang Yan was very helpless. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. I don't want to participate in those boring fighting and killing. It's okay not to go, as long as you can withstand the beating from your second uncle. The principal's face was full of ridicule. In addition to being rich and molten, the Molten Land also has many fierce beasts with fire attributes. According to the records of the Minghu Provincial Military District, there are also extremely powerful dragon species and phoenix species. I'll go. Why can't I go? Wang Yan sucked in a breath of cold air, and his balls twitched in pain. Jinzi and Xiaoqing are stuck at the Lord quality, and if they want to advance, they need the blood of 5 kinds of dragon and phoenix species. The Molten Land is my second uncle's territory, and there are ferocious beasts such as dragons and phoenixes in it. I have to go there no matter what. On the one hand, the Molten Land is the lifeline of the Minghu Provincial Military District. If we don't go there this time, we don't know when it will be open next time. On the other hand, the Molten Land was the territory of the Minghu Provincial Military District, and the commander of the military district was his uncle, so he was his own uncle. If he didn't take his own things and gave them to outsiders, wouldn't he be struck by lightning? This time the Molten Land is open to all universities in the Northern Theater. The competition will be extremely fierce. You should be prepared in advance. The principal seemed to have remembered something funny when he said this, and couldn't help laughing. Oh, by the way, the girl from the Bai family will also be there. You must seize the opportunity and try to take her down as soon as possible. Hearing the principal's words, Wang Yan was stunned. Before one problem is solved, another one arises. With his current strength, the chance of him defeating Bai Ningxin is almost 0. If I see him again, I'll give him a beating. There is still half a month left. I can't give up. Wang Yan gritted his teeth and decided to beat up that crazy bitch Bai Ningxin, even if it meant losing face. Chapter 45, Daughter of the Moon. Although Bai Ningxin has fair skin, a hot body, and a big vision, and is almost perfect in Wang Yan's heart, sometimes beauty cannot shake his will. When it comes to a man's dignity, everything else has to come second. He couldn't swallow this anger unless he beat Bai Ningxin severely. Aunt, I have another question. Wang Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. When will the spirit beast be able to transform? Transfiguration? Hearing Wang Yan's words, the principal smiled slightly, as if he saw through it completely. In this world dominated by beast masters, there is one topic that can never be avoided. That is, should spiritual beasts, after transforming into human form, enjoy human rights? Based on this premise, many ethical and moral issues are also derived. After years of debate, The Empire finally gave a clear answer. Spirit beasts are the private property of the Beastmaster. After they transform, they do not enjoy independent human rights, but are dependent on the Beastmaster. To put it simply, the rights enjoyed by the transformed spirit beast are the rights of the Beastmaster. The greater the power of the Beastmaster, the greater the rights of the spirit beast. In addition, imperial law also stipulates that spiritual beasts with human blood enjoy the same rights as humans. In other words, the offspring of spirit beasts and humans are recognized by the Empire as human beings and enjoy all the rights of humans. When Wang Yan asked when the spirit beast would be able to transform, the principal naturally assumed that Wang Yan had some special ideas. Of course, the principal was wrong. Wang Yan is a good man of the new era who has morals, integrity, principles, and responsibility, and he would never do such a beastly thing. Generally, spirit beasts can transform when they reach the Lord quality, but some spirit beasts with powerful bloodlines, such as the divine beast species, god species, and demon species, need to reach the king quality. The principal smiled and continued. Jinzi and Shaoqing need to reach the king quality, and Xiaoya only needs to reach the lord quality. I see. Wang Yan nodded and left with the moon beast. There is still half a month before the Molten Land opens. By then, we will be competing with universities in the entire Northern War Zone, so we must be well prepared. Strictly speaking, Moondew and Moonbud are not just skills, but also include some knowledge. There was once a pharmacist who imitated the moon beast in making a prescription. Although he succeeded in making a finished product, the effect was only 1/3 of that of the moon beast. But then again, although the effect is a little worse, it can be mass-produced, so each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Bringing Xiaoya back home, Wang Yan opened the door and found the scene in front of him a little weird. Jinzi was lying on the sofa watching TV. Fantong had his limbs tied together and his mouth tied, and he was wriggling on the ground. What's going on? Wang Yan was a little puzzled. Although the glutton liked to chew things, he shouldn't be like this, right? Boss, I suspect this guy is not stupid but brainless. He didn't respond when I told him to, and he didn't learn his lesson when I hit him. If I hadn't reacted quickly, the TV would have been killed. Jinzi raised his head, looking exhausted. Okay, let's do this for now. Wang Yan sighed, and became more determined to put the rice bucket into the pot. To upgrade from leader quality to lord, 5 bloodline tempering stones are required, which is 2,500 points. Wang Yan didn't have enough points, so he could only go out to hunt ferocious beasts. Taking enough food and water for half a month, as well as Shaoqing, Jinzi, Xiaoya, and Fantong, Wang Yan, full of vigor and enthusiasm, soon began his plan to earn points. As Wang Yan's level increased, the corpses of low-level ferocious beasts could no longer be exchanged for rewards. With no other choice, they could only go looking for trouble with the elites and leaders. The 2 4th-level lords were simply invincible in the wilderness. If gods stand in the way, they will be killed. If Buddhas stand in the way, Buddhas will be destroyed. Unless they are lords above level 5 or leaders above level 7, no matter how many come, they will die. Xiaoya was not idle during this period. It produced a lot of moon dew and moon buds and let Jinzi try them. The effect was very good. Each drop of moon dew can restore about 30% of gold's energy, and moon buds can make the bird feathers that have been knocked off gold grow back. That's right, Jinzi is bald again. They encountered an 8th-level leader. Shaoqing and Jinzi fought with it for more than 2 hours and only managed to survive with the help of Xiaoya. As a result, the moon dew and moon buds that had been accumulated for several days were used up, and Jinzi and Shaoqing were almost killed. I have to say, the wilderness is too dangerous. If you come out alone, you will die if you are not careful. Wang Yan learned his lesson this time and didn't dare to be so reckless again. After fighting for several days, during which countless high-level beasts died tragically, Wang Yan finally collected enough points for Xiaoya to advance. Without any hesitation, after returning to school, Wang Yan immediately exchanged the bloodline tempering stone for Xiaoya to use. A faint light burst out from Xiaoya and echoed with the moon in the sky through the window. Although the bloodline of the moon beast cannot reach the level of a divine beast, it also has many special features. Each time you advance, what is enhanced is not your own combat capability, but the knowledge passed down from your ancestors. The moonlight is like a cold veil, clear and quiet. As if sensing the moon beast's call, the scattered moonlight began to condense and turned into water that poured into Xiaoya's body. The moon beast's advancement was much slower than Wang Yan had imagined, and it lasted for a full 10 minutes. The light gradually faded away, and a delicate little girl appeared before his eyes. Big, watery eyes, a fair and tender little face, holding a mortar in the left hand and a pestle in the right hand. Combined with that timid expression, Wang Yan couldn't control his overflowing fatherly love. "Xiaoye, come here." Wang Yan squatted down and greeted her. Xiaoye was stunned for 2 seconds, then jumped into his arms. After advancing to Lord, Xiaoye's attributes have been greatly improved, and she also has new quality skills. Moon Girl, Lord's skill. Under moonlight, it increases energy recovery speed by up to 10 times and reduces the damage taken by oneself. This skill greatly improves Xiaoye's work efficiency and enhances her ability to survive. It can be said to be excellent. It's only been a short time, and Xiaoye has been promoted to Lord. It may be better for her to follow him than to stay with me. Suyu looked at the moonlight falling from the sky, feeling mixed emotions. When the principal decided to hand Xiaoye over to Wang Yan, Suyu felt very resistant. Xiaoye was born not long ago and had not even enjoyed her mother's love, but she had to be given away. But she was just a spirit beast and could not go against the decision of her beast master. At this moment, Suyu knew that the principal was right. The child named Wang Yan has many secrets that can help Xiaoye grow quickly and even reach heights that she herself cannot reach in the future. He is the son of Wang Yuanwen and the nephew of Wang Yi. His life is destined to be extraordinary. The principal walked up to Suyu and said, "Xiaoyu, if you follow him, you will definitely be able to ascend to the holy position. Maybe you can take that step and become a true god." Chapter 46 System, Exchange Fire Poison. The morning moon sets in the west, the sun rises in the east, and a new day finally arrives. Wang Yan struggled to open his eyes, threw away the gold on his face, threw the rice bucket on his stomach under the bed, pulled Xiaoqing away from his body, and took Xiaoye, who was curled up in his arms. Tightened the quilt for her. Having too many spirit beasts is really fatal, especially when each one is more clingy than the other. Wang Yan felt that this sleep was just like fighting a battle, and he was extremely tired. "Hey, this day after day, when will it end?" Sighing helplessly, Wang Yan felt physically and mentally exhausted. But when I saw Xiaoye's pretty little face and her peaceful appearance while sleeping, all my tiredness was instantly swept away. So cute. It's simply outrageous. Especially when he is working hard with the pestle. He is so adorable. Xiaoye hummed in her sleep, rubbed her face against Wang Yan's chest, and smacked her lips. Gently stroking Xiaoye's soft long hair, Wang Yan covered her with the quilt and continued to sleep. The opening time of the Molten Land was approaching soon. Wang Yan did not go there with the teachers and students of Minghu First University, but went there a day earlier. He was going to meet Wang Yi and pick up some things. Wang Yi and Wang Yuanwen are 80% similar. The only difference is that Wang Yuanwen is a businessman and has a generous and friendly attitude, while Wang Yi is the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District and has a more oppressive aura. Looking at the resolute-faced man in front of him, Wang Yan called him second uncle very respectfully. "I heard that you've been hooking up with that girl from the Bai family recently?" After meeting Wang Yan, the first sentence Wang Yi said made his heart skip a beat. "What you fear will come true. I'm afraid your second uncle is going to force you to get married." Sure enough, before Wang Yan could even open his mouth, Wang Yi's words came crashing down like a mountain. "Work hard and strive to give me a grandson next year." Wang Yan? I almost got beaten into a grandson by holding a chicken feather grandson. Wang Yan kept cursing in his heart, but didn't dare to say a word. "I'll try my best." Wang Yan stammered, feeling hopeless for a moment. "I thought I would be reborn into a wealthy and powerful family and would have no worries." However, he never expected that his whole family would force him to get married. God have mercy on him. His goal is to become the strongest. How can he be held back by his children's personal affairs? Even if that woman is extremely powerful, has fair skin, a hot body, and a big vision. Pooh. Bai Ningxin has misled the Chinese nation for 300 years. No, it should be Bai Ningxin the stumbling block. She will be subdued sooner or later. The more Wang Yan thought about it, the angrier he got, and smoke almost came out of his nose. This operation will be very dangerous. After entering the Molten Land, kill the dragon species as soon as possible and advance your spirit beast to the king. Then kill the phoenix species. This way you will have the power to protect yourself. You can handle the rest on your own. Don't kill them all like you did in the freshman qualifying tournament. Wang Yi took 2 things from the table, and Wang Yan took them. One was a map, and the other was a space converter. After starting, Tear open the space immediately and reach the predetermined position. This is a life-saving prop, and the teleportation location is set in Wang Yi's office. No matter what kind of enemy you encounter, as long as you activate the space converter, the danger is over. The commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District, a level 10 Beastmaster, is sure to fail even if the Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper of the Brotherhood of Destruction are dispatched. Something seems wrong. Wang Yan discovered a problem. Wang Yi said to kill the dragon seed and advance Shaoqing to the king, but it seemed that something was not right. The system panel prompts that 5 types of dragon bloodlines are required. Why did Wang Yi say one is enough? Is it that the dragon species in the Molten Land are very special? Or is it that the solution given by the system is different from the system of this world? Wang Yan did not ask. The system was his biggest secret, and even his uncle could not reveal it. I see. Wang Yan nodded and followed Luo Zhu to the temporary dormitory to rest. The Molten Land opened as expected, and along with violent space shocks, human figures appeared out of thin air. This is a directional transmission device. Due to its high cost, it is only built between universities and military regions so that it can provide rapid support in the event of a war. When the Brotherhood of Destruction attacked the Molten Land, the traitor destroyed the spatial coordinates, making it impossible for reinforcements to arrive quickly. Otherwise, all the invaders would have to leave their lives behind. Let's get started. As soon as Wang Yi finished speaking, the space in front of him began to distort. Laugh! It was like a huge force tearing apart tough cloth, and a fiery red world appeared before the eyes. This is the Molten Land, the lifeline of the Minghu Provincial Military Region. The air is filled with terrible fire poison, without special methods to deal with it. Even a level 10 Beastmaster cannot hold on for long. Spiritual beasts and ferocious beasts are much stronger than humans and have a higher resistance to fire poison. Those with Lord quality or above can resist for a long time. But being able to resist does not mean being able to ignore it. The fire poison will corrode the body and continue to accumulate. If it is not excreted from the body in time, the fire poison will continue to penetrate into the bones, internal organs, and even become entangled with the cells. The longer it goes, the more stubborn it becomes. When conquering the Molten Land, the Minghu Provincial Military District paid an extremely tragic price. Countless amounts of money have been spent on researching effective methods to resist fire poison. Fortunately, the Minghu Provincial Military District managed to get through the crisis with support from many parties, and the profits it gained far exceeded the investment. As soon as I entered the Molten Land, a wave of heat immediately hit me. Wang Yan felt waves of itching on the surface of his skin, which made him want to scratch it. As time goes by, this itching will gradually turn into numbness and tingling, and it is time to leave immediately. When the stinging turns into burning and severe pain, you might as well not go out. You'll die sooner or later anyway, so you might as well die quickly. Fire poison has the characteristics of both flame and poison and is extremely corrosive. After eating the wrinkled papaya, Wang Yan's physical attribute reached 112 points, but he still felt itchy. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for 5 or 6 hours. The fire poison has invaded my body. Even if it belongs to me, then? Wang Yan smiled and immediately had an idea. System, exchange for fire poison. System, continue exchanging fire poison. Prompts kept appearing, soon filling up the entire screen. Wang Yan took a deep breath and felt unprecedented satisfaction. What is awesome? This is called awesome. It's heaven to be able to earn points just by standing still. If he wasn't afraid of arousing suspicion, Wang Yan would even like to live here for a few years. By the way, the spirit beasts are my personal property. I wonder if the fire poison in their bodies can be exchanged. Wang Yan summoned Shaoqing and Jinzi, and Xiaoye stayed in the soul contract temporarily. Shaoqing and Jinzi have thick skin and flesh, and they are divine beasts, so the fire poison here cannot do anything to them for a while. It's so hot that the bird's feathers are all curled up. A bird without feathers is called a blue dragon. Well, the blue dragon and the white tiger are really perfect. Jinzi muttered and jumped onto Wang Yan's shoulder. Shaoqing also didn't like this kind of environment, so she slipped down her trouser legs and into Wang Yan's clothes, with only her head sticking out at the collar. System, continue to exchange their fire poisons. Fuck this. I'm such a genius. Looking at the prompts on the screen, Wang Yan almost jumped up with joy. He guessed right. This is indeed a good place to earn points. Summon Xiaoye as well. Although she is also a lord, her physical attributes are much worse than Xiaoqing and Jinzi. Each exchange will give you 3 points. Wang Yan has 2 points, Xiaoqing and Jinzi have 1 point each, and Xiaoya has 3 points, which adds up to 7 points each time. The exchange is done every 5 seconds, 84 points per minute, and 5,040 points per hour. This is much more efficient than killing ferocious beasts. You don't have to do anything, and you can earn more than 5,000 points per hour. Who can I go to for justice? Let's go and see what level that dragon is at. Putting Xiaoya, who had turned back into a rabbit, into his pocket, Wang Yan went off with great vigor and courage to find trouble with the fire dragon. Chapter 47, Ichthyosaur. In the Molten Land, Wang Yan ran wildly all the way, not paying any attention to the ferocious beasts around him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword energy was flying, and those fire-attributed beasts died on the spot before they even got close. Jinzi's fighting power was too strong. Ordinary ferocious beasts below level 9, elite ferocious beasts below level 7, and leader ferocious beasts below level 5 were all killed instantly. A 6th or 7th level leader would be seriously injured if hit and lose the ability to resist. The gap in quality is an insurmountable chasm. It seems that the only purpose of the existence of ordinary ferocious beasts is to serve as food. Even if they are upgraded to the 10th level, they're not of much use. But is this really the case? Not at all. During the conversation between Wang Yan and his second uncle, he learned a lot of secrets about the 10th level beast tamer and the 10th level ferocious beast. For many people, becoming a level 10 beast master is the end of their lifelong pursuit. But in the eyes of the truly strong, being a level 10 beast master is just the beginning. At this point, the beast master is qualified to improve the quality of spirit beasts. An ordinary spirit beast contracted at a low level can be upgraded step by step to a lord, king, or even higher. In addition, a level 10 beast master can master more soul techniques. An excellent beast master may even possess a fighting power stronger than that of a spirit beast. This is true even for humans who are born weak, let alone spiritual beasts. Every 10th level spirit beast is extremely terrifying, and they have the qualifications to change their own destiny. By stimulating the rare ancient blood in the body and going upstream to find the power of the ancestors, the wisdom will continue to improve, and some outstanding people will even be as good as humans. In the history of the Yanhuang Empire, there was once an ordinary firefox that relied on incredible luck to evolve to an extremely terrifying level, causing countless bloody storms and even becoming the nightmare of the empire for a time. As the saying goes, even heroes find it hard to resist beautiful women, and even beautiful women find it hard to resist heroes. The fox fought fiercely with the strong men of the empire for several times, and the fight was evenly matched. In the end, they fought to the bed, and in 10 years, they gave birth to 6 children. It should be here, in front of a huge lava pool. Wang Yan put away the map with a serious expression. According to the map, the dragon beast is in the lava pool. This place is filled with fire poison, and fire-attributed beasts can exert even greater power. In addition, this dragon is of lord quality, so this battle is destined to be very difficult. But there is no other way. The dragon species must be killed. If you don't seize this opportunity, it will be difficult to get in next time. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way to lure it out. Wang Yan grinned grimly, opened the storage bag hanging around his waist, and began to shake it continuously. Puff, puff, puff. Storage bags fell to the ground one after another, and soon the pile was more than half a meter high. A rough calculation shows that it is at least 50. Wang Yan picked one up at random, loosened the rope, and started pouring it into the lava pool. Phew, phew, phew. A metal container more than 1 meter high sank to the bottom of the lava pool and exploded 5 seconds later. It was visible to the naked eye that the surrounding lava quickly froze into ice and slowly floated up. One by one, hundreds of metal containers were dumped into the lava pool. It keeps exploding, keeps condensing into ice, and keeps floating up. After one storage bag was emptied, the second and the third followed. The temperature in the lava pool cooled rapidly, and many ferocious beasts living in it fled outside like crazy. These metal containers are filled with liquid nitrogen and were bought by Wang Yan specifically to deal with similar situations. The molten land is filled with terrible fire poison, and lava flows everywhere like rivers. If you want to force the ferocious beast out, how can you do it without some tricks? Hey, please be a human being. Jinzi covered his face with his wings, unable to bear to look. If you don't have some financial resources, you really can't afford it, and if you don't have some mental illness, you can't do such a thing. Fortunately, those ferocious beasts can't speak human language. Otherwise, they would have been swearing in the streets. Be prepared. The things inside may jump out at any time. Wang Yan's expression was serious. He sensed the danger approaching. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, a column of fire shot out from the pool. With a diameter of half a meter, the hot magma splashed in all directions. If hit, even a physical attribute of 112 points will cause serious injury. Wang Yan is not afraid of fire poison, but that doesn't mean he is not afraid of burns. If he were to be disfigured accidentally, billions of young girls would be heartbroken and cry. Prepare for battle. Wang Yan dodged the pillar of fire with a lazy donkey roll and threw a storage bag into the lava pool. Goal! Clear! Jinzi swung out a beam of golden sword energy, which hit the storage bag and exploded immediately. Hundreds of metal tanks containing liquid nitrogen fell into the lava and exploded not long after. The temperature dropped suddenly, the lava turned into ice, and the things inside finally couldn't bear it anymore. Whole head high! The voice was as dull as an old cow, yet with a hint of harshness. The monster's red body jumped out, and it turned out to be a big fish. Oh my goodness, an ichthyosaur? An ichthyosaur that lives in lava. Seeing the appearance of the ferocious beast, Wang Yan was stunned. Since the name of ichthyosaur contains the word fish, it should naturally be related to water. Wang Yan never expected that this ichthyosaur actually lived in the lava. But then again, lava looks a bit like water, so it can barely be considered water. Seeing the fish dragon attacking, Jinzi took action immediately. The blazing white sword energy condensed on the wings. Jinzi kicked his legs and flew to the top of the fish dragon's head like lightning. Laugh! The wings are like long blades and the body is like a shooting star. Jinzi rolled in the air, and his wings had already slashed the ichthyosaur 6 times. Red blood spurted out from the wound, and rolling heat waves immediately spread to the surroundings. Wang Yan retreated suddenly and threw a few storage bags over. Gold moves extremely fast, but it cannot fly, so it can only use the lava to gain momentum. When his claws came into contact with the lava, Jinzi's original cool and handsome appearance disappeared in an instant. His wings flapped desperately, and screams came out of his mouth. At the same time, the points redeemed on the panel jumped directly from 1 point to 50 points. There is no doubt that the fire poison in these lava is even more terrible. If you can soak in it for a few hours, Wang Yan couldn't help but shiver and quickly controlled his suicidal thoughts. If you jump in, you'll probably be skinned alive if you don't die. Hot, hot, hot. The gold came out from the range of the lava pool and kept bouncing on the ground. It was so hot that as soon as I touched it, I felt like a layer of skin on my feet was peeling off. Boss, this is not easy to fight. Jinzi looked at Wang Yan pitifully. The lava pool was the home ground of the ichthyosaurs, and it was too unfair for a bird like him. Don't worry, I have prepared more than 30,000 cans of liquid nitrogen, enough to turn this lava pool into ice. Wang Yan grinned and took out another storage bag. The boss is awesome, so powerful and domineering. Jinzi screamed and immediately shot out a stream of golden sword energy. Boom! The sound of explosions was endless. After dozens of storage bags were broken, more than 2,000 liquid nitrogen tanks fell out. Jinzi no longer rushed over to engage in close combat with the ichthyosaur, but instead used sword energy to explode the liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen has an extremely low temperature and will immediately freeze the surrounding lava after it explodes. If there were only a few dozen liquid nitrogen tanks, they would definitely not be able to do anything to this lava pool. But what if there are thousands or tens of thousands? Unless the king comes in person, a mere lord will never be able to reverse the situation. As time passed, more and more ice cubes appeared in the lava pool, and the temperature dropped rapidly. The fire-attributed ichthyosaur had never seen anything like this, but it did not affect the anger in its heart at all. Several pillars of fire gushed out, and after Wang Yan dodged them repeatedly, the fish dragon finally couldn't bear it anymore. Boom! The fiery red body leaped out of the lava pool, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air. The remaining liquid lava flowed out of the pool along with the ichthyosaur, forming a new small lava pool at the landing point. Yulong planned to end the battle quickly and fight Wang Yan in close combat here, and then return after successfully killing him. As one of the most powerful beasts in the Molten Land, The ichthyosaur has fought with humans at least 80 times. It knew that those powerful spirit beasts were not its real target, and as long as the humans were killed, the spirit beasts would disappear. Yulong's idea was right, but Wang Yan was not a fool. How could he fight against the Lord Beast as a human being? After throwing out the storage bag, Wang Yan began to run wildly into the distance. With so many liquid nitrogen tanks, the ichthyosaur was doomed to be unable to escape. The battlefield was left to Xiaoqing and Jinzi. As beast masters, if they were unable to defeat the enemy on their own, it would be good enough for them not to cause trouble for the spirit beasts. Roars, explosions, and screams were heard incessantly. The fish dragon that lost its home advantage couldn't hold on for long and was beaten to death by Xiaoqing's tail. First goal accomplished. Looking at the ferocious beast lying on the ground, no longer resembling a fish, Wang Yan was in a very good mood. The first battle was a great victory, so there shouldn't be any unexpected problems next time. Chapter 48. Stop. The ichthyosaur was a bit big, so Wang Yan cut up the body and fed it to Xiaoqing to eat slowly. Through the battle, just now, Wang Yan discovered that although they are both dragon species and 4th-level lords, Xiaoqing's combat power seems to be much stronger than that of the fish dragon. The column of fire sprayed by the ichthyosaur onto Xiaoqing's body, but it didn't hurt at all. As soon as Xiaoqing flicked it with its tail, the ichthyosaur's scales immediately shattered. Is there a difference between dragons? Wang Yan thought about it, but when he couldn't figure it out, he just stopped thinking about it. The Molten Land is the territory of the Minghu Province Military District. The ferocious beasts in it have been cleared many times, and all the living elites, leaders, and lords were left behind intentionally. Either a special bloodline or a special species. It's like a molten stone monster, which was not cleaned out because it contained high-purity molten ore in its body. This time, many students entered the Molten Land, and their main target was them. The location of the Phoenix Beast was a bit far away from the Fish Dragon, and Wang Yan ran wildly for more than an hour before entering its sphere of influence. The more powerful the beast, the larger the territory it controls. If the ichthyosaur had not stayed in that lava pool, the distance between the two would probably have expanded dozens of times. The ferocious beasts of the Phoenix species are no easier to deal with than the fish dragons. Although the ichthyosaur is staying in the lava pool, as long as it is forced out, Jinzi and Xiaoqing can fight 2 against 1. Most of the ferocious beasts of the Phoenix species can fly. If they are determined to escape, Wang Yan is not sure he can stop them. Let's take a look at the situation first. Wang Yan felt very aggrieved. Jinzi was a phoenix, but couldn't fly? After glaring at Jinzi, Wang Yan took out a nut, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it with a crunching sound. Jinzi. This ferocious beast of the phoenix species lives on a volcano. Although it does not soak in a lava pool like the ichthyosaur, it is also quite difficult to deal with. Xiaoqing couldn't help this time, and Gold couldn't fly, so there was a 99% chance that they would return empty-handed. There's a battle ahead? As soon as he arrived at the foot of the volcano, Wang Yan heard a loud explosion. I saw a hole opened in the cylindrical volcano, and the hot lava flowed down the inclined stone wall. It looks like I've met someone in the same profession, Wang Yan exclaimed, and suddenly felt like a hero appreciating another hero. To deal with the ichthyosaur, he froze the entire lava pool. This unknown person blew up the volcano directly in order to deal with the ferocious phoenix beast. But then again, the phoenix can fly, so what's the point of blowing up a volcano? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We might be able to get some bargains. Wang Yan and Jinzi looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. Resources are limited, but people are unlimited. If you want to live a good life, you must fight and compete. Wang Yan will rob others, and others will also rob him. It's fair. On the top of the volcano, a group of people were fighting a firebird. The firebird spread its wings and spewed flames from its mouth. Under its body was a bird's nest built with messy branches, and in the nest lay an egg the size of a watermelon. There were 10 people fighting against it, plus more than 20 spirit beasts. These people and spirit beasts surrounded the firebird and continued to attack it. In order to protect the eggs in the nest, the firebird can only choose to withstand these skills and fight back with fire breathing, which it is not very good at. Bird eggs are too fragile, and those large-scale skills will not only kill the enemy, but also break the surrounding stones. Heat is needed to hatch bird eggs, but if they fall into a volcano, they will burn up. The firebird was cautious, But those humans became more and more crazy. "Ha! Try this." A man pulled out a bomb from his storage bag, pulled the safety pin, and threw it over. Boom! The violent explosion blew the Firebird into dust, but failed to move it at all. The Firebird was furious, but for the sake of its eggs, it could only launch a powerless counterattack. Keep attacking, don't stop. It doesn't matter if you can't kill the chick, as long as you can get the egg. If you can't get the egg, destroy it. The man had a ferocious look on his face, and his words were extremely shameless. "Oh, I thought I was shameless enough, but compared to you, I am a saint." Sarcastic words came from not far away, and a murderous look flashed across the man's ferocious face. He shouted, "Who? Laugh!" What answered him was a blazing white sword energy that tore through the void and cut off his arm. Ah! A scream was heard, and the man's right arm was broken at the root, and red blood gushed out like a fountain. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been beheaded. Wang Yan would not kill anyone unless it was necessary. If you kill tens of thousands of people in the Wanxiang mirror, on the one hand you won't really die, but on the other hand those people will just be looking for trouble first. But this time it was different. Wang Yan really wanted to kill. If they can't get it, they will destroy it. Such people are extremely shameless, cruel, and despicable. If we keep him, I don't know how many people will suffer. Wang Yan claims that he is not a good person, but he would not do such a thing. On the premise that there is no hatred or resentment. If you can't get it, leave it to others. Maybe because of my action, the Yanwang Empire will have one more powerful person in the future. This kind of person will destroy anything if he can't get it. He is cruel and ruthless and will take revenge for any slight. You should be thankful if he doesn't hold you back. Who are you? The massive loss of blood made the man dizzy, and he fell to the ground as soon as he finished speaking. Boss, something's not right. Jin Zi's voice sounded in his ears, and his tone was very serious. What's wrong? That human is dying, but his spirit beast has no reaction at all. Jin Zi said this while observing the situation around him. I don't know when it started, but all the spirit beasts that were besieging the Firebird actually retreated and seemed to want to wrap themselves up. Withdraw. Without any hesitation, Wang Yan turned around and ran. No matter who these people are or what they want to do, escape is the best option. The enemy's strength is unknown, so it is not suitable for a hard battle. There is still a lot of time anyway, so let's retreat first and talk about it later. Wang Yan was not afraid of delaying time. He was able to clear the fire poison in his body, but others could not. The longer it drags on, the greater his advantage. Moreover, Wang Yan suspected that these people's target was not Xianchu, but him. Sure enough, seeing Wang Yan running away, a loud shout came from behind. Wang Yan, stop right there! Following the shouts, 9 people and more than 20 spirit beasts all began to chase desperately. You told me to stop, and I stopped. Do you think I'm your father? Wang Yan snorted disdainfully, and instead of slowing down, he sped up even more. Boy, you're looking for death. Wang Yan's words made the people chasing him furious, and they started cursing and using skills to attack. But gold is not a pushover. When Wang Yan ran forward, it cursed and fought back. Idiot, you have a dog-headed, toad-eyed face, and you are like a glutton. And you are still chasing after your father? Whoosh! You are not good at anything, and you eat everything without leaving anything. What's the point of keeping you? Whoosh! Don't chase her. Even your mother couldn't catch up with her back then, let alone you. Whoosh! Chapter 49, I'll fight you. Jin Zi taunted while releasing the golden sword energy, and soon found that his previous judgment was correct. When sword energy cuts a woman in half, her spirit beast should also disappear. But the number of more than 20 spirit beasts following behind did not decrease at all. Could it be that this woman doesn't have a spirit beast? Wang Yan and Jin Zi looked at each other. Without saying anything, Jin Zi understood Wang Yan's plan. Sword energy was flying, and people would die every once in a while. After killing 4 people in a row, Wang Yan knew where the problem lay. There were more than 20 spirit beasts, but not a single one disappeared. Those who entered the Molten Land this time were all students from various universities. No matter how talented they were, it was impossible for them to reach level 10. In other words, each person can only own 3 spirit beasts at most. But what is the situation now? 5 people? 20 or so spirit beasts. What a joke! Wang Yan felt very strange, but the next second an idea popped up in his mind, and he was so frightened that cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. If those spirit beasts are the beast masters, and humans are the beasts being tamed, can everything be explained? Wang Yan thought of the Earth Demon Star, the human who occupied the body of the blood-eyed demon tiger, a madman who wanted to destroy the world. If this is true, there will probably be a big mess. Can't you just let me be a quiet, handsome man? There are so many weird things going on. Wang Yan cursed like crazy and felt physically and mentally exhausted. This world is too malicious towards handsome guys, and they can never live in peace. Xiaoqing, poison explosion. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Xiaoqing immediately stuck her head out and sprayed several balls of venom behind her. The viscous liquid hit the ground, splashed everywhere, and quickly vaporized. In the blink of an eye, an area of 100 meters in radius was covered. If you want to catch up with Wang Yan, you either have to take a detour or force your way through. There is no third possibility. These people called out Wang Yan's name as soon as they met, and there was a high probability that they were waiting for him there. Everyone knows that Wang Yan's two spirit beasts are one dragon and one phoenix. If they want to advance to the king level, they must devour the blood of other ferocious beasts of the same kind. However, these people never expected that Wang Yan would be so decisive. Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned around and ran without any hesitation. Loud neighing of horses was heard, and the eyes of several humans and more than 20 spirit beasts gradually became bloodshot, and they actually rushed into the poisonous fog. Plop, plop, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. In less than 2 seconds, all the humans and spiritual beasts who inhaled the poisonous mist fell to the ground, deader than dead. Even the leader of the ferocious beasts couldn't withstand Xiaoqing's poison, let alone a group of second and third-rate stuff. All the small fry were killed, and the real enemy finally appeared. It was a black horse, tall, strong, and with a look of disdain on its face, as if everyone it saw was an idiot. It's actually this. Aobama. After seeing the appearance of the thing clearly, Wang Yan was shocked. Special elite beasts that can ignore the power of their leader and can seduce lower-quality beasts to become their slaves. Although Aobama is very powerful, he is only an elite. But looking at the current situation, he must at least be a lord. Could it be the Brotherhood of Destruction? An idea came to Wang Yan's mind. Using beasts to control humans was probably something that only that evil organization could do. As for promoting the elites to lords, if soul transfer is possible, is it difficult to improve quality? It is indeed difficult for ordinary people, but it is the same for the Brotherhood of Destruction. They have so many evil things in their hands that any one of them would cause huge chaos. What the Beastmaster Association wants is security, what the 5 major war zones want is stability, what the universities want is persistence, and what the Brotherhood of Destruction wants is results. They don't care how tortuous the process is or how heavy the casualties are. Aobama has a very high IQ. He controls many animal tamers and spirit beasts, disguised as a team, waiting for Wang Yan to arrive. All of this was done almost flawlessly, and even though Wang Yan was extremely intelligent, he was unable to find the flaws in a short period of time. But he never expected that the servant's words would arouse Wang Yan's anger. He also never expected that Wang Yan would directly take action and use this as an incision to discover the abnormality. Aobama was very angry when his plan was discovered, and he immediately left Xian Chu behind to chase after Wang Yan. The subsequent things were simple. Wang Yan ran while cursing and asked Xiaoqing to spray poison mist, poisoning all of Aobama's servants to death. If it weren't for Aobama's quick reaction, he would probably have been poisoned too. Wang Yan, you are smarter and stronger than I thought. Next time we meet, I will definitely take your head. Aobama left a word and turned and ran away. As both are 4th-level lords, Aobama is not good at fighting, not to mention that one is a dragon species and the other is a phoenix species. Therefore, he decided to retreat and wait for another opportunity. However, Aobama wanted to run away, but Wang Yan didn't want to let it go. He has been running away like a dog for such a long time. If the news gets out, his reputation will be ruined. Therefore, we must not let Aobama leave alive. In addition, there is another reason. That is, Wang Yan swore that he would kill all members of the Brotherhood of Destruction and exterminate all forces related to the Brotherhood of Destruction. Aobama is a ferocious beast, but he can speak human language. It is most likely related to the Brotherhood of Destruction. Based on the principle of rather killing someone by mistake than letting him go, Aobama must die today. It's a different story, let's go. Wang Yan called out, and Jinzi and Xiaoqing immediately rushed over. In a battle between the same species and level, they have never been afraid of anyone, let alone 2 against 1. Aobama was running away in front. Jinzi and Xiaoqing were chasing him frantically from behind, and the situation was turnaround. Asshole, don't run if you dare. Your father has a motor on his waist. You can run pretty fast. Your father has 2 motors on his waist. How can he run? Your father has 4 motors on his waist. Are you going to fly to the sky? Jinzi chased after him and cursed him with foul language that was unbearable to hear. Wang Yan couldn't bear it any longer and said angrily, "Can you change the words? His father has so many motors on his waist. Can he bear it?" After hearing Wang Yan's words, Jinzi pondered for a while and soon came up with a new word. "You are such an old lady crawling into bed. I am amused. You look like a monkey. Are you going to find a second brother? You can dress up quickly with 4 wheels on a turtle shell." Although they are still criticizing, it is much more civilized than before. Wang Yan nodded with great satisfaction, saying that this boy is teachable. Jinzi's saliva was flying everywhere, but Aobama was about to explode. Calm down, calm down. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I don't have a mother. I don't have a mother. Aobama kept repeating in his heart that in the current situation, he must not let anger cloud his mind. One is a phoenix type, and the other is a dragon type. They can beat him to a pulp even in a one-on-one fight, let alone a group fight. However, the more I kept talking about it, the angrier I became, and the angrier I got. After running away for more than 10 minutes, Aobama finally couldn't bear it anymore. "You bastard, I'm going to fight you." Chapter 50 times have changed. He was shouting at the top of his lungs and was furious. Under Jinzi's curse, Aobama's reason was overwhelmed, leaving only endless murderous intent. "Good job." Jinzi was overjoyed to see Aobama turn around and attack. This chase and escape pattern is so uncomfortable, but having said that, I felt really good cursing just now. "Golden sword energy." Jinzi shouted angrily and immediately slashed at Aobama. "Bite!" The crisp sound spread all around, and the sword energy pointed directly at Aobama's brow, but was blocked by an invisible barrier about 3 inches away. "What's this?" Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Yan's brows couldn't help but twist into a knot. There is no skill in Aobama's panel that can produce such an effect. "Oh, idiot, my soul is also human. You can practice soul arts, but I can't." Seeing Wang Yan's expression, Aobama sneered. "I see." Wang Yan nodded and immediately understood. Just as speculated, the real Aobama is dead and has been taken over by humans. The only one who can and will do this is the Brotherhood of Destruction. I haven't been active for a long time, so I'll give you guys a try. Wang Yan grinned grimly and planned to try his soul technique. But the next moment, a thought suddenly appeared, and the excitement in my heart immediately disappeared. Aobama didn't really lose his mind, he stopped on purpose. "Could it be?" Wang Yan murmured, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Sure enough, a huge dragon began to hover above at some point. It is over 8 meters long, with a wingspan of almost 10 meters. The body is bloated and covered with scales. There are 3 sharp horns on the top of the head, and several cyclones are rotating around it. This is the Wind Demon Dragon, a dragon species with wind attribute. Haha, D-New Star, we lost the first battle. How are we going to explain this to Tianshu Star and Chisha Star when we return? The Wind Dragon taunted mercilessly. "Earth Ugly Star, you don't have to worry about my affairs. Kill him quickly to avoid any more trouble." The D-New Xing Aobama snorted coldly and actually charged straight towards the gold. "It's really a changing world. Where's your pride? Where's your arrogance? I knew feng shui would change, but I didn't expect it would be a washing machine." Jinzi's figure flashed, and he did not choose to fight with Aobama head-on, but instead shot the golden sword energy at the Wind Demon Dragon. At the same time, Xiaoqing had already arrived in front of Aobama. Bang! The slender tail tore through the air and instantly broke Aobama's soul technique. Of the same quality and level, the dragon species is invincible. Of course, this invincibility does not include combat skills, combat experience, and other things that can be acquired through practice, nor does it include skills that restrain each other. It just means that in a head-on fight, the dragon species will not be weaker than any ferocious beast. As soon as he made a move, Aobama of the Earth Slave Star was defeated. The horse face, which was already dark, trembled uncontrollably. He instinctively wanted to escape, but when he caught a glimpse of the ugly star Wind Dragon in the sky, he immediately suppressed the thought. The enemy has dragon species, and we also have dragon species, and they have reached the 5th level. Who is strong and who is weak, who will win and who will lose, is still uncertain. Ah, little chicken, have a taste of my Force 8 Gale. The wind demon dragon laughed wildly. The wings flapped, and a tornado immediately appeared inside and attacked Wang Yan. He is not a fool, so naturally his first priority is to kill Wang Yan. As long as the beast master dies, the spirit beast will be destroyed by the soul contract. What a rotten lizard! Seeing the wind dragon attacking, Wang Yan let out a strange cry and fled away. Compared with ferocious beasts, humans are still too fragile. However, humans have never become the overlords of this world by relying on force. Xiaoqing pinned Aobama and beat him violently, while Jinzi and Fuma Long were fighting. Wang Yan, a beast tamer, took out a cannon from his storage bag. That's right, a cannon. Produced by Tiangong technology, it is specially designed to target various large flying beasts. When talking to Wang Yan, Wang Yi revealed an important piece of information. That is, the inside of the Molten Land is very dangerous. Wang Yan is the only child of the Wang family. How could Wang Yi not give him some good things when he let him in alone? Tiangong technology dragon hunting cannon. Equipped with a soul locator, it automatically tracks and causes massive penetrating damage upon hitting the target. This thing is extremely expensive and is generally only used in city defense battles. The shells are also ridiculously expensive, with the average price of one shell exceeding 20 million. The Wang family is not short of money, and neither is Wang Yan. Why keep the money? To support Grandpa in his old age? What is that? Wang Yan's actions attracted the attention of the Wind Demon Dragon. He was only the lowest-ranking Disha seat in the Brotherhood of Destruction. He had never experienced large-scale battles, nor had he seen the dragon hunting cannons that Tiangong technology only provided to the 5 major war zones. But the growing sense of crisis in his heart told him that this thing could cause extremely fatal harm to him. Damn it, the information is wrong. The wind dragon cursed inwardly, not daring to hesitate for a second, and flapped its wings to escape. Unfortunately, it's too late. My lord, times have changed. Wang Yan charged the dragon hunting cannon, locked onto the target, and pressed the fire button hard. Come on, try my big cannon. Laugh! The dark and thick muzzle sprayed out violently, crossing a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant and hitting the wind dragon that was about to escape. The bright red blood splashed onto the ground like rain, and the wind dragon's body smashed down like a meteorite. This 5th-level dragon died tragically on the spot. Wow, the boss's cannon is so powerful that it actually shot the dragon to death. Jinzi screamed, his tone full of admiration. I would like to call the boss the Cannon King of Minghu Province invincible. Stop talking nonsense and kill the horse quickly. Wang Yan's face was full of black lines. This silly bird was really too coquettish. How? How is it possible? Aobama's face was full of disbelief. In less than half a minute, the wind demon dragon died? Death happened so suddenly, without any resistance. If something like this could be mass-produced, Aobama didn't dare to think about it. If the dragon hunting cannon can really be mass-produced, it would be tantamount to the end of the world for the ferocious beasts. The ambitions of the Brotherhood of Destruction will also come to nothing. Laugh! The sword energy flew and landed on Aobama's body, leaving a cut deep enough to see the bone. What time is it? How dare you be distracted? Jinzi sneered, and hundreds of sword energies gathered around his body, instantly submerging Aobama. Xiaoqing is no match for him in a one-on-one fight, let alone with Jinzi. In despair and resentment, Aobama was beaten into a pile of rotten meat, and no one could save him. Phew, I'm so tired. Jinzi wiped his forehead with his wing, looking like he was about to be exhausted. Xiaoye. Wang Yan summoned the little rabbit to help Jinzi and Xiaoqing replenish their energy. Oh, it's a good thing I traveled through time, otherwise I would definitely go to jail, and maybe even be sentenced to life imprisonment. Looking at Xiaoye's fair and tender face, Wang Yan sighed in his heart. Chapter 51, Another Shot. The Wind Demon Dragon is not the bloodline that Xiaoqing needs to advance to the king, but based on the principle that more is better than less, and less is better than nothing, Wang Yan decided to add the Wind Demon Dragon to Xiaoqing's diet. Almost 3 hours after entering the Molten Land, Wang Yan had already killed 3 Lord Beasts and obtained more than 14,800 points. Huge harvest. The next target is the young phoenix. In the myths and legends of Wang Yan's previous life, Xianchu was one of the 5 phoenixes, the real phoenix. But in this world, it is just a ferocious beast of lord quality, At most, it is a little more beautiful and powerful. Returning along the original route, the Xianchu was no longer inside the crater. This is normal. The previous battle made it realize that this place was not safe. If the enemy comes to your door once, he can come 2 or 3 times. Therefore, after the group of ferocious beasts and humans left, it immediately fled with its eggs. As for where he escaped to, I'm afraid no one knows. Boss, I can sense its location. Looking at the empty volcano and the messy piles of rocks, Jinzi suddenly spoke. You still have this ability? Hearing Jinzi's words, Wang Yan was a little surprised. Is this unique to you, or can every lord sense it? All fierce beasts above lord level can sense the same bloodline within a certain range. The higher the quality, the larger the sensing range, and the more accurate the location. Jinzi jumped onto Wang Yan's shoulder and said, I see. Wang Yan nodded. You show me the way. Let's go kill the bird. In a valley about 30 miles away from where Wang Yan was, the young phoenix gently put down the bird's nest. This is not a volcano and there is no flowing magma, so it is not suitable for hatching bird eggs. But compared to those easily exposed places, this place is undoubtedly much safer. The young bird decided to use its own original power to hatch the chicks, and then look for a more suitable habitat. There is nothing wrong with Xuanchu's idea, and it is not difficult to implement. But as soon as it put down the bird's nest, it felt that the atmosphere seemed to be wrong. He instinctively raised his head and looked to the right. In a crack of stone that was only half a meter wide, he saw a girl with eyes so big that they could make Li Ronghao commit suicide out of shame. She was like a stone sculpture and dared not move at all. The atmosphere was very solemn. Xianchu couldn't understand why there were humans in such a remote place. The girl couldn't understand why a big bird appeared when she was just going to the toilet. Oh, and there's an egg. Ah! There was silence for a full 10 seconds, followed by a scream. Without even thinking twice, Xianchu used his best skill. Boom! The abundant fire elements in the air quickly condensed and turned into a rain of fire that enveloped an area of dozens of meters. It was not used before because we were afraid of accidentally breaking the stone wall and causing the bird eggs to fall into the magma in the crater. There was no volcano or magma at this time, so the young phoenix had nothing to worry about. Ah! The screams did not stop. In just 2 seconds, the fire rain from the sky would fall and burn her to ashes. However, at this moment, an arm emerged from the crevice behind her and pulled her in. Cry! Seeing the enemy running away, Xianchu became furious. It was so hard to find such a hidden place. If it were to be leaked by this human, it would be subjected to endless harassment. Although the IQ of the young phoenix is not as high as that of humans, it is not a fool and can naturally figure out what to do at this time. The scorching flames were compressed into lines and shot fiercely into the cracks in the rocks. There was murderous intent in Xuanchu's eyes, and he was determined not to let this man escape. What to do? Inside the crevice, the girl was so frightened that her eyes were wet with tears and she was trembling all over. She couldn't even pull up her pants. Cole! The other girl rolled her eyes and complained. If you don't scream, you might be able to sneak away. If you scream, we'll both die. How could I hold back from screaming in that situation? The girl shivered and felt her buttocks were cold. At this time, she finally remembered that she had not pulled up her pants. This crack is only half a meter wide. The bird is so big that it probably can't get in. Oh, let's just leave it to fate. I hope it leaves on its own. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here and die. Xianchu is a 4th level lord with unparalleled combat power. Not to mention the 2 level 5 beast masters. Even if there were a dozen more, they would not be enough for Xianchu to kill. At this moment, there is nothing to do but wait for death. Not good. Just when the two were about to compete with Xianchu to see who had more patience, a line of fire shot out. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. Boom! The gravel splashed and the earth roared. This time, Xianchu was furious, and his target was not the 2 girls, but the stone wall next to them. Under the attack of the Lord's beast, the stone wall was as fragile as tofu dregs. Large pieces of rubble fell from overhead and quickly buried the 2 girls. Call! White smoke spewed out of the nostrils of the young crane, and a look of human disdain appeared on his face. Do you think you were safe hiding in the cracks of the rocks? When it used this trick to avoid its natural enemies, these 2 humans were not yet born. The young phoenix put away its thoughts and planned to find a suitable place to hatch the eggs. But at this moment, A throbbing sensation from its blood frightened it so much that it couldn't help but tremble. This is a power of the same origin, and is in no way weaker than it. If it were usual, it wouldn't mind meeting this fellow tribesman. Even if the other party came with malicious intentions, it had the confidence to escape unscathed. But now it's different. It has to protect its eggs and dares not fight at will. The young phoenix was a little hesitant. If he left, it would be difficult to find a suitable hiding place. But if I don't leave, it will be troublesome if the other party has malicious intentions. After some thought, Xinshu decided to meet this fellow member of the same clan. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation appeared in the perception, followed by a deafening roar and terrible tremors. It has enough penetration, but not enough explosion. It is expensive and difficult to mass produce. Wang Yan looked at the dragon hunting cannon in front of him. This thing could only be used in city defense battles. It would be too difficult to use it to capture the city. Moreover, this thing is very difficult to manufacture and is ridiculously expensive, so it can only be equipped on a small scale. In addition to the above shortcomings, the biggest problem with the dragon hunting cannon is its limited power. That's right, its power is limited. Judging from the situation when killing the wind dragon, the upper limit of this thing is the Lord. If the one who comes is a king, 9 out of 10 efforts will be in vain. Rather than wasting energy on penetration, it is better to extend the range. It is better to kill several lords than to injure a king. Soldiers fight against soldiers. Generals fight against generals. It would be better to leave those terrifying beasts above the king level to the beastmasters. Chapter 52, Goodbye by Ningxin. Of course, there will be special people to analyze and handle these matters, so he doesn't need to worry too much. Wang Yi gave him the dragon hunting cannon just to avoid him from encountering a powerful and shameless beast like the wind demon dragon. Or there is also this possibility. Wang Yi already knew that the wind dragon had entered the molten land. At this moment, maybe she is looking at him. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Wang Yan's face. Uncle, when are you going to marry my aunt? If you don't do it now, my aunt will soon go into menopause. In the office of the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District, Wang Yi, Luo Zhu, Lan Bowen, and the principal were sitting on the sofa, staring intently at the scene in front of them. Using liquid nitrogen to freeze the lava pool, Xiaoqing and Jinzi teamed up to kill the ichthyosaur. Smart and powerful. After solving the current trouble, immediately used the advantage to exert pressure. After that, he looked for the young phoenix, and when he sensed danger, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Decisive, direct, organized, and knows what he wants. Then he changed from fighting while fleeing to chasing and fighting. Although Jinzi is full of foul language, it is undeniable that his fighting ability is extremely strong, and few phoenixes of the same grade and level can be his match. After the wind dragon appeared, the battle came to a stalemate. Wang Yan took out the dragon hunting cannon and killed the wind dragon without saying a word. It's great to know when to advance and when to retreat, to know what you gain and what you lose, to be able to fully utilize your strengths, and to find ways to avoid exposing your weaknesses. Rambo stroked his beard and became more and more satisfied the more he looked. Once the phoenix is upgraded to king quality, its biggest weakness, mobility, will be corrected. By that time, it will be difficult to kill him. In just half a year, this kid has grown from a sickly person who couldn't even beat a chicken to what he is now. It seems that he has received a lot of opportunities. Luo Zhu said this casually, glancing casually at Lamboen and the principal. Wang Yan is the only child of the Wang family and Wang Yi's nephew, so he naturally would not harm him or covet his opportunities. But for others, it's hard to say. Don't worry, Teacher Lan is highly respected. Wang Shu is Yuhan's biological sister. We are all family. Wang Yi watched as Wang Yan took out a dragon hunting cannon and blasted a big hole in the mountain in front of him, with no expression on his face. But when he heard the next words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. With a turn of his eyes, he could take in the expressions of the three people. The principal's face was filled with shame and anger. Lamboen smiled, and Luo Zhu covered his mouth and tried hard not to laugh out loud. This kid, Wang Yi sighed, feeling that Wang Yan was being led astray by his third brother Wang Guangyao. Carry out according to the original plan. All those families will be under control. If they dare to resist, they will be killed without mercy. Wang Yi gave the order in a very cold tone. The Brotherhood of Destruction sneaked into the molten land by using the identities of several beastmasters. If Wang Yan hadn't run into them, Who knows how much trouble they would have caused? Wang Yi ordered the control of those families in order to investigate whether they were victims or accomplices. Huh? Someone's approaching. The principal suddenly spoke, and without any movement, the scene in front of them suddenly moved away, and a woman appeared in front of everyone. Her skin is as smooth as cream, and her hands are as soft as catkins. She has a charming face and a graceful figure. As she moved, she swayed with every step, making people dizzy. It turned out to be the girl from the Bai family. Judging from the direction she was heading, it was also the young phoenix. This is going to be a good show. A mischievous smile appeared on the principal's face. She recalled the scene when Wang Yan and Bai Ningxin fought naked. I wonder if this meeting will spark love. Cry! The sharp sound of birdsong filled the sky. Wang Yan's shot did not hurt the young bird, but only angered it. The rubble fell from above, knocking the young bird unconscious. Although I can't cause effective damage to it, it hurts. In addition to the fact that he had been besieged before and met people here, Xianchu was already furious. The bird eggs were hidden under a large rock, and the young phoenix flapped its wings, turning into sharp arrows and shooting into the sky. Full of vigor and fighting spirit. It is a descendant of the phoenix, and it is the king of birds. It belongs to the sky. It belongs to nature. Strong, beautiful, swift, unyielding. A column of energy hit the young bird hard, and red feathers, bright red blood, mixed with flesh and broken bones, slowly fell from the sky. This shot was very powerful and extremely accurate. The moment the young phoenix flew into the sky, it had already locked onto it firmly. Unlike the wind dragon, the weaknesses of the Xianchu are too obvious. With the egg there, it was destined not to fly far away and was destined to fight to the death with the enemy. If it were an ordinary beast tamer, it would still be able to repel it. But in front of Wang Yan, death is the only way out. Bang! The body of the young phoenix slowly fell down. It wanted to embrace the sky, but finally returned to the earth. This is true of everything in the world. The more you want something, the less you get it. I thought I saw the light, but everything was just an illusion in the darkness. I don't want to kill innocent people, but there is an invisible hand behind me that keeps pushing me. If I move forward, I will have a chance of death. If I don't move forward, I will definitely die. You and I have no hatred, but in the end we have to fight to the death. Wang Yan sighed. I'm not pretending to be a good person, nor am I trying to cover up the murders I've committed. I just suddenly feel very melancholy. Hey, does the eldest son of the Wang family have troubles too? A gentle voice came from behind, interrupting Wang Yan's thoughts. Turning around, he found that it was none other than the Bai Ningxin he had been thinking about. Mad woman. Wang Yan gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Pervert. Bai Ningxin's breathing quickened, and she clenched her fists. What happened not long ago seems to be vivid in my mind. Two single men and women were fighting fiercely in a quiet and deserted corner. Fierce and brutal. Abandoned self-respect and lost face. All my clothes were torn to shreds and my whole body was sore and swollen. The battle was very fierce. Although Wang Yan was at a disadvantage, it could be considered a draw between both sides. Crazy woman die. Wang Yan roared, raised his fist, and rushed forward. Bai Ningxin was not to be outdone. She took out a ball from her storage bag and threw it on the ground, then kicked Wang Yan. Xiaoqing, Jinzi, and Xiaoye, three spirit beasts, stood aside. Cheng Huang and a big-head carp were squatting opposite. Bang! As soon as they made contact, they started attacking with full punches. Wang Yan used all his strength to hit Bai Ningxin's shoulder. The latter was not a simple character either. She twisted her body to relieve herself of 70% of the force and kicked Wang Yan in the crotch. Bang, bang, bang. Punches and kicks, and the wind howling. The physical attributes of both men were over 100 points, and the fight was extremely fierce. The spirit beasts on both sides showed no signs of fighting. Instead, they took out snacks and watched the show from the sidelines. Chapter 53, I am not clean anymore. Would you like to try some? They're freshly harvested this year and are good for your brain. Jinzi took out a bag from the anklet-shaped storage device and asked Cheng Huang. Squeak! Cheng Huang nodded and politely exchanged his snacks. The higher the quality of the spiritual beast, the higher its IQ. When it reaches the king level, it will not be much different from humans. Of course, this is only the majority. Some types of spiritual beasts are still fools even if they become gods. Cheng Huang is a legendary, auspicious beast. Gold itself is an alien and has a high IQ. After what happened last time, they roughly figured out the situation of their respective owners. Even though the fight is life and death now, You never know when the battlefield will move to the bed. To put it nicely, the spirit beast is the beastmaster's closest comrade in arms. But to put it bluntly, it's just there to make a living. Their master is already in that state. Why should they fight to the death? Hey, this move is too chest-hugging. What is this? Cup punch? Yeah, not bad, not bad. This position can communicate feelings more deeply. Jinzi was eating melon seeds while commenting, his mouth full of foul language. Cheng Huang on the opposite side picked up the ball that Bai Ningxin had thrown on the ground and started it silently. Laugh! A translucent light curtain appeared out of nowhere, covering an area of 50 meters. Shield energy monitoring to prevent peeping. As for why Bai Ningxin prepared this thing, who knows? Swish! When the tearing sound was heard, Jinzi, Cheng Huang, and other spirit beasts immediately put down the snacks in their mouths. The good show is about to begin, but I don't know how far it will go. A slap left red and swollen marks on Bai Ningxin's ribs, and her clothes were torn. Wang Yan swore in his heart that he had absolutely no messy thoughts. It was simply that his clothes were not strong enough. Crazy woman. Wang Yan gritted his teeth and wanted to continue fighting, but the scene in front of him made him pause uncontrollably. It was shaking so much that it made him feel a little dizzy. No, I faint from milk. Wang Yan swallowed his saliva and then was slapped in the face by Bai Ningxin. No, it was an elbow to the face. Crazy woman, you're so cruel. Wang Yan spat out blood foam, and Bai Ningxin's milk hit him again. No, it was the fist that hit me again. Fuck it. Wang Yan cursed angrily and felt like he was going crazy. He glanced casually to the side and saw Jinzi, Xiaoqing, and Xiaoya sitting in a row, watching the fight between him and Bai Ningxin intently. The same was true for Cheng Huang, and the big head carp even spit out a bubble. What are you doing? Watching the fun? Wang Yan cursed angrily, feeling angry and anxious. Well, the boss is working so hard, we can't just stand by and watch. Jinzi answered very seriously and immediately pounced on Cheng Huang. But her speed was almost as slow as that of the old lady on the bus. She shivered 3 times with every step she took, and all the lice on her body were shaken off. Cut off your food supply for 3 days. Wang Yan cursed in frustration. Then he felt a huge force coming at him and was instantly knocked to the ground. Without time to think, Wang Yan instinctively fought back. The fight that was originally about punches and fists immediately turned into a scuffle. In a panic, Wang Yan felt something fragrant and soft being stuffed into his mouth. Wang Yan licked it subconsciously and immediately realized something was wrong. As expected, Bai Ningxin's body shuddered violently, and the arm that had been tightly gripping her neck actually loosened. This is fucking. Wang Yan cursed in his heart. Who can endure such a situation? But then again, if we don't press on now, once Bai Ningxin recovers, it will be difficult to suppress her. Wang Yan decided to go all out and took the initiative, rushing forward. Bai Ningxin's face was flushed and her body was as soft as mud. I wanted to resist, but for some reason I had no strength at all. The brother nodded and the sister opened her mouth. Everything happened inexplicably, yet it seemed to be in natural progression. I can only say that it is fate. Seeing the scene in front of them, Jinzi and Cheng Huang, who were practicing Tai Chi slowly, looked at each other, as if to say, I knew this would be the result. As Cheng Huang pressed the switch, the image was immediately blocked. Several people looked at each other, and no one spoke. It is not difficult to break the shield with their strength, but they will be discovered. The 4 people present didn't want to disturb this marriage, so they waited patiently. After about 2 hours, the shielding disappeared. Bai Ningxin covered her stomach and limped away. Wang Yan was lying on the ground with a blank look in his eyes, looking as if he had lost all desire to live. It's done. Wang Yi was delighted. I'm not afraid of this kid being stubborn, nor am I afraid of him hiding everywhere. When the time comes, he can't do whatever he wants. He keeps talking about wanting to be the strongest and says that women only make his sword dull. What's the result? It's still a failure. Brother, you always said that I was too radical and told me to cultivate my character and let things take their own course. But you cut Wang Yan's pocket money, forcing him to complain to Dad, and he got scolded. I didn't do anything. I just created an opportunity, and Wang Yan got what he wanted. Wang Yi was in a very happy mood, but when he saw the principal's watery eyes, his heart tightened. Now that his nephew's problem has been solved, he is the next one to be urged to get married. Wang Yi felt a bit of a headache, but he quickly thought of a solution. Isn't there still our third brother, Wang Guangyao? If we pull him to the front, he should be able to hold out for a few more years. In the molten land, Wang Yin lay on the ground like a dead pig, not moving for a long time. What happened to the boss? Was he sucked dry? Jeanzy scratched his head with his wings, unable to figure out what was going on. It's just a bird. How can it understand the complex emotions of human beings? Hiss! Xiaoqing shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand either. Xiaoya took out tissues from the storage bag and carefully helped Wang Yan clean the dried blood and water stains. Hey, I'm not clean anymore. Wang Yan sighed and looked at the well-behaved Xiaoya with mixed feelings. In the previous life, it would have been a definite death sentence. Anne is right. Bai Ningxin's parents are really strict. Wang Yan thought of the 10th level fox that had caused several disasters. Was its battle with the human heroes the same as what he had experienced? As they fought, they ended up fighting on the bed. Life is so helpless. The less you think about something, the more it will come. I just want to be a quiet and handsome man, but there are always fairies sucking my yang energy. Wang Yan touched Xiaoya's soft hair and pinched her fair little face. After wiping the blood and water stains off his brother's head, Wang Yan put on his clothes and prepared to look for the phoenix chick's eggs. The Lord-quality phoenix species is full of treasures, and even if a contract cannot be signed, it can still bring huge gains. Apart from anything else, drawing blood to make medicine and boiling bones to make soup are both good choices. Chapter 54. Heavy bleeding. Relying on the sensitivity in his blood, Jeanzy quickly found the egg of the phoenix chick. Take it back and hatch it. Maybe you can get an extra amount. Almost 6 hours have passed since we entered the molten land. Wang Yan was so busy killing the ferocious beast that he didn't even find a single piece of molten ore. But his purpose was not to mine, so if there is no mining, then there is no mining. 6 hours, 30,000 points, what a great place. Unfortunately, it's time to get out. It has continued for such a long time. The fire poison must have accumulated to a terrifying level. If you don't go out now, you basically don't have to go out anymore. Of course, it is not ruled out that certain means can enhance resistance to fire poison, but being able to extend it by 1 to 2 hours would be very impressive. If the fire poison was really that easy to solve, the Minghu Provincial Military District would not have consumed so much manpower and resources. After much hesitation and swaying, it took more than an hour to reach the exit. Life-saving items like space converters should not be wasted and should be saved for use at critical moments. After nearly 8 hours, all the students from the molten land came out. As a relative of the other party, Wang Yan pretended to take a bath with the others to expel the heat toxins from his body, and then came to his second uncle Wang Yi's office. At this moment, Lamboan and Luo Zhu had gone somewhere unknown, and only Wang Yi and the principal were left in the office. I'm sorry, I came at the wrong time. Looking at the principal's fierce eyes, Wang Yan couldn't help but tremble. No, you came just in time. Wang Yi pulled Wang Yan over and breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after the battle between Bai Ningxin and Wang Yan ended, Lan Bowen and Luo Zhu found an excuse to leave. A man and a woman were alone in a room, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle. The principal stared at Wang Yi, looking as if he wanted to eat him. Fortunately, Wang Yan arrived in time. Otherwise, it would be a question whether he could escape unscathed. According to the rules, the 3 people who collect the most molten ore and the 3 people with the highest purity can each receive a piece of armor or a weapon. You didn't dig up any stone, so according to the rules, you won't get any reward. Wang Yi coughed and continued. But because of your outstanding performance, I decided to give you some prizes privately. Oh! Wang Yan had a blank expression on his face and acted as if to say, I'll just watch you act quietly, which made Wang Yi very embarrassed. A complete set of molten armor, a weapon of your choice, 2 wrinkled papayas, and 5 soul crystals. Wang Yi is worthy of being the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District. He is rich and powerful, and all he brings out are good things. But Wang Yan didn't seem to appreciate it. He raised his eyelids and asked, That's it? He realized that the principal must have been forcing his second uncle. My arrival interrupted their good thing, so the principal was angry, while my second uncle looked like he saw a savior. In this case, if he doesn't extort a lot of money, how can he justify his identity as a light bulb? And more! Seeing Wang Yan's expression, Wang Yi's heart skipped a beat. His intuition told him that he would bleed heavily this time. But there is no way. If Wang Yan's mouth is not shut, the consequences will be disastrous if he goes to the old man to complain. 2 Vajra bodhis, 3 golden tripod fruits, and half a pound of galaxy sand. After saying this, Wang Yi felt his heart bleeding. These were all his personal collections, especially the Star River sand, which Suyu asked for several times but he never gave her. That's it. Wang Yan was delighted, but his face still showed disdain. I haven't been back for a long time. I wonder if Grandpa, the latest sniper rifle from Tiangong Technology. Wang Yi took out an exaggerated gun from his storage bag and threw it on the table. He turned his head away from Wang Yan and said, "Take your things and get out of here." "Thank you, uncle. I'll leave right away." Wang Yan happily put away all the things. Just as he closed the door, he opened a crack and squeezed half of his head in. "Come on, second uncle. I look forward to calling you second aunt." Roll! Bang! The teacup hit the wall and broke into 4 pieces. If Wang Yan doesn't leave, it won't be the cup that will be broken next time. Second uncle really has some good stuff. I have to find an opportunity to extort more money from him. Wang Yan walked while thinking about how to make this miserly second uncle commit a crime. He is the only child in the Wang family, so his uncle's things belong to him. What do you need to do? Keep it for retirement? I happily took out the things and examined them one by one. The more I looked, the happier I became, and the more I liked them. Golden tripod fruit, strong enough to pull up mountains and overwhelming the world. The power of the Overlord is still known today. Produced from, it strengthens the strength attribute by 20 to 50 points and increases the strength by an additional 1,000 kilograms without any toxic side effects. Star sand. The last hope left after the stars are shattered. It can draw the power of the stars and condense it into liquid. Tiangong Technology Jade Crystal Spear. Using elemental crystal as a guide, it gathers elemental energy in the air and delivers a fatal blow. The equipment made with molten or will not be available for a while, and you need to wait slowly, but the remaining items can be obtained directly. There is nothing much to say about the wrinkled papaya, soul crystal, and Vajra Bodhi, but the golden tripod fruit and star sand are top-notch stuff. Galaxy sand can draw the power of the stars and condense it into liquid, which is what Xiaoya needs most. Although she arrived the latest, she has the star sand, so she might be the first spirit beast to achieve the status of a king. The effect of the golden ding fruit is also very good. It not only improves the strength attribute, but also increases extra strength. In other words, with the same power attribute, Wang Yan's fist will be stronger. I ate the wrinkled papaya and golden tripod fruit myself, used the soul crystal myself, gave the Vajra Bodhi to Jin, and gave the galaxy sand to Xiaoyu. Perfect! Wang Yan's face was full of smiles, but as soon as he turned a corner, his expression suddenly froze. He saw someone, the person he least wanted to see. Bai Ningxin. At this time, Bai Ningxin had changed her clothes and was wrapped tightly, so no one could see anything. However, Wang Yan did not lose heart. He looked at everything he shouldn't have looked at, touched everything he should and shouldn't have touched, and even rubbed the inside many times. "Give me the phoenix chick's egg." Bai Ningxin stretched out her hand and spoke with confidence. "How do you know that the phoenix egg is in my hand?" Wang Yan asked doubtfully. "Don't worry about it. Just say whether you will give it or not." "Give it to me, I'll give it to you." Wang Yan felt a little guilty. It was the girl's first time, and he had been rubbing her for 2 hours. It was good enough that he didn't kill anyone. Putting the phoenix egg in by Ningxin's hand, Wang Yan thought for a while, then took out a golden tripod fruit and a Vajra Bodhi. "I won't say anything more. I hurt her too badly this time. I'll find another opportunity to consolidate our relationship later." "You're smart." Seeing Wang Yan's guilty look, Bai Ningxin smiled. After putting everything away, Bai Ningxin wiped her wrist, and 3 soul crystals appeared out of thin air. "This is a reward from me. Please leave." "A reward for me?" Hearing Bai Ningxin's arrogant tone, Wang Yan snorted coldly and went straight up to her. He put one hand around her slender waist and used the other hand to open her clothes. "What do you want to do? There are so many people here." Bai Ningxin's face showed nervousness. Although she had done everything she should and shouldn't have done, Wang Yan had been too rough before, and she still felt very painful. "A lot of people? So, what if there are a lot of people?" Wang Yanlang laughed, lowered his head, and started to bite. 5 minutes later, Wang Yan left, leaving Bai Ningxin gasping for breath while holding her chest. "This bastard is quite manly." Chapter 55. The Strike of the Mentally Ill. After returning to school, Wang Yan immediately set about transforming everything into combat power. 2 wrinkled papayas increased physical fitness by 30 points, and the toxins were exchanged for 451 points. The 2 golden tripod fruits increased the strength attribute by 67 points and the strength by 2,000 kilograms. 8 soul crystals increased soul strength by 8 points. Adding to the original 21 points, it should reach 30 points after full absorption. Vajra Bodhi is given to Jinzi to eat, and Star Sand is given to Xiaoya to use. All that was left was a complete set of armor and weapons made from molten ore. In addition, the points accumulated have reached 40,500, which is enough for a short period of time. The harvest was huge this time, but Jinzi and Xiaoqing still have a long way to go before they can become kings. Wang Yan was searching for information about other dragon and phoenix species while feeding several spirit beasts. As two of the most powerful spiritual beasts, there are many reports about the dragon species and the phoenix species, but those that meet the requirements and can be killed are extremely rare. Wang Yan settled for the next best thing and looked for the carcass, cubs, and eggs, and he finally found them. Unfortunately, the other party was only willing to exchange it with elixirs that could enhance strength or life-saving items, which made Wang Yan very helpless. After swallowing the flesh and blood of two dragon species in succession, Xiaoqing quickly reached the 5th level and developed 2 new skills. Summons a blaze of flames to burn all targets within range. Control the wind element and stir up a violent gale. Maybe it's because it swallowed the fire-attributed fish dragon and the wind-attributed wind dragon. The 2 5th level skills are both area attacks, corresponding to fire and wind respectively. Wang Yan wanted both of them, but after thinking about it, he chose the fiery hell. On the one hand, the damage of fire is obviously stronger than that of wind. On the other hand, the attribute of Ichthyosaur is fire, which may be more suitable. Compared to Xiaoqing, Jinzi's speed is much slower. He has to grind the flesh and blood of the phoenix, chicken to powder, and roll it into meatballs before he can eat it bit by bit. Fortunately, Jinzi had a good appetite and spent 2 months eating all the young phoenixes. He successfully reached the 5th level and also gained 2 new skills. The Golden Sword Chi has a tearing effect, making it impossible for the wound to heal on its own. All attacks inflict fire damage, burning flesh and energy. Because of the swallowing of the Phoenix Chick, Jinzi's skills also gained other attributes. One is that the wound cannot heal, and the enemy can be dragged to death if it is delayed. One is to burn flesh and energy, causing the enemy to weaken in pain. Both skills are very powerful, and Wang Yan didn't know what to choose for a moment. Boss, choose the sky-splitting sword chi. When we fight from now on, Xiaoqing will grill the food, and I will bleed it. After the fight, it will be cooked, and it will be a good time for dinner. Jinzi suddenly spoke, and Wang Yan suddenly realized. If he only has one spirit beast, Jinzi, these 2 skills are indeed difficult to choose. But if combined with Xiaoqing, the sky-splitting sword chi would undoubtedly be more suitable. The selection of these 2 skills greatly increased Wang Yan's overall strength. It will take some time for Xiaoya to improve, and as for Phantom, alas, it's hard to put it into words. However, despite this, Wang Yan still decided to try his luck. He now has more than 40,000 points, so it's not too much to take out 2,500 points to gamble. Of course, gambling is not encouraged. Gambling harms both yourself and others. At the very least, it can lead to the ruin of your family, and at worst, it can lead to your death. So don't get involved. Wang Yan simply wanted to give Foolish One another chance. If the lore quality skills were still useless, he would find a time to release Foolish One. After the 5 blood-tempering stones were integrated into his body, the glutton's body began to expand rapidly, and the hair on his body grew longer and longer. In less than 2 minutes, the rice bucket grew to 1 meter high and 2 meters long. The wind around him kept blowing, handsome and unrestrained, with a disdainful look, as if the Dog King was looking down on his people. Could it be that the bet was won? Wang Yan was very surprised. This look was completely different from before. If anyone says that huskies are stupid again, Wang Yan will immediately get angry with him. It's not that the husky is stupid, it's just that the owner is incompetent. If you cultivate it to the quality of a lord, even a husky can be very handsome. However, the good times didn't last long. The glutton was handsome for less than 10 seconds before he returned to his original stupid look. Wang Yan. He opened the attribute panel and took a look at the new skills, which made him speechless. Lord skill randomly selects a target at regular intervals and forcibly lowers its IQ. My goodness, mental retardation really is contagious. Wang Yan was amazed in his heart. This thing is simply a nuclear weapon, hurting others and himself. It would be fine if it happened to someone else randomly, but if it happened to Wang Yan, it would be troublesome. It seems that we must find a way to stew it. Wang Yan thought about it and finally decided to release it, let it be reborn, or release ginger, pepper, aniseed, cinnamon, bay leaves, nutmeg, grassfruit, angelica dehurica. Of course, just kidding. Anyway, we have to raise it up little by little. Even if it can't fight, it can still be a guard at home. Wang Yan ordered a set of riding equipment from the Beast Tamers Association's website. After putting it on Tang, he found that it was surprisingly suitable. As long as you control it and don't let it hit the wall, its speed is extremely fast. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a useless spiritual beast. It's just that we haven't discovered its value. Wang Yan stroked the soft long hair of Tang and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After spending a few days doing nothing, Wang Yan received a call from Zhang Wei, who asked him to have a barbecue together. Since I'm free anyway, I might as well go out for a walk. The wind was howling and the dust was flying. The glutton traveled through the end of time and space like lightning, leaving behind only his handsome and cool back and 2 piles of shit. When they arrived at the agreed location, Wang Yan found that Zhang Wei had already prepared everything, and there were 2 girls besides him. Obviously, Zhang Wei had other purposes in asking him to come, and it was even very likely that he was just bragging and asked him to come to support him. Sure enough, after seeing Wang Yan, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up and he immediately waved to greet him. Come here, I'll introduce you to 2 beauties. After he finished speaking, Zhang Wei turned his head and looked at the 2 girls. This is Wang Yan, who fought against tens of thousands of people alone in the Wanxiang Mirror and killed them all. Wow, I finally get to meet my idol. I know him, and he killed me with 1 punch. The answers from the 2 girls made Wang Yan feel a little annoyed. One had stars in her eyes like a fangirl, while the other had a cold expression, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Hello. Wang Yan smiled and greeted him, then let go of the rice bucket and let it play by itself. He came here purely to eat barbecue and relax. What the 2 girls thought meant nothing to him. Wang Yan did not release Jinzi, Xiaoqing, or Xiaoyu. This was his secret, and there was no need to reveal too much. Of course, another reason is that Xiaoqing eats too much, and this little bit of food is not enough to fill its teeth. What's up with these dogs? Wang Yan glanced around and saw 5 dogs lying behind the people. His face was full of resentment, and he felt like he had no desire to live. Oh, I signed up for a medical course, and when I saw these wild dogs, I sterilized them. Lung Danmei pointed at the grill and said, half an hour ago, these skewers of meat belonged to them. Maybe they understood what Lung Lung said, but a few wild dogs started barking as if to say, my eggs. Those are my eggs. Chapter 56, Dark Slave Auction. What? Wang Yan sighed helplessly, feeling extremely upset. Why are there so few normal people around these days? But then again, pets seem to become more stable after being neutered. Wang Yan plans to do this for the rice bucket. He doesn't expect it to become smart, but he will be satisfied as long as it can reduce the number of stupid mistakes. The glutton who was jumping and playing happily not far away shuddered for no reason, feeling that there seemed to be danger approaching. He glanced around and found nothing unusual, then quickly put it out of his mind and continued chasing the butterfly. For people sat down on both sides of the barbecue grill. Zhang Wei turned the skewers of meat while brushing them with oil and sprinkling them with cumin and chili. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. Eat more, and it will be good for you and her too. Zhang Wei handed over the roasted dog eggs and said with a wink, well, isn't this too cruel? Wang Yan glanced at the wild dog lying on the ground with tears streaming down its face and felt even more distressed. It's okay. They have low IQ and don't understand these things. Zhang Wei waved his hands and didn't take it seriously. Oh. Wang Yan nodded and tore open the roasted dog eggs. I have to say that Zhang Wei's technique is very unique. It's burnt on the outside and raw on the inside, and not evenly sweet or salty. Not only does it have a fishy smell, but it's also filled with syrup. Wang Yan put the half-cooked dog eggs aside, secretly sighing that maybe he shouldn't go out today. The 4 of them chatted idly, and the 2 women's attention was almost entirely on Wang Yan. The cold girl was better. She didn't talk much, and only said a few words occasionally. The little fangirl was just a sticky girl, which made Wang Yan feel very annoyed. Hey, have you heard? The dark auction is about to start. As if he noticed that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Wei suddenly changed the subject and said, dark auction? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Wang Yan immediately pricked up his ears. His intuition told him that this auction might be interesting. Of course, it was just pure intuition. He had never heard of or seen anything like slaves or not. Yes, the auction is hidden in the dark, and only those who are truly powerful and influential can enter. Seeing that everyone was very interested, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat and continued. It is said that the worst items at the auction are controlled items. The better ones are treasures unique to each university and weapons and equipment of the military region. You can even see cubs of lower-quality beasts. In addition, there are many trained slaves at each auction, so this auction is also called the Dark Slave Auction. Wang Yan? Wow, he actually guessed it right. Dark Slave Auction. He had already guessed what the scene would be like at the venue. Slaves? What kind of slaves are there? Wang Yan asked casually. He was interested in the auction, not for slaves but for regulated items. If you are lucky, you might even come across the dragon and phoenix bloodlines you need. There are all kinds of slaves, fat and thin, neither fat nor thin, black and white, neither black nor white, male and female, and neither male nor female. You can see any type you can think of, and there are even hybrids of humans and spirit beasts. At this point, Zhang Wei's expression gradually became obscene, and he winked at Wang Yan and asked, "Are you tempted?" "Yeah, I'm really moved." Wang Yan nodded. As the saying goes, when you feel sleepy, a pillow will come to you. He was just worrying about where to find other bloodlines, and now it has been delivered to his door. After hearing what Wang Yan and Zhang Wei said, the cold girl showed a disdainful expression on her face, while the little fan girl became interested. Wang Yan saw the attitudes of the two people, but he did not explain. They are unimportant people. I may never have the chance to meet them again after today. Why bother with them? You know it so clearly. It seems like you have some tricks. Wang Yan put his arm around Zhang Wei's shoulders and said, "Take me there to broaden my horizons." "Don't be ridiculous. Don't you know what kind of family I come from? I only heard about it." Zhang Wei laughed awkwardly. He was just bragging. Who knew Wang Yan actually wanted to go? "All right then." Wang Yan nodded and stopped asking questions. The barbecue was tasteless, but the information I got by chance was very useful. I went back to ask the principal and found out that there really was such an auction. "What do you want that you can't get through the formal channels?" The principal was very confused. With Wang Yan's family background, he actually needed to go to that kind of place. "Just want to see the world." "See the world?" The principal chuckled, his expression full of amusement. It's normal for children to be curious. There is no need for the elders to pry too much into the matter. We all lived through that time, so everyone knows each other. Although the dark auction cannot be held openly, it is tacitly allowed by the military region and the university. Some items of unknown origin or things that are difficult to sell can be auctioned there. The principal said this and took out a crystal card from his storage bag. It contains a limit of 10,000 soul gold coins. It should be enough for you to spend. Soul coin? What is that? Taking the crystal card handed over by the principal, Wang Yan asked puzzledly. The currency used by all factions is divided into 3 types from low to high: soul copper coins, soul silver coins, and soul gold coins. The exchange rate is 10,000. Under normal circumstances, you will gradually come into contact with these after your senior year. But for you, it's not too early now. The principal smiled and continued. In 2 months, the Northern Theater will hold a challenge competition. All beast masters up to level 8 can participate. You can digest the harvest after the auction and catch up. Don't think about being lazy. Your second uncle said that if you dare not go, he will take you home and marry you to Ruanmei. When you give birth to your 3rd child, I will let you out. I'll go. Wang Yan had a bitter face and felt like he was going crazy. Why is it so difficult to be an honest person these days? Isn't it good to love each other and live in peace? Why do we always have to fight and kill? There was an accident in the soul nurturing ground where a maximum of 3 people could enter. There was an accident in the qualifying competition where freshmen of the same grade participated. And there was an accident in the molten fire ground where all the universities in the Northern Theater of War participated together. Each time is bigger than the last, and each time is more lively. The challenge 2 months later will be open to all beast masters below level 8 in the Northern Theater. If nothing goes wrong, Wang Yan will write his last name backwards. Or there is this possibility. Wang Yi and the principal knew that something would definitely happen. And the purpose of holding the challenge was to lure out those villains hiding in the dark and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Of course, another possibility cannot be ruled out. Because of Wang Yan's appearance, the rats in the gutter jumped out. Wang Yi and the principal used him as bait and made many plans. Why force him to go? Without him as bait, how will the fish take the bait? The more Wang Yan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and the more he felt like he was being cheated. But there is no way. If I don't go, I will be sanctioned and there is no place to seek justice. Many times life is like being raped. As long as you don't scream, You can deceive yourself and pretend nothing happened. Wang Yan chose to cooperate obediently and then extort a large amount of resources after the task was completed. There is still some time before the next auction starts. While waiting, Wang Yan is trying to improve his own strength through various channels. It has to be said that the military region and the university have too strict control over the forces under their command. Things that can be bought with money are useless to Wang Yan now. But there is also good news. After using the galaxy sand, Xiaoye advanced again and became the first king in Wang Yan's hands. Name: Moon Beast Xiaoye. Quality: King. Requires high concentration of moonlight. Level: Level 4, 1 star. Attribute: Yin. Upgrade: Requires a variety of energy-rich fruits or vegetables. Quality skills: Moon Dance. Elite skill: Attracts moonlight and quickly restores one's own energy. Pure Yin body. Leader skill: Absorbs surrounding Yin energy and quickly heals itself. Moon Girl, Lord skill. Under moonlight, it increases energy recovery speed by up to 10 times and reduces the damage taken by oneself. Moon Spirit, a king skill. Every time an item is mixed and crafted, there is a chance to summon the moon spirit into it, greatly improving the effect of the product. First level skills. Moon Dew. Use the dew mixed with moonlight to quickly restore your energy. Second level skills. Moon Bud. A bud cultivated using Yin energy that can quickly heal one's own injuries. Level 3 skills. Osmanthus wine. Select freshly bloomed osmanthus flowers and add moon dew to brew a sweet wine. After drinking it, you will immediately restore your energy and calm your mind and reduce fear for the next 30 minutes. Level 4 skills. 5-nut mooncake. Select high-quality almonds, peach kernels, olive kernels, sesame kernels, and melon seed kernels, and add moon sprouts. After eating, it will immediately heal your injuries and continue to restore your physical strength within the next 30 minutes. Xiaoye's quality was upgraded from Lord to King, and her level also jumped twice to the 4th level. The Moon Beasts are very special. They have no fighting ability, but each of them is an excellent pharmacist. 1 quality skill and 2 level skills can greatly enhance Wang Yan's overall combat effectiveness. As she continues to upgrade, Xiaoye will master more formulas and mix and create things with even more powerful effects. Marvelous! Wang Yan picked up Xiaoye and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Soft, delicate, tender, and beautiful. No wonder some people like to keep rabbits. They are indeed very well-behaved and lovable. He bought Xiaoye a lot of her favorite fruits and vegetables, as well as materials for making sweet-scented osmanthus wine and 5-nut mooncakes. Wang Yan called the person who sold the spirit beast corpse. Such a long time has passed, I don't know if the other party has sold it. Yeah, okay. After chatting for a few words and hanging up the phone, Wang Yan sighed. 1 good news, 1 bad news. The good news is that the body of the spirit beast was not sold. The bad news is that the other party's demands remain unchanged and can only be exchanged for things that improve strength or save lives. Wang Yan bargained with him and barely reached a verbal agreement. If it is not sold by next Tuesday, then agree to trade with Wang Yan. If sold, the agreement is void. The dark auction will be held next Monday. It looks like I'm planning to try my luck. Wang Yan was very helpless. He had traveled to this world less than half a year ago, and all his resources had been used to improve his strength. The few things left were all very precious controlled items. If he dared to sell it, his second uncle Wang, he would definitely take away his legs. Wang Yan sighed and could only hope that Xiaoye could give him a surprise. As an old customer, the Beastmaster Association delivered all the goods in less than half an hour. After Xiaoye ate a carrot, she started working hard. Wang Yan was watching from the side. He was very curious about what the moon spirit was. It didn't take long for Xiaoye to prepare all the materials. Although she is petite, she works very efficiently. That skillful movement didn't seem like it was the first time at all. After washing the osmanthus flowers, she removed the receptacles, leaving only the petals and stamens. After pouring in the moon dew, Xiaoye clasped her hands together on her chest, murmuring an incomprehensible song. She was so gentle, soft, well-behaved, and pleasing that Wang Yan couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms. The singing echoed around, and the moon in the sky glowed with a faint halo. As Xiaoye sang, the halo began to shrink and descend, and finally turned into a little man the size of a bee. It flew around Xiaoye and then fell into the wine jar. Is this the moon spirit? Wang Yan witnessed the whole process and had no intention of capturing the moon spirit. That was just a unique scene formed by the condensation of moonlight, not a real living being. If caught, there is a high probability that it will disintegrate into moonlight. Osmanthus, wine needs time to ferment. So Xiaoye put away the jar and started making 5-nut mooncakes. The moon spirit was not summoned this time, but the taste was pretty good. Holding Xiaoye in one hand and eating mooncake with the other, he felt so happy. Time flies, and the dark auction is about to begin. But before that, the armor and weapons that his second Uncle Wang he promised to give him were finally delivered. Molten armor. Armor made of molten ore with extremely high defense. Every time it is hit, a small explosion will occur on the surface of the armor, reducing the attack damage and rebounding it. Flame sword. Every time it hits a target, it will explode, causing additional splash damage to enemies within range, and infecting their bodies with the fire poison contained in the molten ore. This set of equipment is simply a source of fire poison radiation. Whether attacking or being attacked, the fire poison will invade the body. If you have accumulated too much, even gods cannot save you. 1 or 2 isn't a big problem, but what if dozens or hundreds of soldiers attack together? Once a certain scale is reached, the combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. After putting away all his armor and weapons, Wang Yan prepared to go to the location of the dark auction. His goal is the bloodline of dragon and phoenix species, and other things will be put aside for the time being. Of course, if there is a soul technique or prop that is very suitable for him, Wang Yan doesn't mind buying it. You have to know that the principal gave him a full 10,000 soul gold coins, which is equivalent to 1 trillion soul copper coins. The principal said it should be enough, but that was from the perspective of a level 10 beastmaster. For Wang Yan, a rookie just starting out, there will definitely be no problem. Chapter 57, Tree Spirit. The auction is located in Haixian City, but it is a bit far from Minghu Province's #1 university. Wang Yan rode the lunch bucket for more than 4 hours and arrived just before dusk. Since it is called a dark auction, it will naturally not be held during the day. The entrance to the auction will only appear at specific times, and only for half an hour each time. If you missed it, wait for next time. Wang Yan arrived quite early, but someone had already arrived earlier. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman, and they seemed to have a conflict. Open your dog eyes and see clearly who I am. A man looked ferocious and threatened. In this area of Minghu Province, no one dares to touch a hair of mine. Hearing his words, Wang Yan subconsciously turned his head. When I saw his appearance clearly, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on my face. No one dares to touch a hair on your head? You really need to grow your hair. The head is reflective. Where is the hair for others to touch? The 3 people quarreled more and more fiercely, but they restrained themselves from fighting. The dark auction is about to begin, and no one wants to cause trouble at this time. There are more and more people around, both men and women, old and young. Except for a few people, most of them were not disguised. Under normal circumstances, for an auction like this that cannot be conducted openly, the most important thing besides safety is confidentiality. But that's not the case. The dark auction was tacitly approved by the military district and the university, and even the management of the venue involved the military district. Where there is black, there is white. Where there is good, there is evil. Simply blocking it will only backfire. The consequence is that the contradiction becomes increasingly serious and eventually breaks out completely. Therefore, adhering to the principle that it is better to loosen up than to block, the dark auction gradually evolved into a very formal and unofficial activity. During the auction, no one is allowed to take action. After the auction is over, everyone teleports away on their own to avoid being robbed along the way. In such a situation, hiding is not only meaningless, but will also be considered as guilty. As expected, as the masked men arrived, everyone around them turned their eyes and stared at them for a full 10 seconds before returning to normal as if nothing had happened. It goes without saying that these people have been targeted. I think they have some secret that they cannot tell anyone, so they try to hide it. There is always a price to pay for being different. Wang Yan sighed and continued to stroke Fan Tong's soft long hair. Chic, handsome, and surrounded by a strong sense of wind, Fan Tong undoubtedly became the focus, and Wang Yan was also noticed. The son of the richest man in Minghu Province, the nephew of the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military Region, the only child in the Wang family. These titles combined are as terrifying as a nuclear bomb. Anyone with a normal mind would not take the initiative to attack him. As for how he knew Wang Yan, the video of Minghu #1 University's freshman ranking competition had spread throughout the Yanwang Empire. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tang, and they compared him with several spirit beasts in their memory. The result is predictable. There is no match at all. After all, the husky is just an ordinary animal and has nothing to do with spiritual beasts or ferocious beasts. Its father is a husky, and its mother is a blazing wind beast. Because it was born prematurely, it only inherited the power of wind, and its brain isn't very good. After Wang Yan explained, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder he's so handsome and cool. It's because his brain isn't working well. A man exclaimed, his expression thoughtful. Wang Yan? What does being handsome and cool have to do with a poor brain? He is also very handsome and cool, and there is nothing wrong with his brain. As expected of the eldest son of the Wang family, his dog can actually make Qifeng Biao pregnant. Another voice came, making Wang Yan even more confused. Husky got Qifeng Biao pregnant. What does it have to do with him? It wasn't him who did it. If he did it, that's awesome. My spirit beast is also a canine. Can we breed it? I'll even breed you. It looks so handsome. Can I touch it? Touch it, but don't bite it. How could a guy like Qifeng Biao, who is so ugly and fierce, give birth to such a handsome child? It's nothing. Just keep working hard. There were a lot of weird questions, and Wang Yan's answers were nonsense. Not long after, when the light belonging to the sun completely disappeared, the moon finally occupied the sky. The silver light scattered and slowly gathered 50 meters in front of everyone. Almost visible to the naked eye, a silver gate appeared out of nowhere, waiting to be explored further. Let's go, someone called out, and everyone rushed forward. Wang Yan was not in a hurry. When there were only a few people left around, he staggered in. It was just like entering the soul-nurturing land and the molten land. I felt a little dizzy, but soon recovered. Looking up, what comes into view is a hall. Spacious and bright. The air is filled with a faint fragrance, as sweet as orchids. Is this the dark auction? Wang Yan murmured. This situation was much better than he had imagined. This should be your first time here. Do you need me to introduce you? A crisp sound came from the side. Wang Yan turned his head and found that it was a palm-sized thing, similar to the elves in Western mythology in his previous life. Spiritual beast? Wang Yan asked subconsciously. I'm not a spirit beast, just a companion of the tree spirit. The elf smiled and said, we were conceived by the tree elves. We have independent consciousness, but not independent life. If we die, we will be reborn in the body of the tree elf. What are tree elves? When a world collapses, the remaining world consciousness has a chance to condense into a seed. The seed takes root, sprouts, and grows into an elf. Our original world is called the tree world, and we who inherited the will of that world are tree elves. The elf landed on the nose of the glutton, who remained motionless and gradually became cross-eyed. In addition to unique individuals like us, there is another large group of creatures called elves. They are born from natural elements and plants, and are individuals with independent lives. I see. Wang Yan nodded and understood what was going on. This tree elf is the heir of the world's collapse, and the other kind is a race called elves. I'm planning to sell something. Can you give me an estimate of the price? Wang Yan took out the ordinary osmanthus wine and 5-nut mooncakes, and kept those that were infused with the spirit of the moon for himself. If you give good things to others and use bad things yourself, you must be mentally ill. Hey, it's actually the osmanthus wine brewed by the moon beast. I haven't seen it for a long time. The elf fell onto the wine jar and disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, its face was covered with wine stains. Familiar taste, same as the last time I drank it. Chapter 58, Dragon Flesh and Blood. I'm sorry, I missed this taste so much that I couldn't help myself. The elf wiped the wine stains from his mouth, looking silly. Is osmanthus wine rare? With the means of the dark auction, it shouldn't be difficult to get you some wine, right? Wang Yan asked doubtfully. Osmanthus wine is not uncommon, but moon beasts that can make wine are extremely rare. The elf sighed. The moon beast is a very rare and special spirit beast. It reproduces parthenogenetically, and there can only be 2 of them at a time. In other words, the moon beasts are either mother and daughter or sisters. There won't be a third one. Based on this premise, it's very difficult to get the wine brewed by the moon beast. If I'm not mistaken, your third spirit beast should be the moon beast, Su Yu's child. Is the wine brewed by the moon beast very precious? Wang Yan did not answer its question, but asked back. Very precious. Moon beasts are the essence of the moon and are the representatives of the moon god. The wine and food they brew are closer to nature. For elves, nothing is more delicious than the breath of nature. The elf sniffed, his face full of intoxicated expression. I have a suggestion. I will only sell 1 jar of these wines, and I will buy the rest at twice the price. The elf was full of hope. It was so greedy that if it wasn't afraid that Wang Yan would think it was cheating, it wouldn't want to sell a single jar. Yes, sure. Wang Yan nodded and agreed immediately. This stuff is not that precious. Xiaoya can brew a lot of it every day, and the rest just needs to wait for fermentation. Although the elves are only companions of the tree elves, they can represent the tree elves to a certain extent. Why not use something insignificant to build good relationships? Marvelous! After hearing Wang Yan's words, the elf flew around happily and didn't stop until half a minute later. For the 5-nut mooncakes, the base price can be set at 3,000 each. It's rare to find something that can heal injuries and restore physical strength at the same time, so it should be able to sell for at least 3 times the price. 3,000? Are they soul copper coins? Wang Yan asked. What else? The lowest price of a leader-quality spirit beast is only 20,000. Do you still want to pay with gold coins? The elf took out a number plate and stuffed it into Wang Yan's hand. Inject soul energy into it, and you can make an offer during the auction. If you have any questions, you can also leave a message, and I will reply after receiving it. The auction will start in 10 minutes, so hurry in. As soon as the words fell, the elf disappeared, and a noisy sound came into his ears. Wang Yan walked to his seat according to the number on the number plate, looked around, and took in the surrounding situation. The venue is large and can accommodate 3,000 people, but now there are less than 1,000 people sitting there. On his right, 3 masked men in black robes were communicating with their eyes. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but wail in his heart. I'm just here to buy some stuff. Please don't let anything happen again. The glutton's big head popped out from under the seat, looked around, and somehow he noticed the 3 men in black robes over there. One of the men in black robes also saw the glutton, and their eyes met, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The dull drumbeat sounded, and the venue immediately fell silent. An old man in a green gown and a branch-shaped hairpin on his head walked out slowly, holding a wooden stick in his hand. Wang Yan observed carefully for 10 seconds and found that there was indeed a branch on the head and a wooden stick in the hand. Welcome, everyone. Without further ado, let's get started. The old man spoke simply and directly and immediately introduced the first item for auction. Soul fragments particles, 10 in a group, 10 groups in total, starting at 1,000 soul copper coins per group. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone started bidding. Wang Yan was shocked and felt that the trip was worthwhile. These things only have a slight chance of dropping when killing ferocious beasts above level 4, but they're actually sold in groups here. It's like a little cow knocking on the door and calling for her mother. She's so awesome. If it were a few months ago, Wang Yan would definitely have fought for it. Unfortunately, his current soul strength has reached 24 points, and this thing is of no use to him. 10 groups of soul fragments were quickly bought, followed by some miscellaneous spiritual medicines. It is only effective for basic attributes below 100 points and is highly toxic. After asking the elf, Wang Yan figured out the process of this auction. The auction is held every 6 months and is divided into 3 parts. The first part is now, which auctions a large amount of materials suitable for low-level beastmasters. The second part auctioned all kinds of slaves, including male and female, androgynous, black and white, and neither black nor white. Except for those from the Yanhuang Empire, there were all kinds of slaves. Occasionally, one can also see beastmasters who have grown the organs of spiritual beasts due to blood erosion, as well as hybrids of spiritual beasts and humans. The third part is the most exciting part, and also the most competitive part. Various rare spiritual medicines, special spiritual beasts, and many strange, but very valuable things. If Wang Yan wanted the blood of the dragon and phoenix species, he could only try his luck here. The first stage ended quickly, and several iron cages that were 2 meters long, wide and high were moved onto the stage. Without seeing the old man making any movement, the black cloth covering the body flew up into the air, revealing all the slaves inside. There are 3 people lined up from left to right, 2 women and 1 man, all naked, all humans corroded by blood. A creature that looks like a catwoman, with its erect pupils shrunk into lines and its long, thin tail swinging restlessly. A rabbit-like creature with drooping, furry white ears, looking very timid. The last one is the donkey man. I won't go into details about his details, as he is easy to be blocked. Anyway, it's only half a meter long. Wow, this is really an eye-opener, Wang Yan exclaimed, feeling that his trip was worthwhile as he had really broadened his horizons. The 3 slaves were all white and should have come from the Holy Roman Empire. Because of the changes that happened more than 400 years ago, the historical process of this world is very different from that of Wang Yan's previous life. The Qing dynasty, which had set the Yin-Huang civilization back 1,000 years, died in its infancy. The corrupt Ming dynasty launched a desperate counterattack and actually survived and repelled the ferocious beast, establishing the overlord-level Yin-Huang Empire. In the previous life, Asia was called Kyushu here. In addition to the Yin-Huang Empire, there were 3 vassal kingdoms, namely the Tsarist Kingdom, Tsarist Russia, the Golden Kingdom, Mongolia, and the Mughal Kingdom, India. Regions such as Dongying and Chaosian were directly incorporated into the empire's territory and managed by the Eastern Theater Command. Europe in the previous life was called Daqin, and this Daqin had nothing to do with Yingzheng. During the Han Dynasty, Zhangqian opened the Silk Road, and the Eastern and Western civilizations began to communicate. During the Three Kingdoms period, it was named Daqin, and the Yin-Huang Empire continued to use this name. The situation of Daqin is similar to that of Kyushu. It is also an empire in 3 vassal states, namely the Holy Roman Empire, the Germanic Principality, the Celtic Principality, and the Slavic Principality. Oceania, Antarctica, North America, and South America in the previous life have completely become a paradise for ferocious beasts. Africa, on the other hand, is in chaos. Without the accumulation of civilization and sufficient wisdom, how could a group of creatures that were not much different from gorillas possibly defeat the ferocious beasts? This world is the stage for Kyushu and Daqin, and the Yin-Huang Empire occupies an absolute dominant position. The Holy Roman Empire would not go to war with the Yin-Huang Empire, nor did it dare to go to war. But the situation with his subordinates is another matter. Provoke each other and find fault with each other. This is how the white slaves on the stage came about. As the auction began, prices soared. Catwoman and Bunnywoman were bought for 80 million and 90 million respectively, while Donkey Man was sold for 120 million. Of course, it is Yin-Huang coin, not soul copper coin. These slaves were only used for fun or work, and no one was willing to buy them with precious soul copper coins. After several rounds of slave sales, the most exciting moment finally arrived. The old man still didn't say anything nonsense, and the first dish he served was the main course. The eggs of a leader-quality beast, a giant turtle. It replenishes qi and improves the body, nourishes yin and strengthens yang. Stewing it together with a phoenix-type beast will have a better effect. If you don't want to eat it, you can choose to hatch it. The old man lifted the cloth on the tray, revealing the eggs underneath. The defense of turtles is extremely strong. Unless someone is 1 or 2 levels higher, no one can do anything to them. It's useless to do anything about it. It hides itself when it encounters danger. Where's the Beastmaster? Complaints came from below, the tone full of disdain. There is no fool who can participate in the auction, and naturally, he knows the weaknesses of this ferocious beast. Starting price, 50,000. The old man did not argue, but started bidding directly. The giant tortoise's weaknesses are very obvious, and so are its advantages. It is still very cost-effective for ordinary animal tamers. The price slowly increased and finally stopped at 110,000. Congratulations to this friend. The old man waved his hand, and the second item was brought up. Mu Shui Spirit Fox Cub, the toad coat of the green crystal frost toad, the scales of the iron ankylosaur. Every item that was put on display was quickly sold out. Wang Yan was bored and kept rubbing the dog's head with his feet. The 23rd auction item, 500 kilograms of Qianglong flesh and blood. When the old man's voice reached his ears, Wang Yan couldn't help but tremble all over, and his toes also poked into the nostrils of the glutton. Finally he appeared. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Yan's eyes, and he made a secret decision in his heart that he would buy it no matter how much it cost. Dragon species are rare to begin with, not to mention that this is what I need. If I don't take this opportunity to get the flesh and blood of the Qianglong, I don't know when I will see it again. Qiang dragon flesh? 500 kilograms? Why not a whole dragon? Could it be that the good meat was taken away and the rest is sold? A man in the 3rd row asked. This dragon was found in an old forest. It was burnt black and in tatters. The seller speculated that it must have reached the level of a king, but could not survive the thunder tribulation and was struck to death. The old man said with a smile, an advanced king was killed by a thunderbolt? Upon hearing the old man's words, the entire venue exploded. Chapter 59 Dragon Ball. Except for a very small number of special spirit beasts, no matter whether they are more inclined towards combat or assistance, they must go through a thunder tribulation when advancing to the king level. The more powerful the type, the more terrifying the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation of a dragon species is something that ordinary king beasts cannot withstand. The fact that this dragon still had flesh and blood left after being struck by lightning shows how powerful it was when it was alive. Since he was killed by lightning, where is the Dragon Ball? A voice sounded, and the surroundings immediately became quiet. The Dragon Ball is the essence of the dragon species, concentrating more than 50% of its energy. If there were Dragon Balls, the value of these flesh and blood would immediately double. There is also a Dragon Ball, but it has been damaged too much, and less than 30% of its energy remains. The old man opened his hand, and a bead the size of an eyeball appeared out of thin air. As if sensing the same breath, Xiaoqing actually ran out from the space of the soul contract, staring at the front with its big round eyes, and its tail kept rubbing against Wang Yan's arm. "Don't worry, I will definitely buy it for you." After touching Xiaoqing's slippery head, Wang Yan casually stuffed it into his clothes. 500 kilograms of flesh and blood and the Dragon Ball. The starting price is 100,000. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone spoke up immediately. 200,000, 300,000, 350,000. The price continued to rise, reaching 1 million in less than 10 seconds. Wang Yan had no intention of competing with them slowly, so he directly increased the amount to 5 times. 5 million. As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings immediately fell silent. If it is a complete Dragon Ball and body, it would cost at least tens of millions. However, the remaining energy in the Dragon Ball is less than 30%, and the flesh and blood only weighs 500 kilograms. The best it can be sold for is 3 million. The price was suddenly raised to a level that exceeded the value of the auction item itself, which immediately discouraged many people who were interested in the dragon's flesh and blood and Dragon Balls. The old man didn't waste any words. After asking a question, he made the decision directly. Next is the 24th auction item, the osmanthus wine brewed by the Moon Beast. What? Moon Beast? Is it the Moon Beast of Wangshu, the president of Minghu First University? I don't think so. Wangshu is one of the top warriors in the Northern Theater. To put it bluntly, if she wants something, there are always people vying to give it to her for free. In that case, it should be the descendant of Wangshu's Moon Beast. To be able to obtain a Moon Beast, one must be extraordinary. I guess 99% of the time, he came out to experience life. Everyone was talking about it, and soon their target was Wang Yan. Fortunately, I didn't stare at him for too long. I turned away after just a few seconds, as if nothing had happened. Wang Yan. It's actually the sweet-scented osmanthus wine brewed by the Moon Beast. This rare treasure is hard to come by in 1,000 years, let alone drink a sip. Just being able to smell, it is a blessing that I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Yes, I can actually see the sweet-scented osmanthus wine brewed by the Moon Beast. I, Zhang, have not lived in vain today. No, not today, but this year. This life has not been lived in vain. A group of people praised the performance to the skies, and some of those with good acting skills even had tears in their eyes. If this trend continues, there is a 99% chance that he will burst into tears and howl in his hands. Are you crazy? The corner of Wang Yan's mouth twitched. These people were too good at boasting. It made him feel so annoyed. Wang Yan knew their purpose, which was just to leave a good impression on him, and it would be best if they could establish a relationship with him. When we meet again, we will get to know each other. With the support of bigwigs like Wang Yi and the principal, and his own great talent, his future is limitless. Maybe a bit of flattery now could save their lives in the future. A jar of osmanthus wine, starting price is 3,000. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone started bidding. 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 60,000. The price soared and soon exceeded 500,000. Wang Yan was very surprised. He felt that he had underestimated the principal's reputation. What these people are fighting for is not a jar of wine, but a hope that is so slim that it is almost non-existent. The osmanthus wine was eventually sold for 800,000 yuan, and the subsequent 100-piece 5-nut mooncakes were sold for a total of 5 million yuan. For Wang Yan, 5 million is indeed a sky-high price. Because at Xiaoye's speed, if the raw materials are sufficient, at least 50 mooncakes can be produced every day, and there will be 7 or 8 jars of osmanthus wine. Unfortunately, there are too few moon beasts, only two in the world. One is the principal spirit beast, which is very powerful and wealthy, and the things it makes will never be leaked. The other one is in the hands of Wang Yan, who is also a wealthy man. In other words, these mooncakes and wines are very likely to be out of print. If you don't have enough status, don't even think about meeting him a second time. The 26th auction item, a Lord-quality 6th-order dragon species, the complete body of a Qilong. Here it comes. Hearing the old man's words, Wang Yan's heart trembled. This was the seller he had contacted before, who was only willing to exchange for elixirs that could increase strength or things that could save his life. A dragon species with the quality of a 6th-level lord naturally has extraordinary strength. Whether it is to improve the spirit beast or oneself, the spiritual medicine needed is extremely precious, and its value can even be comparable to the spirit beast itself. Not to mention life-saving things, most of which cannot be bought with money. Even if you come to a dark auction, the outcome is certain. Sure enough, when the old man stated his request, the entire venue immediately fell silent. The value of the corpse of a lord-quality spirit beast is much lower than imagined. Its greatest use is to help spiritual beasts of the same kind advance to become kings. However, the problem is that the number of dragon-type beasts is very rare and the market demand is not large. No matter how precious it is, what can we do if no one buys it? As Wang Yan expected, the body was not sold at the auction. It's not that the people present don't have what the seller needs, but the body is not worth it. The auction continued, and there were many good things. Wang Yan bought a few things he needed. After the auction was over, he left with Tang. Thank God, nothing went wrong. After coming out of the dark auction, Wang Yan's heart finally settled down in his stomach. The previous incidents scared him so much that he would run into trouble wherever he went, and each time was bigger and more troublesome than the last. Wang Yan even suspected that he was a disaster. I hope everything will go this smoothly every time in the future. Wuyang Daozhen, Amit Ba, Amen. All the gods are with me. Wang Yan clasped his hands together and prayed silently. However, at this moment, the space 10 meters in front of him suddenly twisted, and 3 people in black robes and masks appeared out of thin air. Oh no, it's coming for me. With almost no time to think, Wang Yan took out the space converter and prepared to escape, but the next scene shocked him so much that he was speechless for a long time. A collar, a cage, and a bag were thrown over, aiming directly at the food bucket next to it. Dozens of soul spells suddenly exploded, and the powerful energy splashed countless sparks in the air. After a series of outrageously fast operations, the 3 men in black and the glutton all disappeared, leaving only Wang Yan, who looked confused, standing there in a mess. Chapter 60 Dark Bible. What on earth just happened? Wang Yan had a blank expression on his face, and it took him more than 2 minutes to come back to his senses. You went through all this trouble just for a rice bucket? If you had told me earlier, I would have sent it to you directly. Wang Yan was speechless. To him, a glutton is just a piece of chicken ribs. It's a pity to throw it away. Keep it, it's annoying. If someone is willing to take it, he would rather give them some hard work fees. After all, I was raised little by little from the time I couldn't even open my eyes, so I have feelings for you. The 3 men took so much trouble to snatch the rice bucket away. Obviously, they liked it very much. Wang Yan felt relieved to leave the rice bucket to them. Live well, I will miss you. Wang Yan wiped away the non-existent tears and felt very happy. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Wang Yan took out his cell phone from his pocket and found it was a text message. If you still want your dog's life, bring 100 million cash to the Xinxiang Dog Meat Restaurant in 3 days. 100 million in cash? To redeem the dog. After seeing this text message, Wang Yan decisively added the number to the blacklist. I finally got rid of that stupid dog, and now I want him to spend money to redeem it? No way. Oh, poor glutton, I'm going to miss you. After muttering hypocritically, Wang Yan suddenly felt refreshed. This trip was not in vain. Not only did I get several things I needed, but I also made a lot of money selling osmanthus wine and 5-nut mooncakes. Once we get the Qilong's corpse tomorrow, only the horned dragon and the panlong will be left. Wang Yan was full of hesitation and was looking forward to seeing Xiaoqing's appearance after her advancement. Powerful spiritual beasts such as dragon and phoenix can only transform into human form after reaching the king quality. Xiaoqing is so clingy. I wonder what she will be like after she becomes a human. But then again, we have to find a solution to the problem of thunder tribulation in advance. Normally, to advance a spiritual beast, It only needs the blood of one kind of dragon, but Shaoqing needs 5. The more powerful the spirit beast, the more terrifying the thunder tribulation will be when it advances to the king level. With Shaoqing's strength, God knows how terrifying the thunder tribulation will be. After returning to school, Wang Yan contacted the person who wanted to sell the Qilong corpse. The corpse was taken away for 2 jars of osmanthus wine, 3 5-nut mooncakes, and 1 million soul copper coins. Generally speaking, the relationship between spirit beasts and their tamers is very deep, and after a spirit beast dies in battle, it will generally be properly buried. This man had obviously been in a lot of trouble to sell the body. Of course, it is also possible that this Qilong is a trophy. In order to kill it, the man's spirit beast died, and he himself was seriously injured. But these have nothing to do with Wang Yan. No one can empathize with the various things in this world. When one person cries in pain, others only feel it is noisy. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Before the sun had fully risen, Wang Yan was awakened by a hurried knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was a strange man. Before Wang Yan could ask, the man immediately knelt on the ground, hugged Wang Yan's legs with both hands, and burst into tears. Please, please, take it away, please. What's going on? Who are you taking away? What happened? Wang Yan pulled the man up, and after careful questioning, he finally understood what was going on. The man in front of him, who was crying heartbrokenly, was one of the 3 people who had kidnapped Fan Tong. They did not dare to kidnap Wang Yan for fear of attracting the principal or Wang Yi, so they chose Fan Tong as their target. Their purpose is to make money, and catching the glutton will only make Wang Yan anxious. They succeeded, but the consequences were more serious than expected. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names but no wrong nicknames. The glutton was such a glutton that he ate up all their half-month's food in just one day. If it were just that it would be fine, but that idiot kept howling like a ghost when he wasn't full, and he didn't stop for hours. It gnawed on the tables, chairs, and even the wall. A few men tied up the rice bucket, and it began to wriggle around like a maggot, farting, pooping, and howling in the middle of the night. They were just looking for money and didn't dare to kill the glutton or beat it. After a few days of this, the 3 of them almost collapsed. I originally thought that Wang Yan would be anxious to redeem Fan Tong, but I never expected that his mobile phone number was blocked. In desperation, they could only ask for help from friends and finally came here. Wang Yan. It's really a ghost. I finally got rid of the rice bucket, but it comes back again. Wang Yan had no expression on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. He must have done something bad in his previous life, which is why he met such a good-for-nothing in this life. Wang Yan was in a depressed mood. The 3 people who captured Fan Tong had their worldviews collapsed. They swore that they had never seen such a spiritual beast that could be so annoying. That idiot was finally snatched away by you guys, and you're going to return it just like that? Wang Yan sneered, his tone full of threats. Although he really wanted to give the rice bucket away, he couldn't bear to let it starve. Since these people can't afford to raise it, there's no problem in taking it back. But just as Wang Yan said, if you want to take it away, you could take it away, and if you want to send it back, you can send it back. Without sufficient compensation, Wang Yan doesn't mind letting the fans stay outside for a few more days. Brother, we have all been reduced to robbery. Where can we get the money to compensate you? This person's face was full of grievance. He was extremely poor and wanted to make some money by kidnapping, then run away and leave Minghu province. However, no one expected that the arrival of the glutton would make the already poor family even worse off. They don't even have money for tomorrow's meal. Well, that seems to be the case. Wang Yan scratched his head and actually felt a little sorry for this man. How about forget it? Wang Yan muttered in his heart, and just when he decided to let this man go, the other party suddenly stood up. I have something good to compensate you. The man took out a book from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Yan. What? The Dark Bible? When Wang Yan saw the 4 large gold-plated characters on the cover, he couldn't help but scream out in surprise. It's really fucked up. First there was the Dark Slave Auction, and then there was the Dark Bible. What the hell? Is he a serious person? An innocent little boy? I have lived an upright life. Why do things like this always happen? Putting away the Dark Bible, Wang Yan coughed and said, "Bring the rice bucket here. I hope he won't appear in front of me in the future." Of course, definitely not. After hearing Wang Yan's words, the man was so grateful that he almost knelt down and kowtowed. Looking at his appearance, Wang Yan felt a sense of pity for no reason. What kind of trouble must this person have suffered from that good-for-nothing to have such a reaction? Ouch! Seeing Wang Yan from a few dozen meters away, Tang immediately ran over. The big head rubbed back and forth on Wang Yan, and it seemed that it was hungry. Oh, what a sin! Sighing helplessly, Wang Yan took out a braised pork elbow and stuffed it into the glutton's mouth. Chapter 61. Mysterious Ice Realm. Close the door tightly and draw the curtains. Wang Yan then took out the Dark Bible and opened it carefully. In this world, it is incredible to see something with the same name as in the previous life. That anime is not allowed to be watched by pure people. I don't know about this book. An expression of disbelief emerged on Wang Yan's face. With his strength of 167 points, he couldn't even open it. Interesting, really interesting. After trying several times and failing, Wang Yan simply threw the book on the table and left it alone. It turns out that, whether in the past life or now, pure people are not allowed to watch things like the Dark Bible. After checking the panels of several spirit beasts, Xiaoqing found that he still needed the blood of two ferocious beasts, the horned dragon and the coiled dragon, to advance to the king quality. Wang Yan had a hunch that Xiaoqing's overall strength would increase dramatically, completely distancing itself from other dragon species. The gold is a bit insufficient, and 4 kinds of bloodlines are needed: Phoenix, Cuckoo, Blue Phoenix, and Swan. Xiaoya's case is simple. As long as there is enough moonlight, she can continue to evolve. Wang Yan decided to help Xiaoqing advance first, and then look for those phoenix species. Hercules and Panlongs are not easy to deal with. Wang Yan sighed. Dragon species are already rare, not to mention that they have to be of a specific type. Given his foundation in this world, it would probably take him 3 to 5 years to find it on his own. But then again, who says that we have to rely on ourselves for everything? So Wang Yan called the principal. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yan hung up the phone. After hearing Wang Yan's question, the principal actually gave a place where dragon species might exist. Xianbing Realm, completely opposite to the Molten Land. It is a paradise for ferocious beasts with water, ice, and fog attributes. The air was filled with cold poison, which constantly corroded the body of the Beastmaster. If it is not removed in time, the cold poison in the body will accumulate and eventually freeze into an ice sculpture. The Xianbing Realm is rich in a magical medicine called Ice Mist Flower, which can calm the mind and reduce the impact of the external environment on the spirit. Many alchemists and weapon refiners need this thing for assistance, so it is extremely expensive. Several military regions and universities have always been eyeing the Xianbing Realm, but they have been unable to solve the problem of the cold poison, so they have had to put it on hold temporarily. There are many kinds of ferocious beasts in the Xianbing Realm, and some people have seen dragons more than once. As to whether it is what Wang Yan needs, that is hard to say. The Xianbing Realm is a bit difficult to deal with. Wang Yan thought about it and decided to prepare well before going in. There are a large number of space cracks in this world, which can be roughly divided into 3 categories. Places like the soul-nurturing land and the molten land that have been penetrated and completely controlled are called secret realms. Those who conduct in-depth exploration and control a small area are called a realm. For example, the Vajra Realm and the Black Ice Realm. Those that were closed after only initial exploration are only numbered. For example, area numbered 00001 is a terrifying area that even a level 10 Beastmaster dare not enter easily. The situation inside the Xianbing Realm is not complicated, but it is open to everyone because the cold poison is difficult to deal with. Of course, this difficult to solve means that it is difficult to solve completely. There are still many ways to resist the cold poison in a short period of time. After ordering some things on the website of the Beastmaster Association, Wang Yan hugged Xiaoya in one hand and Xiaoqing and Jinzi in the other, and soon fell asleep. As for the glutton, he had already kicked him under the bed. I have to say the other world is good. If I had dared to sleep with a lowly and a national protected animal in my previous life, I would have been arrested and shot. The morning moon sets in the west, the sun rises in the east, and a new day finally arrives. Wang Yan rode on the rice bucket and headed for the entrance of the Xianbing Realm. As an open space crack, a not-so-bustling commercial district has formed around the Xianbing Realm. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, leisure, and relaxation. Everything you want is available. After coming out of the Xianbing Realm, there will be special merchants purchasing resources such as ice mist flowers. When beast masters make money, they usually spend it nearby. Take a hot bath and have a massage. The female Beastmaster rubs the inside, and the male Beastmaster rubs the inside. If you are attracted to each other, there is no need to look for those skilled women, men. You can just open a hotel and comfort each other's lonely body and mind. These are all normal human behaviors, and there is nothing to criticize. Wild animal tamers have no backing, so they have to risk their lives to get what they want. You never know when you might fail, so what's the point of saving money? Warm baby, keep away the cold. Warm your hands and warm your heart. Ginseng brown sugar ginger tea warms the stomach. Thick down jackets are all velvet, and the manufacturer is right next door. A man shouted and patted the swan next to him. Ga. The entrance to the Xianbing realm is a place where demons are dancing wildly. Those selling clothes, drinks, and equipment all claim to be keeping you warm and fighting the cold. Brother, would you like a bowl of ginseng, brown sugar, and ginger tea? It will definitely make your body as hot as the sun. Even if we don't go to Xianbing realm, we can go to the hotel, a vendor said with a smirk. Wang Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him and took Fan Tong into the Xianbing realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind was howling and snowflakes were flying all over the sky. The Xianbing realm really lives up to its name. It's so cold. In such an environment, without enough warm clothes, you will be frozen into an ice sculpture within a few hours. I took out the molten armor from the storage space, and the fire poison and cold poison offset each other, and I felt much better instantly. Entering the mysterious ice realm wearing molten fire armor must be considered a genius idea. The heat released by the molten armor is better than any other clothing in keeping warm, but it will greatly reduce the service life of the armor. Only someone as wealthy and powerful as Wang Yan with a strong background would dare to do this. As soon as Jinzi and Xiaoqing were released, the two little guys immediately started wailing. Wow, it's so cold, so cold, so cold. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiaoqing quickly slipped into Wang Yan's clothes, and Jinzi jumped onto his shoulders, keeping warm with the heat from the molten armor. Wang Yan did not summon Xiaoye. In such cold weather, she had no fighting ability, and there was no need to let her suffer for a few points. System, continue exchanging cold poison. Get 1 point. Get 1 point. Get 1 point. Because of the protection of the molten armor, the cold poison that invades the body is very rare. If it enters a combat state, it is estimated that it will increase a lot. Wang Yan turned his head and looked at Fan Tong. If he couldn't stand it, he would let it go out first. Once the operation in Xianbing realm is over, take it home. If it gets lost, then just leave it. However, Wang Yan never expected that the fan bucket not only did not tremble, but instead changed its appearance. The wisdom in his eyes disappeared at some point, leaving only sharpness and determination. The wind element rotates around the body, rolling up snowflakes. Mighty and handsome. There is no trace of stupidity at all. He is clearly the king commanding thousands of wild wolves. Chapter 62, Elves. Wang Yan admitted that he underestimated Fan Tong. The temperature drops, stupidity shuts down, and IQ regains its high ground. If anyone says huskies are stupid again, Wang Yan will get angry with him. Ouch! The rice bucket howled towards the sky, his voice loud and long. With its sturdy and upright figure and the constantly rotating snowflakes, it really has the style of a wolf king. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After barking, the glutton shook off the snow on his body. The 3-second period was up, and the stupid dog returned. Looking at the glutton rolling around in the snow, Wang Yan felt sad. After all, it was all in vain. Boss, why do you have high hope for this thing? Judging from its IQ, any chicken is better than it. Jinzi sneered. The glutton often licked it for no apparent reason, and every time he licked its feathers into a mess, which was very annoying. Jinzi taught the glutton a lesson many times, but the idiot only remembered the food and not the beating, and he never learned his lesson. If you ask me, we should stew it. In cold weather, dog meat is the best. As Jinzi spoke, his bright eyes began to focus toward the center, and his IQ gradually approached that of a glutton. Plop! It flipped over and fell from the shoulder into the snow. The gold fluttered its wings, spun, and danced with its eyes closed. Wang Yan? Looking at the dog and the bird not far ahead, Wang Yan was stunned for a full half-minute before he realized what was going on. After foolish advancement becomes a lord, he gains a new skill called Idiot Strike. Randomly select a target at regular intervals and forcibly lower its IQ. If nothing unexpected happens, Jinzi will be caught. Good fellow, really good fellow. He suddenly came up with this in the midst of a life-and-death battle. and he is simply invincible. Wang Yan sighed in his heart, grabbed the gold, turned over, and rode on the back of the lunch bucket. The wind was howling and snowflakes were flying all over the sky. In such an environment, most animal tamers would have difficulty moving, but that was no problem for Glutton. The wind element rotated around the body, blowing away the snow and pushing the rice bucket to accelerate. That's not all. The tail of the Glutton was raised high while it was running wildly. A stream of air suddenly spurted out from the back, increasing its speed even more. Although the Glutton is stupid, he is more than qualified to be a mount, especially the second-level skill, which is simply invincible. Name Ha Biao, Rice Bucket. Quality: Lord, any Lord quality canine beast bloodline. Level 3, 2 stars. Attribute: Wind. Upgrade: requires the flesh and blood of a 4th-level beast or other energy-rich substances. Quality skills: Wings of Wind. Elite skill that greatly increases movement speed in windy places. Son of the Wind. Leader skill: control the power of wind, continuously generate tornadoes around yourself, reduce damage from all directions, and prevent enemies from approaching. Stupid Strike. Lord skill: randomly selects a target at regular intervals and forcibly lowers its IQ. First-level skills: Awul. Second-level skills: Jet. Spray a stream of air behind you to increase your running speed. Level 3 skills: Dog Paddle. Every time you dig, there is a small chance of discovering treasure. In addition to running away, Tang also has the potential to be a miner, and there is a chance of discovering treasure every time he digs. But as for the probability, just take it as a glance and don't take it too seriously. After reaching the 3rd level, Wang Yan once took Tang to the wilderness to hunt for treasure, hoping to try his luck and see if he could find anything good. However, probability is often misleading. Although the Glutton did dig up a lot of things, they were not treasures. There were nothing but bones, and occasionally a few piles of feces left by unknown ferocious beasts. Maybe to a dog, this thing is a treasure. But Wang Yan is a human being, not a dog. The wind elements rolled around, rolling up countless snowflakes. Wang Yan was like a legendary knight, shuttling through the wind and snow, stepping on dogs to come and stepping on dogs to leave. Ouch! A loud howl echoed in the distance. Tang stopped suddenly and threw the gold on his head away. Fuck you, you stupid dog. Jeansy climbed out of the snow with great effort, cursing angrily. The Glutton turned a deaf ear and sniffed around. Oh my god, did you find shit again? Jeansy jumped onto Wang Yan's shoulder and shook his feathers to shake off the snowflakes. Ice mist flowers are abundant in the Xianbing realm, but they usually only grow on the cliffs of snowy mountains. Buried in the thick snow, Jeansy could not think of anything else except shit. Ouch! The rice bucket barked again and began to dig fiercely with its claws. The gold fell from Wang Yan's shoulder and tried to jump onto Tang's head. Unexpectedly, there was a problem with the angle, and my face was covered with snowflakes. Stupid dog, I'm going to fight you. Jeansy was so angry that he swung out a golden sword energy, which shot at Jeansy's testicles. A woof! The severe pain made the eater jump 3 feet high, and his raised tail was immediately clamped tightly. Okay, stop messing around. Wang Yan sighed, grabbed the gold, and threw it behind. After digging for about 5 minutes, the treasure was finally found. Lunch Bucket was holding a fist-sized piece of ice in his mouth and running over happily, looking very proud. The surface of the ice cube is very flat and has a regular polyhedral shape. There was a shadow looming inside, and it looked like it was still alive. Crystalline water. Pure water elements condense into crystals, with a slight chance of giving birth to elves inside. Elf! Wang Yan observed carefully and found that the shadow inside did look like the legendary elf. Is this the elf? Jeansy stared at the crystal water, and Xiaoqing also stuck her head out from her clothes. It should be an elf, with water or ice attributes, but it has not been fully conceived yet. Wang Yan put the crystal water into the storage bag, stroked the big head of the Glutton, and praised him. The rice bucket proved with practical actions that it can really find treasures, not just shit and bones. This alone is worthy of praise. Climbing onto the dog, Wang Yan continued to move forward, heading deep into the Xianbing realm. He ran all the way, stopping several times along the way, each time producing a block of crystal water. The output of this thing is actually not low, but because it is hidden relatively secretly and extremely difficult to find, the price is ridiculously high. After obtaining this thing, special methods can be used to speed up the development of the internal elves and sign a contract before they are fully mature. Elves do not occupy the slot of soul contract, but each Beastmaster can only have one in his lifetime. If you get two, the elves will merge with each other. If you are lucky, a new elf will be formed, but if you are unlucky, everything is over and you lose everything. Wang Yan planned to find a good one for his own use and sell all the bad ones. If you come across a top-quality item, even if you don't find a dragon seed, the trip will be worthwhile. Chapter 63, God of Ice and Fire. The Xianbing realm is vast and boundless, and no one knows how many ferocious beasts exist in it. However, due to human activities, the ferocious beasts near the entrance have been basically cleared out. Wang Yan and Tang ran wildly for a while and finally saw the first ferocious beast. Yeti. The lowest is the 4th level elite, and the highest is the 9th level lord. Strictly speaking, these things cannot actually be considered alien beasts. They are made up of elements and matter, not living things, and only have instincts. The same is true for the molten rock monsters in the molten land. Since it is not a living being, there is naturally no restriction on bloodline. As long as the elemental energy is sufficient and pure enough, the quality and level can be continuously improved. Compared to ferocious beasts, it is much easier to improve the quality of these elemental monsters, but very few Beastmasters choose to sign a contract with them. Gluttons have low IQs. They have no IQ at all. Even a 9th rank lord only acts on instinct. Elves are another case. If elemental monsters are the fusion of elements and matter, then elves are the sublimation of elements. From the virtual to the real, a physical entity is condensed from pure energy, and it is naturally endowed with a strong affinity for elements. Call. Seeing Wang Yan, the snow monster immediately rushed over. They live in an environment of ice and snow, and instinctively reject and hate all light and heat. Wang Yan was wearing molten armor, so it was normal for him to be attacked. This place is close to the entrance and has been cleared by the army. Once he enters the place where the snow monsters gather, Wang Yan will understand what enthusiasm is. Laugh! The strong wind was like a sharp blade, tearing everything into pieces as soon as it got close. The 4th level elite is nothing but trash to Wang Yan now. There was no need for him to do it himself. The wind around the rice bucket's body was enough to kill it easily. The rice bucket moves very fast and stops every once in a while. Most of it is crystal water, and a small part is some miscellaneous stuff. Wang Yan's target was the dragon-type beast, but because no one was urging him, he was happy to explore the Xianbing realm slowly. Anyway, I have brought enough food and water, and I don't have to worry about the cold poison invading my body. It doesn't matter if I live here for a few years. But this is just something to think about. Wang Yan is going to participate in the Northern Theater Challenge. If you dare to be absent, you will probably be beaten to a pulp and put in solitary confinement. The Xianbing realm is huge in area, and the military district has cleared the area within 100 miles of the entrance to prevent the ferocious beasts inside from invading the outside world. Those beast tamers used fixed-point teleportation devices to directly reach several outposts established within the military district. The military district and the university have always been eyeing the Xianbing realm, but because they are unable to completely solve the problem of the cold poison, they have had to put it on hold temporarily. But that doesn't mean they will give up. Establish outposts and garrison them with troops. Attract animal tamers to explore, and the military district and university provide support in the rear. In this way, even if it is impossible to completely capture it, the resources of the Xianbing realm can be completely taken into its possession. In addition to the Xianbing realm, many other space cracks are handled in this way. After all, there are too many space cracks, and the military district and the university have limited manpower, so it is very difficult to attack them completely. Wang Yan did not choose to go to the outpost, mainly because he did not want others to know his whereabouts. It is a desolate and silent place. You may not see a living person even after walking for dozens of miles. Murder and robbery are commonplace. If Wang Yan met a rapist, his innocence would be ruined. Boys must learn to protect themselves when they are outside and not give bad guys any opportunity to take advantage of them. The environment of the Xianbing realm is very monotonous and vast, with snow everywhere as far as the eye can see. Wang Yan didn't know how long he had been running. He was so tired that his tongue was twitching. Finally, he saw something other than white snow. It was a dog sled team. 6 dogs and 3 people were running wildly on the snow. Ouch! Seeing its fellow glutton, The glutton immediately became energetic, sped up rapidly, and caught up with it in less than half a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Smelling the smell of the rice bucket, the 6 dogs immediately lay on the ground, not daring to move. Because the speed was too fast, his body left 6 deep grooves in the snow, and the sled and 3 people behind were thrown out due to inertia. As if they saw the arrival of the Dog King, the 6 sled dogs had adoration in their eyes. Their tails kept wagging back and forth, sweeping the snow on the ground and flying everywhere. Ouch! The glutton howled loudly, as if he was lecturing his younger brother. The 6 dogs whined a few times, their expressions becoming more and more admiring. Wang Yan, Jinzi. The man and the bird looked at each other, and both saw confusion in their eyes. Is this a similar find? The snow was too thick, and the 3 humans who were thrown out were not injured. Under normal circumstances, when encountering such a thing, one would either be furious or terrified. But their reactions made Wang Yan very confused. Dog King, Vulcan. 3 people were kneeling on the ground, shouting strange words. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Yan roughly understood the situation. The Dog King should refer to the glutton. After it appeared, all 6 dogs lay down. It is reasonable to use the Dog King to explain it. If it were the god of fire, it should be myself. Wearing a red molten armor, in this place covered with ice and snow, it was like the god of fire descending. I'm not the god of fire. I'm just a traveler passing by. Wang Yan did not choose to pretend to be a charlatan. On the one hand, he was really not good at this, and it would be easy to be exposed if he did not pretend well. On the other hand, he did not need to pretend to be a charlatan. If you have any questions, just ask directly. If you can't answer them, draw out the flaming sword and ask again. After a friendly exchange, the 3 people talked about everything they knew. In the end, the 3 people left on foot, and Wang Yan got what he wanted. They are the indigenous people of the Xianbing realm and have lived in ice and snow for generations. Like countless lower civilizations, their culture also has many legends. For example, there is the Dog King who can command all dogs, and there is the god of fire who comes to the world with infinite power. Because of living with sled dogs day and night, many legends about dogs naturally emerged. The words of the god of fire are a form of worship. The deeper we are in darkness, the more we long for light. So are these natives. Fire is an extremely precious thing, and it is the guarantee of their survival in the ice and snow. Therefore, over the long years, the worship of fire evolved. Wang Yan was wearing molten armor, and in the eyes of these ignorant natives, he was like the god of fire. Similarly, the gods of water, ice, and snow are also objects of their worship. In the indigenous mythology system, there were 2 natural gods, ice and fire, when the world was first created. The trinity of the god of water, god of ice, and god of snow fought a fierce battle with the god of fire. Ultimately, Vulcan failed, and the world became what it is today. Those who worship the god of ice live in the center of this world, while those who worship the god of fire are driven into a corner, struggling to survive. Fortunately, the followers of the ice god did not kill them all. They did not seem to care about the life and death of the followers of the fire god, but were busy with internal struggles. Chapter 64, Ceratopsis. Wow, it's clearly 3 forms of the same substance, but it can actually split into 3 different factions. The water god cult, the ice god cult, and the snow god cult. Wang Yan sighed in his heart, thinking that these believers might have gone insane, but of course it was also possible that it was just a simple political struggle. In the name of God, they use all kinds of means to fight for power and profit. According to the 3 people, most of the followers of the god of fire have died, and the natives in the Xianbing realm basically believe in the god of water, the god of ice, and the god of snow. These 3 religions are not particularly hostile to outsiders. As long as you respect their gods, you will gain a certain degree of friendship. And they also respect other people's customs and habits, which is completely different from the cult that Wang Yan was in his previous life. Generally speaking, the situation in the Xianbing realm is not particularly complicated. As long as you don't deliberately cause trouble, your life will generally not be in danger. Wang Yan's target is the dragon seed. After killing it, he will let Shaoqing devour it to help it advance to the king. The only way to achieve this goal is to ask the natives. Only the natives who have lived here for generations know the exact location of the dragon-like beast. Wang Yan was lucky because the 3 natives knew the approximate activity area of the dragon-like beasts. The 6 sled dogs were running wildly all the way, while Wang Yan and Fan Tong were sitting leisurely. I don't know how much time passed, but just when Wang Yan was about to fall asleep, the sled dogs finally slowly stopped. His body was shaking, his tail was tucked between his legs, and his eyes were filled with fear. Wang Yan looked up and saw a snowy mountain in front of him. Tall, straight, steep, and extremely majestic. Ouch! Seeing his younger brother stop, Fantong immediately howled, urging them to move on. However, these dogs seemed to be frightened, and no matter how the Fantong barked, they dared not move forward. They should have sensed the breath of the dragon species. Wang Yin patted Fantong's head and said, "Wait here. I'll come down to find you after I solve the problem." Ouch! Seeing that Wang Yin wanted to leave, Fantong immediately bit his pants with his mouth. The big eyes, full of wisdom, were filled with reluctance, as if telling people not to throw it away. Why? Wang Yin sighed, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although this guy is stupid, he is not beyond salvation. At least there is still affection, and I won't be willing to part with myself. Just when Wang Yin was hesitating whether to take it with him, Jinzi next to him took out a braised pork elbow from the anklet-shaped storage item and threw it away. Without any hesitation, the glutton disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already bitten the pork elbow. Wang Yin. God can't bear to part with himself. This idiot is fucking hungry. Wang Yin felt very tired. Why did he have illusions about this brainless guy? Let's go, boss. Jinzi spread his wings with an expression that said, "I knew it would be like this. Hey, let's go." Glancing at the glutton who was eating heartily and ignoring him, Wang Yin felt sad and once again thought of eating dog meat. The snow mountain is over 1,000 meters high, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to climb up, as their hats will fall off if they look up. But who is Wang Yin? He is a man who always shits in the toilet with his face facing outwards. Put on spiked shoes and cat claw gloves and walk on the ice-covered rocks as if they were walking on flat ground. Boss, I have a bad feeling. Jinzi hid in the hat behind Wang Yan's head, constantly observing the surrounding situation. The Yeti is not a living creature, so naturally it is not afraid of the dragon's power. Every step forward would be surrounded by a bunch of snow monsters, which was really annoying. Jinzi was almost exhausted from shooting so hard, but Wang Yin only climbed more than 200 meters. We can't go on like this. Although he had osmanthus wine to replenish his energy and 5-nut mooncakes to restore his strength, he didn't know how long he would have to stay in the Xianbing realm. It is best to save on these supplies to avoid any unexpected events. After retreating to the foot of the mountain, Wang Yin discussed with Jinzi and decided to let Jinzi go up by himself. It's fast, so even if you can't defeat it, you can still escape. In addition, Jinzi's ability to attract hatred is also unique. Once, Aobama was almost fuming with anger because of it, and this time would definitely be no exception. The waiting time was very long. After about half an hour, a deafening roar was heard. Whole head high, loud and high-pitched, carrying unspeakable anger and murderous intent. Then, a snow-white dragon carrying rolling white snow swooped down from the top of the mountain. It is 100 meters long and more than 2 meters in diameter. Its branch-like horns are symmetrical on both sides, making it look quite majestic. God help me, it turned out to be a horned dragon. Seeing the appearance of this ferocious dragon-like beast, Wang Yin almost jumped up with joy. It is said in records of strange things, a snake turns into a jiao after 500 years, a jiao turns into a dragon after 1,000 years, and a dragon turns into a horned dragon after 500 years. The ceratopsis is the oldest among dragons, and it will be able to evolve into a Yinglong in another 500 years. Of course, records of strange things only covers the southern and northern dynasties period, so just take a look at it. Yinglong is a deity, born with auspiciousness, and the ancient god of war. During his active period, most of the famous mythical beasts, fierce beasts, exotic beasts, and powerful men were beaten by him. If a dragon can evolve into Yinglong after living for thousands of years, then this god of war is too worthless. In order for Shaoqing to evolve from a lord to a king, he also needs the blood of a horned dragon and a coiled dragon. Now that we have the horned dragon, only the coiled dragon is left. Boss, help! This dragon is going crazy! Jinzi shouted as he ran, and the Ceratosaurus behind him chased him and shot ice cones. Looking at his furious and relentless look, I wonder what kind of evil thing Jinzi has done. Are you cursing again? Wang Yin turned around and ran, asking as he ran. I didn't say anything bad. I just broke its eggs. Wang Yin. Broke the egg? Damn, if it were me, I would chase after her like crazy. Wang Yan was too tired to complain. A bird or a dog were both troublesome. Xiaoqing, Wang Yan called out, and Xiaoqing, who was curled up in his clothes, immediately shot out. The Ceratosaurus is very difficult to deal with. A sixth-order dragon species, Lord quality, fighting on its home turf. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be a brutal battle. After obtaining the armor and weapons made of molten ore, Wang Yan was confident that he could fight a fifth-level leader head-on. But facing a horned dragon, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. Therefore, not causing trouble to Jinzi and Xiaoqing is the greatest help to them. 2 fourth-level lords versus 1 sixth-level lord. The war broke out immediately. The sky is full of wind and snow, and icicles are dancing wildly. The blazing white sword energy flew everywhere, and the scorching flames enveloped the surroundings. The battle between the Lord Beasts was extremely terrifying. The aftermath alone turned the area within a radius of several hundred meters into hell, and all the snow monsters that approached were torn to pieces. Ice and fire intertwined. Sword energy and snowflakes confronted each other. The enraged Ceratosaurus actually put Jinzi and Xiaoqing at a disadvantage. Is this the true power of the dragon species? It's so terrifying. Strong winds and snowstorms were flying all over the sky. Xiaoqing stood still, but Jinzi was blown all over the place. Chapter 65, The Power of Osmanthus Wine. The enemies before were all very weak, and it seemed that Jinzi's fighting ability was even better. But when facing a terrifying beast like the Ceratopsis, the difference is finally evident. It makes sense that dragon species are the undisputed strongest among countless ferocious beasts. The higher the level, the better the quality, and the bigger the gap. Coupled with the difficulty of advancement, once Xiaoqing becomes the king, he will be able to subdue all the ferocious beasts. Puff, puff, puff. The raging flames, the spurting venom, combined with the golden sword energy, were unable to do anything to the horned dragon for a moment. Although we are at a disadvantage, we are not without a chance of turning the situation around. As long as we hold on, with Xiaoya's supplies, we may be able to win the battle. Just watching is not enough. I have to fuck him hard. Wang Yan cursed angrily and took out the dragon hunting cannon. Before entering the Xianbing realm, Wang Yan prepared a lot of energy. With the power of the dragon hunting cannon, it would be easy to shoot it 1,000 times. After adjusting the angle of the muzzle and locking onto the target, Wang Yan pressed down hard. I don't know if it sensed the danger, but when Wang Yan took out the dragon hunting cannon, the Ceratosaurus immediately turned its eyes towards this side. Without any hesitation, the horned dragon gave up Jinzi and Xiaoqing and rushed directly towards Wang Yan. However, the distance between the two was a bit far, and Wang Yan's speed was too fast. When a strong light burst out from the muzzle of the dragon hunting cannon, the Ceratosaurus tail had just been raised. Boom! Scales shattered and blood spurted everywhere. After one shot, the Ceratosaurus tail was not broken, but was only slightly injured. Sure enough, my guess was correct. This weapon has great limitations. Not only is it ineffective against those above the king level, it is also not very useful against certain lords. Wang Yan put away the dragon hunting cannon, mounted his dog, and started galloping nonstop. Stupid thief, don't run away. Seeing the horned dragon attacking Wang Yan, Jinzi immediately started cursing, and Xiaoqing also moved the flaming hell forward. The glutton ran so fast that he disappeared in a flash. Unable to catch up, the Ceratosaurus turned around and continued to fight with Jinzi and Xiaoqing. What the hell? Wang Yan couldn't help but curse, and his eyes inadvertently saw the confused look on the glutton's face, and he slapped him in anger. It's none of your business. The dragon hunting cannon has little effect on the horned dragon, but he still has the jade crystal spear. Using the elemental crystal as a guide, it gathers the elemental energy in the air and delivers a fatal blow. Water elements account for more than 90% of the Xianbing realm, and the fire element is so thin that it is difficult to light a cigarette. Therefore, only the energy within the fire element crystal can be extracted. Fortunately, this thing is not expensive, and Wang Yan bought dozens of dollars for each. The jade crystal gun is the sniper rifle of the previous life. Aim and fire all in one go. Thousands of meters away, the Ceratosaurus instinctively sensed the danger. Without any hesitation, his eyelids closed immediately. It's a pity that it's a bit late. Puff! The scorching fire energy hit the eyes and exploded immediately like magma, falling into water. Bright red blood spurted out and shrill screams were heard. The shot was extremely fierce. Not only did it pierce the Ceratosaurus' eyelids and blew up its eyes, but the burning energy also invaded its brain. The Ceratosaurus was in so much pain that its body rolled wildly, and the blizzard around it intensified even more. Retreat first. Jinzi greeted him and took the opportunity to quickly take out a jar of osmanthus wine from the storage ring, put his head in and started drinking. Xiaoqing was no exception. Her belly became round after drinking too much. Just now, I kept using the fiery hell and golden sword energy, which consumed too much energy. If I don't take this opportunity to recover quickly, I'm afraid I'll be chased and beaten by the ceratopsian later. A jar of wine weighs about 50 kilograms. Jinzi felt full after drinking 2 sips, but Xiaoqing started burping after drinking a few kilograms. Osmanthus wine tastes good, but it is also very strong. Because they drank too quickly, Jinzi felt a little dizzy, and Xiaoqing started to spin in place. It's all over? Burp! Jinzi shook his head, flapped his wings, and hundreds of sword energies flew out. Maybe it was due to dizziness. Almost 20% of the sword energy missed the target. Xiaoqing is a little better. The range of the fiery hell is very large, so it doesn't matter if it's a little off. Hold head high! The Ceratosaurus rolled over and over in agony, and the blizzard became more and more intense. Keep shooting gold, and drink some wine when it's all gone. Xiaoqing did the same, releasing the flaming hell with all her might, and when her energy was exhausted, she took a few sips of wine. As time went by, the life breath of the horned dragon became weaker and weaker, and Xiaoqing and Jinzi were about to die. Jinzi felt dizzy and saw double everything. The golden sword's energy was shooting further and further off target, and several times it mistook Xiaoqing for a Ceratosaurus. Xiaoqing's condition was not good either. Her slender body twisted back and forth, sometimes forming an N shape and sometimes a B shape. The flames of the fiery hell were everywhere, burning everything except the horned dragons. During this period, the Ceratosaurus also endured severe pain and wanted to kill them. However, the 2 drunkards were completely out of control. They looked like they were heading left, but they were actually heading right. They looked like they were about to fly, but they fell to the ground the next second. Gold, like a bird, staggered, rolled, and crawled on the ground. Xiaoqing was spinning in place for a while, then bouncing up. The Ceratosaurus chased and attacked, but didn't hit once. Wang Yan attacked with the jade crystal spear from a distance, while Xiaoqing and Jinzi attacked from close up. After many hardships, the Ceratosaurus finally died tragically. Perhaps it never dreamed that it would die at the hands of 2 drunkards. Boss, hiccup, we hiccup, win hiccup. Jinzi flapped his wings and tried his best to fly, but his body was extremely heavy. Not only did he fail to fly, he also dug a nest in the snow. When Xiaoqing saw Wang Yan, she immediately wanted to come over and get into his clothes. However, it had drunk too much and twisted its body on the ground. After spending a long time trying, it not only failed to touch Wang Yan, but moved further and further away. I'm tired. Wang Yan rubbed his temple and felt a severe pain in his head. What the hell is going on every day? While fighting, he got drunk. Well, it's better to be a glutton. At least he won't get drunk or go crazy. Just when Wang Yan was about to praise the glutton, he saw that the stupid dog had already stuffed its head into the wine jar. It drank up the rest of the wine, and with the jar stuck on its head, it couldn't get it off, and it stumbled around like a headless fly. Wang Yan. Why? Wang Yan couldn't help but curse. 2 spirit beasts in a mount, all of them drunkards. Fortunately, Xiaoya was not released, otherwise who knows what would have happened. When the gold was picked up, this silly bird shook his head as if he was on drugs and kept muttering to himself. Boss, he boss? Wang Yan. Alpaca. Pervert bird. Wang Yan cursed angrily and quickly stuffed the gold into the space of the soul contract. Pick up Xiaoqing. This guy is much better than Jinzi. He doesn't say a word, but just sticks out his tongue and licks his face. Damn, rogue snake. After stuffing Xiaoqing in, Wang Yan turned his head and looked at the rice bucket. This guy was lying on his side on the ground, wriggling like a maggot, and his urine was almost like a fountain. 02. Chapter 66. Gambling and drug abuse harm others and yourself. My life was completely dark, and I saw no hope. Wang Yan sat on the bed, looking at the rice bucket not far away, and had lost the motivation to live. This thing can really pee. God knows why there is so much pee in its stomach. Seeing that Wang Yan was in a bad mood, Xiaoye, who was making the quilt, came over, gently grabbed his hand, and put it on her face. Hey, Xiaoye is still the best, unlike those 3 drunkards. Wang Yan picked up Xiaoye and kissed her on the cheek. Xiaoqing and Jinzi were so drunk that they couldn't go any further, so Wang Yan set up camp where he was. I set up the tent, put up the bed, and held Xiaoye in my arms, feeling so happy. It would be better if there wasn't that stupid dog in front that kept peeing. By the way, is the alcohol really that strong? Wang Yan was very confused. It was just a jar of wine. Why did he drink it like this? Do you want to let Xiaoye try? A bold idea emerged in Wang Yan's mind. What would it look like if a fair and tender little loli looked at him with drunken eyes? Here, drink this. Taking out a jar of osmanthus wine infused with the spirit of the moon, Wang Yan poured Xiaoye a full cup. Xiaoye was very well behaved. She took the cup, drank it all, and even burped. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes later, Xiaoye acted as if nothing had happened and didn't react at all. It seems that Jinzi and Xiaoqing can't drink much. Wang Yan muttered and filled the cup again. Rich, mellow aroma, long-lasting fragrance. It tastes good but doesn't make you drunk. After a glass of wine, Wang Yan felt Xiaoye swaying a few times while sitting on his lap. Her already well-behaved face became even more, well, a few points. The morning moon sets in the west, the sun rises in the east, and a new day finally arrives. Wang Yan glanced at Xiaoye, who was sleeping in his arms, and felt that he was being too cruel. Thanks to the time travel, otherwise, I would probably have to live next door to Qianer. After a night's sleep, Xiaoqing and Jinzi were sober, and Fantong also returned to normal. After putting all the things away, Wang Yan continued to move forward. The horned dragon was killed, and the most important mission of this trip to the Xianbing realm was completed. Next, he planned to go to the central area to take a look. There are 3 huge cities which are controlled by the water god cult, ice god cult, and snow god cult respectively. The 3 churches fought fiercely against each other. Wang Yan went there for the altar. According to the natives, as long as they offer crystal water to the altar, they will be able to obtain treasures bestowed by the gods. The more condensed crystal water there is, and the higher its purity, the better the treasure bestowed will be. This thing called crystal water is very magical. Its name contains the word water, and it is in the form of ice. It is hidden in the snow and can be offered to the water god, ice god, and snow god at the same time. This makes Wang Yan more convinced that the 3 churches are actually worshipping the same god. All 3 religions believe that their own god is the main god, and the other 2 are incarnations. But Wang Yan speculated that either there is no god at all, or the believers are simply fighting for power and profit in the name of God. Either there really is a god, and he makes believers fight just for their faith. Of course, this is just speculation. Wang Yan's strength is not up to the level of a god, and his wisdom cannot be compared with that of a god. The reason I can guess these things is just because I have been influenced by countless novels in my previous life. Boss, did anything strange happen after we killed the horned dragon yesterday? Jinzi stood on his shoulders, letting the cold wind blow on the bird's feathers. It always felt that there was something wrong with the way Wang Yan looked at it, but it couldn't remember what was going on. After thinking about it carefully for a long time, the only possibility is that after drinking the osmanthus wine, it said something it shouldn't have said, or did something it shouldn't have done. Nothing. Wang Yan turned his head away, trying not to think about what happened yesterday. It's so scary that this perverted bird has been eyeing his beauty. Hiss! Xiaoqing poked its head out, and there were some strange fragments in its mind, but it couldn't connect the dots. Wang Yan silently pressed Xiaoqing's head back, feeling neither happy nor sad, neither fear nor pain. The same is true for feeling, thinking, action, and consciousness. As for color, what color? Don't you understand that gambling and drugs harm both yourself and others? Snakes are reptiles and gold is a bird. Wang Yan examined Xiaoqing and confirmed that she was a female, but there was nothing he could do about Jinzi. He really couldn't tell whether this perverted bird was male or female. Fantong was very fast, and in the howling wind, his figure was 100 meters away in an instant. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Wang Yan feels that the glutton seems to be a little smarter today. However, considering the IQ of a glutton, his cleverness is just a drop in the bucket and is not of much use, running all the way like a gust of wind and lightning. After 3 days and 3 nights, we finally saw 3 huge cities. The environment in Xianbing realm is harsh, and most of the population is concentrated here. Unlike other places, it is warm like spring here, like a fairyland. According to legend, when the four gods fought each other, the god of fire was defeated here. The gods of water, ice, and snow turned into statues and suppressed it underground. Most of the followers of the god of fire were massacred, and the rest were expelled to remote areas. The believers of the three gods built altars and cities based on the statues of the gods, and gradually grew and developed to its current size. The believers of the three gods of water, ice, and snow enjoy the warmth brought by the god of fire, while the believers of the god of fire are tortured by the cold. It has to be said, it is a great irony. Wang Yan had no time to redress their grievances, nor did he have any critical thoughts. He came to the ice temple and prepared to summon the elves. There is no level difference among elves, only difference in quality. The way to advance is also very simple, which is a large amount of energy with the same attribute. Outsider, please offer your sincere blessings to our God. At the entrance of the altar, an elderly priest from the ice temple said, "Blessings? Any kind will do." Wang Yan asked, "As long as you are sincere, anything is fine. My God will forgive your insolence, as long as there is no malice." "I see." Wang Yan nodded, thought for a moment, and said solemnly, "I wish you, the ice god, to marry a wife every day, enter the bridal chamber every night, give birth to 180 children, and have many descendants." Puff! Cough, cough. After hearing Wang Yan's words, the old priest was so shocked that he almost suffocated to death. You. He pointed at Wang Yan, his face turned red, and he was speechless for a long time. In the end, he could only wave his hands helplessly, signaling Wang Yan to go in quickly. Although this sounds strange, it is indeed a blessing. It's sincere and comes from the heart. It just doesn't seem appropriate for a god. As you step into the temple, a huge statue comes into view. It is about 20 meters high and made entirely of black ice. Holding a lotus flower and with a solemn expression, she turned out to be a goddess. No wonder the old priest reacted like that. Wang Yan muttered, "No matter what, as long as it is sincere, it doesn't matter what the specific blessing is. Besides, wouldn't it be better for women to enter the bridal chamber every night?" Chapter 67, Ice Spirit. In front of the ice god statue is something like a tray used to place offerings. Depending on the quantity and quality of the offerings, different responses will be received. The same is true for the types of sacrifices. Offering crystal water will definitely summon elves, and the quality of the elves is linked to the quantity and quality of the crystal water. Wang Yan walked along the way, stopping from time to time, and dug up more than 100 pieces of crystal water, but he didn't know what kind of spirit he could summon. Leaving a piece of crystal water as a backup, he put all the others on top, and the surrounding space immediately began to distort. "I hope it's normal." Wang Yan prayed silently in his heart. He was fed up with those crazy spirit beasts. If another elf came, he would probably go crazy. The spatial distortion continued to intensify, gradually forming a vortex. Behind the ear, something the size of a fist flew out, drew an arc in the air, fell heavily to the ground, and bounced a few times. When Wang Yan saw this thing, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, when Wang Yan saw its appearance clearly, he couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. It looks like a miniature human, with pointy ears and 3 pairs of transparent wings behind it. With heavy eyeshadow and 3 earrings on each side, she doesn't look like a good elf. The little thing got up from the ground, looked around and saw Wang Yan, then flew onto the tray. In his left hand, a small dagger kept spinning at his fingertips, and in his right hand, he took out a cigarette from somewhere and put it in his mouth. He crossed his legs and looked very ruffian. Bang! A spark exploded out of nowhere, igniting the cigarette. The elf took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, "You are my master? Tell me, who do you want me to kill?" As soon as the words fell, the elf blew out a smoke ring and thrust the dagger in its hand fiercely into the tray. Arrogant, and flying like crazy. "Who are you going to kill with this little thing? A fly?" Jeansy's eyes jumped, and his face was full of disdain. "Hey, life is really good now. Even the stupid people can speak human language. Damn, you want to fight, right?" The hair on Jeansy's neck stood up, and he looked like he was ready to fight by rolling up his sleeves. You broke my defense with just one sentence. Your skills are not good enough." The elf sneered, put away the dagger, flicked the ash away without fear, and started to curse at Jeansy. "Wang Yan, After looking at the little elf, and then at the tall statue of the ice god, Wang Yan felt as heavy as if he had been screwed. I remember that elves seem to be born from natural elements and plant essences. They are gentle and simple-minded. This one might not be a demon cult elf. Wang Yan thought about it and decided to try again. Water, ice, and snow, the three gods are very kind. If you are not satisfied with what you are given, you can change it. As long as the space vortex does not disappear, there will be no replacement times. Grabbing the elf, Wang Yan prepared to stuff it back. This thing is so deceptive. It can compete with gold for 3 minutes without losing the upper hand. If you keep it, you won't have a peaceful life in the future. As if sensing Wang Yan's intention, the elf began to struggle desperately. However, the elf's body was fragile and it was bound by a temporary contract, so no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free. Brother, I don't want to go back. Don't send me back. I'll help. Damn it. Let me go quickly. Please, I'm wrong. Just don't send me back. I'll do anything. No matter what the elf said, Wang Yan remained unmoved. After 2 lifetimes and going through so much, his heart had already become as cold as a fish-killing knife. Push the elf into the vortex, and the next moment, another elf is bounced out. After looking around in confusion, the elf raised his head with an embarrassed expression. Brother, we meet again. Wang Yan had no expression on his face and didn't say anything. He stuffed it back for the second time. Or you could just leave me alone. Wang Yan sneered and picked it up again. But just when Wang Yan was about to stuff it back in for the 3rd time, the space vortex disappeared. Wang Yan. The elf looked innocent, while Jinzi looked pained. There is no need to think about it. It will be exciting next. The fact that he can compete with Jinzi without losing the upper hand shows what kind of person he is. I opened the panel and looked at the attributes of this elf, and it was surprisingly good. Ice elf. Lord needs a lot of pure ice element. Ice. Elite skill creates an ice crystal hell. All targets within the range will be corroded by cold poison. The ice elf can draw cold air around and in the target's body, freezing it instantly. Leader skill, the cold air condenses into ice spikes and covers the targets within the range. Therefore, the ice rain will be attached with cold poison, which can be stacked without limit. Lord skill compresses the ice element to the limit and then explodes, causing penetrating damage to targets within the range and leaving a huge amount of cold poison in their bodies. Good fellow. Although he doesn't have many skills, they are all large-scale lethal skills. If you get hit by any of them, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. Wang Yan was amazed. Although this little elf didn't look very normal in his brain, his fighting power was off the charts. If you train him well, maybe he can fight with Jinzi. Well, it seems that we can now call it a draw. Speaking of which, why are you unwilling to go back? Could it be that you are infected by my aura of kingship and are willing to serve me for life? Wang Yan looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face full of pride. Brother, can you please have some shame? The elf sneered, and his expression turned gloomy. I have a big appetite and eat a lot, so they don't want to play with me. The elf leaned back and instantly collapsed. Actually, I don't want to, but being hungry is really unpleasant. That's it. Jinzi raised his tail and looked provocative. Isn't that enough? The elf didn't argue with Jinzi. It slowly got up and said to Wang Yan aggrievedly, I don't have any requirements. As long as I can eat enough. No, half full is enough. Teske. I thought he was so capable, but he turned out to be a fool who can't even afford to eat. Jinzi snorted, took out a box from the storage ring, and threw it at the elf. Eat it. It's a reward from me. Elf. Silently opening the box, the elf took out the ice cream and licked it carefully. Onaji. Dainari shonari. Oh, brother, is there anything else? The elf wolfed down the ice cream and stared at the gold with a pitiful look on his face. Be good, and you'll get to eat it every day from now on. Jinzi was so proud that the feathers on his head stood up. Understood. From now on, I will be your little brother. I will do whatever you want me to do. The elf patted his chest with an extremely firm attitude. Why? Looking at the bird and the elf in front of him, and then at the glutton sticking out its tongue next to him, Wang Yan felt that his life was bleak. From today on, your name is Stick. No, prime protest. I am an ice elf. How can I be called such a name? The elf clenched his fists, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Ice cream is enough. So is food. Master, I will be your most loyal dog from now on. Big Eater. It's hard to say about other things, but if it's just a simple matter of having enough food to eat, Wang Yan is confident that he can do it. The food that the stick needs is not grains, but substances rich in elements such as water, ice, and snow. Wang Yan was too lazy to ask any further questions and simply threw a water element crystal to it, telling it to chew on it. Chapter 68. The God of Fire appears. Soul rituals emerged in the air, gradually forming a complex contract. Stick licked the ice cream and drank the yogurt, and jumped in without hesitation. Laugh! The contracts wrapping the stick tightly inside. The next moment, the spell turned into a complex symbol and was engraved on the forehead of the stick. This is Wang Yan's soul mark, representing the identity of its owner. From now on, everything about Gunzi, including his life, belongs to Wang Yan. The situation in the Xianbing realm is very simple, with three churches confronting each other. However, perhaps because of their common origin, their fighting was not fierce and was somewhat similar to the righteous wars in the spring and autumn period. Wang Yan's goal had been achieved, so he took the little ones for a walk. Jinzi and Gunzi stood on the left and right shoulders respectively. Xiaoqing huddled in his arms, Fantong followed behind, and Xiaoye held Wang Yan's hand. The whole family, young and old, seems to be on a spring outing. The Xianbing realm is filled with cold poison, except in the three cities. The bodies of the natives have long been accustomed to the environment here, but this is not the case for outsiders like Wang Yan. Therefore, the hot springs in the city became a must-visit place. Take a comfortable bath to remove the coldness in your body and feel refreshed. And the price is not expensive. One ice cube can soak for half an hour. Ice money can be exchanged for soul copper coins at the entrance of the Xianbing realm at a 1-to-1 ratio, or it can be exchanged for crystal water in the city. The price ranges from 1:10,000 to 1:100,000, depending on the quality of the crystal water. When Wang Yan arrived at the locker room, many people were already changing clothes. The vast majority were outsiders like him, with only a few being natives. "Hey, are you Wang Yan?" A big man saw him and walked over with a look of surprise on his face. "Do you know me?" Wang Yan looked at his nonchalant appearance and asked with a frown. "You fought against 10,000 people with your own strength and made them throw away their weapons and armor, and your army was completely defeated. You have long been famous throughout the Yin Huang Empire." The sturdy man was very familiar with the place. He patted Wang Yan on the shoulder and said proudly, "I also graduated from Minghu No. 1 University. I am your senior." "Oh, hello, senior brother?" Wang Yan nodded. It turned out that he was an alumnus. No wonder he looked like that. "Come on, I'm very familiar with this place. I'll take you to experience the one-stop service." The sturdy man talked as he walked, while Wang Yan took off his clothes as he walked. It is rumored that the heat of these three cities actually comes from the god of fire. The god of water, the god of ice, and the god of snow worked together to suppress him, but they were unable to completely destroy him, so they came up with a method. They extracted his divine power and built three cities. As long as the three cities are still there, the god of fire's divine power will continue to be consumed. The strong man said this and suddenly changed the subject. "These are still too high for us. We can't reach them even if we work hard for 100 years. So we should just enjoy life while we can and live from day to day." The hot spring is infused with the divine power of the god of fire. It nourishes the kidneys and strengthens the yang, making you bigger and stronger. If you soak in it more often and for a longer time, you will become as muscular as me. As the sturdy man spoke, he shook his body proudly. But when he glanced to the side and saw Wang Yan, who had taken off his clothes and was about to enter the water, he couldn't help but swear. "Fuck, how come you're so big, Wang Yan?" The strong man found an excuse and walked away in shame, and no one could stop him. Wang Yan had no choice but to pay extra money to get a single room in order to prevent others from being hit so hard that they lose confidence in life. Life is so boring. Jinzi and Gunzi were wearing towels on their heads, drinking drinks comfortably. Xiaoqing was swimming around, and Fantong was blowing bubbles. Wang Yan lay comfortably on the wall of the pool, and Xiaoye was scrubbing his body vigorously. "By the way, aren't you an ice elf? Why do you like taking hot spring baths?" Jinzi glanced at the stick beside him and asked with some confusion. "I don't know, I just feel very comfortable." Stick took a sip of the ice soda with a very happy expression on his face. "Compared to the days when I was hungry and excluded, my life now is like a god. Ice elves like to soak in hot springs and can rub out flames. It's really interesting." Jinzi muttered to himself, unable to figure it out, and simply stopped thinking about it. Xiaoqing still needs the blood of Panlong to advance to the king level. She lacks a lot of gold, It will take a while for Phoenix, Yu, Zhua, Qingluan, and Honghu to gather them all. Xiaoye needs Yuehua. The Zengesha is all used up and can only be accumulated slowly. Fantong needs the blood of any dog lord. This is easy. The stick needs a large amount of pure ice element, which is not very difficult. Wang Yan sighed. Gold is really hard to come by. Xiaoqing has already devoured 5 dragon seeds, and it only has 1. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the speed at which it devours blood is extremely slow. Xiaoqing can digest it completely in a few days, but it will take at least a month for it. Just take your time to look for it. If being anxious would be helpful, I would have become a god by now. Jinzi took a sip of the drink, looking very satisfied. Yeah, that makes sense. Wang Yan nodded. He planned to stay here for a few days before going to look for the ferocious beast of the phoenix species. Panlong is something you can only encounter by chance, so if you want to find it, you probably have to rely on luck. There are 4 gold pieces missing, so it should be easier to find. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of sounds rang in his ears. Wang Yan opened his eyes and found that bubbles were beginning to appear under the water. Why are the hot springs bubbling? Could it be a volcano? Without time to think, Wang Yan put Xiaoye into the contract space, then jumped out of the pool and quickly put on his clothes. There were more and more bubbles, and the water in the pool gradually boiled as if it was boiling. Master, the temperature is rising. Stick's expression was serious. The elf's keen perception told him that danger seemed to be approaching. Of course I know the temperature is rising. The water is freaking spewing fire. Wang Yan frowned, feeling that something was wrong. In less than 5 seconds, the bubbles in the hot spring turned into flames. The color of the flame kept changing from red to orange, from orange to yellow, and finally to a blazing white. The temperature at this time has reached a very terrifying level. Even if Wang Yan has a physical attribute of 142 points, he will be directly vaporized if he touches it. Wah! Although I don't know why this happened, it's obvious that we can't stay here for long. Wang Yan bypassed the flames from the side and planned to leave here first. But at this moment, a flash of blue shot out from the flame and instantly penetrated into the stick at a speed that no one could react to. Not good. Wang Yan's eyes were red with anger. Such a terrible temperature was simply beyond the elf's fragile body's ability to withstand. Although Gunzi has only recognized his master for less than 2 hours, since he has promised to feed him every day, he cannot go back on his word easily. But looking at the current situation, it is obvious that the stick cannot be saved. Damn it, when I reach level 10, I will definitely come back and destroy this damn Xianbing realm. Wang Yan cursed in his heart, but his body ran out very obediently. No matter what that blue shadow was, it was not something he could fight against at his current state. When you are unable to defeat the enemy, the most important thing is to save your life. Wang Yan's idea was very correct, but at this moment, a roar exploded from behind him, followed by an extremely terrifying impact. The sky is roaring and the earth is shaking. White and blue are intertwined. Cold and heat are in mad confrontation. Ice God, where are you running? The winner has not yet been decided. Let's fight for another 800 rounds. The voice is deep and rough, giving people a feeling of being irritable and angry. Vulcan, I don't want to continue this meaningless battle. I admit defeat, and this world belongs to you. A soft female voice came, with suppressed anger. The sound echoed over the 3 cities, and the message it conveyed made the believers of the 3 religions feel panic. Their god was actually going to abandon them and leave the entire world to the god of fire. Good fellow. What a good fellow. Wang Yan was extremely upset. He had never expected that there really were gods. I never expected that just taking a hot spring bath would lead to a battle between the gods of ice and fire. How could he have such merit? He always gets into trouble and is a disaster. Boss, is that idiot dead? Jinzi pulled himself out of the pit and looked at the red and blue colors constantly colliding in the sky, not even bothering to wipe the dirt off his face. It's not cold, it's cooked. Wang Yan murmured, what a fucking shitty day every day. After the Northern Theater Challenge is over, he will stay at home obediently and not go anywhere. He would rather be put in solitary confinement and have a second child with Yuan and Ming than run around again. It would be fine if it were just the various ferocious beasts, but we can also accept the brotherhood of destruction that causes trouble everywhere. But now even God has come out. Who can I go to for justice? Give up? Do you look down on me? The voice of the god of fire came again, and the anger was about to burst out. The god of fire, as expected of the god of fire, has a very bad temper and chases after the god of ice and starts to yell at him. The ice god is not a simple character either. In his anger, he doesn't care about anything else and fights fiercely with the fire god. Chapter 69, God's Forbidden Zone. I seem to understand why the fight broke out. Listening to the conversation between the god of fire and the god of ice, Wang Yan already had a general idea of what happened. The god of fire likes to fight, and somehow he found the god of ice. The latter didn't like it, but couldn't stand the fire god's constant harassment, so he fought with him in anger and tried to seal him. As time went by, the seal became weaker and weaker. Seeing that the situation was not good, the ice god planned to leave as an outsider. The result is predictable. At the critical moment, the god of fire broke through the seal and fought with the god of ice again. The reason why he summoned the idiot stick 3 times in a row was not because he was lucky, but because the ice god intended to use his identity as a cover to quietly escape from the Xianbing realm. She was just pretending to be pitiful, whether she was hungry or being excluded. The ice god's plan was good, but the fire god seemed to have it better. Break free from the seal at the critical moment and prevent the ice god from leaving. Wang Yan just felt fucked up, but the worldviews of the 3 religions' followers collapsed. In their hearts, God is great and loving. They believe in God and God protects them. But at this moment, they realize that in God's heart, believers are no different from ants and can be abandoned at any time. The so-called God loves the world, but it is nothing but the wishful thinking of ants. Boss, do you want to run? Jinzi scratched his head with his wing and asked. Don't be in a hurry. Just watch the excitement first. Wang Yan looked at the situation around him and decided to run away and watch the fun. The god of ice and the god of fire fought fiercely, and they used a move similar to the 1-chi transformation into 3 pure ones. The god of water, the god of ice, and the god of snow, a trinity, joined forces to fight the god of fire. Since he was able to seal the god of fire back then, even if he can't defeat him this time, he won't lose too badly. Therefore, there is no need to worry about this world being shattered. Just watch the show quietly. Even if problems do arise in the end, Wang Yan is confident that he can leave safely. Space Converter is always held in my hand and can be teleported out at any time. The battle between the god of ice and the god of fire was extremely fierce, and none of the 4 held back. In just a few moments, the 3 cities were reduced to ruins. The so-called believers of God, the so-called people of God, were almost all killed or injured. There were wails, screams, and desperate roars all mixed together. So, it's enough to just talk about God. If you really run into trouble, count on God. It's okay, but we should be thankful that God didn't destroy us so easily. Wang Yan's face was full of sarcasm. The Yanhuang Empire became the overlord of this world not because of gods, but because of the heroic sacrifices of heroes and martyrs. Gods cannot save people. Only people can save people. That makes sense? Jinzi nodded with a serious expression. Wang Yan gave it hope, helped it grow, changed its fate of eating and waiting to die, and gave it the opportunity to become the legendary king of birds. Only real help is worthy of admiration. Those who can only make empty promises are idiots. To it, Wang Yan is God. The battle between the god of fire and the god of ice became more and more intense, with snow and wind all over the sky and raging flames. Wang Yan kept retreating to avoid being affected. Watching more battles between strong people will be of great benefit to your own growth. At least if you encounter it again in the future, you won't be so flustered. The battle lasted for most of the day. The power of the god of fire and the god of ice continued to weaken, and the affected area became smaller and smaller. Wang Yan, Jinzi, and Fan Tong each leaned back in a recliner, holding a drink in one hand and snacks in the other, as if they were watching a real-life version of a movie. Boss, do you think the outcome will be the fire god winning or the ice god winning? Or will both lose? Jinzi took a big sip and the feathers on his but started to shake comfortably. I guess both sides lose. Wang Yan hugged Xiaoye with a very comfortable expression. The ice god is stronger than the fire god, as can be seen from the fact that he was able to seal the fire god. But after so long, the fire god's power has been restricted to 3 cities, while the ice god's power has swept across the entire Xianbing realm, changing the climate here. As one grows stronger while the other shrinks, there is a high probability that both sides will suffer losses. Yeah, that makes sense. Jinzi nodded, feeling a little confused. The battle is still going on, but the noise is getting quieter and quieter. Wang Yan estimated that it would be almost over in 10 minutes at most. Pack up your things and prepare to retreat. Wang Yan stood up. He didn't want to go over to see the outcome of the ice god and the fire god, nor did he intend to take advantage of the opportunity to gain an advantage. With his strength, he could kill even an extremely weak god. Wang Yan would not choose to exchange his life for benefits if it was not necessary. As the saying goes, the tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Wang Yan doesn't want to get into trouble, but trouble always comes to him. Where the god of ice and the god of fire were fighting, something strange happened. Fire god, you're going too far. If that's the case, let's die together. The sharp voice was filled with indescribable anger and murderous intent. And then the white light suddenly exploded and turned into icy rain covering the sky. Want to die together? No way. The rough voice of the god of fire followed closely, and the scorching flames swept in all directions like fireworks. The god of ice and the god of fire fought desperately one after another. Under the impact of the terrifying power, the entire Xianbing realm began to shake. The next moment, all the powers suddenly contracted, and accompanied by a dazzling light, a meteor shot out from the center of the battle, aiming directly at Wang Yan. Fuck! Seeing this situation, Wang Yan didn't bother to pack up his things. He put Jinzi and Xiaoye into the soul contract with a thought. He grabbed Fantong's ear with one hand and crushed the space converter with the other hand. An invisible force enveloped Wang Yan and Fantong, tearing through space and teleporting them to a designated location. But just before the transmission began, a blue and white shadow entered the transmission range of the space converter in advance. In the Minghu Provincial Military District, a group of bigwigs who could shake Minghu Province 3 times with just a stomp of their feet were holding a meeting. Wang Yi frowned and looked into the distance. Commander, what happened? Luo Zhu asked. 2 low-level gods are approaching. They will arrive at the office in 30 seconds at most. Office. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Luo Zhu was stunned for a moment. Just 2 low-level gods dared to enter the Minghu Provincial Military District and run to the commander's office. I'm afraid they don't know how to write the word death. Their aura is rapidly weakening, and when Wang Yi said this, his expression suddenly turned puzzled. 2 opposite attributes are actually merging? Interesting, really interesting. We'll stop here for today. I'll let you know when the next meeting starts. Wang Yi waved his hand and dismissed everyone. The next second, he and Luo Zhu's figures shrank at the same time, and they directly transferred to the office. The target is the office. Could it be that? At this time, Luo Zhu finally reacted. The only possibility of being able to ignore the layers of defense of the Minghu Provincial Military District and enter the commander's office was that the commander took the initiative to let him in. Yes, it is indeed that kid Wang Yan. Wang Yi nodded. Although he didn't know the exact situation, Wang Yan's breathing was very stable, so nothing should have happened. It's only been a short time, and you're already connected to the gods. Luo Zhu shook his head helplessly. It really felt magical. 30 seconds passed in a flash, and with a violent spatial fluctuation, 3 figures were thrown out. The rice bucket rolled several times and hit its head hard against the wall. Wang Yan was a little luckier and bumped into Fantong. Ouch! Fantong stood up dizzily, his eyes full of confusion. His brain wasn't in good shape to begin with, and then he was hit hard, making his already low IQ even worse. Wang Yan was not seriously injured, he just sprained his ankle while rolling over, and he will recover on his own after resting for a while. Where is this place? A fist-sized stick struggled to come out from under the dog's belly. His head was groggy, and his memory was still stuck on the time when he was taking a hot spring bath. This is a forbidden area for gods. Wang Yi looked at the stick and didn't rush to attack. He sensed Wang Yan's aura on this little thing. If he killed him rashly, Wang Yan would be retaliated and injured. God's restricted area? What does that mean? Gunzi was stunned for a moment, and some memories suddenly emerged in his confused mind, causing his face to change drastically. He ran behind Wang Yan in a flash, leaving only his little head exposed. This is my master. If you have any questions, go to him. I don't know anything. Your master? Hearing Gunzi's words, Wang Yi was stunned for a moment. Such a good god actually said that his nephew is his master? What a joke. Huh? How are you still alive? Seeing the stick next to him, Wang Yan's face was full of surprise. He clearly saw the stick explode, so why did it appear in front of him? You're just hoping I'll die. Gunzi's face darkened and he looked unhappy. Wait, your eyes. Wang Yan held the stick and observed carefully. Unlike before, one of his eyes was as white as snow, while the other was like sky blue crystal. What happened to my eyes? Stick seemed unaware of what was happening to him. He shook his head and began to struggle. Soon, the two eyes, one white and one blue, returned to normal and became no different from before. Tell me what happened. Wang Yi pointed to the sofa next to him and motioned Wang Yan to sit down first. Wang Yan nodded and recounted his experiences in the Xianbing realm in detail. Of course, he did not reveal the fact that he could ignore the cold poison, but he did not hide anything else. Wang Yi is his uncle and will not harm him. And if I hadn't relied on the space converter to escape this time, I would have died in there. A battle between the god of ice and the god of fire? Interesting. After listening to Wang Yan's narration, Wang Yi almost understood what was going on. If I'm not mistaken, the ice god sealed his own power and wanted to use your identity as a cover to leave the Xianbing realm. However, he was discovered by the fire god and a war broke out. The ice god and the fire god were both injured in the fight, and in the desperate struggle, they began to merge for some reason. This little thing is a false personality created by the ice god. When the fire god and the ice god were fighting, he hid deep in the ice god's soul. When the two merged, he was extremely weak, so he ran out and took the lead. Having said this, a smile suddenly appeared on Wang Yi's face. Because the distance was too far, he instinctively wanted to get closer, and you just happened to sense the danger and decided to run away. 02. Chapter 70, Rolled into a Dog. Wang Yan? Is this okay? So, this little thing is a god now. Wang Yan scratched his head. The stick had nothing to do with God at all. God? I am God. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Gunzi immediately ran out from behind Wang Yan. After laughing wildly 3 times, he put one hand on his waist and pointed with the other. You have seen the true God. Why not worship him? I worship you, uncle. With one slap, the true God was immediately suppressed. Okay, keep talking. Wang Yan sighed and threw the stick into the trash can. Wang Yi, Luo Tzu. The two men had seen a lot of storms, but when they saw the scene before them, they still felt a dull pain in their heads. Wait a minute, I'll check this little thing. Wang Yi sighed, and without any movement, the stick in the trash can appeared out of thin air in his palm. Kneading and rubbing, grabbing and pinching. The stick in his hand was like dough. Perhaps it was because of his eyesight. Wang Yan seemed to see a ball of pure, white light suddenly exploded, and a touch of sky blue color quietly dissipated. Okay, the safety hazard has been resolved, so go back if you're fine. Wang Yi waved his hand and teleported Wang Yan to Minghu No. 1 University before he could ask. Commander, what's going on? I just saw you disperse their divine blood. Seeing Wang Yan being sent away, Luo Zhu couldn't help but ask. Two gods who barely touched the realm of mythology played some tricks on that elf. One was trying to escape, and the other was trying to take over. Wang Yi smiled disdainfully. But being able to combine the two mutually restraining properties of ice and fire is quite a feat. Breaking their divine blood and returning their 1,000-year cultivation to the heaven and earth is the only good deed these lowly gods can do. In the grove of Minghu No. 1 University, a man and a dog appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? So mysterious. Wang Yan muttered to himself, his mind feeling as confused as porridge. My uncle Wang, he said before that the ice god created the personality of Stick and wanted to use him as a cover to leave the Xianbing realm. The fire god found out and fought with him, but both were injured and they started to merge for unknown reasons. The two gods were extremely weak, and the personality of the Stick took the dominant position. In other words, this silly little elf became a god? Wang Yan was shocked and quickly checked the properties of the Stick. Name ice and fire elf Stick. Quality. Lord requires a lot of ice and fire elements. Attributes: ice fire. Quality skills: ice crystal hell. Elite skill creates an ice crystal hell. All targets within the range will be corroded by cold poison. The ice elf can draw cold air around and in the target's body, freezing it instantly. Wild flames. Elite skill that summons a sea of fire. All targets within the range will be burned, and a large amount of fire poison will accumulate in their bodies. The fire spirit can draw out the fire poison in the surroundings and the target's body, causing it to burn from the inside. Ice crystal rain, leader skill. The cold air condenses into ice spikes, which hit targets in the range. All ice rain will be infused with cold poison, which can be stacked without limit. Raging flames, leader skill. Flames accumulated to the limit burst out, causing huge impact and burning damage to surrounding targets. Diamond starlight. Lord Skill, forcibly fuse the power of ice and fire. If the fusion is successful, it will form a fully controllable ice and flame giant. If the fusion fails, it will launch explosive bombing and piercing attacks on targets within the range. Although the stick still looks as stupid as before, its skills have changed dramatically. On the original basis, an elite skill and a leader skill were added to correspond to each other. The leader skill is no longer a simple ice attribute, but a fusion of ice and fire. Wang Yan didn't know how powerful these skills were, but since they combined the power of the god of ice and the god of fire, he thought they wouldn't be too bad. Hey, I accidentally became stronger again. Who can I complain to? Wang Yan sighed and fell into deep self-blame. According to the theory of relativity, everything in the world is relative. If Wang Yan becomes stronger, it means that other people become weaker. The stronger Wang Yan is, the weaker the others become. If this trend continues, when Wang Yan ascends to the holy throne, everyone in this world will become losers. It is a grave sin indeed. Master, what are we going to do next? The stick looked around and was very curious about everything he saw. It is a virtual personality created by the ice god. Although it has been turned official now, there is not much in its brain. Go home and sleep. Wang Yan climbed over the dog, put the stick on the dog's head, and walked slowly. It was early morning, the air was fresh, and the temperature was suitable. A group of old men were doing morning exercises in the playground, while a few old women were taking their pets for a walk. These are the family members of the school faculty and staff. They don't have the talent to be animal tamers, but they can still have no problem raising a smart pet. An old lady in red and an old lady in black, each leading their dogs, were about to pass by each other, but suddenly stopped. Almost instantly, the air began to condense. An endless murderous intent appeared around. The lady in red had a look of disdain on her face, and her wrinkled face trembled slightly, and a sound like a bolt from the blue burst out. Sit! The sound shook the whole area, and the power was feared in all directions. The Pekingese dog in her hand seemed to be impressed by her domineering attitude. It immediately sat on the ground obediently and wagged its tail in a flattering manner. The lady in red looked up, her eyes full of provocation. The lady in black was no ordinary person either. Although she did not make any movements, one could sense an invisible force spreading around her. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth were shocked, the birds and beasts stopped singing, and even the old lady in red couldn't help but hold her breath. Sit! The sound was neither loud nor soft, neither fast nor slow, but it was like a bolt from the blue when it reached my ears, shocking my heart. The Shih Tzu next to him shuddered all over, his hind legs went limp, and he sat directly on the ground. Oh! The lady in black sneered and walked away with the Shih Tzu, leaving behind only the lady in red with a hideous face and the poor Pekingese. Wang Yan looked at the Pekingese dog. It seemed to know that it would be forced to learn foreign languages when it returned, but there was no anger or fear in its eyes, only confusion. It seems to be saying, "We are all dogs, why bother? Have even dogs started to roll inward these days?" Wang Yan sighed. People always say curled up like a dog. He thought it was just a self-deprecating joke, but now the competition between dogs has become so fierce. Ouch! Fan Tong turned his head and looked at Wang Yan. He instinctively sensed the danger. Don't worry, I won't force you to learn a foreign language. Wang Yan stroked Fan Tong's big head and muttered in his heart, with your IQ, it's impossible for you to learn it. Chapter 71. Entering the Diamond Realm. This trip to the Xianbing Realm was very fruitful. In almost 6 days, I earned a total of 310,000 points. Including the remaining 18,000, the total is now 328,000. Points are something that, even if you don't redeem them for anything, just seeing this string of numbers makes you feel very comfortable. Over the next period of time, Shaoqing devoured all the dragon flesh and blood, and his level was raised to level 5 stars. After spending 2,000 points to exchange for level 6 spirit crystals, Shaoqing successfully upgraded and gained 2 new skills. Elemental Torrent. Stir up the power of elements and strengthen all elemental attacks. The more elements you master, the greater the degree of strengthening. Currently, you master 8 attributes: gold, water, fire, earth, wind, poison, ice, and snow, and the degree of strengthening is 8 times. 5 elements resonate. The elemental powers transform into each other, reducing all elemental damage for a short period of time. Shaoqing has mastered 8 attributes. The fire attribute comes from the ichthyosaur, the water attribute comes from the horned dragon, the wind attribute comes from the wind dragon, The poison attribute is its own. Ice and snow are derivatives of the water attribute, and gold and earth come from the Qianlong and Qialong. The 8 attributes bring an 8-fold increase in the elements, which can be called a leap forward. If this skill is chosen, Xiaoqing can even fight head-on with an 8th-level Lord Beast. The 5 elements are also very powerful, making you immune to all elemental damage for a short period of time, which is equivalent to being slightly invincible. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. As long as you beat the enemy without any chance to fight back, it is equivalent to making yourself invincible. Therefore, Wang Yan decisively chose the elemental torrent. Although they are all species of dragon, Xiaoqing is different from the likes of Qianlong and Ceratopsian. Wang Yan's blood flows in its body, and it is the purest descendant of the divine dragon. In the past, the Chinese people claimed themselves to be descendants of the dragon, and there were even legends such as Hua Su gave birth to Fuxi, and Fuxi created the world with one stroke of the brush. He is a truly invincible strong man, a great god with the power to create the world. How can his bloodline be compared with that of the ferocious beasts in this world? Dragon species are inherently powerful, and Xiaoqing, who has the blood of a real dragon flowing in her body, is even more so. Once you advance to the king level, you will soar to the sky and be invincible. In addition to Xiaoqing's advancement, the system store also refreshed with new props. Soul Crystal Medium. After the death of a beast of rank 8 or above, there is a small chance that this object will condense. After use, it can increase soul strength by 2 points, with an upper limit of 50 points. Requires 5,000 points. Without any hesitation, he directly spent 50,000 points to exchange for 10, allowing the soul strength to slowly recover to 50 points. The entry requirement for the Northern Theater Challenge is to be within level 8. If the soul strength reaches 50 points, the contract will be automatically upgraded. However, the recovery of soul strength is a gradual process, and it is completely possible to recover in time before the challenge begins. Targeting all organizations in the Northern Theater, including universities and private forces. Rather than a challenge, it is more like a battle to explore another space. Wang Yan felt a little complicated after reading the rules of the competition. He originally thought it would be a space crack like the Xianbing realm with average overall strength, or perhaps a secret realm like the Molten Land that was under complete control, but he never expected it to be the Vajra realm. When Wang Yan first met Jinzi, he looked up information about the Vajra realm. There is an abundance of Vajra Bodhi there, a precious elixir that can strengthen bones and has no toxic side effects. If the macaw wants to advance, it must devour the Vajra Bodhi. However, the creatures in the Vajra realm are physically strong and have violent and irritable personalities. The Empire is fully capable of conquering them, but the cost is not worth it, so it uses a roundabout strategy. I thought it would take some time before a complete attack, but I didn't expect that the Northern Theater Challenge would be chosen here. Boss, what did you write? Jinzi looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't read and there were no pictures on it, so he couldn't understand it at all. It's some precautions and reward rules. Wang Yan explained, thinking in his heart whether he should enroll Jinzi in a cram school. What's the point of looking at illustrations every day? Text is the classic. Of course, it would be perfect if the two could complement each other. The ranking will be based on the number of Vajra Bodhis obtained. The top 10 can enter the 3rd floor of the Imperial Library to choose a soul technique. The others will receive some spiritual medicines and spiritual beasts as rewards. Wang Yan sighed. He had a bad feeling that something big might happen. Otherwise, the military district would not have chosen the tough nut to crack in Vajra realm. In order to prevent any accidents, Wang Yan prepared a lot of supplies, the first of which was the elemental crystals. The so-called elemental crystal is a stone that contains various elements. The ones with water and fire attributes are given to the stick as snacks, and the rest are used as ammunition for the jade crystal gun. Compared to the dragon hunting cannon, the jade crystal gun caused smaller wounds, but it was more accurate and more powerful. If you encounter a very difficult character, hiding in the distance and shooting secretly is undoubtedly the best option. This challenge lasted for a long time, a full 2 months. After waiting for a while, the first semester for freshmen was also over. But then again, in all the time Wang Yan had been enrolled in school, he had attended less than 30 classes in total. His strength increased so quickly that even many of his seniors in the senior year could not beat him. In this case, it doesn't make much difference whether you attend class or not. There is no way. People are chasing people, things are chasing things, and if you don't move forward, you will die. Don't think this is alarmist. Think about the Brotherhood of Destruction and the space cracks that appear at any moment. If you don't reach the top step by step, death will catch up with you sooner or later. After asking his second uncle Wang for a few space converters, Wang Yan led a group of spirit beasts into the Vajra realm. This alien space is extremely dangerous, with a complex and ever-changing environment and ferocious beasts that are cruel and brutal. If you are not careful, you will be besieged. Wang Yan is cautious by nature and would rather give up all his gains than take risks easily. A slight feeling of dizziness came over Wang Yan, and he had already entered the Vajra realm. A small hill comes into view, shaded by green trees, with lush flowers and plants. The air is filled with a faint fragrance, presenting a thriving scene. The temperature is suitable and the air is fresh, which seems to be very suitable for retirement. However, this is not the case. The plants here are so huge. Any tree is over 30 meters tall, and any flower is more than half a meter in diameter. Wang Yan felt as if he had accidentally entered the land of giants, his eyes full of curiosity. Booz, booz, booz. A sound came from not far away. Wang Yan turned his head and found that it was actually a bee. The fat body slowly descended, inserted into the heart of the flower, and began to suck the nectar crazily. I don't know if it was because the bee enjoyed the suction too much, but its wings vibrated slightly, and with the naked eye I could see a ball of scales shooting out in the surroundings, emitting a colorful glow in the air. How beautiful! Wang Yan sighed and carefully observed the situation around him. The glutton ran directly to a flower, stretched out his big tongue, and licked the center of the flower. Ouch! A sound like muffled thunder exploded overhead, and then a black shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight. Wang Yan subconsciously looked up and saw a huge face. Chapter 72 Yuan and Ming is shaved. Fuck! Seeing this big guy, Wang Yan turned around and ran. It's so scary. I guess one punch can smash him into a meat patty. Gilly! Wang Yan discovered the giant, and the giant also discovered Wang Yan at the same time. 2 fingers thicker than the waist stretched out, trying to pinch Wang Yan. Want to live with me? No way. The rice bucket exerted force with its 4 claws, and a stream of air spurted out from behind, and it instantly rushed out hundreds of meters. What's that? The giant spoke in an incomprehensible language and tried to catch Wang Yan and Fan Tong, but his speed was too slow, and they disappeared in a blink of an eye. What is that? Why is it as big as a mountain? Stick grabbed the fur on the rice bucket's head with both hands. Because the speed was too fast, its body was completely suspended in the air, and the 3 pairs of wings behind it were almost blown away by the wind. That's a giant! Wang Yan said something that seemed to be nonsense. Fan Tong ran for his life, and after about 10 minutes, he saw an extremely tall wall, covering the sky and the sun, looking up and the hat falling off. Without any hesitation, Wang Yan summoned the gold and asked it to dig a hole in the wall. Boss, where is this place? Jinzi asked while attacking with sword energy. This is the Vajra realm. Of course I know it's the Vajra realm. What I'm asking is where is the Vajra realm? This is your first time here. Why do you think I know where it is? The man and the bird were speechless and spoke in solitude. The wall was so thick that the gold dug 10 meters into it, but still couldn't get through it. Woof! The sound of the glutton came from the side. Wang Yan turned his head and saw that the guy had dug out something and was so happy that his tail was up in the air. I opened the mouth of the glutton, and luckily, it wasn't shit. Big, 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 big. What the hell is this name? Wang Yan was confused. It was the first time he saw such a strange name. But when he saw the introduction later, he was suddenly surprised. After using it, you can make any part of your body bigger. Yeden jivinch de. Yeden jivinch. Ruan Mei, there is salvation. Wang Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. After such a long time, he finally found something that could save Ruan Mei. The girl has fair skin, beautiful looks, a good family background, a slim waist, long legs, and a perky butt. The only drawback is that her chest is too flat. No, it's not that it's peaceful. It's that it's not peaceful at all. If it weren't for the 2 points supporting it, it would probably be concave. By eating this thing, Ruan Mei will have something she has never had before, a 36D tender lowly. Just thinking about it makes her excited. Good job. Keep looking, I'll give you some extra food. Wang Yan stroked the big head of the rice bucket and said excitedly. Although Bai Ningxin's breasts are big, round and elastic, they feel different from those of a mature woman and a lowly. One is gentle and charming, the other is youthful and beautiful. and Xiaoye is well-behaved and cute. It is easy to get in without any punishment. Wang Yan quickly shook his head and got rid of all the bad thoughts. The encouraged glutton was like Duan to possessed, and he started digging the hole very quickly. In less than half an hour, 2 more fruits that had grown larger and rounder were found. Well, I'm so tired. Jinzi squatted on the ground with his fur all messy. This wall is not only thick, but also extremely hard. It took a lot of effort to dig a hole that would allow Wang Yan to enter and exit freely. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and it succeeded. Let's go now. Calling back Fan Tong, who was still digging the hole, Wang Yan took out a flashlight and went in first. The passage is about 2 meters wide and over 100 meters long. It's hard to imagine that anyone could build a wall so thick, but looking at the size of the giant, it's clear why. It took almost 2 minutes to walk a distance of 100 meters. When Wang Yan came out of the hole in the wall and saw the scenery outside, he was a little confused. There are no trees taller than 30 meters and no flowers more than half a meter wide. The things outside were surprisingly normal. It seems that I was accidentally teleported to a very dangerous place. Looking at the towering wall behind him, Wang Yan sighed, jumped onto the dog, and immediately ran away. With such a huge body, you can tell at first glance that it is not easy to mess with. Fortunately, I didn't fight with him, otherwise I might have traveled through time again. Wang Yan didn't know where he was, nor did he know where to find the Vajra Bodhi, so he just picked a direction and let the glutton run for a while. I'm free anyways, I might as well take it as exercise. Besides, the one running wildly is the glutton, he won't get tired. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk in the blink of an eye. Wang Yan stopped when he passed a small hill and decided to spend the night there. The location of the hill is pretty good, and it is surrounded by lush trees covered with fist-sized fruits. There are some shrubs under the tree, with red berries similar to grapes hanging on the branches. The glutton tasted them one by one and found no poison. Hey, there's actually a hole. That saves a lot of effort. Wang Yan came to the entrance of the cave, but instead of rushing in, he took out a firecracker the size of a human head from his storage bag, lit it, and threw it in. How could there be a cave in such a remote place? It must be the lair of some ferocious beast. Sure enough, when the firecrackers exploded, an angry roar was immediately heard. With overwhelming rage and murderous intent, a dark-skinned gorilla appeared before him. It is about 3 meters tall, covered with muscles, with 4 fangs sticking out of its mouth, looking ferocious and terrifying. The ferocious beasts in the Vajra realm are all strong, brutal, and violent. They will fight each other if they disagree, and the fight will never stop until one is dead. Looking at the furious look of this chimpanzee, you know that it will be a life-and-death battle. As expected, the chimpanzee let out a deafening roar, and a fist as big as Wang Yan's head hit his chest bang-bang. It looks like it's going to be a fierce battle. Wang Yan's body tensed as he slowly backed away, while Jinzi and Gun were ready to attack. However, at this moment, the chimpanzee suddenly stopped pounding his chest, and his head tilted and he fainted. Wang Yan? Stick? Jinzi? What the hell? Did you knock yourself out? Sure enough, he is so cruel and violent. I have never seen anything like it in my life. Wang Yan exclaimed, feeling extremely annoyed. Boss, are all chimpanzees like this? Jinzi scratched his head, very confused. Chimpanzees have very low IQs. Although knocking themselves out is a bit outrageous, it's barely plausible. Oh, I see. Chimpanzees have very low IQs. Jinzi nodded, grabbed a berry, and put it in his mouth. It's sour and sweet and tastes pretty good. I have tried these fruits just now. They are not poisonous and can be eaten with confidence. Let's go in and check it out. We'll sleep in the cave tonight. As he spoke, Wang Yan summoned Xiaoye. Damn, it stinks. In less than 10 seconds, Jinzi ran out cursing. This disgusting chimpanzee not only has a low IQ, but also has no hygiene. It's full of shit. Chapter 73, Iron-Eating Beast. Why? Wang Yan sighed. In fact, he should have thought of it a long time ago. Chimpanzees are creatures of low nature, and all the despicable behaviors found in other animals can be found in them. Of course, there are a few good chimpanzees occasionally, but we should not mistakenly assume that the entire chimpanzee population is good just because their number is almost 0. Kill this unconscious chimpanzee and sell it to the system. Wang Yan asked Jinzi to dig a hole on the side. After he got in, he blocked the hole with stones. Only then could he sleep peacefully. The Vajra realm is extremely dangerous, far more dangerous than the Xianbing realm. Not to mention the terrifying giant. The chimpanzee we just met turned out to be an 8th level leader. It would be a terrifying thing if these things appeared in groups. The darkness was filled with the whispers of mosquitoes and the occasional suppressed roar of beasts. Wang Yan even heard the sound of a large group of ferocious beasts running wildly from a small hill. A rough estimate puts the number at least at over 1,000. Any chimpanzee you come across in the wild is an 8th level leader, and the group of ferocious beasts running by are probably not much worse than chimpanzees. No wonder the empire gave up on conquering by force. The Vajra realm is indeed a very tough nut to crack. Wang Yan murmured and silently hugged Xiaoye tightly. The information provided by the military district is very limited, and only a few points where Vajra Bodhi exists are marked. The output of these places is very high. Once they are captured, at least thousands of Vajra Bodhi will be obtained. But then again, if the military district can discover it, let alone the natives of the Vajra realm. The competition for several places was very fierce, and the groups involved were large and numerous. In each battle, there are tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, and the ferocious beasts participating in the battle are at least elites of level 5 or above. With such a terrifying scale, if they were united, they would be able to confront the Minghu provincial military district head-on. The troops in the military zone could not afford such consumption and could only send out strong men. So, the question is, there are strong people in the military region, and there are also strong people in the Vajra realm. And there are too many space cracks that need to be suppressed, and the military district has no time to spare. After getting the information, Wang Yan read it once and threw it away. He is not a fool. He would not go to that kind of place. It's okay to play with other people's lives, but it's absolutely not okay to play with your own. The night is long and full of dangers. When day fell, the murderous intent not only did not weaken, but became even stronger. In less than 2 hours, Wang Yan suffered a total of 6 waves of attacks. After 4 duels, he was hacked to death by Jinzi. He was attacked by a group twice and burned to death with sticks. A fire broke out during the battle, and Wang Yan gave him a good scolding. Fire prevention is everyone's responsibility. Master, let me have a taste too. Let me have a taste too. The stick was so greedy that Wang Yan sucked the marrow from the bones, and it kept flying around in front of him. Why do you want to try everything? I have fresh foot skin. Do you want to try it too? Well, it's not impossible. Wang Yan, you'd better eat some meat and suck some marrow. You're just a glutton. Wang Yan rubbed the dog's head and stuffed the bone into its mouth. There are no humans in the Vajra realm, only various ferocious beasts. After running for a few hours again, the glutton suddenly stopped. Just 1,000 meters ahead, 2 groups of ferocious beasts were fighting fiercely. It is black and white, fat and strong, and makes a ing-ing-ing sound from its mouth. This is a group of iron-eating beasts, that is, giant pandas. Its entire body was snow-white, its arms were hanging down to its knees, its fangs were bared, and its eyes were bloodshot. This is a group of white apes. The battle between the iron-eating beast and the white ape was very brutal. The iron-eating beast smashed and bit, while the white ape went crazy and violent. Ah! A white ape over 2 meters tall leaped up and pounced on the nearest iron-eating beast. It feels like Mount Tai pressing down on your head, or like stars falling. The white ape's move is extremely terrifying. Even a 9th level leader cannot withstand it if hit. However, the iron-eating beast was better. It twisted its fat black and white body to the side and easily neutralized the white ape's attack. Then, the chubby claws pierced the white ape's skull fiercely, just like crushing a piece of tofu. Oh my! The iron-eating beast barked twice and soon locked onto a larger white ape. My goodness, this thing is too powerful. Wang Yan was very surprised. The giant panda looked so adorable, but beating these white apes was like bullying his grandson. One with each claw, one with each fist, and one with each butt. Less than 200 iron-eating beasts were able to beat up thousands of white apes. Boss, let's retreat. Jinzi swallowed and grabbed Wang Yan's hair tightly with his claws. How to defeat these more than 100 iron-eating beasts, all of whom are lords. If you rush forward rashly, your fate will probably be worse than those white apes. Yeah, retreat quickly, retreat quickly. The stick nodded hurriedly. It didn't want to die so soon. There must be a reason why these white apes are fighting with giant pandas. If we go around them, we might be able to get something good. A light called greed flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. Even if there was nothing good to give, it was okay to find a little cub. Even if it couldn't fight, it was okay to stew it for meat. Go, go, go! Jeanzy pecked the glutton on the head, and the latter immediately started running wildly. Swift as the wind, quick as lightning. The food bucket rushed all the way and soon found a huge nest. There are several stones at the entrance to prevent the wind and snow from flowing back. The ground below is covered with dry thatch, which is very soft. The white ape's nest is much cleaner than that of the chimpanzee. In addition to the faint fishy smell that all wild animals have, there is also a mixture of the fragrance of some fruits. Given the fighting power of that group of giant pandas, only a handful of white apes could come back alive. Therefore, Wang Yan went in boldly without fear of being blocked by the white ape that was driven back. The cave is very deep, and the fishy smell becomes stronger and more humid the deeper you go. Wang Yan saw a lot of dry branches and the bones of some unknown ferocious beast. After walking hundreds of meters, as Wang Yan expected, he actually found the white ape cub. I counted them, and there were 33 in total, with almost no fighting power. After seeing Wang Yan, all the cubs huddled together in fear, making sharp cries. "Boss, what should we do?" Jeanzy's expression was a little conflicted. These little things looked so pitiful that it couldn't bear to kill them. Of course, if Wang Yan ordered it to, it would kill them all without hesitation and push all the insignificant guilt onto Wang Yan. The best way to deal with them is to take them all away and sell them to the Beast Tamers Association. After all, they're still leaders. Although they will have to be driven around by others in the future, it is better than dying. Wang Yan sighed. The struggle for survival is so cruel. Fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with your own people. If we are not careful, the result will be genocide. This is true for beasts, and so are humans. Chapter 74. Kidnapping the super cute little Tuanchuan. Take them all away. If they can survive until we leave, we'll sell them to the Beast Tamers Union. If they can't survive until then, we'll use them as food reserves. Wang Yan took out a box and put all the white ape cubs into it. The strong people in this world are very good at things related to space. They have all kinds of space props and life-saving skills, and the directions derived from them are even more bizarre. The box in Wang Yan's hand is called a hibernation box, which can force the ferocious beast to enter a deep hibernation state to avoid serious injuries and death. Using it on these little cubs now can just prolong their lives. It would be best if you can make it through 2 months, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Boss, guess what I found? Just after putting away the white ape cub, Jeanzy walked over in square steps. Wang Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What else can be found in this place? Monkey feces? Rice bucket? Woof. Go play somewhere else?" Jeanzy swung a stream of sword energy into the dog's mouth, causing the dog so much pain that it almost cried. Ever since he mastered the golden sword chi, Tang has been bullied a lot. Fortunately, Jeanzy was very smart and only felt pain but was not injured. "I found a lot of Rudraksh." Jeanzy stretched out his claws, and a seed the size of a grape fell into Wang Yan's hand. Dry, rough, and not round at all. This thing... Wang Yan took a closer look, and the information showed that it was indeed Vajrabodhi, but it was different from what he saw in the picture. Very shriveled like stunted growth. Find all the remaining Vajrabodhis, 65 in total, all of them look like this. Is this the reason why the white ape and the giant panda are fighting? Wang Yan muttered to himself, wondering how many white apes were left, but he didn't intend to ask anyway. There was nothing in the nest except the white ape cub and the Vajrabodhi. Although it is strange that this group of white apes does not even have a nanny to look after their cubs, the benefits they get are real. The white ape and the iron-eating beast are fighting. Maybe we can go around them. Jeanzy swallowed the Vajrabodhi in his mouth and suggested. No one would complain about having too many good things. If you don't steal the house while the 2 groups of ferocious beasts are fighting, it will be difficult to get such a good opportunity again. Wah! After a little thought, Wang Yan made a decision. Stealing a few round dumplings and taking them home to play with was Wang Yan's dream in his previous life. Now the opportunity is right in front of us, and I would be betraying my conscience if I don't seize it. Avoiding the place where the iron-eating beast and the white ape were fighting, Tang ran as fast as he could. After about half an hour, he saw a large bamboo forest. Different from ordinary bamboos, these bamboos are called iron-hard bamboos. They are white all over and as hard as iron. In the bamboo forest, a large group of chubby balls are playing and playing. Chubby, silly, and looks very cute. 2 adult iron-eating beasts, nearly 3 meters tall, act as babysitters to prevent the cubs from being attacked by other ferocious beasts. Among the ferocious beasts, the one who can act as a babysitter may not be the strongest, but he will definitely not be weak. If you rush forward rashly, you will definitely be attacked wildly by the other party. Therefore, Wang Yan used the stick to quietly lure a small, iron-eating beast over. The stick is only the size of a fist, so it is relatively concealed and not slow at all. Even if you fail and get discovered, you can still run back. After being promised a lot of delicious food, Gunzi resolutely took on the task. Behind 2 iron-hard bamboos, a chubby bear is thinking about his life. It doesn't know why it is here, nor does it know what it will do in the future. All it knows is that bamboo shoots taste good. Crack, crack. The bamboo, which is harder than iron, feels as crispy as biscuits in its mouth. The little dumpling patted his belly and suddenly felt that his life as a bear was perfect. A strange thing came into view, and the little dumpling raised its paw, wanting to take a picture of it. However, it did not expect that this thing was so fast that it not only dodged its attack but also spit at it. Oh! Tuanzi was angry, stood up immediately, and stumbled after him. The little dumpling's actions attracted the attention of the 2 nannies, but they did not go closer to check. These little things are always naughty and like to run around everywhere. However, the area within dozens of miles is the territory of the iron-eating beast clan, and no ferocious beast dares to approach. Just run around, you will come back after dark anyway. Oh! The little dumpling shouted angrily and staggered after it. As time passed, it moved farther and farther away from the bamboo forest, and gradually only a white shadow was left behind it. As if he had sensed something was wrong, the little dumpling stopped, turned his big black eyes around, and his expression suddenly became panic-stricken. It doesn't recognize this place and can't see the elders in the house. It wants to go home, to bask in the sun and chew bamboo. Zai Chuanzi's choice was undoubtedly correct, but it was too late. Little Tuan? A perverted laugh like that of a pervert came into his ears, and Wang Yan suddenly jumped out from the side and hugged the little girl in his arms. It's plump, soft, and feels great. Little Tuanzi was so scared that he was trembling all over, but Wang Yan was so fond of it that he couldn't let it go. He rubbed it for a while until the little ball rolled his eyes. Then he stopped. It's so cute. Wang Yan put the little ball on his lap and couldn't help feeling emotional. What's the big deal about petting and sucking cats? If you have the guts, pet and suck pandas. Wang Yan opened the system store and planned to exchange some capsaicin. I've been practicing the spicy palm technique for so long that it has become a habit. The more I practice this martial art, the more profound it feels. However, it has reached a bottleneck at the current stage. If I want to go further, I need something more intense. Well, is there any new stuff? 2 new items have been added to the system store, both of which can be used currently. Concentrated capsaicin, highly purified capsaicin, 50 times spicier. 200 points required to redeem. Iron Hard Bamboo King shoots. The tenderest shoots of the Iron Hard Bamboo King, rich in gold and wood elements, can greatly increase the growth limit of certain species. Redemption requires 1,000 points. Whatever you think will come true. System, I love you, moi. Wang Yan praised the great system and immediately exchanged it for a portion of Iron Hard Bamboo King bamboo shoots. As 1,000 points were deducted, a pile of bamboo shoots suddenly appeared out of thin air. They're about 30 centimeters long and about 10 centimeters at the thickest part. The quantity is at least 1 ton. I thought a serving of bamboo shoots would only weigh a few pounds, but I didn't expect it to be so much. Tuanzi, who was almost rubbed silly by Wang Yan, trembled all over, and his little nose began to twitch wildly. It smelled the scent of delicious food, which was dozens of times more delicious than the Iron Heart bamboo shoots it had eaten before. Chapter 75. Blocking the door. Eat, there's still plenty. Wang Yan handed over the Iron Heart bamboo shoots, and the little thing immediately forgot its previous fear and started to chew on them with concentration. These little animals are actually very easy to get along with. Just touch their fur and feed them delicious food, and they will become close to you in no time. Sure enough, when they first started eating, when Wang Yan stroked the little dumpling's head, it would reflexively shrink its ears and its body would tremble slightly. But after doing it many times, it got used to it. No matter how Wang Yan touched or rubbed it, it no longer reacted excessively and would occasionally look up. This little thing is of Lord quality when it is born, and its upper limit is very high. It can be trained as the fourth spirit beast and directly contracted when it reaches level 10. In order to prevent the group of iron-eating beasts from finding him through the blood connection, Wang Yan took the little girl and ran more than 300 kilometers before he set up camp and rested. The night is quiet and all sounds are gone. Wang Yan was suddenly awakened from his sleep. He didn't hear any noise, but there was an extremely terrifying sense of crisis in his heart that kept warning him, making him instinctively want to take out the space converter and escape from here. Wang Yan knew that this intuition came from his soul strength limit of 222 points. Although it is not possible to directly contract the four spirit beasts, many of the derived characteristics still exist. For example, the perception of danger. Boss, owner, hiss. Jinzi, Xiaoqing, and Gunzi all woke up, and Xiaoyan nervously grabbed Wang Yan's clothes. As for the rice bucket, never mind it. In a valley, 200 strong men stood quietly, and the leader was even more than 5 meters tall. Black and white skin, bulging muscles. The terrifying murderous intent enveloped the entire valley. The birds and beasts were silent, and the insects and ants stopped chirping. Some ferocious beasts living in the soil were digging downwards desperately, while those a little further away began to flee quietly. All of them are lords, and the highest one even reaches the 10th level. Such a terrifying black and white force can intimidate anyone wherever it is. Bing! The dull voice was filled with suppressed anger and fierce murderous intent. The iron-eating beast king did not let his men act rashly. It sensed the child's breath and found him to be very calm and not seemingly injured. The 10th level lord has almost reached a certain peak. To go one step further, one needs to survive the thunder tribulation and become a king. Its intelligence is no less than that of humans. And as the king of the iron-eating beasts, its experience far exceeds that of ordinary humans. It is not in a hurry to force out the culprit who kidnapped the child. On the one hand, the child is not in danger for the time being, and on the other hand, it wants to prevent the dog from doing something desperate. Bang! A sound was heard, and the stone blocking the entrance of the cave was actually pushed away from the inside. The iron-eating beast king's eyes fixed, and it felt very incredible. Facing 200 lords of his own side, he actually dared to show up. Oh my! There was joy and eagerness in the childish voice. The iron-eating beast king trembled, but forced himself not to make any movement. The more critical the moment, the more we need to keep our emotions stable. Bing! The tone of the iron-eating beast king was full of majesty, but it could not conceal the slightest concern. Wang Yan sighed and finally chose to let the little guy go. He was a national treasure in the previous life, so we have to give him some face. If it were a monkey from Mount Amay, it would have been served a monkey banquet long ago. Bing! Seeing the child stumbling over, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the iron-eating beast king, and the 200 iron-eating beast lords behind him immediately prepared to take action. How dare they kidnap their little prince? Court death. Bing! The roar tore through the darkness, and the terrifying aura spread instantly. Wang Yan felt as if his skin was pricked by countless needles, causing waves of stinging pain. This is the power of the national treasure. Wang Yan's expression was solemn, and he was ready to run away. Although it is shameful to flee without a fight, it is better than death. In the face of life, everything is nothing but clouds. The iron-eating beast king took a step forward, and immediately there was a violent tremor. The next step for a 10th level lord is transformation. Even in the Vajra realm where there are many ferocious beasts, the power of the iron-eating beast king can still occupy a place. Oh my! The situation is critical and the battle is about to break out. Just as the iron-eating beast king was about to attack and Wang Yan was about to escape, the little dumpling actually opened his arms and blocked the iron-eating beast king. Oh my! The little guy was trembling and seemed unable to resist the terrifying power from his father, but he still stood up bravely. Bing! The iron-eating beast king was stunned for a moment, looked at Wang Yan, then looked at his son, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Oh my! There was a hint of anxiety in the childish voice, as if he wanted to explain. Bing! Although the iron-eating beast king was full of murderous intent, he still forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. Oh my! Bing! The father and son kept talking, their speech getting faster and faster. What are they whimpering about? Jinzi was completely confused and didn't understand anything. Aren't you a spirit beast? Why don't you understand? Stick asked doubtfully. As an elf, can you understand what the tree is saying? Jinzi asked back. Of course. Look at the big tree over there. It said it disturbed its sleep. Stick turned his head and said, "Let's get back to the topic. As a spirit beast, why can't you understand what they are saying?" Jinzi. After a full 10 seconds of silence, Jinzi suddenly looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face full of loneliness. Maybe this is the pain of being a genius. I have learned the greatest language in the world, but I can only discard some inferior things. Chinese is indeed the greatest language in the world, but you haven't really learned it. At most, you have learned half of it. You can only listen and speak, but not read and write. Gunzi's face was full of seriousness, which made Jinzi speechless. After all this talk, can you write? Can you read? Jinzi became angry and embarrassed. Stick, serious face, yes. Any questions? Jinzi was a little skeptical about Tori's life, and the argument between Zai Chuanzi and the iron-eating beast king finally came to an end. The little guy turned around and ran into the cave where he had rested before. Many iron-eating beasts stared at him, but did not rush forward. It looks like the negotiation was successful. Jinzi muttered, feeling very incredible. What's it doing in there? A light bulb went off in Wang Yan's mind, and he immediately realized what was going on. Iron Heart Bamboo King Bamboo Shoots. It is rich in gold and wood elements, and can greatly increase the growth limit of certain specific species. Aren't certain specific species referring to the iron-eating beasts? The Iron Heart Bamboo King Bamboo Shoots are rich in gold and wood elements, and the iron-eating beast also has the dual attributes of gold and wood. It was born just for the dumplings, although the little guy is not very old. As the descendant of a 10th-level lord and the prince of the iron-eating beast clan, he felt the great benefits of this thing to him when he ate the Iron-Heart Bamboo King shoots. That's why it was so docile and let Wang Yan stroke it. At this moment, seeing his father and Wang Yan having a conflict, the little guy couldn't sit still anymore. Its intuition told it that the Iron-Heart Bamboo King Bamboo shoots might help its father take a step further and reach the realm of the king. Chapter 76 Negotiation Success. Not long after, the little dumpling ran back. Oh my! Handing the Iron-Heart Bamboo King shoots to his father like offering a treasure. The little dumpling's eyes were full of encouragement, and he motioned for the Iron-Eating Beast King to have a taste. Although I doubt the purpose of this thing, my own son will not harm me. The Iron-Eating Beast King put the Iron-Heart Bamboo King shoot into his mouth and bit it gently. A look of shock appeared on the face of the Iron-Eating Beast King. It has a crispy texture, sweet and delicious taste, and is dozens of times more delicious than the iron bamboo shoots I had before. Not only that, the Iron-Heart Bamboo King bamboo shoots contain a large amount of gold and wood elements. If the quantity is sufficient, it is even confident that it can reach the king level within half a month. The Iron-Eating Beast King glanced at Wang Yan, and its intuition told it that this thing was 100% related to Wang Yan. Oh my! Seeing his father's surprise, Zai Chuanzi knew that he had succeeded and immediately started bargaining. Finally, the father and son reached a consensus and turned to look at Wang Yan. By this time, the situation was almost clear. The Iron-Hearted Bamboo King shoots were a turning point in the Iron-Eating Beast King's attitude. As long as Wang Yan could continue to provide the Iron-Hearted Bamboo King shoots, the previous hatred for stealing his child would be forgiven. If it were an ordinary person, he might have surrendered under the threat of the 200 Lord Beasts and the guilt of stealing a child. Honestly, offer the Iron-Heart Bamboo King bamboo shoots and be a good boy. But who is Wang Yan? It would be a betrayal to your conscience if you don't take advantage of the ready-made opportunity. We have as much of this stuff as you want. Wang Yan stretched out his hand and waved, and 2 tons of Iron-Heart Bamboo shoots immediately appeared out of thin air. But if you want to eat and get something for free, it is absolutely impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 tons of Iron-Heart Bamboo shoots were collected by him in an instant. Bang! Seeing Wang Yan's actions, all the iron-eating beasts, including the Iron-Eating Beast King, roared angrily. The sense of oppression created by the 200 Lord Beasts was extremely strong, and even Wang Yan, whose soul strength limit was as high as 222 points, could not withstand it. But he still held on. If the negotiations fail, the worst that can be done is to escape. If successful, not only can you earn back the points for exchanging for Iron-Heart Bamboo King bamboo shoots, but you can also get other treasures. Bang! The Iron-Eating Beast King took a step forward, and his 5-meter-tall body brought a great sense of oppression. Wang Yan did not give in and stared straight into the pair of big dark eyes. The atmosphere gradually became tense, as if an invisible force was spreading around. Every minute and every second is torture. This lasted for a full 3 minutes. Under the temptation of the iron-hard bamboo king bamboo shoots, the iron-eating beast king chose to give in. And the negotiations officially began. What the hell is this? How come they can understand us? Why can't we understand what they say? Jinzi muttered, looking confused. There is no such thing as a common language between different races of ferocious beasts. Only people of the same race can understand their own language, and people of other races will be confused. But one thing is very strange. Any spiritual beast with a certain level of intelligence can understand Chinese. That's fair. They can understand, but they can't speak. We can't understand, but we can speak. Stick shook his head and retorted. We can say it? How? Jinzi's face was full of confusion. Stick. Boo boo boo. Jinzi was stunned and stared at the stick for a full minute. You might be seriously ill. Wang Yan guessed and guessed, and the iron-eating beast king and little Tuanzi shouted and gestured. It took 180 minutes before they finally reached an agreement. Wang Yan can provide iron-hard bamboo king shoots, but they are not free and need to be exchanged for ferocious beasts or other treasures. The ferocious beast must be alive. Dead is not acceptable. You must first check the treasures, and those that are not up to standard will not do. All Wang Yan had to do was to exchange the things the iron-eating beast brought out for iron-hard bamboo king shoots. After killing the ferocious beast, Wang Yan can exchange its corpse with the system. Not only will he not lose money, but he can make a profit if he handles it well. In addition, the treasures brought out by the iron-eating beast can also save him from the danger of fighting and the energy of searching everywhere. Kill two birds with one stone. Why not do it? Woof! The sound of a rice bucket came from behind, and then a big black and white head popped out with eyes full of vigilance. Of course, it's just an act. If this guy really behaved like that, he wouldn't have come out now. You can't even eat shit as hot as it is. Wang Yan slapped the glutton in the face, and his nose became crooked with anger. It turns out that the national treasure is very moral. As soon as the sun rose, they drove a group of ferocious beasts back for Wang Yan to kill. This group of ferocious beasts belonged to the canine species, and there were approximately 300 of them, with the lowest of them being level 6 elites. Seeing that Guobao was so honest, Wang Yan naturally would not be stingy. Wang Yan used half of the points he gained from killing the ferocious beast to exchange for iron-hard bamboo king shoots, and kept the rest for himself as a reward. As a middleman, how can I not make some profit? This is a product produced by the system, and they only charge half the handling fee. The national treasures are making a fortune. In addition to the ferocious beasts, Zaichuanzi also brought other good things. There are a large number of Vajra bodhis, which are round and full. Each one is of high quality and much better than those in the white ape's nest. Xinjian fruit enhances the defense of muscles and skin. Ganoderma lucidum enhances recovery ability. In addition, Wang Yan also discovered something called blood-suppressing grass. Suppress blood power for a short period of time and force yourself into a coma. After eating a large amount of food rich in gold and wood elements, the iron beast will become extremely excited. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, they will eat this stuff. Have a good sleep, and the excitement will pass. For the iron-eating beast, this is just a rarely used elixir, but when Wang Yan saw its properties, an idea immediately came to his mind. The military district's original purpose of attacking the Vajra realm might not have been for the Vajra Bodhi, but for the blood-suppressing grass. After some means of adjustment, can a Lord-quality spirit beast be pressed into a leader? After signing the contract, can it slowly recover? After all, the blood pool shock will only appear at the moment the contract is signed. As long as the contract can be signed successfully, even if it is upgraded to king quality later, it will no longer pose a threat to the Beastmaster. With 100 points of physical attributes and a contracted lore-quality spirit beast, the improvement in combat effectiveness cannot be explained in just a few words. Wang Yan suspected that the Empire might have already mastered this technology. On the surface, it is for Vajra Bodhi, but it is actually targeting the blood-suppressing grass. If my guess is correct, something might have really happened to the Empire. Wang Yan thought to himself that the military district's attack on the King Kong realm must have a reason. The only possibility is that the Empire is in great need of the blood-suppressing grass and other products of the Vajra realm. Ah, what an eventful time. Sighing helplessly, Wang Yan hugged Xiaoye with one hand and Zai Chuanzi with the other, and stuffed 2 Vajra Bodhi into their mouths. Chapter 77, Panlong's News. This thing has a huge yield, and any single tree can grow thousands of them. After trading with the iron-eating beasts, Wang Yan simply ate this thing as a snack. You know what? It tastes pretty good. Use dog teeth to bite open the shell of the Vajrabodhi, clean it, and you can eat it. Very fragrant and sweet, a little bit crispy. I can't really describe how it felt, but it just tasted good. There were so many Vajrabodhis that Wang Yan simply ate them as meals. This thing can strengthen bones and has no toxic side effects. After eating it for a few days, Wang Yan clearly felt that his penis had become thicker and harder. With a slight application of force from his fingers, he poked 5 holes in the tree trunk. In addition to him, Jinzi, Xiaoqing, and Xiaoya also ate a lot of Vajrabodhi. The one who had the biggest improvement was not Jinzi, but Xiaoqing. Snake scales are an exoskeleton. After swallowing a large amount of Vajrabodhi, its defense has been strengthened to an incredible level. Jinzi chopped with all his strength, but only a shallow mark was left. They are both divine beasts and both are lords. Xiaoqing is only 1 level higher than Jinzi, so there shouldn't be such a big gap. Wang Yan thought for a long time, and the only possibility was blood of a true dragon. An invincible strong man who could create the world. An ancient ancestor who fought against heaven and earth. The blood of the Chinese nation is far more noble than any mythical beast. This life of eating and waiting to die did not last long. On the 12th day, it was finally broken. Boom! A deafening roar appeared out of nowhere, and large patches of dark clouds began to gather overhead. In less than 2 breaths, the clear day turned into a dark night. It was pitch dark, and everything was swallowed up by the darkness. Snap! The pale lightning tore through the darkness and illuminated the earth. The iron-eating beast king looked up at the sky, his eyes full of determination. After waiting for so long and going through countless battles, it has finally come to this point. Once they cross this path, the future will be smooth and the territory of the iron-eating beast clan will expand hundreds of times. If it fails, it will die and everything in the world will have nothing to do with it anymore. This is the thunder tribulation of advancing to the king level. Looking at the thunder that kept falling from the sky and the majestic and unyielding giant bear, Wang Yan's body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. This is the power of heaven and earth, a desperate situation that no spiritual or ferocious beast can escape. Either you are stuck at the Lord level forever, or you survive the thunder tribulation and ascend to heaven in one step. The iron-eating beast is good at strength and defense. Although the thunder is strong, it is not strong enough to kill it. 8 consecutive thunders fell, but the huge body of the iron-eating beast king stood firm like a mountain. To advance to the king level, one only needs to withstand 9 thunders at most. Dragon species generally have 9 paths, while other mythical beast species, god species, and demon species generally have 7 or 8 paths. The iron-eating beast king has experienced 8 thunders and is already a leader among the divine beasts. The dark clouds dissipated, the thunder disappeared, and the sun shone on him again. The iron-eating beast king's broken body began to recover rapidly, and his originally weak aura also rose wildly. Roar! A bear-like roar resounded in all directions, and the black and white hair of the Iron Beast King gradually converged, and its body that was more than 5 meters tall also compressed inward. 10 seconds later, a sturdy middle-aged man appeared in front of him. After surviving the thunder tribulation and becoming the king, the iron-eating Beast King was finally able to transform. The sturdy man turned his head and locked his eyes on Wang Yan. At that moment, Wang Yan felt that the air around him had frozen. This is the king. He is so terrifying. Wang Yan suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart, but he suppressed it. With the strength of the iron-eating Beast King, if you want to attack him, there is no need to wait until now. Thank you, my friend. It was the first time the iron-eating Beast King spoke, and his tone was awkward, but Wang Yan still understood it. You're welcome. Just take what you need. Wang Yan smiled and asked, You have just transformed. Why can you speak Chinese? I don't know either. After I survived the thunder tribulation, many new memories appeared in my mind, and Chinese was one of them. The iron-eating Beast King shook his head, his expression also full of confusion. My ancestor seems to have been the mount of a powerful human. Later, when fighting a powerful enemy, he was mistaken for his brother, and he never came back. The iron-eating beast clan also began to decline. Wang Yan? This is talking about Qiyu, right? In the previous life, someone joked that Qiyu had 2 mounts, one for fighting and the other for being cute. During the Battle of Zhuolu, Qiyu was in a hurry to go out, and ended up mixing up his two mounts? As long as the race can continue, nothing else matters. Wang Yan coughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. The national treasure in the previous life only had the power of a bear, but made a living by being cute. It may sound embarrassing, but in fact they live more comfortably than any other wild animal. Well, that makes sense. The iron-eating Beast King nodded. You couldn't speak before, and all communication depended on guessing. Now it's all right. In exchange for helping me advance to the king, you can make 2 requests. No, those spiritual medicines and fierce beasts are enough. Wang Yan rejected the kindness of the iron-eating Beast King, saying that one should not be too greedy. Know when to quit, and you will never suffer any loss. To me, a few ferocious beasts and spiritual medicines are not even 1/10,000th of what it takes to advance to the king level. The iron-eating Beast King looked at Wang Yan deeply and continued, I have no ill intentions. I just want to make up for it as much as possible. I see. Seeing that the iron-eating Beast King had explained it so clearly, Wang Yan could no longer refuse. I need the blood of Panlong, preferably with what attribute? What attribute? Panlong? Hearing Wang Yan's words, the iron-eating Beast King's brows immediately frowned. I have heard of Panlong, but he is very powerful and reached the king level a long time ago. Even if we are of the same rank and level, I am no match for him, not to mention that I have just advanced. The iron-eating Beast King shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. Among the countless ferocious beasts, the strongest are the divine beast species, the god species, and the demon species. Among the mythical beasts, the dragon species is almost invincible. The dragon species advanced to become the king a long time ago. God knows how strong it is. Not to mention the iron-eating Beast King. Even if another king came, he might not be able to defeat Panlong. You're looking for Panlong bloodline, probably to help the snake advance, right? The iron-eating Beast King said. I sense an extremely terrifying aura from it, a power that could destroy the world. Although it is a dragon species, it is superior to other dragon species. It is more like a source, ancient and mysterious, which makes people feel fearful. Ah? Is it that exaggerated? Hearing what the iron-eating Beast King said, Wang Yan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It's just advancement to the king. Is it that serious? Destroy the world? Are you crazy? Why would you destroy the world for no reason? Superior to the dragon species? The source? This is understandable, as the bloodline of the Chinese nation is inherited from an invincible strong man who possesses the power to create the world. If we trace it back, it was Fuxi and the dragon god Lei. Panlong is too strong. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. The iron-eating Beast King shook his head, his face full of apology. He is not alone. The entire tribe needs his protection. And Panlong is an old king, so he can't afford to provoke him. Chapter 78, Huge Improvement. It's okay. I've already prepared myself mentally. Wang Yan smiled and didn't take it seriously. Dragon species are already rare, let alone having to collect all 5. The ones in front can only be said to be extremely lucky, and the last one met the king, which is already very good. Although I can't beat it, it's much better than not finding it at all. If it doesn't work, ask the principal or second uncle for help. We are all family, there is no need to be polite. However, the principal and his second uncle are both very busy, and he will not take the initiative to look for them unless he is forced to do so. The blood of that snake is extremely terrifying. If you advance to the king level, you must be fully prepared. The iron-eating Beast King reminded. Yes, I understand. But having said that, although I can't help you kill Panlong, I know the locations of the other 2 dragons, which may be of great benefit to that snake. The iron-eating Beast King thought for a moment and said, 2 other dragons? Wang Yan was a little confused. Although dragon species were rare in number, there were many types. In addition to the Jiaolong, Ceratopsian, Qilong, Panlong, Qiolong, and Ichthyosaur, which are dragon species that resemble the Chinese dragon and have the blood of dragons, there are also winged dragon-like lizard monsters such as the Fengmalong. The combat power of these 2 types of dragons is extremely strong, among which the divine dragon is the best. The demon dragon is slightly stronger than the general divine beasts, but weaker than the special divine beasts such as Chenghuang, Tun Tiankuan, and Luwu. Finally, there is the shame of the dragon species, the dinosaur species. It has the character Long in its name, but it has nothing to do with dragon. It has low IQ and poor strength, ranking at the bottom among the category of divine beasts. Wang Yan has killed many dragons in succession and is now stuck on the Panlong. If there were other dragon species for Xiaoqing to devour, it would be of great benefit even if she could not advance to the king level. One is called Long, Tang. The other is called K. Both are 10th rank lords. It turned out to be these two. After hearing what the iron-eating Beast King said, Wang Yan suddenly realized. The so-called Tuo dragon is actually the Yangtze alligator. It is a first-class national protected animal and cannot be hunted. Koalong is a legendary creature, classic of mountains and seas. Great Wilderness East Classic says, it looks like an ox with a blue body but no horns and 1 foot. When it enters or leaves the water, there will be wind and rain. Its light is like the sun and the moon, and its sound is like thunder. Its name is Kue. Similar to it is Quinniu. There are also rumors that Quinniu and Koalong are actually the same thing, but they look like both a cow and a dragon. In that case, thank you very much. Wang Yan bowed to the iron-eating Beast King. The Beast King inherited the memories of his ancestors, so naturally, he cannot be treated as an ordinary ferocious beast. After advancing to the king level, the overall combat effectiveness of the iron-eating beast clan has been explosively improved. The Beast King named himself Xiongba and his son Xiongda, and decided to expand his territory. He also helped Wang Yan deal with the crocodile dragon and Koalong. Many ferocious beasts have recently learned what it feels like to have more than 200 lords rushing towards you with a howl. Fierce, crazy, and irresistible. Among the tribes within a few hundred miles, the strongest is only a 10th level lord. At this time, Xiongba advanced to become the king, and these lords were simply unable to resist. Either surrender or be exterminated. There is no third option. Even the most powerful dragon species cannot bridge the huge gap between the lord and the king. The alligator is a crocodile. Xiaoqing could only fill her stomach by eating it, but Wang Yan simply skinned it and roasted it. Although Koalong looked like both an ox and a dragon, its bloodline was extremely powerful. After Xiaoqing swallowed it, she clearly felt the change. Oh my! Little dumpling bear's big nose twitched. He looked at the bamboo shoots in his hand, then at the alligator meat on the grill, and resolutely threw away the bamboo shoots. Pandas are omnivores. It's not that they don't like eating meat, but that they can't eat meat and can only eat vegetarian food. The pandas in this world are fierce lord beasts with great combat power, and they have meat to eat every day. But they can't make fire, can't cook, and can only eat raw food. Smelling the mixed aroma of barbecue and spices at this time, Big Bear decisively betrayed bamboo. Bang! A dull sound exploded, and a figure flew backwards. It was a bear more than 2 meters tall. It is white all over and has strong limbs. The fur is thick and the muscles are firm. Bear-like beasts are generally good at attack and defense, and have extremely strong melee capabilities. This white bear is a 4th level lord. He is not very powerful in the Vajra realm, but he is not weak either. But in the battle with Wang Yan, he was defeated. Not only did he lose, he was also beaten to tears. With so many spiritual medicines piled into my body can now directly fight against a lord-quality spiritual beast. Wang Yan looked at his left hand, which was as red as blood. Heat emanated from his body, and the air around him was distorted. The strong body and terrifying sharp palms have created Wang Yan's current combat effectiveness. The 4th level lord was beaten by him, without any chance to fight back. If it were a human beast master, he would probably be killed in one move. I feel like I have hemorrhoids. Watching Wang Yan pinning the white bear to the ground and beating him up, Jinzi couldn't help but clench his buttocks. Chili peppers are not only spicy to the mouth, but also to the stomach and butt. In order to improve his ability to resist spicy food, Wang Yan adds a little capsaicin to every meal during this period. Not only himself, but also Jinzi, Xiaoqing, Xiaoye, Gunzi, and Fantong could not escape. Xiaoqing always ate it raw. Its bloodline power was extremely strong, and its physical body had reached the limit of a lord. Even Xiongba couldn't help but sigh. The spiciness of capsaicin is not painful or itchy for Xiaoqing. Xiaoye is cute and well-behaved, and she is serious and obedient. Wang Yan loves her so much that he can't bear to let her eat chili peppers. The stick is an elemental spirit, and if it can't stand the spiciness, it will reorganize its body. The most uncomfortable ones are gold and rice bucket. Neither my mouth nor but can bear it. After eating it for a few days in a row, they both almost had anal prolapse due to diarrhea. Seeing the white bear's red body, It couldn't help but think of its own miserable situation in the past. Ouch! The glutton nodded and silently covered his, but with his tail. Ah! The shrill howls were filled with indescribable pain and despair. The polar bear kept shaking and tears kept flowing. Its body was 2 times larger than before and covered with red palm marks. My eyes are burning, and I can't see anything. It can only attack randomly based on its senses in an attempt to force the enemy back. However, Wang Yan not only did not leave, but clung to her like a dogskin plaster. The polar bear became more and more swollen, and its skin began to crack and bleed. Time passed minute by minute, and with an unwilling roar, the white bear finally couldn't hold on any longer and was exhausted to death. As the cultivation of spicy palm continues to deepen, its characteristics have begun to show. Wang Yan lowered his head, and the red on his left hand faded quickly and soon returned to normal. Legend has it that when iron sand palm is practiced to the highest level, the palms will become as white as jade. With a palm strike, the golden essence invades the body and directly destroys the target's internal organs. The training methods of spicy palm and iron sand palm are almost identical, and it is estimated that it will be the same after practicing to a certain level. Chapter 79 Panlong. After leaving the iron-eating beast territory, Wang Yan planned to test the extent of his own strength. The beast master basically relies on spirit beasts in battle, and his own links are very weak. Therefore, many beast masters will choose a spirit beast to protect themselves during battle. Whether it is Shaoqing or Jinzi, their fighting power is extremely strong and is more than enough to protect Wang Yan. But he didn't want that. On the one hand, there are many kinds of spirit beasts, and there may be some that are good at assassination and sneak attacks. Instead of wasting a spirit beast to protect yourself, it is better to have the ability to protect yourself and pin down the enemy's spirit beast. On the other hand, the rules of some space cracks are very strange, and spirit beasts cannot exert much power. For example, in a soul-nurturing land, the ghosts inside are immune to physical and elemental damage, and can only be killed by soul power. Based on this idea, Wang Yan did not give up on strengthening himself. Vajra Bodhi enhances bone hardness, Shinjin fruit enhances muscle and skin defense, and Ganoderma lucidum enhances recovery ability. Wang Yan almost vomited. Others are afraid of toxins accumulating in their bodies, but Wang Yan has a cheat code, so he can eat whatever he wants and do whatever he wants. It stopped only when it could no longer bring any benefit. In the tribe of iron-eating beasts, there is food and drink and a large group of balls to touch, so life is quite comfortable. But the iron-eating beast territory is limited after all, and the things it produces are only a few things. Wang Yan's goal is to explore the Vajra realm and enhance his strength. He cannot stay there forever. So, he said goodbye to Xiongba and Zhaochuanchuan and continued to move deeper. Of course, he didn't forget to bring something. After a rough calculation, there are more than 2,000 Shinjin fruits and with Ganoderma lucidum, and more than 10,000 Vajra bodhis. The blood-suppressing grass, which can suppress the power of blood, weighs more than 3,000 kilograms. The iron-eating beast was really honest and gave all his assets to Wang Yan. Wang Yan was not stingy either. In return, he left behind 50 tons of bamboo shoots. In addition to a large amount of spiritual medicine, he also made a lot of points. After exchanging so many Ironheart Bamboo King shoots, Wang Yan still had a full 700,000 points left. I have to say that being a middleman can be very profitable sometimes. Boss, where are we going next? Jinzi stood on Wang Yan's shoulder, staring forward with his bright eyes. Phoenix eyes. Go find Panlong. Even if we can't defeat him, it's always good to take a look. Wang Yan, who killed the white ape with his bare hands, was in high spirits, with an invincible spirit like a king lifting a tripod. He is riding on a rice bucket, holding Xiaoye in his arms, with Shaoqing wrapped around his chest, and with gold and a stick squatting on his left and right shoulders respectively. His appearance is quite unique. After running for more than 10 hours, we finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. This mountain is not high, only about 50 meters. A giant dragon was coiled on the top of the mountain, sleeping soundly. In the myths and legends of the past, Panlong was a dragon that lay dormant on the ground and had not ascended to heaven. Because it was often carved on stone pillars, it got its name. Whether it is a Panlong, a horned dragon, an ichthyosaur, a Tronglong, or a Qilong, they are all powerful and ferocious beasts. As their strength continues to increase and their quality continues to improve, perhaps one day they will be able to go against the current and reproduce the glory of their ancestors. But now, it is just a ferocious beast with dragon blood. Wang Yan stood more than 1,000 meters away and observed the appearance of the Panlong through a telescope. Mighty, domineering, and imposing. Even though it is thousands of meters away, it is still shocking. Panlong is not a real dragon and cannot feed on clouds and natural energy. This is Wang Yan's only chance. According to the information given by Xiongba, Wang Yan circled the mountain several times and finally found a small lake. The lake water is crystal clear, some slender water plants are floating slowly, and a few turtles are lying on the shore basking in the sun. As the saying goes, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If the person is too strict, there will be no followers. It means that if the water is too clear, fish cannot survive. If a person is too strict, he will have no friends. Apart from a few turtles and water plants, there seem to be no other living creatures in the small lake. But that's not the case. In fact, there lives a special ferocious beast called shadowless fish. Invisible and traceless. No matter what method is used, no trace of it can be detected, but it really exists. Many of Xiongba's memories come from inheritance in his blood. He himself doesn't know whether they are true or false, and has no way to distinguish them. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to confirm whether there really are shadowless fish in the lake. But who is Wang Yan? With the system in hand, there are many cheaters in the world. If you can't even find a shadowless fish, you might as well find a 36D and suffocate yourself. What the hell? Really? Wang Yan looked back and forth in the lake. The water was so clear that it seemed as if it didn't exist. Not to mention fish, there wasn't even a bug. If there are no fish, how do these turtles survive? Eat grass. Wang Yan picked one up at random, and the little thing shrank its limbs and head into its shell in fear. Master, what is this? It was the first time that Stick saw the turtle. He poked it with his finger and asked with curiosity. This is a turtle. It is very nutritious when stewed into soup. Eat it with chicken to nourish the kidneys and strengthen yang, and replenish qi and nourishing. Wang Yan replied, Kidney tonic? And chicken? Stick muttered something, and his eyes turned to the gold. Alpaca, I am a phoenix, not a chicken. Seeing Gunzi's inquiring gaze, Jeanzi became furious. This silly elf is a bad guy. He pretends to be stupid and can do all kinds of evil things. I have never seen a phoenix like this. It has no phoenix feathers, no long and thin tail feathers, and it doesn't look good. You say you are a phoenix? Who would believe you? Stick pouted and flapped his wings to fly to Wang Yan's hand. Master, I want to eat turtle stewed with old hen. You are the old hen. Your whole family is old hens. Jeanzi cursed, and a sword energy flew out, but was easily dodged by Stick. That's it. Gunzi raised his eyelids, his face full of contempt. The two little guys were spraying each other, and the lunch bucket was licking them out of curiosity. Ouch! The scream suddenly appeared and immediately attracted the attention of Jeanzi and Gunzi. When he turned his head, he saw that the glutton's tongue was bitten by the turtle and was shaking in pain. This idiot! Wang Yan covered his face with his hands and once again thought of eating dog meat. It's so scary. Absolutely invincible. We must not let this guy go, otherwise he will be dead in 3 days. Stuff your finger into the shell at the buttocks, and the turtle will die instantly from the spiciness. A second-level elite beast, pitifully weak. Now that the turtle is dead, I will naturally feel relieved. Wang Yan broke open the turtle shell, sprinkled salt and spices on it, and handed it to the rice bucket. Woof! The rice bucket yelled angrily and bit it hard. It wants revenge. Only by eating it whole, including the shell and the meat, can you get rid of the anger in your heart. Wang Yan put his fingers in and spicy the turtle to death. Needless to say, the smell was unbelievable. As expected, Fan Tong cried because of the spicy taste. But it still ate the whole turtle, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 80. Beating Panlong. The lake is not large, roughly estimated to be only about 100 cubic meters. Wang Yan drained out most of the water, poured in the osmanthus wine, and mixed in a lot of blood-suppressing grass juice. Osmanthus wine is extremely delicious and has a very strong alcohol content, while the blood-suppressing grass can suppress the power of the blood. The cooperation between the two will definitely significantly weaken Panlong's overall strength. As for such a simple trap, would Panlong fall for it? Let's take a gamble. If you win the bet, everyone is happy. If you lose the bet, you don't suffer much. There are no human natives in the Vajra realm, and all ferocious beasts prefer head-on combat with fists and flesh. Panlong has probably never experienced something as despicable and shameless as poisoning. Everything is ready. All that's left is to wait patiently. Wang Yan installed several surveillance cameras in the grass piles and cracks in the rocks near the lake to closely observe the movements of the Panlong. This is suppression from the scientific system. To ferocious beasts, it is like magic in the eyes of humans. It is hard to explain, understand, and perceive. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Just when Wang Yan was wondering if Xiongba's news was nonsense, a figure appeared on the screen. It has a slender body and sharp claws. The long beard flutters in the wind, giving a sense of elegance and handsomeness. As if it smelled a special fragrance, Panlong's nose twitched and it quickly found the source. "It's the lake in front of us." Turn your head around, looking for anything suspicious. But with Panlong's experience, he did not notice the existence of a surveillance camera. So he lowered his head and took a light sip. The moon beasts are the essence of the moon and the representatives of the moon god. The fine wines and delicacies they brew are all top-notch. Even the tree elves that emerged after the collapse of the world would be greedy, let alone a mere dragon species. Panlong's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that there was such a delicious thing in the world. The throat continued to roll, and the water level of the lake dropped rapidly, reaching the bottom in less than 2 minutes. Panlong let out a long breath. The alcohol was taking effect, and he began to see stars and his head was dizzy. Bang! After struggling for a while, Panlong finally couldn't hold on anymore. The huge body fell heavily to the ground, splashing up countless dust. "God is helping me." Seeing the appearance of Panlong, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel ecstatic. "I never expected that such a simple strategy would be successful. Although these ferocious beasts are powerful, their brains are really not very good." Without any hesitation, Wang Yan took out the fixed-point transmission device and asked Xiongba to come over. This item can open a space channel between 2 coordinates, which is suitable for surprise attacks by small forces. As the nephew of the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District, how could he only carry a space converter for escape? Not to mention a lot of good stuff, but the commonly used ones are definitely indispensable. The passage opens and Xiongba appears. "Is it done?" Turning his head to look around, Xiongba asked. "Panlong has fainted. This is a good opportunity for us to take action. But before that, we need to test it first." As he spoke, Wang Yan took out the jade crystal gun. He chose the surveillance location on the top of a small hill 1,000 meters away in order to facilitate a sneak attack. It's really amazing. Looking at the sleeping figure of Panlong in the picture, Xiongba couldn't help but admire it. He didn't think too much about it. The thoughts of ferocious beasts are generally simpler than those of humans. They don't have so many conspiracies and twists and turns. In Xiongba's opinion, as long as he fulfills his promise to Wang Yan, nothing else matters. Bang! A dull sound exploded in my ears, and on the monitor screen, a spark suddenly burst out from Panlong's eyelids. Just as Wang Yan expected, the jade crystal spear was unable to break through the defense of the king beast, not even its weak point like the eyelids. As for other places, there is no way to test it for the time being. After firing dozens of shots in a row, Wang Yan still had no intention of stopping. "You can do whatever you want if you have money. Just a few elemental crystals, I can totally afford it. That is a Panlong of king quality, lying motionless and ready for anyone to shoot at. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever." In addition, Wang Yan wanted to determine whether the blood-suppressing grass was effective by observing the reaction of the jade crystal gun shooting at the dragon scales. However, although Wang Yan enjoyed his ejaculation very much, Xiongba was a little impatient. "Now go over there." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiongba rushed towards the location where Panlong was. The king beast was extremely fast and arrived at the destination within a few breaths, a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Boom! Xiongba jumped high into the air and restored his true form in the air. As the fist landed, the Panlong's scales exploded immediately. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Although he had just entered the realm of the king, Xiongba had the bloodline of a divine beast that could draw down 8 thunders, and was only slightly weaker than those dragon species that stood at the top. Punch after punch, the Panlong scales burst out and blood flowed. This is the king, so scary. Looking at the commotion caused by Xiongba, Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel. With such terrifying power, a single punch could probably smash a hill of dozens of meters high. If it fell on him, he would probably die in one move. Wang Yan suddenly looked forward to seeing Xiaoqing's advancement. As a dragon species, it was stronger than Xiongba. Normally, a dragon species only needs one bloodline to advance to the king level, but Xiaoqing needs 5. With such a huge difference, God knows how powerful Xiaoqing will become. Dominate the world! The roar resounded through the sky, and Xiongba's body suddenly expanded, rising to 20 meters in a breath. The huge fist smashed hard on Panlong's head, causing it to cave in immediately. This punch was so fierce that the sleeping Panlong was actually woken up. Ouch! There was a terrifying murderous intent mixed in with the angry roar. Panlong raised his head, but before he could see the attacker clearly, a ball of blood exploded on his face. Xiongba's punch broke his nose, and blood, flesh, and bones leaked out. Otherwise, an attack of this magnitude would not be able to break his defense at all. Panlong didn't take it seriously, but the next moment, a horrible burning sensation spread out, invading his nasal cavity and drilling into his eye sockets like crazy. Whoa! Blood mixed with snot and tears gushed out uncontrollably. Panlong wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter it at all. Crying for your mother. Seeing Panlong's appearance, Xiongba's face immediately showed an expression of disdain. When he was just born, he had heard about the deeds of Panlong, the king of beasts, powerful and invincible. This impression has been deeply engraved in my mind. Even though he was promoted to a king, he still had fear of Panlong. When Wang Yan told his plan, Xiongba did not agree immediately. He wanted to test it first, and if Wang Yan succeeded, then he would fight. If that fails, he runs. The old king of ferocious beasts is definitely not something that a latecomer like him can compare to. But the result was pretty good. Wang Yan succeeded. Not only was Panlong's bloodline power weakened, but he was also feeling dizzy because he drank too much sweet-scented osmanthus wine. Ouch! The severe pain made Panlong fully awake, but the power of osmanthus wine was too great. Although the brain is awake, the body is still out of control. Besides, he felt like he was getting weaker. He couldn't even exert half of his full strength, and his body's defenses were greatly reduced. It's this water. Although Panlong had not experienced many conspiracies and intrigues, he was not stupid at all and quickly realized what was going on. Damn bear, he actually used such despicable means. Panlong was furious and was hit in the eye by Xiongda's fist. The punch was so powerful and strong that the terrifying force penetrated deeply and almost burst his eyeballs. Panlong opened his mouth and was about to bite, but unexpectedly 3 consecutive attacks shot into his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet exploded, and the concentrated capsaicin in the middle immediately filled the mouth. Panlong screamed, and snot, tears, and blood gushed out uncontrollably again. At that moment, he felt like his soul was gone. At that moment, he felt that his life as a dragon had lost its meaning. Xiongda held him down and beat him wildly, while Wang Yan hid in the distance and kept shooting. The man and the bear cooperated with each other and beat Panlong without any chance of fighting back. It's not that Big Bear is strong, nor that Panlong is too weak, but that capsaicin is too troublesome. No matter whether it is a human or a ferocious beast, as long as it is an animal, it must have physical weaknesses. Especially the fragile nasal cavity and cranial cavity, even the slightest attack will be extremely painful, let alone capsaicin. Xiongba and Wang Yan attacked with all their might, not daring to relax for even a moment. In the lake not far away, a cloud of fog appeared quietly at some point. It was hazy and blurry, as if something was hidden in it, but it was not clear. Xiongba and Wang Yan were completely focused on Panlong, while Jinzi, Xiaoqing, Gunzi, and Xiaoye were too far away to notice him at all. Only Fan Tang turned his head, widened his eyes suspiciously, and quickly shifted his attention elsewhere. Angry, desperate. Panlong kept roaring and struggling, but it was of no use. As time went by, the effect of the alcohol was wearing off quickly, but the feeling of physical weakness was getting worse. The osmanthus wine gradually becomes ineffective, and the blood-suppressing grass takes over. Almost there! Almost there! It will be successful soon. Wang Yan's heart was pounding, and his body was shaking with excitement. As long as Panlong is killed, Xiaoqing will be able to reach the realm of king. At that time, he would be able to rely on Xiaoqing's power to completely step into the circle of kings. Both the principal and my second uncle once said that the progression from level 1 to level 10 is just a process of accumulation, and becoming the king is the real beginning. Although 99% of Beastmasters cannot reach that level, once they pass it, it is equivalent to opening a new door. From that time on, the quality of spirit beasts could no longer restrict the pace of Beastmasters, and Beastmasters were no longer synonymous with weakness. Some powerful Beastmasters can even possess powers far exceeding that of dragon-type beasts. Protect yourself, your family and friends, and protect your spirit animal companion. Explore countless different worlds, travel the world, and conquer all directions. All of this seemed very far away from Wang Yan, yet also seemed very close. The key point is what is in front of you. Calm down. You must calm down. Wang Yan took a deep breath. The more critical the moment, the more he should not take it lightly. So many lessons from the past, so many tragic scenes. Countless people have proved with facts what it means to fall short at the last moment and what it means to be overjoyed and end up in sorrow. I curse you. You will definitely be killed by my dragon clan. There was endless hatred and murderous intent in the hoarse voice, and Pan Long stared at Xiongba with his eyes, as if he wanted to carve his appearance into his soul. Even if I die, even if I am reincarnated, I will come back to take revenge. Wang Yan scoffed at such behavior. Whether or not vicious beasts have reincarnation is another matter. But dying at the hands of Xiongba in this life, do you think you can turn the tables in the next life? What's more, Xiaoqing will be able to advance to the king soon. At that time, all the ferocious beasts will be trampled under its feet. A mere coiled dragon, what a thing! Panlong's curse was hilarious and did not extend his life. As Xiongba's fist fell, Panlong finally died. Success! The jade crystal gun in Wang Yan's hand fell to the ground. Because he used too much force, his palm was soaked with sweat. The process went very smoothly, but the tension I felt was indescribable. Any mistake, any accident, will lead to unbearable consequences. Fortunately, they won. Panlong was killed, and everything was going in the right direction. However, at this moment, a terrible earthquake suddenly occurred. The earth is shaking, and the mountains are crumbling. Countless rocks fell, and cracks were torn open. The accident came so suddenly and caught us off guard. No! Wang Yan screamed, collected all the spirit beasts, jumped on the dog, and ran towards Xiongba. He didn't know what happened, but he was determined to get Panlong's body. Even if it puts us in danger, even if we are forced to leave the Vajra realm early, we must get it. It is extremely foolish to exchange life for resources. But many times, reason is not omnipotent. Faced with such a huge temptation, Wang Yan had no choice at all. Or leave immediately and wait for the next opportunity. This opportunity may come soon, or it may never come. Either you take the risk. If you succeed, everyone will be happy. If you fail, you will just die. Wang Yan chose the latter. He doesn't have that much time to wait, and the enemy won't give him a chance. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. If you don't try, you'll never know how unlucky you are. Fan Tong was moving very fast, and in just a few breaths, he arrived several hundred meters away from Xiongba. Then, the moment he saw Wang Yan, Xiongba threw a white ball out, and Wang Yan also threw the space converter over at the same time. Bang! Bang! The two of them caught it almost at the same time and disappeared almost at the same time. Wang Yan and Xiongba were both teleported to the outside world, to the office of the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military Region. The moment Wang Yan and Xiongba disappeared, the earthquake stopped. A cloud of mist appeared out of nowhere, twisting and transforming into a human shape. You can't tell the gender or race. He picked up the jade crystal gun that had fallen on the ground, put it against his shoulder like Wang Yan did, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull sound suddenly exploded, creating a hole in the stone wall in front. The humanoid seemed to find this very interesting and kept firing until all the elemental energy inside it was used up and it began to draw energy from itself. Hey, is this something human? How interesting. A voice came out with a hint of joy, as clear as a silver bell and as hoarse as a broken drum. A chaotic mixture, it is difficult to tell whether it is male or female. Chapter 82, The Thunder Tribulation begins. Minghu Provincial Military Region, Wang Yi's office. A twisted space vortex appeared out of nowhere, and a man and a dog were spit out. It's okay. Wang Yan patted his chest, feeling very grateful. The earthquake occurred so suddenly that he was caught off guard. Every second that passes during the night, the danger grows a little more. Fortunately, he succeeded, and at the last moment Xiongba threw the Dragon Ball over to him. Although Xiaoqing didn't get the flesh and blood of Panlong, The Dragon Ball contained more than 50% of Panlong's power, which was enough for Xiaoqing to advance. Ouch! The rice bucket cried out and hit its head again. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it feels like everything is much clearer. Things that I couldn't understand before, I can now understand. No, it's dangerous. Wang Yan suddenly became alert and remembered something. This is the office of the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District. There must be many invisible protective measures. Xiongba is the king of beasts in the Vajra realm. If you rashly enter here, there is a 99% chance that you will be targeted. With a turn of his eyes, he took in the entire surrounding scene. There was no trace of Xiongba. Maybe he was stopped outside. Without any hesitation, Wang Yan immediately opened the window and yelled outside, "Second uncle, don't kill him." Wang Yan didn't know if it would be useful, but Xiongba had helped him a lot, so he had to try his best to save him. The sky was filled with murderous intent, and the stars were changing. The earth is filled with murderous intent, and dragons and snakes emerge from the land. When people have murderous intentions, they can destroy the world. Xiongba has felt the power of heaven and experienced the wrath of earth. Now he also tasted the power of man. After crushing the space converter, the whole person was immediately pulled into the space channel, and then an extremely terrifying sense of crisis appeared out of nowhere. Various kinds of magic techniques surround me, and the 5 elements of energy are surging wildly. If he dares to make the slightest move, he will be instantly reduced to ashes. Xiongba held his breath, cold sweat slowly flowing down his head. Such terrifying murderous intent could not even be compared to 1/10,000th of the thunder tribulation that had promoted him to the king. Where exactly is this place? Xiongba regretted it very much. If he had chosen to fight hard, he might have had a chance of survival. But here, let alone a glimmer of hope, it is even a question whether even a single hair can be left behind. Do you want to fight? The thought disappeared as soon as it appeared. Now that he was not attacked, it meant that he still had a chance to survive. But if you dare to do it, even dozens of lives will not be enough to kill you. Xiongba thought of Wang Yan. It was he who gave him the space converter, so this should be his territory. The surrounding spells did not launch an attack. Perhaps they were waiting for Wang Yan's reaction. Sure enough, just as Xiongba was waiting anxiously, Wang Yan's voice reached his ears. The next moment, the terrifying spells disappeared into space, and his body fell steadily to the ground. Xiongba was really confused. He had no idea what was going on. He was actually transferred to another place. Besides myself, there were 2 other people. One is Wang Yan, and the other is someone I don't know. This is the Minghu Provincial Military District, and this is the secretary of the commander of the military district. This is the chief of the King Kong realm's iron-eating beast clan. After a brief introduction, Luo Zhu understood, but Xiongba was even more confused. Iron-eating beast, a very simple and honest species of divine beast. Luo Zhu pondered for a while, but did not rush to express his opinion. Xiongba has helped Wang Yan a lot. The military district will definitely not kill him. But how to deal with it specifically still needs to be discussed. After all, the military region is not a one-man show, and some key decisions still require meetings. The matter of Xiongba was left to Luo Zhu to handle, while Wang Yan fed the Dragon Ball to Xiaoqing and then waited silently. Although we don't know the reason why they were forced to flee in a panic this time, it is definitely not a normal natural phenomenon. Wang Yan had no intention of investigating, nor did he have the energy to do so. The last dragon seed needed to become a king has been obtained. It's time for Xiaoqing to take a step further. With Xiaoqing, a person with kingly qualities, by his side, Wang Yan's safety will be greatly improved. After informing his second uncle Wang Yi, Wang Yan summoned Xiaoqing out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As soon as Xiaoqing appeared, she immediately wrapped herself around Wang Yan and started licking him. Wang Yan always felt that this little guy had ill intentions towards him and was always coveting his body. Eat this! Wang Yan pulled Xiaoqing's head over with great effort and took out Panlong's Dragon Ball. Before he could say anything else, Xiaoqing put the Dragon Ball and her finger into her mouth. There seemed to be ripples in the big, round eyes, making Wang Yan suspect that it was not a snake at all, but a demon that specialized in absorbing yang energy. The Dragon Ball had already entered his stomach, but Wang Yan's finger was still in Xiaoqing's mouth. The little tongue keeps swirling around, feeling a little naughty. With a pop sound, Wang Yan pulled out his fingers. There was no joy or sadness on his face, but his heart was trembling. He had a hunch that once Xiaoqing advanced to the king level and transformed into a human, he would be drained dry. Snakes are naturally lustful, not to mention that his master is an old pervert. Pooh! He is a gentleman. A gentleman is lustful, but not lewd. It starts from emotion and ends with etiquette. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Forget it, let's talk about it later. What if your breasts are really big? Wang Yan licked his lips. It would be best if she was a lowly, and preferably a size 36D. I tortured him. He was shocked. This is too cruel. He is really a talent that can be imprisoned, but not locked up. Wang Yan silently chanted Amitabha in his heart. In fact, he could accept it even if it was not too big. As long as she was not as hopeless as Wan Mei, Wang Yan still preferred his childhood sweetheart. After swallowing the Dragon Ball, Xiaoqing's aura began to rise steadily, and his body size also grew rapidly. At the same time, it seemed as if endless dark clouds were coming from all directions, covering the entire Kyushu in an instant. The wind howled and thunder and lightning flashed. It's like the end of the world. Xiaoqing's thunder tribulation is far more terrifying than Xiongba's. As soon as it appeared, it was noticed by the powerful people all over the world. Daqin, Holy Roman Empire. Emperor Franz looked towards the location of the Yin Huang Empire, and a look of horror gradually appeared on his face. Is it possible that the empire that was established hundreds of years ago in the face of countless ferocious beasts will give birth to another true god? It has occupied the position of overlord for too long, so long that Franz almost forgot that the Holy Roman Empire is on the same level as the Yin Huang Empire. Looking at this movement, I'm afraid that just after ascending to the throne, he will have the power to fight against all the gods. Franz clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. If a true god could come to this world, he would not allow you to be so rampant. Franz was furious and extremely desperate. He was afraid of the strong men of the Yin Huang Empire and their terrible power. If he knew that the one who caused the thunder tribulation was not an invincible strong man who was about to ascend to the throne of God, but just a small snake of lord quality, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. The Kingdom of Gold. Navy Commander Mr. Wang sighed silently. He had thought about restoring the glory of the Golden Family, but since the Ming Taizu, everything had nothing to do with them. The Yin Huang Empire had ruled over Jiuzhou for 400 years, and now such a terrifying character has appeared again. The Golden Kingdom is destined to be a vassal forever. Chapter 83, Wang Yan's Choice. This snake is really unusual. The blazing white lightning tore through the darkness and illuminated the earth. There was no surprise on Wang Yi's face, only confusion. As early as when Wang Yan took the practical exam, he noticed Xiaoqing. But after many investigations, even Xiaoqing's ancestors were turned upside down, but nothing unusual was found. If I have to say something, it is that Xiaoqing's color is too pure and her eyes are more lively. But this alone is not enough to explain its subsequent changes. Everyone has his own destiny. Isn't it because of countless opportunities that you have come this far? The principal stood beside Wang Yi, his face full of admiration. It's been 9 consecutive thunderbolts, and it hasn't stopped yet. Its bloodline is extremely powerful, far beyond the limits of dragon species. Wang Yi looked up at the sky, and under the traction of the Qi energy, Xiaoqing flew into the air. This is no longer an ordinary thunder tribulation, but a 5-element heavenly tribulation. This has never happened in the past 400 years. 5 elements heavenly tribulation? Doesn't that mean it has to go through 54 thunderbolts in total? A look of surprise appeared on the principal's face. The divine dragon species among all dragon species is the most powerful beast, but it only has 9 thunderbolts. If there really is a 5-element heavenly calamity, it would be necessary to add 45 5-element thunders to the 9 ordinary thunders. The 5 elements heavenly tribulation will only appear when one ascends to the sainthood. If Xiaoqing can really survive the 5 elements heavenly tribulation, it means that he will definitely be able to ascend to the sainthood in the future without having to go through the heavenly tribulation again. Boom! 9 thunders fell in succession. Xiaoqing's body seemed insignificant in front of the heaven and earth, yet as steady as a mountain. Originated from the great Chinese nation, from ancient ancestors who were so powerful that they had the power to create the world. Xiaoqing's bloodline is unique in this world, and even gods cannot compare to it. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The forces of the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining. Natural tribulation is both a tribulation and a test. Once it's over, you will reach heaven in one step. If you can't get over it, you will die. Bolts of lightning fell one after another, constantly tempering Xiaoqing's blood, allowing it to move one step closer to becoming the king. Old scales fall off and new scales are formed. After 45 thunders fell, Xiaoqing was reborn. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A sharp hissing sound was heard, and Xiaoqing looked up at the sky with an extremely solemn expression. Why? It's been 6 rounds. Why isn't it over yet? Wang Yan's face turned pale. He sensed danger, an extremely terrifying danger. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a depressing atmosphere quietly emerged. Heavy, deep, weathered, and ancient. Feeling this breath, even with his experience, Wang Yi couldn't help but change his expression. How is this possible? Yin-yang heavenly punishment. Why does yin-yang heavenly punishment appear? Wang Yi stared at the dark clouds in the sky, where an eye appeared out of nowhere. The black pupil and the white eyeball are clearly distinguished. The yin-yang heavenly punishment is a horrific calamity that only occurs when one ascends to the throne of God. Even true gods may not be able to survive it. Xiaoqing is just a mere lord. Even though the power of thunder has been weakened countless times, it is surprising that he can survive the 5 elements heavenly tribulation. It is absolutely impossible for him to survive the yin-yang heavenly punishment. Ordinary thunder tribulations, 5 elements heavenly tribulations, and yin and yang heavenly punishments are all more terrifying than the other. The power of the 5 elements evolves all things, and the power of yin and yang builds the foundation. Time, space, thunder, wind, and other forces must be based on the yin and yang and the 5 elements. Only when yin and yang and the 5 elements are complete can the world function normally. If one or more of these items are missing, unpredictable situations may occur. The power of yin and yang was extremely terrifying. Not only Wang Yi and the principal, but even Wang Yan noticed something was wrong. This eye gave him the feeling of the eye of heaven in the novels of his previous life. It seemed that this was no longer a simple test, but a catastrophe. No, I will never allow Xiaoqing to die here. Wang Yan became furious and wanted to put Xiaoqing into the soul contract. He would rather Xiaoqing be a lord all his life than for it to disappear like this. Wang Yan made a decision, but just as he was about to get closer, he was stopped by Wang Yi. The heavenly punishment has locked onto it. If you dare to get close, you will be immediately included in the heavenly punishment's range. Not only will your life be in danger, but the power of the heavenly punishment will also increase. Wang Yi looked at Wang Yan and said in a deep voice, "The yin-yang heavenly punishment has not yet fallen. Maybe there will be a turning point." After hearing Wang Yi's words, Wang Yan immediately calmed down. The heavenly punishment has already locked onto Xiaoqing, and it will not stop even if the soul contract is taken in. At that time, the heavenly punishment will strike you as well. Originally, Xiaoqing had a chance to survive, but if I died, it would definitely die with me. Without much time to think, Wang Yan made his choice immediately. System, I want Xiaoqing to live. You can deduct as much lifespan as needed. After having the system for such a long time, Wang Yan has almost figured out what is going on. You can redeem your own stuff for points, and use the points to buy stuff in the store. But if you want to meet certain special requirements, you will need to pay with your life. For example, when the system was activated, 10 years of life were deducted. One requires 5 years of life, but Xiaoqing will never be able to reach the peak. One that requires a lifespan of 10 years. And although rejected by the origin of heaven and earth, its development prospects seemed to far exceed that of the gods. The countdown kept shortening, but Wang Yan was in a dilemma. 5 years of life is neither long nor short. If the 10 years had not been deducted for activating the system, Wang Yan would not have been so troubled. Choose to destroy the world. After hesitating for half a minute, Wang Yan finally made a choice. This world is huge, and there are countless space cracks. If lifespan is reduced, there's also a chance to replenish it. It's such a shame to restrict Xiaoqing's future just for 5 years. Wang Yan believes in Xiaoqing and also believes in the power of his ancestral bloodline. Besides, the direction of world destruction is very awesome, as you can tell at a glance. As 10 years of life were deducted, the black and white eyes in the sky immediately changed. Start rotating rapidly with the pupil as the center. It was as if endless energy fell down and enveloped Xiaoqing. The scales are falling off and the flesh is melting. The power of yin and yang penetrated deep into it, completely transforming its bloodline. Chapter 84, The World-Destroying Dragon. In the center of the infinite universe, a huge sacred tree stands quietly. The tree has 9 layers, and its roots are in the darkness. Its dense branches and leaves spread out, and its brilliant light illuminates everything. Various energies and elements are constantly flowing and constantly being born and destroyed. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, time and space, thunder, and many gods are all embodied here. And on the 9th floor of the tree, there is a dragon coiled around it. The huge body spreads across countless light years, and each dragon scale is a complete world. This is the dragon of creation, representing the source of creation and life. As if sensing something, the creator dragon woke up from his deep sleep. His blood-red eyes saw the familiar figure from an infinitely long distance. World-destroying dragon, long time no see. After deducting 10 years of life, the yin and yang power condensed in the sky no longer had a sense of oppression, but slowly flowed into Xiaoqing's body like water. Its bloodline is transforming, and its aura is rising. From lord to king is a threshold and also an ordeal. It's over. From now on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. If you can't get through it, you will die and ascend to heaven on the spot. The more powerful the bloodline, the more difficult it is to advance. There has never been anyone like Xiaoqing in the past 400 years. Fortunately, it was successful. Although it consumed 10 years of Wang Yan's life, his future will be bright. Name: World-destroying dragon Xiaoqing. Quality: king. Attribute: yin and yang. Upgrade: requires substances rich in energy or that can temper blood. Skill: element countercurrent. A normal skill that strengthens elemental attacks tenfold and reduces elemental damage by 90%. Yin-yang interaction. Elite skill: the spirit beast and the master's life are linked, constantly nourishing the master's body. If there is close contact, this process can be accelerated. The deeper, the faster the nourishment speed. World-destroying might. Leader skill. Wherever the dragon's might covers, non-dragon species will have their attributes reduced by 30%. Non-divine beast species will have their attributes reduced by 20%. Non-god species will have their attributes reduced by 20%. And non-demon species will have their attributes reduced by 20%. This effect can be stacked. Unity. Lord's skill. The tamer can use all the skills of the spirit beast, and the energy consumed is borne by the spirit beast. The tamer can communicate with the spirit beast through telepathy, regardless of the distance. Yin-yang rotation. King skill: freely control and convert yin and yang energy. After a spirit beast is upgraded to level 10, it will undergo a transformation. Skills from level 1 to 10 are melted into 1, and combat effectiveness is greatly improved. It was from this time on that the spirit beast's direction of advancement became to continuously improve its bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more powerful the skills obtained. After advancing to the king level, all of Xiaoqing's skills were integrated into ordinary skills, and the 3 quality skills of elite, leader, and lord were also greatly improved. Ordinary skills strengthen elemental attacks tenfold, reducing elemental damage by 90%, and directly sending those ferocious beasts that rely on elements to fight into the abyss. The elite skill is an advanced form of repay, which can speed up the strengthening of Wang Yan by Xiaoqing's bloodline. The leader's skill is the advanced dragon power, which is unreasonable and unconditional. After all, the world-destroying dragon is the only one in the world, and its bloodline is extremely powerful. It is very easy to suppress some ferocious beasts. The Lord's skill increased the intimacy between Wang Yan and Xiaoqing, and from then on there was no longer any barrier between the man and the dragon. As for the newly acquired king skills, they are extremely terrifying. Freely control and transform the yin and yang energies. The former can derive many skills, such as controlling the conflict between the yin and yang forces and causing a huge explosion. The latter can destroy the stability of matter and cause it to collapse instantly. Everything in the world must be constructed on the basis of yin and yang and by the power of the 5 elements. Only when yin and yang and the 5 elements are complete can there be stability. Yin and yang are reversed, the balance is broken, and destruction is the only way forward. Wow, this is awesome. Too strong. Worthy of being the world-destroying dragon. Wang Yan was overjoyed, feeling that his 10 years of life had not been wasted. With Xiaoqing's strength, it should be easy for her to defeat a few Xiongba. It was also fortunate that Xiongba didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise, he would have cried and told him that a few or dozens of them would be easy. The miserable yesterday is over, and the beautiful tomorrow is coming. Wang Yan looked up at the sky, but found that Xiaoqing was no longer there. The next moment, a soft body threw itself into his arms. No, there are too many people here. Wang Yan refused instinctively, but his mouth was immediately blocked. I dare not look. I dare not look. It's so immoral, so immoral. Jinzi and Gun looked at each other and saw mutual respect in each other's eyes. They shook hands silently, and the bird and the elf continued to watch carefully. Just as Wang Yan expected, Xiaoqing was too clingy. Xiaoqing didn't let him go until he was almost suffocated. Almond eyes, oval face, and willow-shaped eyebrows. Rosy lips, watery eyes, slender waist, and long thighs. As well as big. It seemed that she was very aware of Wang Yan's hobbies, and Xiaoqing's transformed appearance hit his sensitive spots. Without waiting for Wang Yan to respond, Xiaoqing leaned close to his ear, opened her red lips, and called out, Dad. It's soft and sticky, yet has a hint of sexiness. Combined with Xiaoqing's well-behaved, cute, and pure face, it is simply irresistible. Wang Yan admitted that his hormones were moving. If there weren't so many people here, if it weren't so public, Hey, let's talk about it when we get home. Let's talk about it when we get home. Wang Yanling laughed twice, holding Xiaoqing and climbing onto the dog. Boss, wait for me. Master, wait for me. Seeing Wang Yan leaving in a hurry, Jinzi and Gunzi hurriedly chased after him. Wang Yi and the principal looked at each other and could only sigh helplessly. It's great to be young. We rushed all the way to the accommodation area. Wang Yan closed the door and began to have an intense conversation with Xiaoqing. The mysteries of the universe and the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Natural evolution, heroic biography. Wang Yan explained all the knowledge in a simple and easy-to-understand way, carefully and thoroughly, so that Xiaoqing could fully absorb it. When the talk came to the exciting parts, Wang Yan couldn't help but applaud. When she talked about the touching parts, Xiaoqing couldn't help but burst into tears. In order to pursue eternal and endless knowledge and to explore the mysterious truth, Wang Yan and Xiaoqing ignored the protests of others and quarreled fiercely, and the house was almost shaken down. 3 days passed in a flash. Wang Yan opened the window and the warm sunlight shone on his face, making him feel refreshed. I have to say that the yin-yang interaction skill is really powerful. Wang Yan not only did not feel tired, but was full of energy. After opening the panel and taking a look, I found that all 3 attributes had reached more than 200 points. Among them, strength is the highest, 285 points. Constitution is the second, 279 points. Agility is the lowest, only 233 points. In just a few days, the attributes doubled, which is incredible. Don't go. Keep playing. Xiaoqing lay on her side on the bed, her body half covered and half exposed, her eyes blurred, as if covered by a layer of mist. Keep going. You'll delay your work. Wang Yan turned his head away and didn't look at her. The land of gentleness is the grave of heroes. Even a hero can be tempted by beautiful women. If he continues like this, his heart will be corrupted by beauty. Not to mention becoming a top powerhouse, it's hard to maintain the current level. But then again, other people's lust for beauty would drain their bodies. So why is it that his lust for beauty is getting stronger and stronger? In just 3 days, the attributes more than doubled. What if it takes 3 months? 3 years? Isn't it going to heaven? I think my life is happy now, Wang Yan thought to himself. Xiaoqing looks innocent, but she is extremely slutty at heart. Binding Xin is a queen, and Xiaoye is a lowly. He has all 3 of the types that men love the most. If there weren't so many ferocious beasts, if there wasn't the Brotherhood of Destruction, Wang Yan might have sunk into oblivion, returned to inherit the family property, and enjoyed all the happiness of having 2 children. But he has no right to choose. Powerful enemies are surrounding us and pressing us step by step. If you don't move forward, you will die. Put on your clothes, we still have to go to the Vajra realm. Thinking of his previous experience, Wang Yan sighed that it was great to have someone to support him. Fortunately, his uncle was the commander of the Minghu military region, otherwise there was a 99% chance that he would have died in there. Chapter 85 Return to the Diamond Realm. After more than 3 days, Wang Yan entered the Vajra realm again. In addition to Xiaoqing's successful advancement to the king, there is another good news. The military district decided to cooperate with Xiongba to help him improve his strength and occupy more territory. What Xiongba has to do is to periodically hand over various resources to the military, including but not limited to Vajra Bodhi, blood-suppressing grass, etc. During this period, Xiongba once proposed to become a powerful spiritual beast in the military zone and follow in the footsteps of humans. When he saw Xiaoqing's advancement, he realized how good it was to have someone to help each other in attack and defense, and never leave each other. Only if he gives up his freedom can the iron-eating beasts become freer. Besides, his ancestors had once been human beings, spiritual beasts, and what he did was just a tribute to them. Although Xiongba's request was a bit puzzling, the military district still agreed to it. It is a good thing that some ferocious beasts are willing to surrender voluntarily, which means that the iron-eating beasts are completely tied to the chariot of humans. Where are we? Gunzi squatted on Xiaoqing's shoulder, and his little eyes kept looking around. This is the Vajra realm. Jinzi glanced at it and said lightly, I know this is the Vajra realm. Then why are you asking? Are you ill? A bird and an elf started spraying again. Wang Yan and Xiaoqing were a little helpless. One of them grabbed the stick, and the other grabbed Xiaoqing, and then threw them out. Perfect. The two smiled at each other and cooperated with each other in perfect harmony. Xiaoqing looks innocent and like a good girl, but she is extremely slutty at heart. Especially since he was in tune with Wang Yan and knew his thoughts, he learned all the postures. Wang Yan would sometimes sigh, saying that with such a wife, he had nothing to worry about. There is a saying that goes, only children will cry out that they can't stand it, while adults have already taken kidney treasures. Wang Yan plans to pay more attention to see if he can find something that can nourish the kidneys. After all, besides Xiaoqing, there are also Bai Ningxin and Xiaoye. Wang Yan really wanted to try the feeling of one dragon playing with 3 phoenixes, a charming queen, a pure girl, and a well-behaved lowly. It's just too cruel. What bad things are you thinking about again? Xiaoqing suddenly turned around and put her hands on Wang Yan's shoulders. Do you want some milk? Wang Yan? What the hell? It's so weird. Why did this happen? Do you really think his mind is full of these messed up things? He's a serious man. All dharmas have no form. Form is emptiness. Women only dull his sword and make him weak. But then again, Wang Yan is happy and no one else can interfere. Yes, of course. Wang Yan chuckled twice and the waves flew up. In front of so many people in the open, you actually did something so immoral. The world is going downhill. People's hearts are no longer the same as before. Gold and Stick were heartbroken. The place where he re-entered was not far from the place where he originally escaped. Wang Yan planned to look for Panlong's body and investigate what was causing the trouble in the first place. The earthquake occurred too suddenly and too coincidentally to be a normal natural phenomenon. If Xiaoqing had not advanced, Wang Yan would never have gotten close to her. But it's different now. The king quality, world-destroying dragon, is there. If you don't dare to go even with this, then there's really no need to continue exploring. Wouldn't it be nice to go back to your hometown and inherit the property? Wouldn't it be nice to have a few more children to expand the Wang family? If you are so timid about doing things, why should you continue? The speed of time flow in the Vajra realm is no different from the main plane where the military zone is located. When Wang Yan found Panlong, he discovered that it had been gnawed away and only the skeleton was left. Wang Yan was not angry about this because he had expected this. This world has always been so cruel, where the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. No matter how powerful you are when you are alive, you will be nothing more than a pile of rotten meat after death. Did you find anything? Wang Yan looked around and saw, apart from the traces of the battle between Panlong and Xiongba, there were also the messy footprints of many ferocious beasts. I sensed a hint of the same species aura, but it's very different. It's probably not a pure dragon species. It could be a mutation. Xiaoqing frowned, feeling very unbelievable. She is the dragon of destruction, the only one in the world, born to trample countless of her own kind under her feet. It's ridiculous that even she couldn't tell what kind of enemy it was. Forget it if we can't find it. Let's go to the vegetable garden and see what that giant is. Climb over the dog and walk back immediately. When Wang Yan entered the King Kong realm for the first time, he was teleported to the giant's territory and found something inside that could save Wan Mei. Giant plants, giant bugs, giant people, giant everything. The giant was like a vegetable farmer growing crops in the yard. The giant was so powerful and oppressive that he was forced to flee in a panic. But it's different now. With Xiaoqing by my side, I can easily defeat the giant. The military district still has its eyes on the Vajra realm, so it will inevitably support puppets and develop its own power. Now that the iron-eating beasts have been chosen, there is no need to harbor goodwill towards the other ferocious beasts. Giants can build walls and grow vegetables, and are clearly intelligent species. When facing invaders, there is a 99% chance that we cannot coexist peacefully, so there is no need to waste time on negotiations. Fantong kept running. Wang Yan kissed Xiaoye, then touched Xiaoqing. Jinzi and Gun kept muttering, and time passed by. As dusk approached, Wang Yan saw the huge building in the distance. It is over 200 meters high, blocking out the sky and the sun, and is extremely spectacular. Coming here again, an idea suddenly came to Wang Yan's mind. Is this a vegetable garden or a prison? Is it the territory of the giants, or is it specially used to imprison giants? A direct attack? Xiaoqing asked, looking at the huge building in front. Spiritual beasts have no concept of good and evil, right and wrong. In their minds, whatever the Beastmaster says is the truth, and the Beastmaster is always right. As long as Wang Yan gives the order, Xiaoqing will not hesitate at all, even if it means killing the entire Vajra realm. Let's do it! Wang Yan's face showed no joy or sadness, and his tone was extremely calm when he spoke. Wang Yan never thought of himself as a good person, nor would he pretend to be one. There is no right or wrong in the struggle for survival, only positions. Since the military district intends to conquer the Congo realm, he will support it unconditionally. Because the military district is not for its own selfish interests, but to protect its compatriots. 400 years and countless sufferings have made mankind see through everything. In the face of war, kindness has no meaning, only strength can protect oneself. There are countless space cracks and endless ferocious beasts. If you don't take the initiative to attack, you will be caught off guard. Humanity has confirmed this point with countless bloody lessons. When the ferocious beasts discover the space cracks connecting to the main plane, and when they taste the flesh and blood of humans, how crazy and cruel they will become. Chapter 86. Wind Chasing Mastiff. Clear. After receiving Wang Yan's order, Xiaoqing took action immediately. With both hands clasped forward, invisible power spreads around. With the naked eye, it was visible that the huge building in front seemed to have experienced millions of years of erosion in an instant, turning into a pool of ashes that slowly dissipated. Fuck! Wang Yan was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Is this the power of the world-destroying dragon? Convert the yin and yang energies, destroy the stability of matter, and cause it to disintegrate on its own. As long as the strength is sufficient, anything will be nothing but a pile of ashes in Xiaoqing's hands. The huge building was destroyed, and the animals and plants inside naturally could not escape. However, the giant was extremely powerful, and he managed to survive. The roar was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. The giant roared to the sky and used his one eye to search for the direction of the enemy. But the distance was too far, and Xiaoqing didn't give him a chance. The balance of yin and yang energy was broken, and after the building was destroyed, a violent conflict ensued under Xiaoqing's manipulation. Boom! Explode! An extremely terrifying explosion. The giant died with a shrill scream before he could find Wang Yan. Yin and yang and the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining, with endless changes. This skill alone can generate endless uses. What Xiaoqing is performing now is only the most basic use of the yin and yang energy. The dragon of destruction, the only one in the world, spurned by heaven and earth, and an enemy of all living things. But now her power has not been fully displayed, so, as if sensing something, Xiaoqing and Wang Yan raised their heads at the same time and saw a black cloud that had appeared in the sky at some point in time. It was ordinary, neither big nor small, and seemed to be just passing by chance. But an idea suddenly appeared in Wang Yan's mind. Could this thing be a calamity cloud? As if in response, an electric snake emerged from the black cloud and quickly disappeared without a trace. It seemed like a threat or a warning, or maybe he was just looking at the scenery. Wang Yan and Xiaoqing looked at each other and were basically certain that this thing was the robbery cloud. If Xiaoqing attacks too many times or goes too far, the dark clouds in the sky will grow bigger and bigger, and eventually a thunder disaster will come. All things in the world are based on yin and yang and constructed with the 5 elements. The dragon of destruction can control the power of yin and yang and destroy the foundation. It is born to be the enemy of all things in the world, so it is normal for it to be targeted. So Wang Yan decided to ask Xiaoqing not to do anything as much as possible, and he would handle anything himself. Of course, if he encounters a very difficult enemy, Wang Yan will not be too verbose. Being excluded is better than dying. After all, although Wang Yan can use Xiaoqing's skills to indirectly control the yin and yang energy, he is still far behind the world-destroying dragon. It is very good to be able to exert 30% of his power. Even so, you can still fight against the king of beasts. Jinzi spent countless efforts and almost exhausted himself before he dug a big hole for people to pass through. But under Xiaoqing's attack, he didn't even last 3 seconds before turning into ashes. The gap in strength is obvious. Go and see if there's anything left. After patting the glutton's head, the latter immediately ran away. Although this guy is not very smart, he is obedient. It will do whatever you tell it to do, even eating shit without hesitation. As a wild beast, it is not easy to do this. In addition, Fantong occasionally brings some small surprises. If it hadn't been digging everywhere, Yuan Mei's chest would probably have remained flat. The mutual conversion of yin and yang energy destroyed the foundations of tall buildings, turning them into ashes, but did not cause much damage to the ground. But the subsequent explosion blew the giant directly into the sky, and a big hole was blown out on the flat ground. Wang Yan stood in front of the pit, his face expressionless, but his mood was as heavy as if he had been screwed. They were all blown to pieces. Not even a hair was left. I have to be careful next time, otherwise it will be a wasted trip every time. It's so uncomfortable. Wang Yan sighed. His purpose of entering the Vajra realm was to obtain resources, not to cause destruction. They're all blown up, so it's better to leave them to others. Woof! Woof! Just when Wang Yan was about to leave, Fantong suddenly barked a few times and rushed into the big pit. This idiot must have discovered something. Jinzi stared with his big, bright eyes, and the feathers on his head stood up. Curiosity is common to all living things, and gold is no exception. And although the glutton digs a hole 7 times out of 10 and finds shit and bones twice, he will occasionally dig up something good. The rice bucket went away quickly and came back quickly. In less than 5 minutes, it ran to Wang Yan with an egg in its mouth. After wiping the saliva off the fur on the food bucket's belly, Wang Yan checked the properties of the egg. Giant tree seeds. The seeds of a giant tree require pure 5 elements power to water. The seeds produced can make any part of a living thing larger. Fuck, that's awesome. After seeing the introduction of this thing, Wang Yan couldn't help but swear. When he first entered the Vajra realm, in order to avoid the attacks of the giants, Rice Bucket only dug up 3 fruits that became bigger and rounder. The second time he came here, Xiaoqing destroyed the building with 1 move and killed the giant instantly with another move. I thought there would be no harvest, but unexpectedly, the glutton found seeds that could make the fruit bigger and rounder. Good job! Go back and get some extra food, and I'll find you dozens of pretty little bitches to play with. Wang Yan patted the glutton's head and was very happy. With this seed, Yuan Mei can grow as big as she wants. Not only that, he will become the savior of all men and women in the world. Who wouldn't want a pair of 36DS? Not only women want it, men actually want it too. Do you want to? Ido. Wang Yan happily collected the seeds of the fruit that had grown bigger and rounder, rubbed the big head of the lunch bucket, took out a thick and long sausage, and stuffed it into its mouth. According to the original plan, Wang Yan intended to explore some less dangerous places and search for resources by the way. But now that Xiaoqing has advanced to the king level, he decided to check out the dangerous spots marked on the map. The military district cooperated with the iron-eating beast clan, and Wang Yan first explored the way and solved all the troubles around him. The closest one is a group of ferocious beasts called phantom snakes. They're just snakes without dragon blood. According to information provided by the military district, these phantom snakes are good at soul attacks, especially illusions. If you don't have enough strength, it's best not to provoke them easily. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely obey. But who is Wang Yan? But he also chose to be obedient. There are at least 10 kings in the Phantom Snake clan. Unless Xiaoqing takes action, there is a 99% chance that he will be doomed if he goes there. It's better to hide from such a scary monster. Wang Yan set his sights on a ferocious beast called the wind-chasing mastiff, which was similar to the iron-eating beast, both of which were of lord quality. However, the Dog King had already advanced to become a king, and was considered a small overlord within 100 miles. When discussing with Xiongba before, Xiongba had already planned to take action against the wind-chasing mastiff. When a ferocious beast reaches the 10th level, it has the opportunity to change its fate. Temper your blood and keep advancing. As Wang Yan's spirit beasts, Xiaoqing, Xiaoye, and Jinzi can all use bloodline tempering stone to shorten this process, greatly reducing the difficulty of advancement. Ferocious beasts are different. They have to solve everything on their own and may die if they are not careful. Spiritual beasts are restrained by beast masters, but they are also more likely to reach the top. The beasts roam free, but the mortality rate is extremely high. While you gain, you also lose. After a short period of pain, there will be boundless happiness. The natural cycle of heaven and earth and yin and yang is nothing more than this. Leave the dog king to me, and you guys deal with the rest. As Wang Yan spoke, he walked towards the wind-chasing mastiff king and released his world-destroying power. The wind-chasing mastiff is not a dragon species, not a god species, not a demon species, but just an ordinary divine beast species. With a lot of weakenings piled up, the combat effectiveness is only 30%. He planned to test the skills he had developed during this period, so his opponent could not be too strong. A king with only 30% of his strength left is just right. As if sensing the approaching danger, the mastiff king, who was resting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and immediately locked his eyes on Wang Yan. His intuition told him that this enemy was very strong. Human? The tone of the mastiff king was very awkward. Although he had inherited many things from his bloodline after advancing to the king, and he also knew that the human race existed, it was indeed the first time he saw a real human. Submit or die. Wang Yan approached step by step, with great pressure. If it was any other ferocious beast, Wang Yan would not waste any time and would just attack directly. But for dogs, Wang Yan is willing to give him a chance. Dogs are naturally close to people and are particularly loyal. If you come across a puppy in the wild, just bark at it a few times and it will come closer. If it were a cat, we'd be thankful if it didn't scratch us. You're looking for death. Woof! Hearing Wang Yan's words, the mastiff king roared and pounced over. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then die. Wang Yan snorted coldly, and a circular shield appeared out of thin air. One black and one white, the two yin and yang fish keep turning. They're clearly distinguished, yet they transform into each other. You are in me, and I am in you. Yin and yang change and promote and restrain each other. This is one of the pinnacles of previous life philosophy, and it is a mysterious thing that only the Chinese can understand. Of course, with Wang Yan's strength, he is still not able to reach Laozi's level. This shield has only form. It is just the simplest yin and yang counteraction. The mastiff king's sharp claws attacked, immediately destroying the balance of the yin-yang fish. The next moment, an explosion occurred, blowing both the mastiff king and Wang Yan away. Xiaoqing! What the hell? Wang Yan got up from the ground. Although he was covered in dust, he was not seriously injured. Only his clothes were torn. He can use all of Xiaoqing's skills, which naturally include strengthening elemental attacks tenfold and reducing elemental damage by 90%. The yin-yang fish faced forward, and most of its power was poured onto the mastiff king. The remaining power was reduced by 90%. It was normal to have such a result. But the mastiff king is in trouble. The claws were blown to pieces, and the head and chest were covered in blood. With the help of Xiaoqing's power, Wang Yan can control and transform the power of yin and yang, but the additional skills he develops need to be explored by himself until he fully masters them. With one move, the mastiff king was seriously injured, but Wang Yan was fine. This shows how powerful the world-destroying dragon is. Chapter 87 Italian Canon. Looking at the appearance of the mastiff king, Wang Yan inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. A stranger ran into his territory and said surrender or die. Anyone who heard it would be furious. It seemed that Wang Yan gave the AO Wang a chance, but in fact it was no different from fighting directly when they met. If I have to say something, it's just that I'm forcing myself to build a memorial archway. The mastiff king turned over and got up, looking at Wang Yan with eyes full of fear. The attack just now was so fierce that he almost lost half his life, but this human seemed to be unharmed. Could it be that humans are really that strong? The mastiff king felt sad, and the images inherited from his blood gradually emerged in his mind. The sky is filled with gods and thunder and raging clouds. Countless powerful enemies surround him, and countless energies are flying. The human stood alone, half alive and half dead with a wave of his hand. No words, no need to speak. Yin and Yang are determined, and Qian and Kuan are also divided. In front of him, the so-called immortals and gods are nothing but chickens and dogs. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Wang Yan's voice reached his ears, and King Mastiff came to his senses. Suddenly lost focus while playing? After all, it is a king of ferocious beasts. Why does it feel like its IQ is lower than that of a glutton? I was wondering how you're going to die next. The Mastiff King roared angrily and pounced on Wang Yan again. At the same time, a huge wind blade appeared out of thin air behind him and slashed over fiercely under the control of the Mastiff King. Since its name is wind-chasing Mastiff, its attributes are naturally related to wind. Isn't it normal to control a wind blade? Wang Yan is not a fool. Having fought against so many ferocious beasts, he was naturally prepared. The wind-chasing Mastiff King was weakened layer by the power of the world destruction, and only 30% of his strength remained. And Wang Yan's strength was greatly improved with Shao Qing's help. As a result, he was even stronger than the wind-chasing Mastiff King. He dodged the wind blade coming from behind. Although he has been greatly weakened, the strength of the Mastiff King cannot be underestimated. The wind blade swept across the ground, tearing a huge gully about half a meter wide and more than 10 meters deep. If it fell on him, it would probably chop him into a pool of rotten meat. As expected of a king beast, even if it is weakened, it can still kill the lord in seconds. Wang Yan was amazed, but he did not dare to confront the wind-chasing Mastiff King head-on. The physical strength of the king beast is extremely terrifying, and at least all attributes must reach more than 600 points to barely defeat it. Even though Wang Yan swallowed a large amount of elixirs to strengthen bones, muscles, and skin, and even though the Mastiff King only had 30% of his strength left, he was still not someone he could deal with. After all, Xiaoqing skills can only weaken elemental damage, but the Mastiff King's claws are real king attacks. The black and white yin-yang fish appeared out of nowhere and was placed right between the wind-chasing Mastiff King and Wang Yan. Boom! As expected, both of them were blown away by the explosion. Compared to the last time, Wang Yan looked pretty good, but he was forced back a few steps by the impact of the explosion. The wind-chasing Mastiff King was in a much worse condition than last time. Both of his claws were rotten, and his mouth was blown off. Such a majestic and ferocious beast has become like this without even touching the enemy's hair. It can only be said that it is fate that plays tricks on him. Not bad, not bad. This move is called Yin-Yang Shield. Wang Yan nodded with great satisfaction and began to try the next move. Xiaoqing and he have a telepathic connection, and Xiaoqing can also use the skills he has developed. The yin and yang energies have infinite uses, so you can invest more energy in this area. Try this Italian cannon. Wang Yan let out a strange cry, and immediately a swirling air stream shot out from his fingertips. The yin and yang energies can form a shield, and naturally can also launch attacks. The principle is the same as the yin-yang shield, except that it relies on the conflict of opposite properties to cause an explosion. The only difference is that one is passive and the other is active. As for why it is not called yin-yang cannon or yin-yang ray, Wang Yan felt a little aesthetically fatigued. You can put yourself in his shoes and imagine that during the battle, Wang Yan shouted angrily, "Take this Italian shot from me," or "Look, I'm going to hit his mother with a hard shot," as if he was possessed by Li Yunlong, so mighty and domineering. Boom! The rays emerged from the fingertips and immediately hit the Mastiff King's tattered chest. Explosions occurred one after another, and the Mastiff King's body was like a kite with a broken string. It turned 18,000 degrees in the air with countless Thomas turns, and it fell heavily to the ground after it spun so hard that he couldn't even recognize himself. After all this trouble, the Mastiff King was completely exhausted. He exhaled more than he inhaled. His bright red blood stained the ground, and his eyes gradually dimmed. What is this move called? Looking at Wang Yan, who was slowly walking towards him, the Mastiff King opened his eyelids with great effort and asked intermittently, "Italian cannon, a terrifying weapon that can turn the tide of a battle at a critical moment." Wang Yan held the tip of the bamboo shoot in his mouth, his face expressionless, but his heart extremely surprised. The Italian cannon was really powerful. The continuous explosions crippled a king-quality beast. It is worthy of being called the Dragon of Destruction. It is worthy of being Wang Yan's spiritual beast. So this is the Italian cannon. After hearing Wang Yan's words, The Mastiff King's face was filled with realization. His head tilted, and he completely died. The Mastiff King was killed, and the remaining beasts naturally couldn't hold on for long. Jeansy was slightly better off, as he was killed in one blow with a hole in his head. The sticks were in a much worse situation, either being frozen into ice sculptures or burned into charcoal. A few of the unlucky ones were first frozen into ice sculptures and then burned into charcoal. There were more than 1,000 Lord Beasts in total, and after all of them were exchanged, 56,850 points were obtained. Wang Yan kept the blood and flesh of the Mastiff King and some precious materials. He was not short of points now. Besides, the blood and flesh of the King Beast was very nutritious, so it would be better to keep it for himself. The first target has been eliminated, and Wang Yan has a general understanding of his own strength. A normal king would definitely not be able to defeat them, and he would never be able to defeat them in this lifetime. Unable to master the yin-yang and 5 elements, he could only rely on the power of spirit beasts and weaken those fierce beasts into dogs before he could barely fight. If there is 1, there will be 2, and if there are 2, there will be 3. Wang Yan rode on the rice bucket and galloped all the way, and soon wiped out all the Lord's ferocious beasts within a radius of 100 miles. The yin-yang shield and Italian cannon were used more and more skillfully, and their combat effectiveness began to steadily improve. Jeansy and Gunzi were extremely envious. It had only been such a short time, and yet Wang Yan's strength had surpassed both of them. If we don't seize the time to advance, I'm afraid the gap will become bigger and bigger, and we will eventually become just a vase. Wang Yan knew what Jeansy and Gunzi were thinking. Instead of comforting them, he kept mocking them, almost making the 2 little guys explode with anger. Wang Yan is also extremely bad. He won't do anything that has to do with people. The 2 lively and cheerful little guys are almost depressed by him. In other words, a heartless good-for-nothing can ignore it and concentrate on being a driver. Chapter 88, Dragon Knight. It's delicious. Xiaoya's cooking skills are amazing. Well, give me another bunch of kidneys. Wang Yan and his group of spirit beasts ate with their mouths full of oil, and their happiness was beyond words. Almost a month has passed since the second time I entered the Vajra realm. The meat of the wind-chasing Mastiff King had been eaten long ago, and dozens of other king beasts had also been eaten. I have to say, the king is the king, and his taste is much better than that of the Lord. Soul strength is 49 points. The soul contract will soon reach level 8. Wang Yan sighed. In less than half a year, he had rushed all the way to level 8. Who could he complain to? How could he survive if his classmates who were still working hard in school knew about this? 50 points of soul strength will be raised to level 8, 100 points to level 9, and 200 points to level 10. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to reach the maximum level in 2 years at most. Not bad, not bad. I didn't embarrass the time travelers. Wang Yan smacked his lips, tore off a large piece of meat, and stuffed the bone into the glutton's mouth. Booze, booze, booze. Just as Wang Yan was thinking, a vibration suddenly appeared. After searching for a while, I found that it was a storage bag. After rummaging in the storage bag for a long time, Wang Yan found the culprit. What's going on? Wang Yan was completely confused. It was just a mobile phone, but it could actually cause the storage bag to vibrate. It's incredible! The storage bag is engraved with space spells and is extremely stable. Not to mention a cell phone. Even a bomb explosion wouldn't make the storage bag vibrate. Puzzled, he took out his phone, and the screen lit up automatically. The Wanxiang communication platform is open. Please enter your ID number and register an account. Note, the account is unique and cannot be renamed or canceled. Wang Yan continued to flip through the pages and finally understood what was going on. This Wanxiang communication platform was developed by the Minghu Provincial Military Region and Minghu First University to facilitate communication among beastmasters and space rifts. Share what you have and provide support nearby. In an unfamiliar environment, it is extremely difficult for beastmasters to communicate with each other. The emergence of Wanxiang communication platform has solved this problem. I see. At this point, Wang Yan finally understood why the military district held the challenge in the King Kong realm. Originally, we thought that something happened within the empire, and we had to capture the Vajra realm ahead of time, but we didn't expect that it was to test the communication equipment. Wang Yan guessed that this platform might be related to the Wanxiang mirror in the hands of the principal. Who knows when the function of soul projection into space cracks will be enabled. Although the real body will be seriously injured after the projection dies, it is much better than being completely destroyed. That's awesome. It would be a huge loss to the scientific community if these two weren't together. Wang Yan was amazed in his heart. To be able to research this thing, the attainment in the technique must have reached the pinnacle of this world, and there might not even be a character who could be compared to him in the past 400 years. As for why, I am sure it was the principal and my second uncle working together. Wang Yan guessed it. He entered his ID number very quickly. After the verification was passed, Wang Yan thought for a while and filled in 3 words in the nickname column. Dragon Knight. Welcome, Dragon Knight. After the entry animation, there is an interface similar to a chat group. Although Wang Yan was quite fast, someone had already come in before him. The North's #1 gunner. Hello, everyone. Dragon Knight me, hello, everyone. Ah Xing has turned evil. The man upstairs. Are you riding a dragon? Or a dragon? Dragon rider me, well, I guess it's riding a dragon. The North's #1 gunner. Why are you just standing there? Do you think I'm listening to your words? Also, what do you mean by blackened? How old are you? Ah Xing has turned evil, 12 years old, what's wrong? The North's #1 gunner. Dragon Knight, me genius boy, I'd like to meet you sometime. What I like most is to train geniuses. Ah Xing, blackened, sure. I also want to exchange experiences with you about riding a dragon. Always a step late. What are you talking about? Training? Riding a dragon? Did I miss a good show? The first gunner of the North. The one upstairs fits your name very well. Confused. Jeden dziewięć de. Jeden dziewięć. It may be because the communication platform has just been opened, so there are not many people, only a few of them have joined. But as time goes by, the number of people using the platform will increase, and the various messy information will become dazzling. By then, various rules and regulations will inevitably emerge to prevent the platform for exchanging intelligence from becoming a vegetable market. After closing the Wanxiang communication platform, Wang Yan looked ahead, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. His soul strength finally reached 50 points. Although it is still a long way from the minimum 200 points of a level 10 Beastmaster, as the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Only by keeping your feet on the ground and taking one step at a time can you reach the top. If you can reach 50 points, you have a chance to reach 100 points. If you can reach 100 points, you have a chance to reach 200 points. Level 10 Beast Tamer? Is that far away? What's going on? Before Wang Yan's joy completely faded away, a translucent screen suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. When your soul strength reaches 50 points, you can choose one of the following rewards. Soul Barrier. Immune to all attacks that are not higher than the soul strength limit, currently 222 points. If it is higher than this number, the effect will decrease according to the difference, with a minimum reduction of 30% soul damage. Curse Counterattack. Immune to all curses that are not higher than the soul strength limit, currently 222 points, and counterattack with 100%. The effect of counterattack is added according to the difference between the two, with no upper limit. Fuck, this is so awesome. System, you are my dad, my real dad. Wang Yan was really shocked. There were 2 rewards, each one more awesome than the other. The first is pure defense. As long as the enemy's soul strength is not higher than 222 points, all soul attacks will be immune. If it exceeds 222 points, it will be weakened by at least 30%. The second one is an integrated offense and defense. Although the defense effect is not as good as the first one, the attack is very powerful. It doesn't matter who curses him. As long as the soul strength does not exceed 222 points, the person who casts the curse will either die or be disabled. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Yan chose Soul Barrier. For him, saving his life is more important than fighting back. As long as you are alive, there are plenty of opportunities for revenge. If you die, no matter how many tricks you use, it will be useless. The defensive effect of the Soul Barrier is stronger and more comprehensive, and it is simply the best choice to save your life. Chapter 89. By Ningxin is pregnant? After making the choice, a chill immediately emerged in my mind. The improvement of the soul is different from that of the physical body, and it takes a certain amount of time each time. The more you improve, the longer it will take. With Xiaoqing by his side, Wang Yan felt very relieved. He completely gave up being alert to his surroundings and soon fell into a deep sleep. It seemed like centuries had passed, or maybe it was only 3 or 5 breaths. Wang Yan woke up and felt no feeling at all. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wang Yan saw 2 mountains hanging above his head, which could fall on his face at any time. How long did I sleep? Wang Yan asked. About 2 hours. As Xiaoqing spoke, she bent down and wiped Wang Yan's face. It's only been 2 hours. Wang Yan nodded, opened his mobile phone, and logged into the Wanxiang communication platform. As he expected, when there were more people, they began to make rules. Each person can only send a maximum of 10 messages each time they enter a space rift. If there are more than 10, you will need to pay Soul silver coins. Note that these are silver coins, not copper coins. As a result, many people stop chatting so as to avoid having to spend money when they need to talk. Of course, if you are a rich person, then it doesn't matter. Just a few silver coins. Who are you looking down on? The platform was silent, as it had been more than half an hour since the last speech. Just when Wang Yan was about to close it, a message suddenly appeared. Bye-bye. Wang Yan, I'm pregnant. You can do whatever you want. The North's #1 gunner. Ah, what is this? Is this forcing the emperor to abdicate? I wonder if this big brother named Wang Yan has a real girlfriend? If so, it would be fun. Xing, now blackened Wang Yan? This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Confused. By the way, could it be the super genius from Minghu First University who can fight against 10,000 people alone? Fully automated boxer. 5G is a scam. The North's #1 gunner. The man upstairs. You're crying at the wrong grave. Fully automated boxer. There are too many scumbags. Super invincible great Eagle Chong. I'm afraid this person is killing like crazy. Xing. Turned evil. If it's really that Wang Yan, it's going to be fun. His father is the richest man in Minghu province, and his uncle is the commander of the Minghu Provincial Military District. With such a background, even if he abandoned you after having sex with you, you will have no way to seek redress. Sister, just accept your fate. Xing, who has turned evil, has been banned. The North's #1 gunner. Dragon Knight me. When Wang Yan saw the news on the communication platform, he felt like he was struck by lightning. He probably guessed who Bai was. Bai Ningxin, that crazy woman. Damn it, she's pregnant. It was obviously just that one time. But then again, although it only happened once, it seems a bit cruel. For more than 2 hours, Bai Ningxin was tortured to death. If my physical fitness wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid it would be a problem whether I could walk. Oh, there's really nothing we can do now. I'll propose marriage when I get back. Wang Yan sighed. Although there were many misunderstandings between him and Bai Ningxin, and they were together by accident, now that they had a child, there was no point in considering other things. As a man, you should shoulder your own responsibilities. Don't care about anything that doesn't belong to you. By the way, what name should I give my child? I think it's pretty good to be called Wang Nima. A cold voice came from above his head, instantly making him break out in a cold sweat.